Hey Shawn, good morning. When you're planning for a quarterback like Cam Ward, who's making his debut, obviously, do you go mostly to Brian Callahan and his system? Do you go back and look at like college tape from Cam Ward? How do you go about sort of the unknown piece of that puzzle?
Yeah, good question. We do all of it. So you have a limited exposure in the preseason with him. Then you would go back and look at his college tape at Miami just to get a feel for not only arm strength, but how does he handle pressure? How does he handle zone? And so we do a pretty in-depth study. Pretty normal when you play teams early in the season, maybe to not have all the information you might have when you play a team in week 8 or 9.
Oh, the challenges of facing a rookie. Nothing to base your stuff off of, nothing to really lean on as far as past tape. Here's the thing, though. There is nothing about matching up, and I get it. It's a very talented young quarterback, but I don't see any way that this should be a problem for what the Broncos have. If you are what you say you are, then Tennessee should be one of those kick your feet up. You don't really even need to lean forward and really invest yourself into play-by-play.
They are who we thought they were.
That's the hope. The Titans are not good. They have brought in a whole bunch of veterans, and it feels like this is, I don't know, this is like a Tyler Lockett, Quandre Diggs, both very, very, very good players in their day. It feels like taking your dog to McDonald's before we're taking that last trip to the vet. I mean, see, Nelly, you haven't had a dog before. When it's time for your dog to go, you give that dog the best day of their life. In this case, it's a great paycheck for Tyler Lockett. That is kind of what I see the Tennessee Titans is doing with a lot of these veterans. But also, I mean, look, man, it's the first game in the NFL for a rookie quarterback against what should be a really good defense. I don't think there's going to be a massive issue in this. Now, the Broncos released their unofficial depth chart. I got a few things of note from this. Now, Sean Peyton is always going to be a little bit squirrely about who's where. The first thing that I looked at was running backs. J.K. Dobbins is listed as the number one. This is going to happen at the beginning of the season with the hope that R.J. Harvey takes over at some point. Now, being listed as the number one running back on the depth chart does not necessarily mean he's getting the most snaps, he's getting the most touches, he's getting the most carries. I think there are specific roles that they want for both R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, that J.K. Dobbins is going to be your veteran third down protector pass game guy, and I think they want R.J. Harvey to be the main ball carrier who can break a big one. It might not be the case in week 1, though. And I'm pretty excited. We haven't seen J.K. Dobbins take a carry yet in an actual live game situation, even in the preseason for the Broncos. Haven't seen it. He's an explosive back. He has the capability of being that anyway. Injuries have hurt him, literally and figuratively. And the game and career that he's had. But if you hear him speak, he's a hungry guy that's got something to prove. You know, I talk about this a lot with Benito. Benito is a player that had a very good year, that is waiting for his contract, and maybe he needs one more sort of prove-it year for him to make the big-time kind of money in this league. J.K. Dobbins is fighting to stay in the league and continue to make contracts. He's been in the league since 2020. He's 26 years old. And being 26 and in the span of 5 seasons, playing only 37 games is not a great indicator. If there was ever a year that you wanted to go out and prove something, if you're J.K. Dobbins, it is this one. Because whether it's in Denver or elsewhere, if you want to continue to make money in the league, you're going to have a strong season here. And if you don't, then I think that's it. I don't know how many more people are going to be giving you opportunities, or at least main opportunities, to be a main back in a stable of running backs in a backfield. So I think this is it for him. So he's going to have a lot to prove early in the year to continue to make sure he's getting snaps. Number 2, Marvin Mims is the number 2 wideout, at least listed on this sheet. Here's one of those that I don't quite buy. I've heard Kreckman and Lindahl talk about this, by the way, and I don't think they're far off. Everything about what Sean Peyton values in a wide receiver is not what looks like Marvin Mims. He's tiny. Literally, if you were at training camp for any one of those days, look at the wide receiver core when they're out there at the jugs machine, or they're standing and hanging out and high-fiving each other. Tell me what stuck out. Because there was Cortland and Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant and Joaquin Davis and Courtney Jackson, and a whole bunch of guys are sitting there like 6'3", 6'4". And then you see Marvin Mims. And it's just kind of like, one of these things is not like the other. You know, it's very easy to point out who's not the prototype. But with that comes a very specific skill set that none of those other wideouts have, which is straight, oh my God type of speed. I don't think he's going to be the number 2 wideout on this team. I think that he's going to be sort of a gadget guy. Now, I'm not like a huge fan of that, because I do think he has just a raw talent of his speed that can't be taught and makes it very, very hard to cover. I would like to use that more. They did towards the end of last year. But as far as your number 2 wideout on your team, I don't think that's going to be him. I think that could very easily line up for a guy like Troy Franklin. Now, time will tell. In the same way as the running game, we don't really know what to expect. I think that's another one. Here's the third. Jaquan McMillan is listed as the starting nickel for the moment. I wonder if that's another one of those as the season goes on, Barron takes over, or I wonder if this is mind games and Barron's going to be your starting nickel and McMillan's going to be your sort of all-around backup. The great thing about a guy like Jahdae Barron is if what we were told to believe is true, he can line up kind of anywhere. That you can put him outside, you can put him inside, you can put him like at safety, you can use him as sort of a linebacker type. Like, you can do all this stuff. Now, he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he's willing to hit. And that's the point. And there's so much high praise that's been given to him that I can't see a scenario in which he isn't on the field for the majority of the snaps on defense, like in week 1. Now, what would be nice in all of this is if you get this ability to kind of play around a little bit against a team like Tennessee. If it, hopefully, fingers crossed, doesn't come down to, the last couple drives of the game and you take care of them in the way that you should, Denver is this line is moving like every other day, but it's anywhere from like 7.5 to 8 points on the spread. And now I'm seeing on ESPN it's 8.5. They're going to be the largest favorite, I think, of the opening weekend. Can you handle your business like one of those teams should, is the question. Now, again, Sean Peyton was asked this. We go to cut 3, Nelly. How you get off to a fast start. I think it's important. It's one of the things that the Broncos haven't had in Sean Payton's tenure here. Remember, they lost the first 2 last year against Seattle, against Pittsburgh. They got that Tampa win, and then they got the New York one afterwards to go back to 500. The first year, they were 1-5 through the first 6 weeks. Haven't had the fast start. Well, how do you do that, Sean? Go ahead.
Well, it's the schedule, it's the sense of urgency. Ultimately, it's the preparation, the details in this game plan, in the team we're playing. Everything from hydration to recovery during the week,
Hydration,
so that they're at their best, peak performance on Sunday, sleep included, all of that. Those are, and that really isn't even discussing the football scheme.
What if that was the key? The key was just Gatorade. I'll tell you what the key is. You guys want to know the secret to having a good start to the season?
The anti-inflammatories, man.
Well, those help. I know what the answer is. I want to see if you guys can guess it. 303-504-0925. What is, to me, the main source of getting a good start to the year? And I'll give you guys a couple of minutes because I think I have the answer. And schedule helps. Playing against bad teams help. You ready? This is groundbreaking. Be a good football team. You know what I mean? Like it's really comes down to that. You know who has good starts to the year every year? The Chiefs.
Who told you that?
You know who has a good start to the year? A lot. Most of the time. Buffalo under Josh Allen. Baltimore. Why? Because they're good. Now, tough matchups can lead to a couple of early losses or whatever. But guess what? If the Broncos are a good football team, they don't have that. The first 2 weeks should be, now who knows, but they should be relatively easy wins. Again, if we're basing this off of what we've been told, that this team is very good, that Sean Payton says this is, hey, I've coached, 7 teams I thought could win the title, and this is my 8th, or whatever he said. Like, if all of that is to be believed, like, we're at Wednesday before the opening week of the season, and you guys tell me, do you feel nerves heading into this game? Because I got none of them. And the only way I get nerves is if that game becomes competitive, or God forbid you lose. Then I have a bunch. Because then I have to question everything that I've believed up until this point. Now, again, I don't see any way that happens. But there's something to that. This game should be easy. If not, then I start to have some concerns. So, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Because it is a weird week, we are usually going to do college football stock up, stock down on Tuesdays. But give it a day to marinate. And this week on a Wednesday, our second edition of college football stock up, stock down. Next. All right, following week 1 of the college football season. We do this usually on Tuesdays, but Labor Day pushed this back for a second. It is college football stock up, stock down. And we always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. I'm infatuated with Bryce Underwood. Now, Michigan didn't play all that well. They had a closer game than they wanted against New Mexico. Should have beaten them by more. But I mentioned this yesterday. Go out and watch the Bryce Underwood sort of highlight reel from that game. True freshman with a cannon of an arm. But this is what the separator was. I've seen young guys with strong arms before, and you're like, whatever. He has a touch and anticipation to his throws that is beyond the years of a freshman quarterback. Michigan, for whatever you think of them, they spent top dollar on getting the best quarterback in the country. And guess what? I don't know if he's going to end up being that, but he's going to be close. Like, if I'm an NFL scout and that's the first time I saw Bryce Underwood, I'd be like, okay, in a few years, this guy is going to be very, very, very coveted. At least that's the look initially. He was 21 of 31 for 257 yards and a touchdown. But it's just a crazy amount of arm talent that he possesses. And if that's the first game that he displayed it on, I can't wait to see what it looks like against some of the bigger teams in the Big Ten. When he starts playing against, the Penn States and Ohio States of the world, what that looks like in this first year, I cannot wait. So he gets to stock up. Quarterback stock down. Yeah, I think it's pretty clearly Arch. Not a great debut. He has a bunch of hype behind him, and it was going to be very hard to live up to that hype no matter what. But you get your first game in a hostile road environment in Ohio State, and I'm going to throw up as I say this. Nelly, get me a bucket. Matt Patricia actually had a really good game plan for Arch.
I want to vomit. I want to vomit. I want to vomit.
I hate it. Arch Manning was 17 of 30 for 170 yards, 1 touchdown, and a pick. I had another pick that was called off. My main concern with him, I was just talking about Bryce Underwood, young kid getting his first start, and he just looked poised. Now, he's playing New Mexico. Arch is playing Ohio State. It's a different type of animal. But there were clean pockets that Arch Manning was in where he either missed the open receiver, didn't see him and threw it to somebody else who was in double coverage, or had time to throw, recognize the right place to put the football, and still missed the throw without pressure. Those are the concerning things. The fact that he struggled in a game against Ohio State, his first real start, that doesn't bother me. But when you got a clean pocket and you just couldn't find the right guys or hit the right guys, that's a little bit of a concern. So he gets stock down. Big 12 teams stock up. Up now. Yep. Utah. So they throttled UCLA 43-10. I like this new quarterback they got, by the way, Dampier. He's a real dual threat. He was 21 of 25 throwing the ball for 206 yards and 2 touchdowns. Also ran for 87 and a touchdown on the ground. We just kind of watched CU have a tough time with a, quote, dual threat, but more of a running quarterback, and Haynes King last week. When they play Utah, I think it's going to be another problem. They're finally transitioning away from Cam Rising. The defense for Utah, which is always solid, still is. And they're just a consistent team with a great roster top to bottom pretty much every year. Is Utah ever going to be the most talented team in the country? No. But is Utah going to give every team they face a ton of fits? Yes. And it just looks like that's the case again this year. Big 12 team stock down. It's Kansas State. So they lose to Iowa State in the Week 0 game in Dublin. It was a sloppy game, very wet. You could excuse away some of the mistakes they made, muffed punts, fumbles, blah, blah, blah. They almost got upset on Saturday by North Dakota State. They won 38-35, and their big problem is this. I still don't have a lot of belief in Avery Johnson, their quarterback. I don't think he's a very good thrower of the football. He's a talented guy on his feet, but they need more consistency through the air. In his defense, his passing numbers are decent through his first couple of games this year. The real thing that I'm surprised by is defensively. God, they're struggling. Like, the things that Kansas State has kind of been built on since, I would say, the late 90s under the heyday of Bill Snyder. But for like the last 30-ish years, Kansas State plays good defense, they run the football, and they're super disciplined. And they're struggling in like all three of those areas right now. Turning the ball over, taking dumb penalties. They can't run the ball. Not having DJ Giddens anymore, who was their stud running back from last year, is really hurt because they can't seem to find a running game. But it's like, if you don't have the defense and the discipline and you got a quarterback who's a little bit of a wild card, you could find yourself in trouble in a hurry. Now, I respect Chris Kleiman as a coach. I think he's a really, really good one. I don't see the point in playing any of these Dakota teams in the first couple of weeks of the season. You're asking to be, the laughing stock of that week of college football. Like, you're just putting yourself up there for it. But Kansas State has not looked their traditional selves in the discipline and basics of football category. So they get the stock down. National team, stock up. I was really impressed by Miami's win. A couple of things had to go their way. Miami messed up in a couple of different ways, but that 27-24 win was like, Miami had a lot of hype surrounding them again this year. How are you going to bounce back from not having Cam Ward anymore? And I didn't think they'd be very good without Cam Ward. I have my reservations about Carson Beck, but Beck was solid. The defense kept Notre Dame in check, and some big plays gave them the advantage. Got a couple of turnovers. The big play from their wide receiver, the one-handed grab for the touchdown, was absolutely insane and proved to be, the advantage. I think Miami can compete in what I'm going to consider a questionable ACC, even with Clemson and Florida State and SMU still there. I think they're going to give it a run. It's just a matter of, can Carson Beck keep it together? And I give him a bunch of credit. At least in that game against Notre Dame, that was better than I thought he looked at Georgia all last year. He looked like he was in control of the offense, that he had zip on a lot of his throws. So we'll see. I think this is going to come down to the same sort of thing as Cam Ward kind of carried them for a while, and then Carson Beck's got to do the same. National team stock down. Yeah, it's Bama. That loss to FSU is just a killer. It's a killer in every way. It's a bad start to their season. It's their fourth loss to an unranked opponent since Kalen DeBoer took over. And it has people questioning, is Alabama to be feared anymore? Or is Alabama just going to be a good team in college football again? You don't want to be the guy who follows the main guy. You want to be the guy who follows the guy who follows the main guy. Like, Kalen DeBoer is set up, I don't want to say for failure, but he's set up for the expectations of Nick Saban when he's not him. And there's really no way to get around it. Listen to an episode of Feinbaum, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Florida State, to their credit, they were 13-0 2 years ago. They were 2-10 last year, and now they start this year with an upset win over Bama that makes them 1-0. I have no idea what that team is going to be. But anytime you get a loss with Alabama is a good week in college football. So, Bama, stock down. Heisman, stock up. I kind of try and find names from around college football that maybe not your traditional names that are going to be up there. This guy very well could be, though. It's Grant Nussmeier, the quarterback out of LSU. Fifth-year kid. Played his entire career at LSU. How many guys are you going to find 5 straight years at the same school? That first win that they had over that number 4 Clemson team, he was 28 of 38 for 230 yards and a touchdown. And he did what was needed of him. He made the play when it was necessary. He maybe didn't light up the stat sheet or the scoreboard, but when the opportunity presented itself to try and take advantage, for the most part, he did in that game. And I got a lot of respect to all these teams that schedule these tough games right out of the gates. It makes it hard to judge, which I think is a good thing for college football. Because what's even harder to judge is when they play against Southeast Louisiana and beat them 63-3. And you're like, well, I have no idea how good or bad this team is. But I give Nussmeier a lot of credit. Speaking of Southeast Louisiana, they got them in a couple of weeks. But this is where he can start to pad some stats, because next week they have Louisiana Tech. They have Florida the week after that, which will be tough. And then Southeast Louisiana. The next 3 weeks, he can put up some numbers and really get his name up in that Heisman conversation. Heisman stock down. I thought there was a chance. This guy is, he's the really young, I believe he was 17 years old last year for Bama. The really young phenom Ryan Williams, wide receiver. I thought maybe playing at Bama could give him a little bit of that Devontae Smith sort of thing that he had, where, who was it? Was Tua his quarterback, or was it Jalen Hurts when Devontae Smith won the Heisman? Can't remember. I thought he could be one of those guys. But here's the problem. If Bama is not as good as those teams in the past were, it's going to be really hard for a wide receiver to try and make his way on that stage, especially when they struggled getting him the football. He was 5 receptions for 30 yards in that first game. Quarterback situation a little bit odd for Bama. I don't think he's going to get the required numbers that's necessary to be like a Devontae Smith, so he'll get the stock down. And then finally, upset of the week.
The Big 12.
Not the Big 12, the ACC. It's Florida State. I mean, it was the biggest upset of the entire weekend, and Bama takes the L. I was thinking about, I'll give a shout out, an honorable mention, if you will, to South Florida for not just beating Boise State to open up that weekend, but to absolutely demolish Boise State the way they did. So there you go. College football stock up, stock down. We do it every single week following the college football weekend. Now, last night, if you weren't paying attention, and I bet you weren't, there was an odd start to the Rockies game. Kyle Freeland's on the bump.
Kevin Freeland?
8 pitches into the game, Rafael Devers, hits a moonshot of a home run. So a 2-run shot, top of the first, and he takes a little time to admire it. And by a little time, I mean a lot of time. Kyle Freeland says something to him. There's barking that's going on as he's rounding first, and then it's a benches clearing brawl. Now, it wasn't as if it was a big fight with a whole bunch of punches thrown, pushing and shoving, and a lot of talking.
So pretty standard for baseball, all bark and no bite.
Pretty much. I always love the surprise that you get, though, when, Ragnar Odor throws a punch right to the jaw of Jose Bautista, and he thought it was going to be a baseball fight, and Odor wanted a fight.
Right, or when Bryce Harper took his helmet and threw it full speed at Hunter Strickland and missed by a country mile, but still, you were like, oh, man,
correct.
He's not just jawing today. So
the Giants very clearly do not like Kyle Freeland. I forget, Nelly, who was the reliever that was talking after the game? If you don't have the audio, it's fine. I'm just trying to find the name. Oh, you do it. Logan Webb,
His name is Logan Webb, yes. And here's what he had to say.
It's kind of just the general feeling of watching all of that go on.
Surprised it hasn't happened before with that guy. So, just kind of runs his mouth a lot of times, and Rafi got him good. So, whatever.
So Logan Webb, surprised it hasn't happened more often with that guy. He talks a lot. Okay. Well, Kyle, what about your perspective? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, found it extremely disrespectful to, show me up like that in the first inning after hitting a home run, standing there watching it, taking your sweet time getting down to first base. I've been in this league for quite some time, and I know he is as well. I just find that extremely disrespectful, and felt that I needed to let him know about that.
So, here's my thoughts. First of all, I like the fight out of the Rockies. They're a bad team. Good to see them still get into a scrap every once in a while. Shows you care. It's kind of like when Jake Cave did that last year. I liked it. But if you've listened to the show for any amount of time, you know exactly my thoughts on this. If you don't want the guy to admire the home run, then don't allow the guy to hit it.
Nailed it.
This applies, by the way, to hitters with pitchers, too. It's always been my long-standing thought. You go back to even like the old school unwritten rules of baseball days, late 90s or late 80s, mid 90s, somebody's getting ear hold if they show somebody up. You know who doesn't get that, though? A pitcher. It's always funny to me. Jabba Chamberlain damn near took his pants off every time he struck somebody out to end the inning. And that's fine. But a hitter hits a home run, he wants to do a little bat flip or watch the ball for a second. That's disrespectful. You ever play golf and hit a good drive? I'm not one of these guys where I hit it, that's good, I pick up my tee and walk away. No, I'm going to stare at that thing. I like it. That's good work I just did.
You know what the Rockies, what they did yesterday, it felt to me like when you have a hockey team that's down like 6-1 in the third period, so any time the puck gets dropped, they just beat the daylights out of the other team because they go, we suck.
So you're talking about for like the season, because it was the top of the first.
Yes, but I mean, that's where they are in the season.
Yes.
In the season, they're down 10-1. They have nothing to play for. This season is just a disappointment. So they go, you know what? Fine. Somebody pimps my home run. I'm going to beat the crap out of him because I got nothing else to live for right now. And that's fine. Like that's where we are.
And Freeland is especially pissed. He's 3-14 on the year. He's got a 5.4 ERA. Like, he is going to be, his blood is probably boiling regardless of the homer, and that just kind of set him over the top. But I do not waver on this, even if it's our own guys. If you don't want somebody to admire their work, then don't let them do the thing.
Win more games, Cub Scout.
I mean, it kind of feels like that's what I'm saying, but it is. It's like, it's a simple thing. Don't allow it to happen, and then nobody gets to watch. So, 303-504-0925. There's one thing over the weekend that doesn't sit right with me still. It's one thing to double down. It's another thing to triple down. We'll get to it next.
Just similar to what Pat was asking, obviously Shador's one of his specialties was the 2-minute drill during his time here. You guys thrived during that situation. What did you learn about the end of game situation from the offensive standpoint about what you guys can improve there going forward?
Okay, let's just get the cat out of the bag. All right, first down, we throw a lateral pass, right? We lose 4 or 5 yards. Do you call timeout there? No, you're right there. You don't call timeout there. You got to go. You got to go. So you're running tempo, right? So the next play, you gain, I guess, 14 yards, whatever. Now you got 3rd and 1, right? Do you call timeout there?
I would have.
3rd and 1. You get the first down, the clock stops, correct? So you get the first down, the clock stopped. Okay, he scrambled play. He ran out of bounds, the clock stopped, right? Now we throw the ball out the end zone. Clock stopped, right? So when was the time to call timeout?
I was just asking about this.
I'm just getting the elephant out the room, Darren. You know what you want to say. I'm just trying to help you help me.
This is what I don't get. And this is, I'm telling you, this is what really frustrating to me. Really frustrating. That given time to go back and watch it, and Nelly, there is a tweet that I'm looking at, and I don't think this is going to help us to put it up, but it is literally from Fox College Football. It's Deion at his press conference with that answer right there, and split screened underneath it is the sequence that he's talking about in real time. And I'm going back and looking at that, and I'm saying, what do you mean don't call a timeout there? You absolutely could have. The time is more important. So you get stopped for a loss of 4 or whatever. Okay, fine. Call a timeout and get a first down, have the clock stop then. What are you saving the timeout for is what I'm asking. You get, in a prevent defense especially, they are going to give you opportunities to get out of bounds with underneath throws where you can run and whatever. They're going to give you that. They're going to give you first downs because they're going to play soft. It's not... The one that I think is the most egregious is when they get to 3rd and 1. He goes, would you take a timeout there? It's like, absolutely you do. You don't burn another 11 seconds because you can get the clock stopped after that. You had 1:07. Again, go through the sequence. From 1:07 on the play clock from when the drive started to 3 plays later, there's 18 seconds left. Tell me how that's possible. And he gained 9 yards. How is that possible? And for you to go back and look at the tape and then again say to everybody, we did the right thing, I think is wild. It's again, the concerns that I have. I've always had the concern of the actual coaching stuff, okay? The actual coaching things. And I'm willing to live with mistakes. Deion is still a very, very young coach as far as time on the sideline. I don't think people understand this. They think because he's been around football, he played for a long time, all this different stuff, that this just comes naturally. It's not the case. Most coaches aren't former players because they've been in the coaching ranks for 2 decades. Think about Sanford. I mean, Nelly, how long has Sanford been a coach? He's been around 20 years, right?
Yeah, I think when he wrapped up his quarterback career at Boise State in 2005, I think he started coaching immediately.
Right. And it's being in that and then sort of jumping your way to, I'm not saying you jumped to the front of the line, but just you didn't go through the experience that most coaches do to get to this point.
Do you call time out there?
I don't have problems with you making mistakes as a coach. I think that's sort of baked in the cake and understood that that's what's going to happen. What I can't take is you had time to review it, you went back and looked at it, and he obviously did. And to still quadruple down that you made the right call.
Do you call timeout there?
Yes. In no world, 3 plays, burning 50 seconds off a 107 with the clock left. In no world, 3 plays later, should you have 18 seconds left. No world. And the fact that he's not willing to admit that makes me really, really nervous.
So when was it time to call timeout?
I'm being dead serious. I would have taken maybe a timeout after the first play. That went nowhere. I definitely would have taken a timeout when I get to third down. Because I'm trying to look. Where was the clock at? I had that video pulled up. Everybody bear with me for a second. So, third down. Okay, here you go. This is perfect. So, by the time that you were down on second and you got to third, that 3rd and 1 that he's talking about, would you take a timeout there? There's 40 seconds on the clock. 40. By the time they get this snap off, still waiting, it's 27 seconds. So 13 seconds just to get the next play off. The next play at 27 seconds ends at 18 where he got out of bounds and the first down. There's no way that's acceptable. And again, the mistake is frustrating enough, but I think understandable. Not willing to admit it is a bigger problem. There's a gusto with coaches, and I understand that, and especially a gusto with our our big-time football coaches here in town. Sean Peyton has an arrogance about him. Deion certainly does. Jay Norvell does. But you have to be willing to say, hey, I messed up there.
That's it means. That means it stops.
Like, you don't want to call out your quarterback for maybe making the wrong decision. Okay, cool. But at the end of the day, time management falls on you. There wasn't one timeout left. There was 2. And I feel like I'm going crazy here.
And I also like how yesterday, it wasn't yesterday. I think it was Friday postgame. He said something like, well, you can't take timeouts home with you. You can't take it with you when you leave, but you also don't want to use them randomly.
But
which one's the lesser of two evils? How about you just use them?
Well, here's the thing, though. I hear that over and over again. I am not somebody who thinks you need to take timeouts just to take timeouts. If you run the 2-minute drill effectively, sometimes you don't have to use them, and that's fine. You know what, Nelly? If they ran 8 plays, 9 plays, 10 plays in the span of that 107, 10 would be a little bit much. But if they ran your typical 7 to 8 that I think you could get out of a minute 7 left on the clock, and they still had 2 timeouts at the end of it, I don't care. You did things properly then. You got first downs, you got out of bounds, there were incompletions, whatever. But that is just clear coaching 101. And all I wanted to hear was, yeah, my bad. I went back and looked at it. I was kind of wrapped up in the moment for a second, and I looked at it now, and you know what? That's my mistake. Good coaches would be willing to do that. That's what you're supposed to do. And I don't understand it. I don't. He also, let's go to cut 2 from that, Nelly. He was asked about Pat Shurmur. We all kind of saw the offense. Play calling seemed very, very vanilla with a lot of time to prepare for this game. And still, maybe no Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, but there's still weapons out there. Well, Prime was asked about Pat Shurmur.
It's funny that you start out with Coach Sherman. We gave up over 300 yards, darn near 400 yards rushing. It's ironic to me. It seemed like you guys just pick and choose who you want to target. That's cool. We didn't lose the game because of Coach Shermer, Coach Livingston, or one specific thing. I got to do a better job. I'm preparing my team, challenging my coaches to go to the next level. That's on me.
Again, this whole media's out to get us stuff is it's just really old with me. There's nobody that wants CU to be good more than the media here. They would love to take inches and inches of a newspaper article. They would love to take hours of podcasts and talk about how college football and CU is back in the prime footing of it. Nobody's out to get you. And Nelly, you heard me yesterday. I was talking a lot about you can't give up 320 yards on the ground. You need to be beyond that. But if you capitalize on 3 turnovers forced by your defense in the first quarter and get more than 7 points out of it, perhaps that number doesn't look as bad. So
I was there a few days ago, but I'm gone now. I'm into this week now.
I know. Yeah, of course. I was very frustrated listening to that yesterday, and we'll get more into that as we go along. Can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals in delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A lot to get to. This is week 1 of the NFL season leading up. The unofficial Broncos depth chart out. What should you have noticed? We'll tell you next. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Hey, Shawn, good morning. When you're planning for a quarterback like Cam Ward, who's making his debut, obviously, do you go mostly to, Brian Callahan and his system? Do you go back and look at like college tape from Cam Ward? How do you go about sort of the unknown piece of that puzzle?
Yeah, good question. We do all of it. So you have a limited exposure in the preseason with him. Then you would go back and look at his college tape at Miami just to get a feel for not only arm strength, but, how does he handle pressure? How does he handle zone? And so we do a pretty in-depth study. Pretty normal when you play teams early in the season, maybe to not have all the information you might have when you play a team in, week 8 or 9.
Sean Peyton yesterday, press conference leading up to the first week in which they take on the Tennessee Titans and Cam Ward. I know that this is like, hey, this is a really unique challenge. We're facing a rookie quarterback. There's no tape on him. What are you going to do? And I'm like, you beat the hell out of him? Isn't that the answer? Like, he plays for a what should be, and I think we all kind of understand, a very bad football team.
Welcome to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Great to talk to you on this Wednesday morning.
What do you mean? What?
I'm in a smiling mood.
Why?
Because I completely agree with everything you just said.
There's this should not be. And let's be honest, guys. We haven't really dove into the Tennessee Titans waters, but I think it's time. We're midweek.
I just think we're very mid right now.
This game should not be in question. Do you see what's happening, by the way, in Vegas with this line?
Yes.
This line was 7 points like 3 days ago. It's 8.5 now. It's going to be the biggest spread of week 1.
In question should not be the word. It is must win. 2 words. Or is that one with a hyphen? Is that considered one word with a hyphen or 2 words? Must win. The phrase is what this weekend is.
Yeah, but in question is also 2 words.
Must win. You can't lose. If you lose this game, if you lose this game, now you start to, what is this? What do we got going here?
Well, exactly. Yeah, if Vic, I'm telling you this. If this game at the end of the fourth quarter is in question at all, I'm having concerns. Like, that's how much, if I'm to believe what I've been told, that Sean Payton, hey, I've coached 7 teams, I thought I could win a championship, and this is my 8th team, and this defense, Pat Surtain says we could be historic, and if that's the case, rookie quarterback week 1 on the road on a bad football team he should look, remember how Arch Manning looked?
Yeah.
Take that times like 2 is what it should look like.
I've been mulling this over in my head now for a while. And as we get closer and closer to the game, Vic, you're a doctor. In the history of medicine, has a grown man ever birthed kittens?
Several times, yes.
Okay. Because again,
I got nipples, Greg.
if we get in the fourth quarter and this thing is within a touchdown, I am probably going to give birth to a litter of kittens.
Yeah.
I can tell you this. And then they'll be adoptable, so there you go.
The answer to Sean Payton's question, because he was asked, how do you scout Cam Ward, a rookie quarterback? What you do to Cam Ward exactly what McDonald and the Seahawks did to Bo Nix last year in the season opener. You confuse him, you confound him, you send an array of blitzes, you do what you can to knock him off his game mentally, and I guarantee Vance Joseph is looking at tape this week concocting exactly that.
The Broncos' unofficial depth chart heading into week 1 has been released, by the way. And what I saw was maybe 3 things I would consider in the category of note. One was I looked at running backs. J.K. Dobbins is listed as the number 1. R.J. Harvey is the 2. I don't think that's a surprise. If you guys had to put money down right now, though, more carries week 1 goes to Dobbins or Harvey. I think Dobbins might get more snaps. I think Harvey gets more carries.
Well, Dobbins hasn't played at all. So I'm not expecting that week 1 he's going to be an absolute workhorse. He's going to get the start because he's the veteran, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I see R.J. Harvey all over the formation in terms of catching the football, running it through between the tackles, sweeps, whatever. I see him all over the place, Vic. I really do.
I think the answer to that question is simple. More snaps will go to the more effective running back. They'll play both of them early, and who's seen the game better? Who's got the feel of the game? Who's running behind his linemen better? Do they have a great series with Dobbins, and then all of a sudden they avoid the hot hand and go back to the other guy? No. Stick with the hot hand. If one of those guys is rolling, keep rolling. That's what they do.
I got a thought on Dobbins just for a second. I said this about Nick Bonito before. Nick Bonito isn't in a contract year, but he's kind of in a contract year. Like, if he doesn't get this extension, I doubt they would do it mid-season unless it's like a bye week thing or something like that. But he's got the ability this year to go out, and if he has a great season, Moj, ask for the moon when it comes to an extension. That's a motivator. J.K. Dobbins might be the most motivated guy on this team because I think he's fighting just to stay in the league right now. He's been in the league since 2020.
Yeah.
He's played 37 career games in 5 years. He needs to prove that he can, one, stay healthy for a full season, and two, be effective. He might come out with his hair on fire.
Yeah.
And Vic, it's pretty crazy that we're talking about a guy who's 26 years old, who played all but one game in his rookie season, and then had 3 years in a row of 9 total games, absolute misery, where he missed an entire year. So, yeah, I see that, Brett, but that when you say it, and I look at his age and whatnot, something doesn't compute there, but you might be incredibly correct.
And he signed on a 1-year sweetheart deal for the team. So he's trying to get more money, and that's what this season is for him. Stay off the injury list and be efficient. So you're exactly right. Individual motivation sometimes affects.
Sure.
In fact, let me write that down. Thank you very much for that piece of information, Brett, because tonight we have our Altitude 92.5 Sports Altitude Fantasy Football League Draft, correct?
Yes.
Is that what the full title is? What time is that draft tonight?
There's a lot of altitudes that you threw in there, but
what?
Yes.
The official name is the Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Altitude Fantasy Altitude Draft. Yeah. What time is that draft?
I honestly don't know. It's
all
tonight.
right. Well, I'm going to make note of that.
I looked last night, and it said it was 11 o'clock Eastern.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So 9 p.m.
9 p.m. Mountain Time.
Dude, that's
yeah.
like,
I don't think that
that's bed-by time.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to be able to fly with that. Otherwise, I'm on auto draft.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's bed.
Wait a minute. Shockey booked a 9 o'clock fantasy draft, knowing that we have to get up early in the morning.
Well, then I'm going to auto draft, and I don't care about this league because I'm not going to stay away. Because look.
Well, guess who's not doing show prep tonight then?
Yeah, then I'm up till 11 midnight, whatever. Hey,
have all the meetings you want, Shockey. You ain't getting another
I've got Schefter's cheat sheet fantasy draft. It's amazing.
Sure
by the way, he sent me 5 times in bold letters. Do not share this with anyone. Oh, I shan't.
The second thing. Yes, Moshe, quickly.
Well, no. I just in my head about the Broncos. Keep going, because I've got a question again to ask both of you.
The second thing that I noticed from this unofficial depth chart is that now they only have 2 wide receivers listed. We kind of know that they're going to have 3 on the field most times, I would assume. But Mims is the second guy on this list. Here's my question towards that. I've heard Kreckman and Lindahl talk about this, and I kind of think the same way. Not that I agree with the strategy, but I think this is what's going to happen. It's just very apparent. We were at training camp for, a month? Something like that? Every time when you looked at the wide receivers hitting the jugs machine before camp started, everybody looked the same. Sutton, Franklin, Bryant, Joaquin Davis, all these different guys.
Except Mims.
And then there's Mims.
Yeah.
And you're like, one of these things is not like the other. Like, it's very obvious that's not the prototypical wide receiver that Sean Peyton wants.
So what's the problem?
I just think he's going to be a gadget guy. Like, I think he's going to be somebody they have a package of plays for every game, but he's not going to be like your number 2 wideout. I think that's going to be reserved for like a Troy Franklin sort of role.
You don't see him playing like an entire series running back out there. He's going to come in and out of the game for whatever play.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it's certain packages for him. And
I don't disagree. I mean, it is nice to have him on the field, like in that Cincinnati game when you need to go 67 yards down the middle. I mean, it's nice to have him out there. You can't gadget him too much because now the defense knows what you're trying to do, right? You can't be too predictable.
Mm-hmm.
So can't over-gadget. But I do agree with you. When it comes to the receivers, I don't know if there's a bona fide 1 and 2. I know Cortland Sutton's 1. After that, it's everybody and anybody.
I'm trying to somehow put it together and make it make sense to me. Because you just said, Brett, a few moments ago that Pat Surtain said, what about this defense?
Well, he told Kay Adams we could be historic.
Bo Nix in year number 2. How good can he possibly be? And we're going to get into some Drew Brees discussion today, are we not? What Drew Brees had to say about Bo Nix.
Mm-hmm.
What Peyton Manning had to say about Bo Nix.
Sean Payton had a lot to say about Bo Nix on the Rich Eisen show yesterday.
He certainly did. We'll get into that as well. I cannot wait to dive into that. So on the periphery now, as I'm putting all of this together, you've got a highly paid, highly, quote, effective offensive line, theoretically. You've got a brand new tight end who's more like a wideout, but boy, does he line up all over the formation. Really, really an opportunity here to get him loose. Cortland Sutton does court stuff. Pat Bryant made the team. Troy Franklin has come on like gangbusters. This defense is killer, blah, blah, blah. Why is this not? Why are we sitting here today and this is not a 13-win team?
Same question I had for why does your hair flip up like that at the top of your head?
I took a shower and didn't do anything to it.
By the way, Sean Payton on that Eisen interview refers to Bo Nix as a foot athlete. He's a great foot athlete. He said that several times.
Rex Ryan's ears perked up.
I know what he means by that. He's a great runner of the football. He's a great foot athlete. But he kept saying that in that term. Have you guys ever heard that before?
Not really.
Either
no.
you're a great athlete or what does that mean? A foot, like Carl Lewis is a great foot athlete. Ben Johnson, hell of a foot athlete.
Usain Bolt.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill,
Bolt, yeah.
Great foot athlete. Does that mean that you're not a good athlete in other phases of your life? Just on your feet?
Not a great foot
athlete.
athlete.
Not a great foot athlete, no.
Not great.
At all.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he kept referencing that. Just say that he's athletic. He can
great
run
athlete.
a little bit.
Do I make sense, though? If all of these things are reportedly true, and
they've set the standard, man.
Hold on, I have no reason to doubt. I have no reason to doubt that they're true. I really don't have any reason to doubt. You've got a whole new running game. Tyler Bidet, for crying out loud, is unofficially third on the depth chart. Jaleel is fourth.
Yeah.
So that's all been revamped. Why are we not talking about this as a 13-win football team? Because something is not jiving. There's so much joy and love. And again, I go back to this, Brett. What am I missing?
Okay, well, there's something a little bit later that I want to get to.
What negativity am I missing? Because I typically me, I want to just, you got to prove it to me and so on, and I'm still like that. But I don't disagree with everything that's been said about this team and where they are and how much they've fortified this and that and everything else.
Is Bruce Lee a good foot athlete?
He was tremendous.
Yeah. One of the best.
One of the best.
Along with Daniel San.
If you've seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, not true.
Great movie.
No. Brad Pitt was never going to beat up Bruce Lee.
Did you watch the movie? You threw him through a car.
All right, let's go.
I have an answer for that, Moj, because ESPN's Bill Barnwell gave you a reason why he thinks the Broncos are missing the playoffs. So we'll get to that a little bit later today.
Is he on weed?
Barnwell, I like Barnwell. I think he should.
I do too, but I don't see them missing the postseason.
Well, again, we'll explain that to you in a bit. I've had plenty of time to think about this, and I still hate the answer, and I hate it even more that it's been now, it feels like quadrupled down. Deion's just wrong about how he handled the end of the game over the weekend. We'll get to it next.
Just similar to what Pat was asking, obviously Shador's one of his specialties was the 2-minute drill during his time here. You guys thrived during that situation. What did you learn about the end of game situation from the offensive standpoint about what you guys can improve there going forward?
Okay, let's just get the cat out of the bag. All right, first down, we throw a lateral pass, right? We lose 4 or 5 yards. Do you call timeout there? No, you're right there.
Maybe.
You don't call timeout there. You got to go. You got to go. So you're running tempo, right? So the next play, you gain, I guess, 14 yards, whatever. Now you got 3rd and 1, right? Do you call timeout there?
Absolutely.
3rd and 1. You get the first down, the clock stops, correct? So you get the first down, the clock stopped. Okay, he scrambled play. He ran out of bounds, the clock stopped, right? Now we throw the ball out the end zone, clock stopped, right? So when was the time to call timeout?
I was just asking about this.
I'm just getting the elephant out the room, Gurney. You know what you want to say. I'm just trying to help you help me.
I'll be honest. I was pissed listening to that yesterday. I was. Like, I really don't know. There's a tweet from Fox College Football that has that answer. It's Deion. It's a split screen. At the top is Deion giving that answer. And at the bottom is the sequence that he's talking about right underneath it. And I am really, really confused as to how you can go back, rewatch the tape, and be even more convinced that not taking the timeouts was the right call. It's really bothersome to me.
Stubborn, headstrong, adamant, obstinate.
Incorrect.
But yeah, but more than that,
I think
wrong.
Incorrect
Just straight up
is
wrong.
Incorrect is the proper thing here. And listen, all you Buffaloes fans out there, and all you Deion honks, Coach Prime honks and everything, and listen, we support him and the program. We want them to win badly. Why not recognize what went wrong? Because when you look from the time there was $1.07 left on the clock to 18 seconds left on the clock, you got 1 first down. And Caden Salter in that run for 5 yards took forever to get the first down. There's a lot that went wrong in that sequence, and it's okay to admit it.
However, let me side with Coach Prime on one thing.
Go ahead, be on the wrong side.
I disagree with his stubbornness. He's become a bit uncompromising when it comes to this, but I will say this. The game was not won and lost in the final minute. It wasn't. We make a big deal out of it, a big to-do out of it, because it's what we remember most. The game was lost in the first quarter. The game was lost when you didn't take advantage of the 3 turnovers by Georgia Tech. That's when the game was lost.
Hang on a second. I agree with you. And I promise we'll get to it in a second because there's another piece of audio that ties to that. But for this, you are going to be in situations in which you've played well for 3 quarters and you need a drive in the 4th. And the clock's going to matter a lot. And not understanding that the seconds that are ticking off are the premium thing you need to be concerned about. Not even so much the yardage. You just need to make sure you're giving yourself enough time. That's the whole point. Every team in that situation with 1:07 left and 2 timeouts, you could get 10 plays off before that clock hits 0.
Theoretically, you could. Because if they're giving you the underneath, Vic, if they're in prevent and they're playing soft for you, all they care about, honestly, you need a touch.
Well,
don't go over the top on us or you let somebody run loose. Keep everything in front of you. Listen, it's easier said than done. I get it. But the choice of play calling, to me, that's what was a springboard to all the badness that happened in that game.
Let me lay this out sort of step by step. The first play happens. It's a loss of 4. There's 1:02 on the clock. They don't use the timeout. By the time they get the next snap off, there is, 45 seconds on the clock.
So they exhausted almost 20 seconds, 19 seconds off a lost play.
Is 20 seconds with 1:07 left worth a timeout?
Yes.
Okay, that's the
100%.
first play.
So that's one, yeah.
So when was the time to call timeout?
There.
Right then.
Next, you get that big play that gets you down to 3rd and 1. So he's down at 40 seconds. The next time that they snap it, there is 25 seconds on the clock.
Cost you 15, yes, timeout there. Yep. That's a grand total, if you're counting at home, of 35 seconds of time.
For 2 plays and 9 yards with 2 timeouts
seconds.
in your pocket.
Yeah.
And you're telling me no reason to call a timeout?
Yeah, I mean, again, the stubbornness is, that's what coaches do a lot. I'll say this. I'll answer the question pretty simply. You guys, you've watched the Manning brothers do Manning Cast. You've watched how they cringe when coaches can't manage timeouts.
Yeah.
If Peyton Manning were in that game with the same scenario, does he call timeout a couple times, or does he just waste those timeouts?
I think
Peyton
he
Manning
calls
is like
timeout
he's a
times.
computer in his brain, right?
The
He's calling
time
timeout.
is the premium.
Do you call timeout there?
Yes.
If anything, why not call timeout, talk about it, and say, you know what, maybe we got to play up our sleeve. Hey, what did you just see on that? Right, that little pass to Welch, and you lose 2. What did you see? Hey, maybe we can take a shot someplace. At least go vertical and not run east to west. Look, hindsight is 20/20. Vic, I completely agree with you. And Brett, I would even argue this because this has been rolling around in my brain as well. If you convert on 2 of those turnovers in the first quarter, and it's 14-0. The complexion of that game is so different. Yeah. It's not even funny. You know what?
Let's get to it.
When they came and scored, and then they held the Buffs on that next drive, and it's 7-7. I'm like, crap. Everything just got away from them right there.
I'm glad we're getting to it because we're focusing on the wrong thing. We all like to focus on what happened at the end, but it's what happened at the beginning of the game is why CU is now 0-1.
Well, I'll give you this, Vic. He gave an opening statement yesterday. The first question out of the gates was about Pat Shermer and the offense, and Deion said,
It's funny that you start out with Coach Sherman. We gave up over 300 yards, darn near 400 yards rushing. It's ironic to me. It seemed like you guys just pick and choose who you want to target. That's cool. We didn't lose the game because of Coach Shermer, Coach Livingston, or one specific thing. I got to do a better job. I'm preparing my team, challenging my coaches to go to the next level. That's on me.
I really don't understand the media's against us thing that I hear all the time after losses, especially because I think you guys know as well as I do. If there's anybody in this town that would love to see CU be successful, I don't think there's nobody that wants that more than a media member that would love to have the Buffs like at a top 10 ranked Buffs team challenging for a
That's
playoff
not necessarily
bid.
true. Some, everybody has biases.
Yeah, I understand, but Vic, the only way that this thing truly works is if the Buffs are good.
Well, here's the flaw.
But just quickly, his defense of Shermer, sure, you want to defend your coaches, that's fine. And I was one of the ones that brought up over and over again yesterday that 320 yards rushing, giving that up is an insane failure in year 3. But to your point, Vic, here's where it is on the offense. That defense he's talking about gave you 3 turnovers in 1 quarter, and you got 7 points.
It wasn't even the defense that gave him 3 turnovers. It was Georgia Tech's sloppiness, much like that Nebraska game a couple years ago. It's Georgia Tech's inability to function properly in the first quarter. So I'm not even going to credit the defense. There were a couple plays where, like, what are you doing, Georgia Tech? And that's when you have to pounce. So, yeah, Pat Shermer and the offense deserve criticism because you had 3 bites at the apple, 3 of them, and you only had 7 points. Could have ended that game early. Georgia Tech is not a come-from-behind football team. They're not an air-it-out football team. They're not. You take a 10-0, 13-0 lead, I'm not saying that's insurmountable. That's a big deal in a game like that at home.
Have you done any, this is going to sound funny. I can't believe this is coming out of my mouth. Have you done any pre-scouting on the Delaware Blue Hens yet?
Yeah, they wear Michigan Wolverines helmets. They couldn't afford their own, and they called Michigan and said, can we borrow some helmets?
Excellent point.
Nice
Vic.
job.
Excellent. Number 1, they've got an Italian quarterback. His name is Nick Minucci.
Who's the other Italian quarterback that graduated from?
Nick Minucci.
No, who's the other well-known Italian quarterback?
Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco.
Hey, give me some of that, Brett. So I was looking at their first week win against Delaware State. So Delaware
they only draft
took on
Italian
Delaware
quarterbacks.
State.
They only recruit Italian quarterbacks at Delaware.
Damn it, Vic, you missed your calling. You had to play co-ed.
If only you, if only
Ferragamo,
Pastorini, hey, Loretta Castorini.
Where did Ben DiNucci go?
Ben DiNucci's out of the league, but he should go play 2 years at Delaware.
He's got some eligibility left.
Ben DiNucci He played his college football at. He didn't play his college ball. James Madison.
Okay.
Where'd DeVito play? Tommy DeVito.
Ooh, another good question. If Tommy DeVito
He
was a Delaware
he was
Blue Hen.
He was a Long Island Shark, huh? You know what I'm saying?
He played at Syracuse
in
and
Illinois.
Okay,
Close enough.
This guy is also, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, close enough.
I've always thought of Chicago as the Delaware of the Midwest.
I'm not worried about it. They're about a 24-point favorite, depending on where you look for the Buffs. But this Nick Minicucci, his name's Minicucci is his name. I've never even seen
You know
it
what
before in my
chooch
life.
means? You know what chooch means in Italian?
Yeah, will you me to show you?
Chooch means dummy.
Okay.
You know what Cheech means?
No.
He's a pothead in
Oh,
a bunch of famous
copy.
movies.
So the leading passer for
What
the
about
Blue
Shawn?
Hens,
All right, go ahead.
the leading passer for the Blue Hens in Week 1 against Delaware State was Minicucci. The leading rusher for the Blue Hens in Week 1 was
Vinny Testaverde.
Minicucci. So they've got another
gotcha.
dual
All right.
threat. They got to listen. He's not going to be like this kid from Georgia Tech, not
Moser.
by a long shot.
That is the most exhaustive Delaware scouting report anyone's going to have this week.
Ever in the history. No, my point is this, though. I'm sure that whoever the hell the head coach is of the Delaware Blue Hens is looking at this Haynes King kid running free through the Buffs' defensive line and then getting into the secondary and so on and so forth.
That
look at.
should not happen.
I know they should stuff the heck out of these guys.
There is zero reason on this show or any show to scout the Delaware Blue Hens football team. That is a complete waste of our time.
Agreed.
Our listeners' time. The CU. In fact, CU football this week, they shouldn't even turn on tape. They're not even bother. Don't even turn it on.
I think
Let's go play football. There's zero reason. Delaware should be within 20 points of CU.
Hey, can I give you guys my 2 minutes of Rockies baseball? Because actually something cool happened last night.
I watched it, dude. I watched it.
We're 8 pitches into the game. Poor Kyle. Kyle Freeland is having what looks to be another rough go at a starting outing. His 8th pitch of the game is a 2-run bomb to Rafael Devers. Devers admires it because it was a bomb. Kyle didn't like that, said something to him as he was taking his leisurely stroll down the first base line. Devers hits first, and then it becomes a brawl. Now, I don't know the rules on this. They gave him the 2-run home run. I'm pretty sure neither of the guys on base, the hitter nor the base runner, crossed home plate, but they gave him 2 runs. Okay, fine. So it wasn't a all-out punching, blah, 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 but it was a scrum. It was some pushing, shoving, some words being said. And Logan Webb was one of the guys in that. He's a pitcher for the Giants. He said this about Kyle Freeland.
It's kind of just the general feeling of watching all of that go on.
I mean, surprised it hasn't happened before with that guy. So, just kind of runs his mouth a lot of times, and Rafi got him good. So, whatever.
Surprised it hasn't happened before with that guy. He runs his mouth a lot.
I love the saying, run your mouth. I've been called that many times. Quit running your mouth. Hey, stop running your mouth.
Well, nobody talks more during a hoops game than Vic Lombardi.
I love guys who run their mouth. I just have an affinity for guys who run their mouths.
Well, Kyle Freeland, he continued to run his mouth after the game. Here is his thoughts on what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I just, found it extremely disrespectful to, show me up like that in the first inning after hitting a home run, standing there watching it, taking your sweet time getting down to first base. I've been in this league for quite some time, and I know he is as well. I just find that extremely disrespectful, and felt that I needed to let him know about that.
I'll tell you what happened here. This is a marriage that has been bubbling and bubbling, and then it turns into a screaming match about the dishes. It ain't about the dishes.
Or the cat.
Or the cat, or the dogs, or the lawn. It ain't about that.
100%. It's about the marriage.
This is about being 3-14 this season and the team being terrible.
Same thing. As much as I admire and love Kyle Freeland, love him. I mean, he wears Colorado on his sleeve. He
Certainly
wears
does.
Denver. He wears 303 as a tattoo on his arm. He wears it. This guy's proud to be from here, play here, okay? I love a guy like that. But he is thoroughly frustrated by where he stands and where this team sits and how depressed he has been. And it showed in all of 8 pitches last night.
Vic,
it showed.
he is
an 0-2 pitch
yeah.
that just right down the middle with no pop on it. That's on him. That's not on Devers.
You're so correct, Vic. He is beyond he's beyond frustrated. You can just see it in everything he says and does all year long. And for actually the last several years, his second year in the league, Brett, he was phenomenal. 17-7 with an ERA under 3. Phenomenal.
I hate to say it. That's looking more and more like the outlier of his career so far.
It absolutely is because he hasn't been a winning pitcher since.
Well, Coors
but
Field
Vic,
wears on you after a while, bro.
Vic,
I told you.
I'm gonna get
you
to
can
that.
have the best pitcher in the world. It's going to wear on you. Who's the best pitcher in the game today? Who's the best pitcher in baseball today?
Paul Skeens.
All right, give me Paul Skeens in Denver for the extent of Kyle Freeland's career.
You know what? Vic, I take your deal.
I'm just saying.
You've convinced me.
Okay, I just believe that, yeah, of course they'll come in here and play great baseball. Of course they'll throw heat, and after a while, it will wear on them. It just does. It always does.
He needs a change of scenery like now. If I'm Kyle Freeland, and you're right, Vic, he's a Denver kid. He wears Colorado through and through.
Love the guy.
The guy.
He is you know what he is? When you think of Colorado-born athletes, there are several that come to mind. Chauncey Billups wears Colorado on his sleeve. Denver on his sleeve.
Yep.
King of Park Hill. A guy never lets that go. He is so proud of that. Kyle Freeland is another. So proud of that. People from here that let people understand they are from here. There aren't many people like that anymore. Those guys are. I respect it.
He needs to go for his own sanity, for his own career. He's 32 years old. I would, and this is no indictment of him. I need to see him someplace else to see what he can do with a fresh start. And I think he needs that beyond belief.
And
he's got to. The Rockies have to do right by Kyle Freeland, and they have to trade him.
So we're all in agreement here, right? That was a bit too much by Freeland.
That's baseball, right?
To get mad.
Oh, Vic, you know my thoughts on this.
Yeah.
It's a very, very simple way to not have somebody disrespect you. Don't leave a ball right over the middle of the plate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've always told you.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Jobber Chamberlain for years when he was playing for the Yankees, basically take his pants off on the way to the dugout after he strikes somebody out to end the inning. I'll make a comparison. I'm not one of these guys, if I hit a drive 330 down the middle of the fairway where I pick up the tee and I'm watching that ball the whole way. I'm admiring my work. I got no problem with anybody admiring their work, okay? That's just too sensitive. Pitchers are too sensitive to that. It's gotten better, but I have a feeling that Rafa's going to get one in the ear hole today just out of solidarity.
How come he didn't get one last night?
Because you'd get tossed immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So look for fireworks today, the getaway.
I would think that something's probably going to happen.
Just to prop your teammate a little bit?
I think so.
It's just one of those. See, that's one of those baseball
Whether you agree
deals.
or not, you just got to, somebody's going to jump in and be like, I'm going to defend my guy.
Rarely does something escape me. Well, that's not true. But sometimes they do. What did Barnwell say?
Okay, so we'll get to the Barnwell thing in a second. Bill Barnwell has the Broncos as one of the teams that made the playoffs last year that will miss. He's got a reason why. And it's not a bad reason. Also, you want an example of how Sean Peyton really, really, really loves his QB? I don't think there's any better example than what we'll give you next. All right, so Mose, you were asking Bill Barnwell. He did this. He has this article picking all 14 teams to make the playoffs this year. So he's got all the teams that made the playoffs last year, and most of them are still playoff teams in his mind. The exceptions, he has Minnesota out, which I think would make sense with a brand new quarterback, right?
Well, J.J. McCarthy, he's got to learn on the job, yeah.
The Broncos are another team that are out of the playoffs, and here's his reasoning. Now, I'll spare you the stat nerd stuff that he kind of threw in here, but his basis for this was the defense for the Broncos was really good, but there was a lot of variation week to week. They'd be really, really elite good one week and then give up like 32 to Cleveland the next. So that's part of his reasoning. Here's another one, which I think is an interesting point. The Broncos' record in games separated by 7 points or less last year was what? Off the top of your head, what do you guys think it was? 7 games.
Their record in games separated by
One
7
score
or
games.
less.
One score games.
I will say this: they were 2-5.
Yeah, that's what there's something like that, right?
1-6.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you name the one win they had?
Yeah, was that close comeback? Help me.
I got it. Stop everything. I have it. Hold on. Let me think about it.
Yeah, 3 seconds. 2.
Give me a second.
1.
It was
the monsoon in the Jets game.
That's what it was, the Jets game. I knew it.
Which I think we all can agree. We watched that game, came on the air on Monday and said, gross. I'm glad they won, but gross.
Remember that? So that was the game that Bo Nix was throwing the ball from the opposite end of the ball.
Like he was middle of the football palming it and just being like, here. That's part of his reasoning. And you know what? I think that's totally fair. That in close games, remember, when the Broncos beat teams, they beat them. Like double-digit score wins almost every single time. Close games, they had the Chiefs moment where it looked like they were about to come back. Couldn't quite close the door with the blocked kick. They had the Bengals game. Last-second touchdown to force OT. Couldn't win an OT. That's his reasoning for it.
Counterpoint. Are they not a better team as we sit here talking right now? Are they not a better team?
I think
Sure
so.
they are. Sure they are. But I think what he's saying in that article, like you take those 7 games and they're 1-6, make it 3-3. Even that out a little bit. And perhaps we have a different outlook on the season based on what they did last season. That's all. They don't make the playoffs if those numbers change.
Here's what I think it comes down to, Mose. You keep asking the question, like, why not expect 12, 13 wins, whatever?
What am I missing?
I think this comes down to how good do you think Bo Nix is? I really do. Because the other stuff they have is pretty solid. Can Bo Nix carry this offense enough to be that? And I'll tell you one guy who really, really believes it. There's an article on The Athletic. It is from Jeff Howe, an expert poll of 31 NFL coaches and executives conducted by Jeff Howe. You're starting a franchise from scratch. Who are the top 3 quarterbacks you'd take? Some surprises in this article. Number 1, Mahomes is not the first option that people went with.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
It's Josh Allen.
Yeah, no. The answer is no.
Then Mahomes was tied with Burrow for second. Then Jaden Daniels, and 5th on that list with half the votes that Jaden Daniels got is Lamar Jackson.
Are people blind, dumb, or both?
Well, these are the best quarterbacks in the entire league.
I don't care.
It doesn't surprise me that Bo Nix is not part of that.
I'm talking about the order. I'm just talking about the order you've already given us, not Bo Nix.
Yes.
I'm talking about how Patrick Mahomes is not number 1 on that list. You love him or hate him, and I know we live in a biased Denver country. It's not about that. He is the most decorated. He is the most talented. He is the most clutch. He is all of the above. Stop it.
Did you just me?
I you. Because Bo Nix did get a vote.
He did.
And that's absolutely Sean Payton that did that. Like, there's no question. Who else in the league would do that? Be honest here. Who else in the NFL, between 31 executives and coaches that they polled in this thing, would say Bo Nix outside of Denver?
Yeah, I mean, that's obvious. Fine, whatever.
But hang on though, Vic. If Sean Payton truly believes that, then what do you think his expectations are? If he's like, I have my choice of any 3 quarterbacks in the league, and he would take Bo Nix over, I mean, if one
You don't
of
know
the,
he said that. You expect that he said that.
I don't know who the hell else it would be, though, Vic. I mean, who else would it be?
Come on. Who's the best? Let me start here. Who's the best quarterback in the league, Mark Moser?
Well, it's probably I'm going to say
Who's the best
MVP.
Who's the best?
It's Patrick Mahomes.
Yes. Hey, Brett, who's the best quarterback in the league?
Mahomes.
Okay, what is
but
this
I want to
stupid
say,
poll?
but I want to say the MVP because he's the MVP right now.
I don't care about that. I don't care about what
that's
the
fine.
awards you won. Who's the
Okay.
best quarterback in the game?
I think it's
Let's
Mahomes.
Stop with those stupid little.
Okay,
who did this?
Let me ask you something real quick, though, Vic.
Don't count.
Can I make a comparison to this? When Jokic won his first MVP, was he the best player in the NBA, or was it LeBron?
When he won his first MVP?
His first MVP, would you say, was he the best player in the NBA,
Sure.
or was it still LeBron James?
You can make that argument that it was LeBron James. Sure, you could.
But maybe that's the argument with Mahomes right now, that he has been, but is Allen now better?
Well, it's the same argument today for Nikola Jokic. Has Nikola Jokic been the best player in the league over the last 5 years?
Yes.
He could have, according to MPJ, he could have been a 5 straight MVP award winners.
Mm-hmm.
He could have been that because he's been the best player in the game over 5 years. Patrick Mahomes has been the best player in football for over 5 years.
Okay.
I could say the same thing.
Okay, I guess my question
Best
is
player in the game.
Okay, but my question is, where does Bo Nix, how can he get there? I mean, does he? And I'm curious too about Broncos fans. If we're to believe Sean Payton, who's got a lot riding on this, Sean Payton has basically staked his second half of his career reputation on Bo Nix. Has he not?
Yeah, no doubt.
If we're to believe Sean Payton, and we'll get into the Drew Brees stuff hopefully before too long, and the Peyton Manning stuff before too long, then why would we even remotely doubt that this guy's going to take another major leap in year number 2, especially with his what? He's a foot athlete.
He's a
foot athlete. Yeah.
Foot athlete.
Well, then what am I missing here? This guy is supposed to be a top 10 quarterback this year. Is he not? In year number 2 in the league, or is that unfair?
No, I think it's fair. I mean, it's if that is what you think the Broncos are going to be. Again, if I'm to believe what I've been told during the offseason, then there should be a major leap. What do you got, Vic?
I just had something that was related to foot athlete.
Oh, go ahead.
Athlete's foot?
Florida man allegedly runs over the foot of a model with his car on their first date after she refused to let him smell her feet. Elmany Circley allegedly arranged a meeting on a dating app, asked if he could smell the model's feet, and wanted to buy her some used sneakers. The model, requesting anonymity, went to the car to retrieve the sneakers. He got mad, just wanted to sniff my feet, he said. I didn't feel comfortable with that. And then he ran over my feet with this SUV, Mercedes.
Again, if I'm the dictator of the world, you foot people are going straight to jail. I don't understand you people. I don't know what you see in that. I don't know why you want to smell feet. It's gross. They're feet.
I mean, the reason I bring that up, and I'm sorry to take this show for a ride, is let's stop using the term foot athlete. I've heard athlete's foot, but let's keep foot athlete in another category.
You really ran over me and Moser's toes with that story, Vic. You really did.
One final thing in terms of these quarterbacks in the league, and I hope that Bo Nix can get there. And again, I trust Sean Payton's judgment on quarterbacks. Why wouldn't you? Drew Brees is a Hall of Famer, and they worked magic together. Did you see Joe Montana on Pat McAfee's show?
I did. He was asked who his favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Joe Montana, I don't know that he really knows anything about quarterbacking. I mean, so this just may be.
Yeah, I mean, he's just an armchair quarterback.
Yeah, you know. Joe Montana really doesn't know jack squat about the position, right?
Would have been a bum if he played today.
Yeah, totally be a total bum, wouldn't do crap. So there are 4 guys, Brett. Did you see this?
I didn't.
Okay,
No,
I'm going to
tell me.
quiz you, Vic. You hush up. He's starting a franchise. If I need 4 quarterbacks in the league. One is Josh Allen. One is Jalen Hurts. One is Joe Burrow. And who would the fourth be?
This is what he said?
This is what he said. This is Joe Montana, who probably doesn't really know that much about the position.
I was stunned. Let me clue you in. It wasn't Patrick Mahomes.
So he also didn't say Mahomes.
Exactly.
So, Vic, is he an idiot?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I mean,
He did not say Bo, did he?
No.
He did not.
Okay, I thought that's where you're leading me. Okay, so it was Hurts, it was Burrow, it was who else?
Josh Allen.
Hey.
Let
me give him a hint.
Jaden?
No. Who is Mahomes' true love? I'm sorry. Who is Mark Moser's true love?
Chad Kelly.
Okay, outside of Chad Kelly.
Yeah, Chad Kelly. You're on.
Justin Herbert.
Yes, Justin Herbert.
Look, I'm a Herbert guy too. I think he's really good. But to not put Mahomes in there is nuts.
Yeah, you know it's swag.
Is that Joe Montana not wanting to give up the I'm the greatest of all time mantle, or at least like him and Tom Brady are at the top?
I don't know. But if you're any great, I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. Who am I to say that Joe Montana doesn't know what he's talking about? But I'm telling you right now, based on that list, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Are you kidding me? You don't have Patrick Mahomes on your top 4 in the game right now? Are you kidding me? Is this some sort of joke? What is this?
Did McAfee say something like, hey, you didn't say Mahomes?
He's starting a franchise. You got to take age into consideration.
He's 29.
I mean, what do you mean?
Well, once you hit 30, Brett, what happens?
For quarterbacks, you play another 12 years.
Nathan McKinnon turned 30 yesterday, and you're like, I don't like the
completely different thing, Moj.
Moj.
Completely different, and you know it. Quarterbacks can play until they're 40, 41 and be fine.
Dude, just because we've had a couple do it as of late doesn't mean they can do it.
You know, I've been actually analyzing some of these quarterbacks for my fantasy draft tonight. And yes, I said that. For all of you that I've disrespected all you fantasy leaguers for years, saying how nerdy it is, and you said, oh, try it. Oh, I'm trying it now. And guess what you're going to get in return? You're going to get me talking about my fantasy league every day. That's what you're going to get for it.
Yeah.
That's what you get. That's the punishment that I will forge there.
I say we cancel this right now.
No, I'm actually going to enjoy the holy hell out of this.
Besides, I'm not drafting tonight at 9 o'clock, so let's talk to the boss. That ain't happening.
This is going to be like when you introduce somebody, like they say, that movie looks stupid or that TV show looks stupid. You're like, just watch it, and then he gets hooked. Yeah. Coming up next, is this a fair assessment, or is this another example of nepotism? Get to it next. So we had a lot of these discussions last year because Prime was coaching his son at quarterback, and he had another son that was playing on defense. And there's always that question about nepotism. You know, when the jersey gets retired, that was a large discussion about nepotism, right? If his last name wasn't Sanders, would there still be a retired jersey at CU? There's a different version of it. Now, this family doesn't put it up front, but it comes with the territory. I know it's one game for Arch Manning, but I just think it's a really good example of, do you guys remember this? When Bo Nix was first drafted, before he played a game, there were people upset, and they said, what we should have done is tank for 2 years and then draft Arch. You guys, I'm sure you guys saw some of that same stuff that I saw last year after the draft or before the draft, which is like, you're going to tank for a player that you haven't seen play yet and just hope that the dominoes fall your way where you're in position, even if the guy's as good as you think, to be able to draft that guy. I feel bad for Manning because they didn't ask for any of this, but that's a ton of pressure on somebody. Like you just, everybody wants a Manning to be as good as the others, and it's so unfair.
You're referring to, you saw the videos that are creeping out now, the posts of him playing against some of the high school competition.
Yeah, and it's like now he's had one bad game, and what happens, Vic? Everybody flips on a dime and goes, hey, this guy wasn't that good to start with, and it's like, shame it.
Yeah, it's impossible expectation. It really is. I will ask again, name another former quarterback who had a ceiling this high. Name one. With a name, a recognition.
Perceived ceiling this high? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, perceived ceiling that you got to hit this or else. Give me one. That didn't come out of it. You know, like Joe Burrow came out of nowhere, right? He transferred. Oh, my God. Patrick Mahomes came out of nowhere.
You could say Shador had some of that.
Shador played at Jackson State. He wasn't ballyhooed as a Heisman candidate. He wasn't like, oh, my God, he's a college first-round pick overall.
When he got to CU, though, there was a lot. There was a lot.
Got it, because of his name. That's as close as we get.
Yeah.
Give me another quarterback who is can't miss, and I will give you a miss.
Well, you know what's funny? I Googled this yesterday, Moj. I'll do this again. I'll try and find this list. It was the number one quarterback recruits in the country by year. It's shocking how many of these are just like, nope.
Oh, yep. Not nope. Yep, because you can't survive on reputation. You can't. It doesn't work that way. I mean, this Bryce Underwood kid, you were talking him up the other day. Oh, my God. Well, talk to me in a couple of years. Let's see what he's all about.
But he did look good.
He did.
He did.
Yeah. But there were moments when
names.
Archie Manning came in and played on a couple occasions last year and looked good.
These are 20 straight years. Moj, you tell me good or bad, okay? First one's pretty good. Vince Young.
Pretty good.
Kyle Wright in 2003.
Yeah, whatever. Was he out of Florida? Did he go to Florida?
Yeah, Miami. Rhett Bomar in 2004. I remember that.
I remember that.
I remember him too.
He went to Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. He was kicked off the team for violations, blah, blah, blah. 2005 was Mark Sanchez.
Yeah, he played fine.
Yeah, he ran into an offensive lineman, but...
Yeah, but he got to an AFC title game.
He got to the... You're exactly right. When it comes to achieving expectation,
I guess, are we judging this by college stuff or pros? I guess we can do a little bit
He was awesome in college.
Because 2006 was Stafford. And he was a
winner.
Georgia was okay, but he obviously
total stud.
Became really good. 2007, Vic, you remember this name? Jimmy Clausen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jimmy.
Pride in Notre Dame.
Jimmy, yeah.
Can't miss. He missed.
2008 was Terrell Pryor. I would say that's pretty good.
No, not really.
Pryor was pretty good at Ohio
State.
Ohio State,
yeah, I'm talking about next level, though.
Matt Barkley was 2009.
Yeah.
Phil Simms, 2010 to Bama.
No, Chris Simms. Wait, no.
Philip Simms was his name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got that messed.
Yeah. If Chris Simms was playing in 2010, I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Well, when I heard Phil Simms, I'm thinking of Chris Simms.
Yes. How about this? The number one recruit in 2011 was the old jazz man, Driscoll.
Was he really?
Yes.
You've got to be kidding me.
Listen, if you get a paycheck in the National Football League, you've succeeded.
Jameis Winston was 2012. Max Brown, 2013 to USC. No idea who that is. Kyle Allen, how about that? Kyle Allen was 2014 to Texas A&M. Then Josh Rosen, Shea Patterson to Mississippi, Davis Mills, Trevor Lawrence, and then it goes on and on from there. There's a whole bunch of like number one recruit that is okay, decent.
So was Arch Manning the number one recruit?
Yes.
So in terms of name recognition and expectation, when you combine the two, you marry the two, he is easily number one on that list, and it's not even close. When you marry those two.
No question. Yeah, especially immediately.
Yes.
It's just, I feel for the kid. It's like he is going to be, in the same way that Shedeur was kind of judged every single game, every single week when they were winning the first 3 weeks. His first year, it was riding high, and then they lost a lot after that, and he was kind of picked apart. Mm-hmm. He's already got the picked apart thing. But here's one thing I keep reminding myself. He played Ohio State. That wasn't... Like, I loved what I saw from Bryce Underwood. He played New Mexico. It's a little bit different level of competition that you're talking about. And I almost threw up this morning because I said something out loud that Moser, never in my life did I think I would say this.
What did you say?
I said that Matt Patricia had a good game plan against...
I want to vomit. I want to vomit. I want to vomit.
I hate it. Anyway.
He's a former National Football League coach who...
Yeah, he was, Mo. He certainly was that, wasn't he?
Listen, but it doesn't mean he was a poor head coach. It doesn't mean that he can't come up with a game plan on a kid making really his major college, now I'm going to say debut, but start.
Great.
How many pencils did he have hanging on his ear calling that game?
Do you know, it's like... I never thought about this. It's genius, actually. To have a laminated play sheet with a pencil, I think, is a genius move because that'll work.
You can't use a pencil on a laminated play sheet?
No, Vic. It's reserved for markers.
Oh.
Try it. Why don't you go ahead and try it? See what you think, and then stick that sucker in your ear for the... By the way, Deion did say yesterday that little bit of a change, and I think it's because the result of the game is going to be much easier, but Juju is going to play this weekend.
Well, I think everybody's anxious to see what the young man truly has as a player. And I think this is a perfect opportunity. The Delaware Blue Hens are coming in. Nobody's All-Americans. Give him an opportunity to get out there and make plays. And I liked how he also said that, I know when he's going to play. You don't know when he's going to play, but I know when he's going to play. He's not going to give that up quite yet.
I'm reading Sean Keeler's column on Juju. And listen to this line, all right? Listen to this line on Juju. Who is going to play? He's 17 years old, a kid in the world's candy store. During the Buff spring game this past April, Juju was seen sporting a black diamond Darth Vader necklace. He reportedly owns a Lamborghini, a Dodge Ram, and a Tesla Cybertruck.
Why?
Reportedly, I haven't seen him.
Vic,
but
Vic,
what is going on?
But why?
Again, to each his own. You can buy whatever the hell you want. You make your money.
I ain't asking for the world here.
But why?
Mo's your car guy. You have just sold off 2 cars in like the last 3 months, right? Now I understand why you have one car. One car was your baby. Have you gotten over that, by the way? Are you still upset?
I'm totally fine with it. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know why people need to have like 3 cars.
A Lambo, a Dodge Ram, and a Cybertruck.
Well, he's still a juvenile.
17 years
He's
old.
only 17 years old. He won't be 18 for another 2 weeks.
God, that's right.
So they can't be in his name, can they?
Why not?
Because he's still a juvenile. He's not an adult yet. How do you have property like that in your name to be able to? I guess maybe you can. Is it registered in your name as a?
Well, I'm more impressed if you have that arsenal of cars in your driveway, wherever he lives. How much money is he getting paid?
A lot.
How much money? Like, what's a lot? Because remember, they out-recruited USC to get him. They stole him. They nabbed him from USC. How much is he getting?
Well, what's interesting is that, according to reports online, he won't be 18 until the 21st. So he's going to make his debut at the age of 17 in major college football. And if he plays really, really well, then I'm going to be highly impressed.
What do you think that number is to have that, again, those three vehicles? What do you It's easily $1 million.
Oh, I think it's like 4.
No way. He's not making $4 million. Remember, we went through the list of NIL deals with players already.
Yeah, but Arch also wasn't listed on that. And he's getting a ton.
So you think a guy who couldn't even start the season openers making $4 million? Nah.
Well, here's what I do know, Vic. When he was a freshman in high school, or right about there, freshman, sophomore, 14-year-old, he already had major offers from Florida and Penn State and others. I do know that.
Do they still do this? You guys remember back in the day, Lane Kiffin was offering 8th graders and 7th graders scholarships when he was at USC? That was a thing that he did. Which I almost thought that should be illegal. You can't do that. They're in middle school, okay? Wait till they get to at least high school. But yeah, here's the deal. As far just a straight football sort of perspective. I always want to say Salters, by the way. I think it's because Lisa Salters. Caden Salter. He needs to demolish Delaware. And if he does not, then I know it's 2 weeks in the season, but I think you just go with Juju then, don't you? Like, there needs to be an insane game from Caden this weekend to keep that job if you're staving off that guy. And I don't even know, like, how do you handle when you have a prized recruit who's not the starter? How do you keep the guy happy and keep him from transferring somewhere?
I'll tell you exactly how you keep him happy. A Lambo, a Dodge Ram, and a Cybertruck.
But he can get that anywhere he goes. If he's this high of a recruit, you don't think you could get that from Bama, Florida, Georgia, Miami, USC, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State? Name the team. Like, they all would do it. They'd pony up the money.
I think it depends on how he plays.
It has to. 303-504-0925. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So we have some audio here. I want to play the Drew Brees thing with Sean Peyton and Bo Nix, talking about them, along with Sean Payton on the Rich Eisen show yesterday. You were wondering, Moj, this team, if they're talking about being this good, then why not expect 12, 13 wins, Super Bowl, all that stuff? Well, Sean Payton has an answer for it. I also heard Chris Long was on his podcast. He was talking about the Broncos defense. He said something that I think it's easy for him to say because he made money, but it's sort of the opposite approach of what John Franklin Myers has been discussing.
And at some point this morning, we have to get into this story that Pablo Torre unearthed about the LA Clippers circumventing possibly the salary cap to land Kawhi Leonard. It's crazy.
Stick around.
If you're involved in a serious injury or, God forbid, the wrongful death of a loved one, give Dan Caplis Law a call. Dan's 40-year track record of historic success in high-stakes personal injury cases Well, that tells you everything you need to know about how he operates, because high stakes is what he does, and he wins. Dan Capless Law, proven. It will go toe-to-toe with the biggest, baddest insurance companies out there and win. That's why Dan Capless Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. Dan Capless Law with offices at the Denver Tech Center, Loveland, Greeley, Fort Collins. If you need his help, don't hesitate. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up, dancaplisslaw.com.
Okay, so just to recap the unofficial depth chart that was released heading into week one for the Broncos. The only real things of note that I see is J.K. Dobbins is listed as the number one running back. I don't know if that's going to actually be the case. I think that R.J. Harvey might get more carries. But Dobbins gets more snaps. I mean, I think that's kind of the way I think about it because he's trusted in especially third down situations and passing situations.
That didn't surprise me whatsoever. And when I look up and down, the only thing that maybe surprised me was Jaquan as the nickel instead of Jahdae Barron. That would be the other thing that maybe surprised me because, again, Barron was given so much praise during training camp. His brain, the way he thinks the game, he's ahead of the game. He's reading everything beyond belief as a rookie and all this kind of thing. Yet, how much time will he really play? So now, if it's going to be Jaquan in the nickel, we'll see Jahdae in the dime or spot duty in the nickel or whatever.
Yeah, Moshe, I don't buy that. I don't think Barron's not. I think he is your nickel. And I don't know why it wouldn't be listed that way. The things that they've said about Barron and where you drafted him tells me he plays immediately. I don't see him just sitting on the bench for the first few weeks before he figures it out. You know what I mean? If that's the case, then why did you draft him at all?
I wouldn't expect Sean Peyton to come out and say, these are my concerns about my football team. I wouldn't expect that. But I also didn't expect not one guy that I can remember being either questioned or called out or, we need to see more. Really, any guy who's left on this football team, they're all perfect as far as this training camp is concerned. I think that's a good thing. I mean, if you truly feel that way.
Who's the most concerning player to you?
Well, before I get to that, I think you guys are taking way too much stock in this depth chart stuff.
No, Vic. The depth chart is a depth chart, and we're going to see plenty of Jahdae.
I don't care who's listed.
We're going to see we're going to see plenty of Harvey. That is correct. So I'm not really too concerned about that either at all. But nothing really surprised me, I suppose, except that.
The most concerning player, or I guess.
Well, it's easy. That's easy. Dre Greenlaw. I mean, they're resting so much on his shoulders. And he couldn't get through the preseason. He couldn't get through mini camps. He didn't play in a single preseason game. He is injury prone. He's a Bronco largely because of injury. If he can't go, that's a problem.
I don't care if I get vilified for saying this, but I fully expect 3 people on the first defensive series against Tennessee on Sunday. I fully expect 3 people to literally carry him from the sideline and drop him into the huddle ever so gently and delicately and say, you okay?
Well,
you okay, buddy?
It's probably smart that they carry him onto the field because in the Super Bowl, he just tried to walk on the field in his Achilles snap.
That's what's crazy.
No, I mean, he's been very babied, and rightfully so. He's a huge part of the inside of that linebacking core. He's a huge part of the defense. So I understand. Plus, he's a prize free agent signee. I get all of that. But they really have babied him through camp. And so I'm not looking for things to pick apart. I'm not looking for nitpicky stuff. Injuries could derail any football team. But again, when you're talking about different guys, Sean Payton in the past has had really no problem not bashing guys because he doesn't do that, but throwing up the, he's got to work on this, or, I'd like to see him a little bit better at that, or that. There's been none of that. So this is all good. It's all systems go. Incidentally, in that regard, you guys ever do eliminator pools? I think they're very popular.
Survivor pools?
Survivor pools, same thing, right. So I was reading the ESPN Mike Clay's Eliminator Challenge cheat sheet. The number 1 pick this week, according to Mike Clay, at a 75% chance to win, and I think it's a 100% chance.
Denver.
Is the Broncos over the Tennessee Titans. That is exactly right.
Yeah.
And see, when that happens, have you guys done a survivor pool before?
Yes.
Are you sure?
A lot of people get let down. That's like
when you find the team that everybody's picking, you're like, I'm staying the hell away from that one and hoping that team loses.
Well, just
How
ask.
could you be so sure?
Just ask Mr. Schefter.
Jeffrey.
Yeah, Jeffrey Schefter, who absolutely blows it every year. Let me give you a little bit, though. Cam Ward's making his first career start in Denver against a top 5 defense. Here's a number for you. Rookie quarterbacks are 1-9-1 in week 1 since 2019. So you have 1 win, 9 losses, and 1 tie.
A tie? Let me think. Rookie quarterback with the tie?
Do you have the list in front of you?
No.
Who tied in week 1?
Since when?
2019, he says.
2019.
Trevor Lawrence, tie? I wish I had that tie.
I don't
now
have.
I want to know.
See, now what you're doing, Brett, is you're getting too much.
No, I want
into
to
the
find
deep-
this now.
Okay. All right.
I mean, you found a stat. Why don't you follow up and give us the meat behind the numbers? Did somebody just hand you that stat? Was it handed to you?
It's on Mike Clay's Eliminator Challenge on ESPN.
Well, okay. Just going through the rookie quarterbacks, Bo Nix obviously lost his game, so we can eliminate that one. Okay, hang on.
Kyler Murray, a 20-20 tie against the Detroit Lions on September 8th, 2019.
You should have known that, dude. That's embarrassing on your part as a Lions fan.
That's right. I totally forgot about that. So the one winner, let me guess here. The one winner was, I'm going to say, Joe Burrow in 2020 against the Chargers. No, can't be.
I'm going to say Mac, what's his name?
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones.
Mac.
I'm going to say Mac Jones is the winner.
Yeah, you know what, Vic? Was he the starter in week 1?
Yeah, I don't. Yes, he did start week 1. Hold, please. Let's check this. He lost by 1 to Miami.
Okay, plenty of quarterbacks have won their first game, but it doesn't mean it was the first game of the season.
Yes, week 1 is what you're talking about.
I think you're looking at C.J. Stroud, perhaps.
Yeah.
Did he play week 1?
Nope. Yeah, he did play week 1, but they lost by 16 to Baltimore. I mean, who the hell is it? Why is it this hard?
Our buddy Dan Feldman says it was Caleb Williams. Did he win week 1?
Did he win week 1 last year?
They played Tennessee. Yeah. Okay. It
There you go.
It was
Caleb
the last
Williams.
time
There
to
you
do
go.
it.
Thanks, Dan.
Great memory on our part.
Hey, man, I'm just going on Mike Clay's thing, okay? Don't get all over me.
Hey, here's Chris Long on his Greenlight podcast. He said this about the Broncos secondary.
Allen and Benito headline the front, but JFM, Cooper, Jones, they can all really play. And so, I got respect for the whole group. I would just say this. There should be 4 with double digits on this defensive line. I would give back money to play in front of a secondary like this. Seriously, I would have played for free. I played for free 1 year. Wasn't making that much money, played for free. I would have played for free and made on a paycheck that was like 3x that to play in front of this secondary. I mean, I'd be taking these motherfuckers out to dinner. I'd be cooking for them like CJ Stroud. I'd be like, all right, it's quesadillas again, fellas. It's quesadilla night. Whatever y'all want. I don't care. I'll cook the meal. That's how good this secondary is and how great it is to be a rusher on this team.
He thinks 4 guys should have double-digit sacks this year on the Broncos defensive line, and it's because of their secondary. And you know what, Moj? Here's another example. Nobody's talking about how everybody's talking about how good the Broncos are going to be. Nobody. Seriously, though, when you add a guy like Hufanga to the mix, you throw in Jahdae Barron, they had some weaknesses depth-wise in the secondary that have been addressed. Now that cornerback group, I mean, we heard Leggy talk about it. Chris Abrams-Drain would be the 2 or 3 on most teams. He's the 5. 5th on the depth chart in Denver.
You can find people to have more negative things to say about the Buffalo Bills, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Baltimore Ravens, certainly the Cincinnati Bengals. I mean, you tell me, and I'm not trying to be silly here. I'm being serious. Everybody is on the Broncos' jock. Everybody is on it.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, you can find way more negative things about every other team in the National Football League besides the Denver Broncos.
I've got my survivor pool team outside of the Broncos.
Please.
I'm going to take Arizona at New Orleans.
Well, that's just flipping stupid.
Well, that's outside of the Broncos game. We are all agreeing that we're all not going to take the same team because they're favored by the most. I'm taking that one. I'm taking Arizona.
Well, why don't we wait until Friday, then we can do an eliminator pool challenge?
That's fine. We can do that.
Okay.
Is the rule you can only use a team once?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's where I'm using them.
Hey, Brett, do you hear anybody talking negatively about the Detroit Lions who went 15-2 last year and some question marks?
Yeah.
Okay. What about Kansas City?
Yep.
Oh, all over the place.
Yep.
The defending Super Bowl champions, I haven't heard a lot of question marks about them.
I think they lose the opener.
Okay. Well, there you go. And there's your black cloud right there.
In Brazil.
The Chiefs will?
In Brazil.
Yeah.
They're not, playing in Brazil in that opener won't be easy.
It's enough.
It's enough of that. For sure, that's
the
enough.
Buffalo Bills, the Baltimore Ravens. Some people think the Washington Commanders. In fact, was it yesterday? Vic said, I think Jaden Daniels is going to have a tougher year in year number 2, and he very well could.
Adam Schefter said that.
Okay, so it was Schefter who said that. Well, there you go. I mean, you've got people who are all over these teams. And look, I agree. The Broncos, they should be improved. So the way I hear people talk about them, and who am I to doubt these, quote, people, including Chris Long, who would have played for free in front of that secondary because he knew he was going to get 27 sacks and set a new NFL record.
I remember when he did that. He went, I think, to Philly at that time. And that's when he said, I played for free. I think the vet minimum's like 1-point-something million now. I mean, it's not exactly free.
Right.
Could he have made more money? Yeah.
Yeah, but what he's talking about is a secondary that's so good.
If we're qualifying that for free, though, I will work for free here. If that's free.
Yeah, I'll work for free.
Give me the vet minimum for free.
Please.
What is your dream sports position? What is it? Like what sport, what position? What is it? What would it be?
Depending on what? Just what I enjoy most?
Yeah. I mean, if someone said, okay, close your eyes, you're going to be this in a certain sport. What is it?
The Brian Scalabrine role on a basketball team.
Would you do that for free for a year?
Is free the vet minimum?
No. Free's free.
No.
Okay.
I don't get time to be playing these little games for free and
if
rally
that's
talent.
Your dream, you got terrible dreams. I said, what's your dream? And you give me 12th man. I mean, come on.
Are you kidding me? What a role that is. Are you joking?
Awful.
You don't have to do anything, and then if you're blowing a team out by 30, I get to run on the court and get the glory of heaving up the moon ball from the logo.
One of the worst.
Everybody roots for me.
Brad Pitt's older than me.
They call me White Mamba.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Your dream isn't.
Mamba.
My dream would be Tiger Woods. That's pretty easy. I will win everything.
That's been done before.
Brad Pitt's older than I am. I wouldn't mind being a Formula One driver for free.
Oh, I thought you were going another way.
Oh, actor?
Wait, he's old. How old is he?
61.
There's zero chance he's 61. Did you see him in that movie? Did you see his skin? It's soft. It's supple.
Speaking of, did you guys see have you seen George Clooney lately?
Wait, I want to talk about Brad Pitt's skin and his hair.
It sounded very Silence of the Lambsy over there.
All right, raise your hand if you've ever had a glass of champagne next to Brad Pitt.
He wasn't next to you. He was like a tier down.
Yeah, but we passed through these suites where you could roam all over the place. Now, when I say next to him, I would say about 10 feet away. Mm-hmm. Not next to him, but close enough to him
Did
where
you
I
touch
could
his
see.
skin?
No, I didn't touch his skin, but I could see the suppleness of his skin, Vic. Yeah.
Vic, do you need more time, or you said you got something on Pablo Torre?
No, we got to go through this. It's amazing. I'll go through it right now. So Pablo Torre, it's got a fascinating podcast. Pablo Finds Out, is it called? And he does these ultra long journalistic pieces that he spends a lot of time. He and his team. I'm sure he's got a team of journalists, investigators. He said he's been working 7 months on this. He found out and he unveiled it. You can find the whole thing online. Not doing him much justice here.
Are we saying this is true, Vic? Or is this alleged?
Well, this is according to his reporting. Okay, this is Pablo Torre, who hasn't been wrong. There have been a lot of stories that come out. He hasn't been wrong on many of them, on any of them that I could think. Kawhi Leonard of L.A. Clippers fame signed a $28 million endorsement deal for a no-show job. That's a job where he just didn't show up, like one of these college football jobs from many years ago, with a fraudulent tree planting company funded by $50 million from Clippers owner Steve Ballmer, according to documents obtained by Pablo Torre. It was an effort to circumvent the salary cap. So Steve Ballmer, according to this story, gave Kawhi Leonard a bunch of money through a fake tree planting company that he came up with, or maybe he paid straight to, and funneled that money to Kawhi Leonard's bank account.
Well, really glad that got him a championship and stuff like that, first of all. Second of all, this could be grounds to kick them out of the league, right?
This could be grounds for a lot of things. That is and people will say, well, big deal. Maybe a lot of the owners do that. Well, maybe some don't. And those who don't have to be sitting there seething, saying, wait a minute. We're playing by the rules with this damn CBA salary cap and all our aprons. We're wearing all these damn aprons around our waist here. We're aproned to death. And you're going to fashion a tree company to funnel $50 million this guy's? No. That's not going to work. Dude, the league, if this is true and they find truth to this, you got to do something about it.
Yeah.
Well, Pablo Torre, if he put it out there, he's got to feel pretty good about the information.
Remember, when Kawhi Leonard chose the Clippers, a lot of people were suspicious at that point. They're like, why the LA Clippers? He had his choice of many teams, including the Lakers. He chose the Clippers.
If it is true, Vic, then Kawhi Leonard should be suspended indefinitely, and Steve Ballmer should be forced to sell the franchise. Well, and by the way, I'm not joking. That in terms of egregious behavior from an owner in the NBA, that is about as bad as it gets.
To give you an indication, it's not the first time that an ownership group has tried to circumvent the salary cap by paying money outside of the CBA. 25 years ago, the T-Wolves, they were fined. They tried to circumvent the cap, paying Joe Smith outside the cap. They were fined $3.5 million, and they lost 5 straight first-round picks for it. Nobody got fired. Nobody got banned, but they got heavily.
But hang on. Don't disrespect Joe Smith. It's Kawhi Leonard. He just came off an NBA championship. He won Finals MVP. He's a Hall of Famer. He's always been one of the best players in the league. If you used that to acquire a player of that magnitude, I'm with Mo. I don't think it's out of line to say you can't be in the league anymore. That is straight up cheating. Like, straight up.
Well, this smacks so much of, the old college football system, college basketball system. Now that NIL puts everything above the table. It was all shell companies, like, hey, you now work for the North Denver Tribune delivering papers, and we will pay you $1 million.
Yeah, you can't do that. If this is true, there's got to be a hammer thrown down. We can get back to this a little bit later. NFL True False coming your way next.
Hey, dudes, your business is your business. But I'm going to say 2 words. And if you're dealing with that business, do something about it. Erectile dysfunction. You need to be enjoying life. That's what this is all about, right? Look, man, it's 2025. Don't be embarrassed. Don't slough it off. Don't laugh it off. Make you and your partner happier. Get back to being you at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got locations all over the Front Range, from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, including, as I keep telling you, Castle Rock. All revamped, redone, and ready for you to make an appointment if you're on the south side or extreme south side. Here's what you need to do. Get back to being who you were before. Have a great life, right? Maybe the pills are working okay, but could things be better? Well, their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. So call today. Schedule an appointment. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. They've got an expert staff. You'll be back in business before you know it. They will take care of you and your complete dude engine all over the Front Range, including the brand new Castle Rock revamped location. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, it's that time of the week. We play a little NFL True False. I put out declarative statements in motion.
False.
Vic,
Yeah, this is easy for me
agree
today.
or disagree?
I'm in a mood, so everything's going to be false. Just ask you a little questions.
Big time
And
win.
Nelly, please put me down for false on all of them. Wait. Unless it's true.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
True or false? The Broncos will have a 100-yard rusher the first week of the NFL season.
True.
Use it in a sentence, please.
Just did.
This isn't spelling bee, dork.
False. I think carries will be shared to the point where they're beating the team pretty good. Let's take a look at another guy. Hey, let's bring in another guy.
Yeah,
So that's why they will not. One player will not exceed 100 in week one.
Yeah, let me clarify that.
No, you can't change your vote. No.
I agree with him.
No. False.
What's said
you
is
can't change
said,
your vote.
and what's done is done.
In my head, I was thinking, will the Broncos have 100
Move
yards
on.
rushing
Next
on
one.
the day?
Next one. We
That's
got
not
it
what I
in the
asked.
books. You're done. You just don't think.
The Broncos will not allow more than 17 points to the Titans.
Country
True.
of origin.
True.
I don't know that the Titans will score the football. True.
Score the football?
I'm dead serious. I'm being funny. I'm dead serious. The Titans are going to be waxed, dude. I was listening to PhD, and DMac said he thinks it's going to be, this a couple days ago, like 30-6. It could easily be 30-6.
Okay. True or false? The Broncos will win by the most points of any NFL team in week 1.
True.
I will say false. Somebody will surprise.
True or false?
I'll take the field on that one.
Cam Ward will have a, quote, respectable debut.
False.
Okay.
What is respectable? Let me think about that. What would be
17 of 35 for 202 yards.
It's a little
a touch and a pick.
Objective in
I'll
how
go
you.
false on that. I don't like your objectivity or subjectivity with that question, but I'll go false. I think anything under 50% completion percentage is not respectable, and I think he'll go like 10 of 22.
I don't know what I was trying to write here.
What's so funny?
I don't know if this is true or false. I'm just going to read it as I wrote it down.
Perfect.
The Broncos will finish above 500 or you die.
True.
I may have had a whiskey or two when I was putting this together.
Wait a second. Are you suggesting that I have to end my life if they don't finish above 500?
I guess
I'll take that bet. I'm in.
Right. Moving on.
So what, you're talking about 9 wins?
Yes, at least 9
well,
wins.
there's some variables in
or you die.
variable.
Or you die, Mose.
False. I don't want to die.
Marvin Mims will have more receiving yards than Troy Franklin this year. True or false?
I'm going to say F.
Now, catches and yards, obviously. The yards that Mims gets, he's capable of taking it the distance. I'm going to say true.
I'm going to say false only because I think, as you talked about earlier, Kaner, like he'll be in some gadget plays. He'll be in some handoffs and that sort of thing. I'll say false.
True or false? The only loss in the AFC West in Week 1 will be from the Chiefs against the Chargers on Friday, meaning that the Raiders will beat New England.
False.
False. I think the Patriots are. I think they're improved.
Why would I take the field in something like that? I'll place my bet on one of those other teams losing.
Stop it, paper. The Raiders will finish with less than 8 wins. True or false?
True. I mean, they got some unrest on the team already. Jacoby Myers wants to be traded, and the season hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, but they got that running back, and they've got that tight end.
My pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. True.
Well, can you just give me a second, please? True.
True or false? Micah Parsons makes the Packers the favorites in the NFC to beat the Eagles.
Oh my God, I know, because I think it's more on Jordan Love.
Notice I did not say the favorites, but the favorites to beat the Eagles. So second in line.
Did I talk to Michael? Micah.
No, I think the Lions are going to be there. I think it's going to be the Lions.
Wait a minute. Are you saying what is the betting favorite?
No, just they're the best contenders to de-seat.
No,
your questions are really suspect.
A healthy Detroit team, dude, will be in the NFC title game.
This is like taking the LSAT where every answer is the same.
I forgot to add at the end of that, or you die.
that should be at the end of every one of these. Please.
Let's get weird. All right, the Cowboys season, or the Cowboys record, will be at least 2 games worse without Micah Parsons.
I think the Cowboys surprised some people this year.
Well,
what was their record last year?
They were 7-10 last year.
I think they win 8-9 games. I think they surprised without Micah.
You're saying they're going to be 5-12. I'll say false. False.
I'll say false.
When the Broncos play Cincinnati in Week 4, the Bengals will be undefeated. They play at Cleveland, Jacksonville, and at Minnesota.
True. And I know they're notoriously slow starters. I get that. But none of those teams can score like the Bengals can score. They'll beat the Browns, right? The Battle of Ohio.
You'd think.
On the road. They'll smoke the Jags at home, and then McCarthy is still figuring things out. Yeah, they'll be 3-0. True.
I'll say true.
Daniel Jones will have a better starting record than Anthony Richardson did last year, which was 5-5.
True.
Okay. True or false?
Wait.
Anthony Richardson as a starter. Anthony Richardson as a starter last year was 5-5. Will Daniel Jones be better than 500?
I'll say true. Because the Colts defense is pretty damn good.
I'll say false on that one. I'm sorry. I'll change my vote.
You can't change.
Nope, you can't change. It was already in. Your fault for not listening to the end of the question.
Or I die.
Or you die. True or false? Aaron Rodgers will lead the Steelers to the playoffs.
I'm going
to say true.
I'm going to say false because, again, he's got DK to throw to. Golly. They just paid their running back. Did you see that? Did you see the kind of money that Warren just got? Mm-hmm. All these running backs now, they're smiling.
Just answer the damn question.
False.
True or false? The Bills will finish farther than the Ravens this year.
Ooh.
The Bills are so adept at just tearing the hearts out of their fans.
They are.
They play each other week one, by the way.
Yeah, maybe it's a better thing if they just.
I'll say true. I'll say true.
Heart at home.
They were a game better last year. I think they're the same football team.
I will say false.
True or false? The Bears will not finish last in the NFC North.
False. I think they still will. I mean, unless McCarthy is a total joke, the Bears will finish last in the division.
True.
And finally.
No, expand. If that's the case, who's going to finish last?
True. Go on.
And finally, keep in mind, because Altitude Sports Radio loves football, tomorrow we'll have the Cowboys and Eagles opening game of the season. The Cowboys will upset the Eagles in the opening game.
Gosh, where's that game? In Philly?
Yeah.
False.
So right now that line is the same as the Broncos line.
Or Steve Nelson dies.
Or you die. Yeah,
so
did you die?
So the defending Super Bowl champions are the same favorite over the Cowboys as the Broncos are over the Titans.
Yep.
The Broncos it's an impossibility for them to lose to Tennessee.
True
so
or
that
false?
being said, no, they're going to win the game. So was that false?
Yeah, false.
Okay.
Last one. Because we
that
also
was
have.
The last one.
Yeah, I know, but I forgot I have one more. We also have the game on Friday. The game in Brazil that will be on YouTube.
In Brazil?
Chiefs and Chargers. If the Chargers beat the Chiefs in week 1, they should be considered the favorites in the AFC West.
True. That's fair. You go to Brazil.
If they beat the Chiefs in week 1, they should be considered the favorites in the AFC West.
Listen, if you can beat the Chiefs in Rio de Janeiro.
Okay, I'm not doing that.
Where are they playing that game in Brazil? Exact location, please.
Brazil.
Is it in Sao Paulo? Is it Rio? Is it Brasilia? Where is it? Should I name more Brazilian cities for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's in Sao Paulo.
Okay, thank you.
Vic, what language do they speak in Brazil?
Moser, did you answer the question?
Portuguese, but a lot
Buenos
of them.
dias.
Moser, do you think you're going to get me on geography?
No, but
Come
that
on,
didn't.
dude.
Okay, then give me a Portuguese accent.
Moser, answer the question.
False.
Because that's still the Chiefs, or because it's the Broncos?
Until we get to week 17 of games, week 18, and the Chiefs are not at the top of the division, I'll believe it then.
Buenos dias.
Wait, hold on. I want him to give me a Portuguese accent.
No. Give me the countries that border Brazil.
Argentina.
Yeah, that's easy.
I
don't know the answer to
Uruguay. This segment is it Uruguay?
Colombia has to. Doesn't Colombia hang out up there?
Colombia's way north.
Yeah, but I mean Brazil extends, dude. It's not a small country.
And with that, Back after this.
That's Columbus.
Circus Sports, no better time than right now to jump on with them because it has every single prop you could imagine for this game coming up tomorrow. The opener, Cowboys and Eagles. The spread is 8 points in favor of Philadelphia, but you can jump on a whole bunch of stuff from a props perspective and futures odds in the NFL. Jump on it right now at the Circus Sportsbook. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. It's the absolute best. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just similar to what Pat was asking, obviously Shador's one of his specialties was the 2-minute drill during his time here. You guys thrived during that situation. What did you learn about the end of game situation from the offensive standpoint about what you guys can improve there going forward?
Okay, let's just get the cat out of the bag. All right, first down, we throw a lateral pass, right? We lose 4 or 5 yards. Do you call timeout there? No, you're right there. You don't call timeout there. You got to go. You got to go. So you're running tempo, right? So the next play, you gain, I guess, 14 yards, whatever. Now you got 3rd and 1, right? Do you call timeout there? 3rd and 1. You get the first down, the clock stops, correct? So you get the first down, the clock stopped. Okay, he scramble play. He ran out of bounds, the clock stopped, right? Now we throw the ball out the end zone, clock stopped, right? So when was the time to call timeout?
I was just asking about this.
I'm just getting the elephant out the room, Garner. You know what you want to say. I'm just trying to help you help me.
The answer is yes. I would have used the timeouts in both of those situations. And I am very discouraged that having time to look back at the tape, to think about it, his answer is I would have done everything the same. It's at 1:07 left on the clock to start a drive in which you need to get in the end zone to send this game into overtime. And
do you call timeout there?
Yes. You ran 3 plays in the span of 50 seconds with 2 timeouts in your pocket. And you gain 9 yards.
There may be Buffaloes.
What are we doing here?
There may be Buffaloes fans out there that want the Buffs to win and be successful as much as me. Just in their heart of hearts, not talking about with their money, that sort of thing, although I've gone to Buffs games for a long time. Continue to do it every year when I can. There may be some out there who want it as much, but probably not more. I mean, I want them to win. If my wife could be on the program right now and explain how just despondent I was or just disappointed, frustrated on Friday night I was over the outcome of that football game. From beginning to end, to be honest with you, from beginning, every time that big quarterback slipped through the line and picked up 10 yards, I was losing it.
Yep.
Inside. So don't take this the wrong way, Buffaloes fans. Coach Prime is wrong. All right? There's no way
straight up wrong.
In the last minute 7 of that football game, you go to the locker room with 2 timeouts in your pocket. There's no way that can happen. And yeah, by the way, that first pass, I would have called a timeout. When they got the pass to they lost 2.
I think it was Welch.
Yeah, they lost 2 yards on that play. I would have called timeout right there. Hey, what are we doing? The hell are we doing, guys?
About 17 seconds burned off the clock.
Yeah,
in that
guys, timeout. What are we doing? All right. Hey, Sherman, Pat, what are you doing up there? That play didn't work. It's not going to work. Can we just listen? I don't care what you have to pull out of your tail, but let's go vertical and let's go.
I guess my follow-up question would have been, I am not as, he's headstrong with this. He's being very stubborn, obviously. He's defending his coaching practice. But my follow-up question would have been, how does the operation work? All right? And when I say operation, during the course of the game, is Pat Shurmur handling all the play calling and all the time management? Who's handling the clock management exactly?
The head coach is always in charge of that.
Head coach is in charge of clock management? Are you sure about that with this situation?
Unless you Jerry Rossberg it up, you're always it's your team. You're responsible for how the clock's going to go. It's no matter what, Vic, it's ultimately on them no matter what.
Well, that was the question I had. I mean, if clock management is under his ceiling, then yes, it's all on him. Is he defending the coach in this situation? I don't know.
Or Salter, like it's on the quarterback too, like there's others.
Clearly, it doesn't take.
Vic,
listen,
he took it upon himself to say, I've got to do a better job preparing my team and my coaches. So he took it upon himself. Don't explain away the last minute 7 of that game. And again, Vic, you're so right. The game wasn't lost in the last minute 7, although you should have given yourself a puncher's chance to get it toward the end zone in a reasonable facsimile as opposed to just chucking it a billion miles in the air. You should have given yourself an opportunity.
We all see the same thing. Clearly, there was some mismanagement of seconds at the end. Not sure if it would have made a difference. It's not why they lost the game. They lost the game because they got 3 turnovers handed to them in the first quarter and only got 7 points out of those 3 TOs. That's why they lost the game.
I understand, but this is still a big deal to me. Like it's kind of like in basketball.
Is it a big deal because he's being stubborn, or is it a big deal because you notice a trend here?
It's kind of both. If they learn from this, Vic, if they learn from this, let's say it came down to a final drive in Houston in a couple of weeks, because that will not happen against Delaware. I'm going to make that statement right now. If they don't learn from this, Vic, and they don't make better decisions, I'm going to be completely apoplectic about it.
Can I give you a scenario? Like, there's a million things that happen in the first 3 quarters of a basketball game that you could have done this and this and this better, but sometimes it comes down to the final possession, okay? You messed up earlier in the game. It comes down to this. And let's say that the Nuggets, their response is a double-teamed half-court heave for Jamal Murray when they had 10 seconds on the clock, right, to try and get a playoff. And David Adelman goes to the podium after the game and goes, I thought we did everything fine. That's exactly what I wanted. It's like, no, it's not. It's fine for you to say we messed something up.
Right.
I'll do better next time. But I have such respect for a coach. And not the Nate Hackett way, where every time after the game, it starts with me. Like that thing, I don't need that. What I need is like specific instance. We messed this thing up. That is my bad. I need to be a lot better. And
So
Deion
when
didn't
was
do
the
it.
time to call timeout?
Well,
like Deion didn't do that, and I'm like, you can't tell me the plan is to run 3 plays in 50 seconds and get 9 yards.
Hey, Vic, I agree. Hey, Vic.
Yeah.
It's one thing to come on out in front of us and say, when should I have called a timeout, blah, blah, blah. If they're in front of their football team going over film, and they're discussing it amongst themselves, and everybody thinks they did the right thing, then that is a major problem. I can't even imagine for the life of me. This has to be media lip service defending his guys or even defending himself for being stubborn or whatever, because if you're doing that internally, then you're absolutely wrong. And look, in the grand scheme of things, Vic, it's not like the world is coming to an end.
I think you guys are blowing this up and making too much of it. This just in, coaches are prideful. And coaches defend their practice. This happens everywhere.
This just in, you're
not
going to
calm down.
But it's obviously wrong. I don't want to. I don't want to.
Calm down.
I don't want to. I don't want to. What?
You lost because they couldn't take advantage of turnovers. True or false?
True.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why they lost the game. If you're going to criticize the game plan and the coaching, criticize them for that. I get it.
Aggression will not stand, man.
It didn't look good at the end. They could have done more. I thought the game was over once they got the ball. It didn't matter. They didn't have Shador. They had a kid that I hadn't seen him bring back a team. I didn't know what Salter was going to do. That didn't make me as mad as the first quarter. The game could have ended in the first quarter. They didn't pounce. That's where the game was lost.
I know, but Vic, you know this. There's something about when you get to the end of the game, you have to be able to execute in those situations. And they did it incredibly poorly and won't admit to that. And I think that's a problem.
Okay, all right, fine. And for those who think we're ganging up on Coach Prime and, listen, end of game stuff always takes center stage. I give you Broncos Chiefs last year in Kansas City. For 3 weeks, we talked about that breakdown. What happened? Why can't they block? Special teams, what's going on? Hell, the special teams coach left days later. The coordinator left at the end of the season. Prices were paid for that. I mean, that's a game that it cost the Broncos. So we're not ganging up on anybody. We're just showing you those things do matter, and we talk about it on talk radio.
They do matter.
I still think you guys are making too big a deal out of this one. Because,
okay.
I mean, I don't see them going the length of the field. I mean, what gave you any? Did you watch the game?
Why?
Did you watch the game? At any point, did you feel like the CU offense was able to go the length of the field?
No,
I didn't.
Not at all. But it doesn't mitigate the fact that they made poor decisions from the top.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Do you know who else didn't?
Both things can be true, Vic.
Do you know who else didn't look like they had a shot at going the length of the field? Texas when they played Ohio State. Manning did it once and then got one more final drive. He did it again, threw a pick at the very end of it, but they were in position to try and tie the game. When the defenses play soft at that time, it should be the easiest time to just try and move the ball into at least Hail Mary range.
Part of this, can I just explain away a few things? Part of this also has to do with a brand new quarterback. Again, you're talking about new players involved in the offense at virtually every position. I mean, you're talking about heavy turnover and coordination and trying to find chemistry and so on. I think, Vic, when you look at the entire game, there was a lot of that going on. And I'm not going to put it all on Pat Shurmur because you also have a new quarterback and so on and so forth. And this was their first real game action. But do you know what their percentage was, or do you know what their conversion was on third downs in that game?
I'll say third down conversion for the CU Buffs.
Yeah.
2 for 13.
They were 5 of 13, which still is not great. Meanwhile, Georgia Tech was 6 of 11. Georgia Tech had everything go against them in terms of, put it this way, 3 turnovers. The Buffaloes won the penalty battle, for crying out. They won the turnover battle. They won the penalty battle.
It's because Georgia Tech's a better team, and the better team won that game. But that should not come as a surprise. They're the more experienced team.
They are?
Yeah.
All right, let's side
Yeah.
bet.
All right,
Side bet me and Vic.
Let's play that game.
Side bet you and me.
Let's play that game at Georgia Tech instead of Boulder.
Yeah, but Vic, they did hand 3 turnovers in the first quarter. I mean, are they the better team?
To overcome 3 sloppy plays and win the game on the road? Yeah. You're the better team.
Okay. Well, then that's a different issue. If
you gave them the ball 3 times in the first quarter, only gave up 7 points, and still won the game. Yeah.
Well, then
you think
that's a big problem, then, Vic. If we're in year 3 of Prime and we're like Georgia Tech's better, Georgia Tech who hasn't won more than 7 games in like a decade.
Hold on a second. You mean to tell me there's a part of you that actually thought CU was better than Georgia Tech the other night? Are you?
Well, here's the thing.
Are you all right?
Here's the thing, Vic. I bleep and hope so. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
They're not.
Okay, if that's the case, then
this is going to be a very, very, very long season.
What are we doing?
You're making it sound like CU got upset.
Well, look, man.
Oh, I mean, I am shocked at your response.
No, hang on.
I told you that CU was going to lose that game all along. Georgia Tech is more refined.
Okay, hang on a second. Washington is better than CSU. It's why I can stomach that loss a lot easier than I can CU over Georgia Tech. Those aren't the same. Washington is better than what Colorado State is. That's fine. If we're talking about Georgia Tech being a clearly better football team than CU, again, in year 3 of Deion.
Brett, Georgia Tech was favored on the road in Boulder.
Yeah, I get it.
What is wrong? I mean, what am I missing here that you're not seeing something? You
think CU's bad?
No, I don't think they're as good as Georgia Tech. It's pretty simple.
But Georgia Tech ain't that good is what I'm getting at.
Georgia Tech took Georgia to 8 overtimes.
They did.
Georgia Tech beat Miami. Georgia Tech won the opener last year and surprised a lot of people by beating Florida State. Georgia Tech is a team that can beat anybody.
Florida State went 2-10, Jack.
I understand that.
Georgia Tech had 6 losses last year.
Yes, they can lose as well. And when you turn it over 3 times in the first quarter and still win the game, how many teams can do that?
Very, very, very few.
Yeah, I guess to that point, it's more of an indictment on CU than it is on Georgia Tech then. And that scares the hell out of me.
Yeah,
because if that's the case, then who are you better than?
Well, if you're a CU fan, you have to ask yourself this question. We just lost to a team where they turned it over 3 times in the first quarter. They had more penalties than we did. We were at home. We scored first. We struck first. We still lost to an unranked team. What does that make us?
Well, somebody on Twitch says, Brett, move on from year 3. It's a new team with a new quarterback. CU has gotten better every year with Prime. Stop with the microwave society. That is college sports now. I don't know how many times I had to say this to you guys. Microwaving is college sports. That's all it is now. There's nobody that is going to be on your roster for like more than 2 years.
You're 100% right. Florida State,
that's not an excuse. I'm not taking the brand new team, brand new quarterback thing. That's everybody. Everybody has that. Miami has that. Carson Beck's brand new. What's the difference? It's the same thing, isn't it?
Well, he's got a kid in college himself. He's playing with his kid.
Peyton Salter's 5th year. 5th. What's the difference?
Yeah, but he was at Liberty, man. He wasn't playing in the SEC, Jack.
So get a better one if that's the case.
Speaking of a better one.
It's year 3. I'm having some expectations for this team. I should. You guys should too. I don't know why there's like got to be this. Well, look, man, and if I hear one more, they were 1-11-3. That's 3 years ago. I don't care. It's time. Win.
Agreed. Hey, speaking of that, winning. How big is your brain?
Circumference? What are we talking
Yeah,
I got a tiny
just
head.
in terms of overall
So I don't think that big.
square inches. How big's your brain?
Like my fitted hats are between a 7 1/8 and a 7 1/4. It's not that big, Mo.
Well, how big is Drew Brees' brain?
It's a big brain.
Got a big brain?
Man. Yeah. You want to hear some Drew Brees?
It's all about big brains nowadays, and Brees had some very interesting things to say about.
Well, let's listen to the big brain on Drew.
Right on.
Do it next. All right, so earlier we talked about how Joe Montana, if he had to pick 4 quarterbacks in the league right now, blah, blah, blah. He did not have Patrick Mahomes in that list.
Yeah, but in Waterboy, that's Joe Montana. that was a pretty good scene.
Are you sure it wasn't Joe Montana?
Hold on a second.
This is going to hurt your guys' heart when I tell you this.
Well, no.
My first movie that I think of with Joe Montana, because I was a child.
Godfather 3, don't tell me that.
No. The classic Baby's Day Out.
Never heard of it.
It's a kid's movie.
You know, I had dinner
A rich
with Joe
baby
Montana.
is kidnapped by Joe Montana and his posse for ransom, and then the baby gets in a whole bunch of hijinks.
You know, I had dinner with Joe Montana about 10 years ago. He was in town for the C Foundation Italian Film Festival. And I asked him about that scene in Godfather 3. Remember where Garcia bites him on the ear?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I said, did he really bite you? He goes, he wasn't supposed to bite me, but he took a little nibble.
Oh,
and it did draw blood.
I like that.
But
it was Joe Montana who said his 4 quarterbacks to start a franchise right now are Hurts, Burrow, Allen, and Justin Herbert of all people.
Yeah, but what about Joe Montana?
Good actor.
I really think
wonderful actor.
We can't have a definitive list without Joe Montana's take on this.
What about Tony Montana?
We got to get a hold of him.
We'll get them all.
I mean, if you don't get a list with Montana, and Montana, you're not doing it right.
I know it's not Tony Montana, but it's the guy who played him. I mean, Al Pacino would definitely start with Jalen Hurts. Why? Because he's got a That's why. Good lower half. But yes, Moj, you were discussing that was one quarterback's sort of former quarterback, Legends, take on the scope of the NFL quarterback landscape. How about Drew Brees? What did he say, Moj? What do you got?
Well, Drew Brees was asked about Sean Payton's system and about Bo Nix's ability to operate in that system. And I guess he didn't say anything that I didn't already kind of think, but the way he went about it was pretty interesting to me.
Here's Drew.
Big, strong athlete, obviously great with the short intermediate passing game, very accurate, gets the ball out of his hands quickly, but can really push the ball down the field as well. And I think in his second year now, he's developed a comfort level with, I think, the complexity of the Sean Payton offense. I mean, look, Shawn will make it as complicated as you can handle, right? I mean, that's basically the way I would equate it.
Go ahead, stop it right there.
Shawn has all of his assistants that he had with the Saints.
You know, hard for me to do that, but go ahead.
Sorry about that. So he's going to make it as difficult, as difficult as you can handle. So what it tells me is, again, this goes back to Sean Payton, Vic, who's very confident, not only in his own playbook, and we talked about this all through training camp. He loves his playbook. Good, he should. And he loves his ability to come up with the right play out of his playbook. He loves his own ability, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that Sean Payton believes in himself that if I call the play, if you run the dang play, we're going to be successful. So the question is, how much can Bo Nix handle in terms of that playbook? I didn't mean to cut it off, but I think we need to explain exactly what Brees is saying here.
Well, if you really go back to last year, it might not have been the full scope of the playbook, Moj, but he thought that Bo Nix could handle a lot. His most passing attempts he did in a game in the entire year, was week 1 at Seattle, his first start. But Nelly, if you could pick it up from there.
Shawn has all of his assistants that he had with the Saints. It's Joe Lombardi, it's Pete Carmichael, it's Zach Strief, it's all these guys that, have been in that system now for almost 20 years. I mean, legitimately. So think about the institutional knowledge and from where it started to where it is now. And now Bo Nix is coming and trying to learn this new language and get caught up. But gradually over time, I think he'll take more and more responsibility, within the framework of the offense. And I mean, sky's the limit for a guy like that.
Can I ask you as a question? Do you see that as an asset or potential liability?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, I'm trying to parse out what Drew Brees just said there. He said he's got, a lot of his staff members from New Orleans. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work here, just because you bring staff members over.
Kind of what I think.
Yeah, I mean, it just means that you got your guys. That's all it means.
No,
right? It means you got your guys.
It's good to have a group of guys that all kind of know what direction they want to pull the rope in. That's good. But I'm kind of with you, Vic, to try and recreate that situation with an entirely different group of players and a different quarterback, I think, is a little risky. Right?
Well, there's a reason no coach in the history of the game has ever won Super Bowls for two different franchises. There's a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's hard to replicate greatness.
Yeah.
It's hard to do exactly what you just said.
Yep.
If he could do it, he'd be the first.
Does Drew Brees have any doubts about Bo Nix?
I don't know. I mean, it sounded like he thought he was pretty solid.
I had a conversation with Mike Shanahan about Bo, and Mike shoots straight because he watched him pretty closely when they had that joint practice in San Francisco,
mm-hmm.
and he's very impressed. Very impressed. He says, and they all say this. The great coaches say the same thing. He didn't talk about footwork. He didn't talk about his arm. He didn't talk about any of that. He just said, I love his head. That's it. That's it. He's got a good head. And that's all they care about.
Yeah.
It really is. You break it down, you could talk all those other attributes. Oh my God, look at that gun. Look at you talked about Underwood's cannon, right? You just would incessantly about that. Oh, look at this guy's footwork. Oh, look at the way he releases. It's about the head. Can you hear that?
That sounds
Hold on.
incredibly solid.
That's just the hat. It's not his head.
Hold on.
Okay. That's the hat.
That's a crazy noise.
You do
All right,
that
knock
too.
your head. Let me hear.
Yeah, you do that too.
Let me hear
It's
your
easy.
head.
It's easy.
Let's see.
See, it's the hat.
Is it the same sound?
Let me hear your
it's the
head,
same
Moshe. Moshe, go ahead. It's going to be really soft. Yeah. Can't hear a thing. It's so soft, it's like an orange. It just goes,
No,
I
thought it sounded like a coconut. Yeah, I thought it
You
did.
put the lime in the coconut. No, but what I guess what I'm getting at is that
Nelly, your head, please, with your hair.
Hey, come on, man.
Wow, that was pretty good.
That's pretty good.
loud.
Really good.
I guess what I'm getting at here is that if Drew Brees believes, and Sean Payton believes, and Peyton Manning believes, and every other talking head around the world who's played the position and not played the position believes, then what are we doing? I'm declaring it right now. This is a 13-14 win football team right now.
Would love to
End
see
of
it.
story. End of story.
Well, because here's why. Because people, when they go on the record for something, when you discuss a player, they're more inclined to say something good than something bad. That is just human nature. That's the truth.
That's also true.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
If you throw a microphone in front of randos around the country and ask about a certain player, how many times do you get the bluntness, the real skinny? You do, it becomes front page news.
Ask me about Yusuf Nurkic, Brett.
Moshe, go on the record. What do you think about Yusuf Nurkic?
He blows.
I wish those guys happy summer.
Yeah, see, Vic, it's not that hard.
It seems pretty simple to me.
Hey, I got a question. It's a very.
It wasn't hard for me to come up with that one.
It's a very minor story. Okay, it's a very minor story. But speaking of Sean Payton's olden days, who did he say was like his favorite player when he was in New Orleans? Who's the guy that he's talked about multiple times?
Oh, Darren Sproles.
Darren Sproles.
Mm-hmm.
Very unique guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't even know if he's 5'6". He's probably 5'5" and some change. But very dynamic, could do a whole bunch of different things, run the ball, catch the ball, return, all that stuff. He loves Darren Sproles. Did you guys see who they worked out yesterday?
Yeah, they worked out Deuce Vaughn.
The other 5'5" Kansas State running back that exists.
Deuce Vaughn came in for a workout, yeah.
I think he's just doing this to try and recreate like a great value brand Darren Sproles.
Well, if they can't create running lanes, he wants somebody to squeeze through whatever's out there.
Do you guys remember Deuce Vaughn in college was a lot of fun to watch?
Dude, he was fun, dude.
Yes.
I would watch K-State games just to watch Deuce Vaughn.
Well, why did the Dallas Cowboys let him go?
Because he's 5'5" and he's not Darren Sproles. Like, it's a pretty hard gig.
He's only 25 years old, or 23 years old. He's still a baby. He's incredibly young.
Is he doing the old Jonah Hill Moneyball? Like, we can recreate him in the algorithm. Like, is that what he's trying to do?
I don't know.
Like, hey, Jaleel, head on a swivel. There's only room for one guy who's 5'6" in that backfield. You watch out.
I will say Deuce Vaughn at K-State was a fun player to watch. In fact, you and I talked about him because I know your folks watched him every time.
Yeah,
I loved watching him as well.
Corner the market on 5'7" and under running backs.
I don't know.
With big butts.
I don't know, but you would have been a tremendous running back there.
Yeah, Vic. You could have played for Delaware because they're Italian. You missed out on that. There is room for
guys. We've already been here. Don't push this narrative. We've already been here on my height. We know what it is. You measured me in studio. I tower over Raj and DMac and Nelly. Don't even go there. Don't even start there.
Moser, do you think in like 15 years you could be 5'6"? Do you think it could get to
with the shrinkage that's going on right now, yeah, Brett, I tell you what. I'll tell you what, in about 10 years, sign me up for the circus, right? I'll ride a bear around the circus, okay? I'll be 3'2" or whatever. Not
you're going to be that little monkey that rides like the Chihuahua during
no problem. Shows. Be great, yes.
Moser, when do you think you'll get that down to 195 on the scale?
Hey, he's working.
What are you talking about?
When you think you'll cut a few down to 195?
I weighed myself this morning. Take a guess at what I weighed.
189.
Vic.
216.
184.3.
That's pretty good, actually.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
I don't know why. Don't look at me. I didn't do this.
Did you get that at the Rocky Mountains Men's Clinic? Okay. What scale were you on?
All right. Okay.
Did you throw an S on every word there? Rockies Mountains Men's Clinics?
No, but as we, guys, I'm going to say this. Tomorrow we've got football on these very airwaves.
Yes, we do.
Tomorrow, the National Football League kicks off with the Cowboys at the defending Super Bowl champions. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make a pledge to all the listeners out there. And I know I sound a little facetious when I'm talking about, hey, man, it's all days of wine and roses at Dove Valley and all this. I will try to come up with a reason. And I will talk to my people in Tennessee tonight. You want me to get somebody on? I'll be happy to do it. I'll try to come up with a reason as to why the Broncos could possibly blow this game, which they won't. But
okay, what
I guess
if I
I'll
said
try
this?
to think of one. Outside of catastrophic injury, Vic, there's no way the Broncos lose this game.
What if I said this? What if the Broncos turned it over 3 times in the first quarter?
It doesn't matter because Cam Ward is going to get smoked. Like a big old fat cigar from Smoker Friendly.
So if the Broncos were to turn it over 3 times in the first quarter and then come back to win that game, would you deem the Broncos the better team?
Don't even try and make that comp because you know
I'm
it's
just
not
wondering
even close.
because
Vic, the Broncos,
Powder over here can't put his hands.
It's because the Broncos are the better football team, Vic. The Broncos are a much better team than the Tennessee Titans. There's no way the Titans are going to play better football than the Denver Broncos on Sunday.
That's my point. That's why we're going back to the CU game. If you overcome 3 turnovers in the first quarter and still win the game, what else do you need to know? You are the better team.
Maybe you're right, Vic. Maybe I just wasn't willing to admit that CU was worse than what is a mid team in the ACC. Maybe I just didn't want to say it out loud.
You didn't want to believe it, but you saw it with your eyes.
Well, then that sucks. That really, really sucks. Really
Do you
bad.
believe?
Hey, a couple minutes left. Just quickly, the AP poll, the first one came out with the top 25. So no surprise that Ohio State is leading the way at number 1. Are you surprised Texas dropped to 7th after losing to Ohio State?
Not really. No,
I
because
ignore these early polls.
Yeah.
What do they really? I mean, in a month, these will all change anyway.
They're the first one-loss team there, Brett. And again, they got Ohio Stated. I get that. But all the teams in front of them are pretty damn good. In Oregon, Miami, Georgia, LSU, and Penn State, they're all really good teams.
You know, the one thing that I guess is just interesting to me is the ACC has 3 teams in the top 14, and the Big 12 has ASU at 12. They have Iowa State at 16, and then just Texas Tech and Utah at 24-25.
Well, they're telling you that the ACC is better than the Big 12.
Yeah.
That's what they're telling you.
Yep.
Top to bottom.
But that whole thing there, that top 10 that you have, is there out? I guess what? Oh, Clemson and Miami are both in there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think
Florida State is 1-0. How many? I mean, that's an ACC team that really struggled last year. How many Big 12 teams could beat Alabama week 1?
I don't know.
Dude, Arizona State, they beat Northern Arizona. But what's that quarterback's name? Sam Levitt?
Levitt?
Played pretty decently. Hey, listen, the Arizona State Sun Devils are the defending Big 12 champions.
Yeah, I like them. They're good.
Until they prove that they're going to get their butts kicked, why not believe in them?
That makes me even more sad.
Did you get that at the Rocky Mountains Men's Clinic?
Jesus. That's a lot.
Save that for drunk takes.
That's a lot.
By the way, a
of
buddy of mine listened to Drunk Takes last Friday. Didn't realize what we were doing. Didn't hear the first part of the bit. He said, "Hey, I was listening to your show. What were you guys on? What was wrong with you late in the show?" I was like, "What are you talking about? Because you're slurring your words. You sound."
He's a first timer.
Yeah, that's a bit.
First timer. 303-504-0925.
People are asking me, am I betting my junk on this game?
Ginsu knife. Ginsu knife.
Chris, Devin, and everybody else, every time I've bet my junk, I've always won. Always.
It's true. You still have it.
I'll let you know on Friday what the situation is. I'm telling you right now, the Broncos are going to roll these guys.
I don't know about that bet, dude. You've only produced one child.
Yeah?
Ginsu knife.
Ginsu knife.
All right. 303-504-0925. Reminder, we got the opener to the NFL season tomorrow right here on Altitude Sports Radio and the Chiefs game on Friday as they take on the Chargers in where, Vic?
Brazil.
Yeah. Back after this.
Hey, dudes, your business is your business. But I'm going to say two words, and if you're dealing with that business, do something about it. Erectile dysfunction. You need to be enjoying life. That's what this is all about, right? Look, man, it's 2025. Don't be embarrassed. Don't slough it off. Don't laugh it off. Make you and your partner happier. Get back to being you at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got locations all over the Front Range from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, including, as I keep telling you, Castle Rock. All revamped, redone, and ready for you to make an appointment if you're on the south side or extreme south side. Here's what you need to do. Get back to being who you were before. Have a great life, right? Maybe the pills are working okay, but could things be better? Well, their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. So call today. Schedule an appointment. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. They've got an expert staff. You'll be back in business before you know it. They will take care of you and your complete dude engine all over the Front Range, including the brand new Castle Rock revamped location. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so Moshe has some news he wants to break. I got Vic telling me he's got something. Everybody's got something for the end of the show. Moshe, you first. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm surprised you did not get this from your good buddy Pierre LeBrun.
We're on the outskirts, me and him.
Oh, you guys are?
Yeah, we had a big argument.
What happened?
About money. I don't know.
Okay. As reported,
Rockies Mountains Men's Clinics.
He says 40 minutes ago, as reported before, but now the NHL has started to put it together. The regular season will begin in late September for the 26-27 season, and the Cup awarded mid-June. Preseason shortened and regular season extended to 84 games, beginning next year.
Ooh. Ouch.
But why?
Ouchie, ouchie.
And so, by the way, and beginning this year, they're implementing things in stages. Teams will have to be cap compliant for postseason games this year.
You hear that, Vegas? Mark Stone.
Well, yeah, Landis go.
No, but Landy was hurt.
Yeah, I know
like
he was.
Legitimately hurt.
I know he was. I'm just saying that it worked. I mean, never mind.
It did help the Fs. Yes, you're right.
A little bit.
Gosh, 84 starting
84.
next year?
That is correct.
I love how this always happens. We need to shorten the season. So I can't do that. I can extend it. Do you guys want more?
Hey, 162 games, it's just too much. I'll tell you what. I got 178 I can go to, okay? I can't go to 154 again, but
you're absolutely right. 82 games in the season is just a bizarre number. 84 it is. Vic, what do you got?
I have a question for the two of you.
The reason they're doing that is because to make it, you've got 32 teams now. It just, go ahead. You get it. Just to make everybody play this.
I get yeah.
Easy question for the two of you. How do you tell the difference between a member of the media and a journalist, a true, bona fide journalist? How do you tell the difference? How do you discern between the two? Very easy.
A member of the media has fun with their job. A journalist is very upset all the time.
A journalist is not supposed to be opinionated, while a media member can be.
No, journalists can be opinionated. Columnists are opinionated all the time. They're journalists.
Well, they're a journalist, or are they an opinion
They're 100%
person?
journalists. Yeah, 100%.
Well, then what is it, Vic?
The difference is very simple. A journalist will never accept free stuff, will never accept anything that would change his or her opinion or commentary or reporting. I, on the other hand, will accept anything for free, and so will you.
Yes.
And so will most of us in the media.
So let me just make this crystal clear, everybody. I'm not a journalist.
For example,
give away.
The Broncos yesterday held a food tasting event in which I participated. I'll tell you what I did. But as a part of our to-go bag, they gave us a bag full of stuff. And this hat. Look at the beauty of that logo, that hat. Just look at that. And tell me that is not the best rendition of the Broncos logo ever.
It's beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great hat. I don't like the bend you got on it right now. It's
what bend do you want?
Yeah, it needs to be a little bit more.
I'm not doing that.
No, I ain't doing that.
It's very much like Smalls from the Sandlot bend to this hat that's got to be fixed immediately.
What bend do you... I don't understand
The
that.
sides have to go in a little bit more, dude.
Like
no,
I don't
know. No, can you give me one of these?
It looks like it's almost kinked a little bit. I don't like that either.
Yeah.
You done messed up.
That's a great logo. Anyway, I did this thing where we had 5 minutes. I don't know why they had me do this. I'm not a cook. And we had to cook up a brat with all the accoutrements, all the crap that goes in the brat. And mine was awful. It was just a bunch of cheese, like cheddar cheese on top of a piece of sausage.
It looked disgusting. That picture of your hot dog was ew.
I guarantee Moser would have ate it.
I'm not saying it wouldn't.
I thought of Moser when I made
the hot dog. I'm just saying, be a little more
I tried
creative.
to bribe the guys with $100 cash. That didn't work. Country's going into the gutter. Can't even bribe people anymore.
Sorry, Steve Ballmer. Why don't you start a tree service and then you can? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So food was good.
Oh my gosh, the food items they're going to have this year, they're going a little overboard, man. I don't know about you guys. whatever, man. I don't need all these choices. Just give me a.
Yeah, I'm
chips.
I'm pretty plain
Good.
Jane when it comes to stadium food. But I will say that I thought the Atwater Grill thing, I thought that was really cool.
It's outstanding.
Yeah.
I mean,
I thought that was really cool for a Hall of Famer, all around great dude, and a guy that I respect and like an awful lot. I
if the
really
palate
liked it.
is important to you when you're watching a sporting event, you will love what they have to offer at games this year. For me, my palate is easy. Give me some oatmeal and a game, and let's go.
Yeah. Broncos, I'm not a journalist. I will take things too. And if you're in the business of giving away real estate for restaurants inside your stadium, Kane's Kebabs, I think, is something
Kane's
that'd be
Kebabs,
really, really
copy.
good. Hey, if you guys thought I was mad about the CU stuff from, half hour ago, I'm not Legend, who is an Alabama fan who called into Feinbaum yesterday.
This is a football nightmare, brother. The Gus Bus wheels do go round and round. Round and round over by Candy Ass. That's where they went round and round. I'm not saying that I hate your ass, but if you was on life support, I'd pull the plug and charge my phone. You're about as popular as a bonus track on a Yoko Ono album right now, dude. Nobody likes you. You are an outsider. You couldn't inspire a chicken to cross the road if there was a hen on the other side looking like Megan Fox and some Daisy Dukes. Get the hell out of town. Clear it away. Elvis is leaving the damn building.
Dominic is up next.
Poor Dominic.
Can I tell you something? I saw that clip, at least the beginning of it, and I stopped because I looked at the bottom of the screen and it said 6 minutes and 50 seconds.
That rant went 6:50. Okay, I have a couple questions. First of all,
what does Feinbaum show?
I don't know. It's all calls. There's a lot of heavy shows. That call, by the way, it reminded me a lot of the Jim Rome show, right? When he'd get the hot takes from people and they'd call in. Do you think he was reading that?
It felt like he was.
That was scripted, yeah.
Okay. All right. And the reason I bring that up is this Sunday, we're premiering a new show on Altitude and the Altitude app. After every Broncos game, we are live. Rachel Vigil, Mike Sanford, myself, a host of others. DMac will join us, Lindahl, anybody and everybody. We're going to break down Bronco games after. But that's not what excites me about our postgame show, live, on television. We are taking your calls in Zooms. You can actually zoom into the show like that dude just did with his voice and partake. Say what you want.
Yes! You got your...
And if you want to read it, read it. If you want a prepared statement, prepare it.
But Vic, that's just going to be in the Altitude Plus app, right? That won't be on.
No, it's going to be on television.
Oh, it will be on TV as well.
Oh yeah, so you'll
great,
get to feature yourself on TV.
Cool.
What a dangerous game.
It's a I can't wait. See, that's the beauty of this, though. The beauty is there's going to be some bad calls. There's going to be some really, it is going to be awkward at times, but that's what's going to make it beautiful.
What the holy
Yeah.
It could be that.
The car wreck is what people are coming for. See, I love post-game call-in shows. You guys we don't take calls on this show very often. I love post-game because that's when people are at their emotional peak.
Yeah, but Vic, Sunday afternoon and evening, you know what it's going to be?
It's going to be crazy. If they lose,
they're not going to lose. It's going to be puppy dogs and Skittles and free beer. It's free beer, puppy dogs and Skittles as far as the eye can see. That's what it is because they're going to stomp them. I'm not even kidding. You think this is not a joke? This is not a bit. We don't do bits, by the way, on this show except for what? Drunk takes, I guess.
I would argue this whole show is a bit.
Okay. The fact of the matter is they are going to stomp the Tennessee Titans into oblivion on Sunday. Fact. And we'll get more into it tomorrow because the game plan's going in. Everything's going to be installed.
I know what I'm going to do.
Awesome.
I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. I'm going to dress up like Baby Billy and zoom into the post-game show. Be like, come on now.
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
Nelly, got a fact checker for us?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Vic offered some clarification about what we are calling the in-altitude station fantasy football league. I completely screwed up the name. Vic, what's it called?
Because tonight we have our Altitude 92.5 Sports Altitude Fantasy Football League Draft, correct?
Did you get all that?
Because tonight we have our Altitude 92.5 Sports Altitude Fantasy Football League Draft, correct?
Yeah.
When is it tonight? 'Cause
And it's at 9 p.m.
That's stupid.
Yeah, I think this is collusion from our boss to give Kreckman and Lindahl an advantage. They're night owls anyway.
Dude, I'll be half dead at 9.
Yeah, we'll be asleep.
It's the most wordy thing I've ever heard. I don't think you know what? If it was actually called that, I don't think I'd do it. If we were like obligated to say each word of that.
Hey, it's like some of the reads we do. Can I give a quick shout out before we say goodbye? This is selfish radio, but I have to. Shout out to my now late great-grandfather. I don't know if you met him, Moj. My grandfather, Dalio, who just passed away last night at the age of 101.
Wow.
I did
not know that he passed away, Vic. I
Passed
did meet
away
him
in Italy.
I met him in front of his house.
Yeah.
I did not see him on this most
Is
recent
he who
trip.
you brought the painting to?
No, that was
that was-
Ferdinando's. That was Ferdinando's mom. But I met your great grandfather.
He's my grandfather.
Grandfather. So you met your grandfather. You said great. I met your grandfather in front of his house, right there in Villa San Michele.
Yeah.
Great guy.
101.
Amazing.
Man, to get to 101.
Yeah.
Drank wine every day and enjoyed life. Made people laugh. That's how we got there.
Hell yeah, man. You can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Keep in mind, guys, we are a day away from NFL being on our airwaves with the opener, Cowboys, Eagles. Tomorrow night, we'll have Chiefs, Chargers. Friday, we got football all Saturday, all Sunday, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, taking over for us, Coach and Raj. Stay tuned. Have a wonderful Wednesday. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
Did you get that at the Rocky Mountains Men's Clinic?
Okay.
5 games out of the final wild card spot. Devers skies one to right, way up there, and gone. Another one for Rafi Devers. And Kyle Freeland, the benches are clearing. Devers is trying to round the bases. Freeland was unhappy, and now we got punches being thrown. Oh, my goodness. I mean, Devers still hasn't rounded the bases.
He's in the mix. He left the base paths. This is now pushing out towards second base.
It's kind of just the general feeling of watching all of that go on.
I mean, surprised it hasn't happened before with that guy. So, just kind of runs his mouth a lot of times, and Rafi got him good. So
being particularly special, it was year 4 in New Orleans where you won it all, and this is year 3 for you. Is this a realistic shot this team has to go on a deep run, if not win it all?
I can tell you in the building, after another draft, another offseason of free agency, I can tell you the expectations of this team. And our league's never changed. It's always been win the division first, try to get the best possible seed, and then win a Super Bowl championship. And those are the goals of this team. And we recognize and how difficult that can be. We recognize, how good Kansas City has been, where the Chargers have come with the hiring of Jim Harbaugh. Pete Carroll just gets hired in Seattle. And I thank Pete, because when he got hired, I became the youngest coach in this division.
We are 32 hours away from the NFL season kicking off, and you can hear that right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as the Cowboys visit the Super Bowl champion Eagles tomorrow night on Thursday Night Football.
Raj, you're not ready for all this football, man. You're not emotionally prepared for all this
Emotionally prepared?
Yeah, you're building your nest egg right now. You're getting the you're getting the nursery all dialed up and set. Man, I don't know if you're really ready for a full Thursday through Monday night slate of football. Are you, Raj?
I have the next best thing coming to me outside of a vasectomy for watching sports unabated. I have a newborn, which, yes, I'm not going to have a lot.
Yet, right?
Not yet,
okay.
Not yet. But like when the baby comes, we will have newborn.
If there's one thing we shouldn't Raj Jinx, it's that. Okay, let's not Raj Jinx the birth of your beautiful daughter.
If there's one thing that my wife knows about the show, and she doesn't listen to the show.
Is she not like me? Am I the problem or are you the problem?
I don't know. She listens to me talk too much when I'm at home.
So you're the problem. Just tell me. For the sake of me.
No, she loves you.
Okay, I like Caitlin. Big fan.
If she knows one thing about the show, actually, she knows the Raj Jinx.
Caitlin was the first person that made me say you know what? Raj actually might not be that bad.
Hey.
You married her? She's cool. It's all good.
Outkick my coverage.
She's sick.
Many of us here on Altitude Sports Radio outkick our coverage.
Yep.
You what? If there's one thing she knows, it's the Raj Jinx. So I will try to not do to my baby what I've done to countless teams, and what I'm assuming I'm going to continue tomorrow as we go through our full NFL season preview at 10:15. I'm ready for football, but I'm also ready for when the kid comes. Those weekends where it is Thursday night, Saturday all day watching football, Sunday all day watching football. I'm not leaving my home. I put her in bassinet. She goes to sleep. I watch football. She wakes up. We feed her. She goes to sleep. I watch football. I cannot wait for that.
You want to hear a little bit about my best experience of football watching around the birth of a child? So my wife gave birth to our youngest over the course of 40 hours of labor. 40. This was when we were playing at Navy and I was coaching at Notre Dame. I missed the team flight, but you know what I got to see? In all of the detail, I got to watch every single pitch as I waited for the arrival of Griffin Michael Sanford. Every single pitch of the Chicago Cubs winning their first world championship.
Pretty cool.
It was awesome. And I never would have been able to watch it if I was just in normal football mode.
As we say hello once more to Brett Kane coming into. What are you trying? Oh, you have to drive away. How do you walk out of the studio without your keys?
Be a professional and do your show.
Says the guy walking into. Bye, Brett.
Brett, he is the ultimate squirrel, isn't he? Just the ultimate distraction.
He has to deal with Moj the entire time, which is the ultimate distraction. I understand that once he gets off the air, he can be that type of guy. No, I am very, very much ready for NFL football. I cannot wait for this to start tomorrow night. Again, 92.5 Cowboys and Eagles, Thursday night football. We are your brand new home for Westwood One Sports. And, I want to get into, in just a second here, what Sean Payton had to say to Rich Eisen about that team and about how difficult this division is just from a head coaching standpoint. But in a season where the Rockies, their only headline is how bad they suck, dude, we got a benches clearing brawl 8 pitches into the game last night.
That was fun listening to the opening drop. A couple of my people from the Bay Area, Dave Fleming, play-by-play guy for the San Francisco Giants, giving the play-by-play account of Rafi Devers. That was a little bit of a ridiculous. I mean,
yeah, it was
that guy's I'm a Giants fan. I don't like Rafi Devers.
It was an early pimp job on a homer.
He's got serious douche qualities.
He does, but you know what? Kyle Freeland does.
He stinks.
It took him 8 pitches to get his 14th loss of the season yesterday.
He stinks, man. He stinks.
He's no good. The team's no good. And I understand that, you can only take so much losing and crap and terrible baseball so that, early on, if someone pins a home run, I guess I understand that you'd be pissed off about that because, well, anything is going to piss you off at this point in time. Maybe, don't give up bombs 8 pitches into the game.
That would help.
Maybe you do that.
Yeah, I am not right now in a headspace to say that what Freeland did was correct and it was a good look for the Rockies. He stinks. He's a bad pitcher. He's been bad for how long now? 3 years?
It's probably more than that, man.
You ended up as a franchise keeping him around way longer than you should have because you should have gotten some type of return on investment to be able to utilize him to acquire talent.
His only excellent season was his second year in the majors in 2018.
Jeez,
that was his only excellent year. He had a 7.8 WAR. He went 17-7, 2.85 ERA. Excellent.
What's
year.
Top 5? What's his second best year?
His first season in the league.
So that's 2017.
17, 18 are his best back-to-back years.
What are his records in the last 3 years? I know last year was injury cut, but
5-8 last year, 5.25 ERA, 6-14 in 2023 with a 5.03 ERA, 9-11 with a 2.4 WAR, and a 4.53 ERA in 2022.
I get it, local product. We're supposed to root for our own here in Colorado, but the last 6 years have just not been good. And I get it. You're frustrated. But you know what last night was between the San Francisco Giants, a team that just pissed away an opportunity to go to the postseason.
They're 5 games out of the wild card.
They are,
but they're still technically alive. They've won they were 10 of 11.
Yeah, they're scorching hot right now. But at the end of the day, right after the All-Star break, they just lost every game. I mean, it was since they've added Rafael Devers, it's been loss after loss. It's good for me as a Giants fan. It's good to see them back on the winning ways. But last night was a bad cocktail mixture between horrible baseball team and washed pitcher that's frustrated. And as we heard Logan Webb say, the guy jaws. He's known for it. Versus one of the biggest cancers in baseball in Rafael Devers. And then it's like when you watch a really bad football game and you just see guys are fighting, there's all these penalties. That's what last night felt like.
It wasn't even the best thing that happened in baseball. The best thing that happened in baseball was in the Yankees and Astros game last night. Did you see what happened between Framber Valdez and his catcher? He gives up a Cesar Salazar as his catcher. So Framber Valdez, it hasn't been as good as expected this year for Houston. That's a team that is, again, they're fine. They're a playoff team. They're 13 games over 500, but not the same dominant version of the Astros that we've been accustomed to over the past, 5-6 years. Valdez has been a reason why they haven't been as dominant. Again, good baseball team, playoff team. He gives up a grand slam to Trent Grisham. I love Trent Grisham because he doesn't play with batting gloves. And there's not enough dudes in the league that don't play with batting gloves.
Trent Grisham has a pretty good stash.
Great mustache.
Yeah, looked pretty good as he trotted around.
Great mustache. So what happens between Framber Valdez and Cesar Salazar is bases are loaded. Valdez is throwing like a 2-1 pitch, and Salazar, right before Valdez decides to throw this 2-1 pitch, tells him to back off. Get off the rubber. Get off the rubber. I don't like what we're seeing here. Valdez says, screw you, I'm throwing the pitch. And he just grooves a fastball down the middle. Grisham takes it to left center. It turns a 2-0 lead into a 6-0 lead. And then the very next pitch, when Anthony Volpe is up to bat, what does Valdez do? He crosses his catcher up with a 94-mile-an-hour seed down the middle. Cesar throws or shows off-speed pitch. They get the confirmation in the pitch comms, and Valdez just dots his own catcher at 94 down the middle. And you see Salazar, you see Volpe kind of do a double take. And what does Framber Valdez do? Turns around like nothing happened. It's the most intentional cross-up I've ever seen. Dude, it's one of my favorite things I've seen in baseball. It's such a jerk move for a pitcher to seed your catcher like that. And it's Valdez in Spanish in his postgame interview went, it was miscommunication. I did not do this on purpose.
No hay problemas, todo bien.
Dude, that's the most purposeful pitch I've ever seen.
Nosotros somos todo bien, señor.
Is there anything?
Nothing is todo bien.
Is there anything in football like that?
Boy, that's a hard one.
Can a quarterback piss off his offensive lineman enough for an O lineman to do the
here's the one. Maybe. That'd be a good one to find out between noon and 3 today with Tyler. Because offensive linemen, they're my favorite people. Maybe on this green earth.
Protectors, family dudes.
You're
my guy.
They also happen to be pretty sensitive.
Yeah.
Tyler, would you consider Tyler Polumbus to be a fairly sensitive individual? Thin-skinned at times?
Come on. I don't know. Sure.
You're scared. You're scared of the T-levels, man.
He's 6'8", and he's in like the best shape of his non-football life. He's not going to snap me.
He's not going to hurt you, man. He can't physically assault an expectant father. Can't do that, man. Imagine the headlines on that one.
It'd be pretty bad.
It'd be good. Terrible. But
giant kills midget.
The offensive line, they take great pride in their sack numbers as a unit. If Shedeur Sanders wasn't the son of the head football coach making the decisions, you better believe that some of those sacks where you're retreating, and I wouldn't say you're retreating with dignity, you're just retreating to try to hunt out big plays. If you do that repeatedly, that starts to kind of build up some animosity because where does the blame shift to? Where was all the blame last year? Offensive line. Was that 100% justified in every way, shape, or form? Did Caden Salter take 11 sacks or whatever it was, 9 sacks in the game against Georgia Tech? I don't think he did. They didn't have nearly as many big plays, so there was something to be said for the big play hunting that Shedeur Sanders was putting out there. The one that really pisses off offensive linemen and even more offensive line coaches, Raj, is when drop back pass or a bootleg and you're eluding the pocket, eyes downfield, keeping the play alive, and instead of throwing the football away as you near the sideline behind the line of scrimmage, you step out of bounds.
Brutal. Can't do it.
Dude, I've almost had to separate 59-year-old offensive line coaches from assaulting a 17-year-old freshman quarterback in college football.
Talk about a headline.
Dude, like they're like, oh, mother.
So what 17-year-old do you have as a freshman?
Josh McCown.
I am 12.
Josh McCown's son, Owen.
Well, look.
Weighed 153 pounds. I mean, do you blame the kid for stepping out of bounds?
You guys tell me. 303-504-0925. What are the best ways in sports to get back at a teammate in game? Like Framber Valdez did to Cesar Salazar's catcher when he dotted him with a 94-mile-an-hour four-seamer down the middle yesterday. We're going to get into Sean Payton's comments with Rich Eisen yesterday. Also, the Broncos, they keep showing up on power rankings, man. In vogue, as we've said over the last few weeks. We'll tell you where they spot in on the final preseason power rankings on ESPN. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. I mean, it's the morning sprint on Altitude.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here. And man, winter, it's right around the corner. Sorry, Vic Lombardi. It's time to lock in the very best deal in Colorado skiing and riding. That's Loveland Ski Area's unrestricted 4-packs, which are 4 tickets for just $289. That's only $72 a day with no blackouts, no restrictions. You get to ski 4 days for yourself, or you can even choose to share it with friends on the actual same day that you go up there. So family of 4 could go skiing for $289. That's about the price of a ticket at many of the nationally relevant resorts in the big markets. So for a limited time, save an extra $10 when you buy online at skiloveland.com. You got to hurry up. This special offer, it ends September 7th, and 4-packs are only on sale for a limited time. Loveland Ski Area, more snow, less crowds.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shawn Mazda text line. It's the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford.
KJ slapping that back there. He's on the ones and twos back there, slapping it.
Is Mo Bamba the hardest mainstream song that is active in college football? Is that like Enter Sandman at, was that Virginia Tech?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it still hits, even if it's not at Virginia Tech. I did it. I was a freshman football game. It was like 8 a.m., and I decided to wake up the entire neighborhood by being the DJ at the stadium during warmups, and I was blasting Enter Sandman. So cool. Watching a bunch of 14, 15-year-olds get all fired up on the field.
I should mention my head is such in a high school football sense with you that when you were talking about 17-year-old freshmen, I wasn't. I didn't realize.
You were thinking,
I was thinking, like, why do you have a 17-year-old high school freshman?
That'd be actually pretty good.
Again, I am 12.
I like that. I need to start doing that. Yeah, it's kind of like
a 21-year-old senior.
Try to create the BYU of high school football.
I'm sure there's
what they do. They went on a 2-year church mission when they were an 8th grader.
They came back with a beard. You know the one beers that I have after the game, he buys it.
That's so good.
Oh, the Broncos slotted in at number 11 on ESPN's final power rankings heading into the season. They sit just behind the San Francisco 49ers, just ahead of Sean McVay's LA Rams. They have a 53.5% chance to make the playoffs, a 22.1% chance to win the AFC West. They are projected at 9.1 wins, and they are smack dab in the middle of strength of schedule at 15th hardest in the NFL. Again, they were 10-7 last year. 9.1 wins feels way too low for me for a team that got better and now has a rested second-year quarterback in Bo Nix.
Brings up a really interesting trilogy of comparisons, 3 teams, if you will. Fully healthy for 17 games. Who do you think's a better team? The Brock Purdy-led San Francisco 49ers or the Denver Broncos, led by Bo Nix?
Fully healthy. Do you like Bo Nix's offensive weapons on the wide receiver and tight end side as a whole?
Who are the wide receivers right now for the 49ers?
Right, that's the question.
Ricky Pearsall,
Juwan Jennings, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Jordan Watkins was a 4th rounder this year for them, who's going to, see some time as a 4 or 5 receiver.
I mean, if you have prime time, peak Christian McCaffrey, that obviously becomes a major part of your reception game.
It does. And peak George Kittle, is he enough to make you go, that's a way better tight end and receiving room than what Bo has
It
here
just feels a lot different without both Adebo Samuel and Brendan Ayuk healthy.
Now, it does.
Where is it? What's Ayuk's status? He's got a ways to go, does he not?
I don't know it off the top of my head right now. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Is he possible? How long is he going to be out? No clue. There's an ACL injury middle of the season last year. You wouldn't rush him back if you're Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, the timeline just 4 hours ago, according to PFF, it was ACL MCL week 7. So you're not going to probably he's physically unable to perform list.
So at least
the earliest is week 5.
Okay.
But Shanahan's been very, very bearish.
Offensive line as a whole for Denver is better than San Francisco.
San Francisco just parted ways with Aaron Banks, who was a great player. He's in San Francisco. He's in Green Bay.
You still have
now.
Trent Williams.
Trent Williams is great.
That's a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
I don't know if the Broncos have a Hall of Famer on their offensive line.
Probably not.
San Francisco does. They have a Hall of Fame tight end. The Broncos, at this point, do not. Who knows? Maybe Do you get 100 reception version of Evan Ingram? Then that chasm gets much slower, or smaller rather. In the running back room is...
Hear me out for a second here. Brett, when we talk Evan Ingram, you ever thought that maybe Sean Peyton, who loves elevating careers of players that he handpicks, whether it be in the draft, like Bo Nix, right? Elevate the career, and then maybe or maybe not he takes credit for it. Do you think that Sean Payton's had the conversation with Evan Ingram along the lines of, I want to make you a Hall of Famer? Because if he has a 3-4 year stretch here of just generational outcomes and production and 100+ yard or 100+ receptions, he could be potentially a Hall of Famer.
Okay. Because I would slow the roll there.
I don't disagree. But do you think that for a second, Sean Payton would love to take this piece of clay that's been maybe used improperly and also has had some health issues and say, I got a really, really dangerous weapon at the tight end position that I can feature prominently?
How many players has Sean Payton done that with?
Probably a lot.
No.
I'm saying where he said it, where he verbalized it and maybe didn't come to fruition.
My argument here is how many players has Sean Payton done that with? I'm going to make you an all-pro. I'm going to make you a borderline
Drew
Hall
Brees.
of Famer.
Drew Brees.
Right. It is only Drew Brees that had established himself as an NFL star.
Jimmy Graham's not a Hall of Famer.
But Jimmy Graham was Sean Payton's. Jimmy Graham wasn't in the league for a decade and then went to Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Like, all of the players that became
Drew Brees wasn't a
great,
decade, but he was drafted and played under Marty Schottenheimer and Norv Turner
so that's what I'm
at
saying,
the Chargers and had success.
Largely the only dude that was elevated by him that had already had his foot in the NFL and was a budding star or at least good starting quarterback was Drew Brees. Like Marcus Colston was a Sean Payton guy. Mark Ingram was a Saints Sean Payton guy. I guess you could say like
Alvin
Reggie
Kamara.
Bush, Alvin Kamara, a Sean Payton Saints guy. Like most of these guys that Sean Payton has elevated in his career, and I'm not saying this is a knock, have been drafted and developed by his team.
Okay, this is crazy to say. Evan Ingram, a really good pass-catching tight end. We watched him in training camp. Looks like he's a big receiver. Maybe even not that big as a receiver. If he has 3 consecutive years of 100+ catches for Sean Payton and the Broncos, is he potentially a Hall of Fame tight end? Because he has had a career that's been littered with unbelievable levels of production at the position.
Your reception leaders for tight end, your average Hall of Fame tight end is a 625 reception, 8,000 receiving yard, and 60 touchdown tight end. Now, those numbers are certainly going to start to go up, right? As we have the Kittles of the world who still have many years left in him, and that dude's creeping up on 8,000 yards. He's already got 45 touchdowns. He's got 538 receptions. Like those numbers for guys like Kittle and Andrews and name your other elite tight end, Travis Kelce's, like those numbers go up. Ingram would have to be unbelievable to get there. Evan Ingram, 496. Dude, he's actually way closer. He's so much closer.
It's kind of
than
wild.
You think.
It's kind of wild.
The yardages and the touchdowns are where he needs to
jump.
Take massive leaps.
But think about it, 3 seasons of 100+. And I'm not, that's a very lofty number to throw out there. But the way that Sean Payton has historically used the position, the quick passing game, the run after catch opportunities, the synergy that I believe that Sean Payton believes exists between Bo Nix and Evan Ingram, I don't think it's that crazy to think about. And I know it's kind of a strange topic to get on, but
you know who's a great foil to my conversation about like Sean Payton typically elevates guys that he has drafted or have been in his system for a while? It's funny because it comes at the tight end position. Jeremy Shockey.
That's right. Yes.
Jeremy Shockey was a entrenched, very good giant tight end.
Yes.
And he
goes he won a Super Bowl with the Giants, did he not?
I believe he won a Super Bowl with the Giants. Did he win 2? Or did he win 1 with the Giants and 1 with the Saints? He's a 2-time Super Bowl champion. I think he went 1-1. New Orleans and New York. Yeah, there you go. 2-time Super Bowl champ, Jeremy Shockey.
Hall of
He
Famer?
spent probably Hall of Very Good.
Yeah.
Shockey's receiving numbers over the course of a 10-year career. He didn't play long enough to compile those numbers, right? 6,100 yards, 37 touchdowns, 547 receptions. No, he's not a Hall of Famer. Won't get there. Hall of Very Good. Hall of remember that guy? But that dude spent, 6 years in New York being a very good tight end.
What was his, give me his year-by-year numbers under Sean Payton generally speaking, compared to what he did in New York.
In 12 games in 2008, he had 483 yards. In 13 games in 2009, he had 570 yards and 3 touchdowns. 13 games in 2010, 408 yards and 3 touchdowns. And in his final year, when he moved on to Carolina, was still solid. 15 games, 455 yards, 4 touchdowns.
So he never really had any of these seasons comparable to Evan Ingram. But the position has become so much more of a pass-catching position than it was. Because Evan Ingram's, his highest season, how many catches did he have in his, he was hovering near 100.
Ingram or Shockey?
Ingram.
His best career season was 2023, 114 receptions, nearly 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns.
And Shockey never even come close to that.
No, under Sean Payton? No.
In his career.
In his career, Shockey's best years were his rookie season in 2002 when he was a first-team All-Pro, second Offensive Rookie of the Year. He had 894 yards, 2 touchdowns on 74 receptions.
And how we forget about it, Evan Ingram, tight end that was originally drafted where?
It's Giant.
To the New York Giants. He was there for 5 seasons.
All right, there's a little bit of a crossover there. I don't know if you can fully make the argument that Shockey got better as a Saint, but you can make the argument that his career was elongated by Sean Payton. Now, at age 28, did Shockey have more in the tank than Evan Ingram does going into his age 30-31 season? Evan Ingram actually turned 31 yesterday.
Not based off of what I saw at training camp. I saw Evan Ingram look young.
Okay.
Look spry. You know what's different about Jeremy Shockey and Evan Ingram? Jeremy Shockey was a ball of muscle and mass. And that ends up wearing out your joints,
10-year
your
career.
ligaments. When I watch Evan Ingram at training camp, I don't see anybody who looks like he's near the end. In fact, I think he takes such incredibly good care of his body, and he's compact. He's not huge. I mean, he's listed at 240 pounds. We've seen him. 6'3", 240 is the listed height and weight. And I look a little bit closer to 229, 232. Compared to Jeremy Shockey, that was just an absolute wildebeest.
Obviously, we're very far ahead of our skis here with Ingram, but if you're looking at even 2 seasons of 100 catches, and let's call it, 700 yards. 100 catches, 700 yards, which would be, for a guy who you really want yak from, wouldn't be awesome. But you're looking at 6,300 yards or so in a career. You would be looking at around 700 receptions, which would put you just behind Jimmy Graham, who finished his career with 719 receptions, 89 touchdowns, and 8,500 yards. In terms of total yardage by a tight end, and I'm just saying 2 years of 100 catches and 700-ish yards, you would be in Jeremy Shockey territory, Kellen Winslow territory, Heath Miller territory.
Yeah, right.
It's Hall of very good tight end. You would have to have 3 years of elite 100 reception, 800 plus yard, and
a Super Bowl win.
And you have to win a Super Bowl.
And you are a central part of that. Who's going to be a bigger part of the Broncos passing offense in 2025? Evan Ingram or one of the 3 aforementioned? Cortland Sutton's going to be he's number 1.
Take him out of the equation. That's fine.
He's out. Is Evan Ingram going to be more of a central figure than either one of Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims Jr.?
If Denver wants to win the AFC West, he better be.
So he should be number 2. I agree.
When's the last time the Broncos were dangerous?
When they had a tight end.
When they had a tight end. And even it was a dude at the end of his career. Owen Daniels was a freak.
And even before that.
Julius Thomas was amazing. That's the last time you were dangerous in the division.
Let's talk about who's won Super Bowls in the last few years. Did they have a tight end? Talk about Philly. They have a tight end? I would say yes. Dallas Goedert. That guy's a dude. Travis Kelce. Arguably one of the best to maybe ever play the position.
Who's in Washington? Zach Ertz?
Zach
Is he still
Ertz,
playing?
Renaissance.
All right, Zach Ertz in Washington. Dalton Kincaid in Buffalo feels like he's got a lot more to give.
It's pretty good, though.
Coming out with Utah, Kincaid?
Yeah, Utah guy.
But he's not at the level that, like, Kelsey
he's not a Kelsey guy.
He's not Kelsey. He's not Greg Olsen back when he was in Carolina.
Dude, man. I love that player.
He's an X factor. He is the X factor on this team, man. I don't know. You could, if Evan Ingram turns in multiple 100 reception and 700 to 900 yard seasons, like, he could be the great Sean Peyton test case of all time.
As everybody rears and readies tonight for at least our Altitude Sports Radio fantasy draft.
Oh, yeah.
ESPN's PPR tight end rankings.
Forgot about it. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah,
I would have auto-drafted
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock?
It's great. Works perfectly for me. Number 1, Brock Bowers. Number 2, Trey McBride. Number 3, George Kittle. Number 4, Sam Laporta. Number 5, TJ Hawkinson of the Vikings. 6, Kelsey. 7, Njoku. And your Denver Bronco tight end is in the mix, baby. Number 8, Evan Ingram. So go ahead and draft him on your fantasy team. And I want to see him get into the top 3 by season's end.
That's Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Emmy. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Football season is here, and Hooters Colorado is your game day headquarters. Check out their Pick 3 special. 1 app, 1 entree, and 1 drink, and it starts at just $11.40. That's wings, beer, and game time fuel without breaking the bank. Hooters Colorado. This is how you football, and if you want to win a $200 gift card and a Hooters swag bag, all you have to do is text the word Hooters, Hooters. That's Hooters, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck. You can enter once per day for a total of 5 entries into our drawing. Again, that is Hooters, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Raj, did you just say wings,
Wangs,
cold beer, and football?
Sure did.
Gosh. All right, let's keep going.
We're going to have some Hooters delivered to us in about an hour right now. I purposefully did not have breakfast this morning because I'm going to chow down on some buff chick, and hopefully there's fries in there.
Notable.
You are? I wonder if we can have 1 beers.
Notable consumer and connoisseur of Hooters wings, John Gruden. Did you see he was recently in Denver?
Is that a known thing?
Oh, remember he was their biggest endorser for about 5 years. But the known piece of it before he was an endorser for Hooters was every year at the Senior Bowl, John Gruden would hold court and just set up shop for like 14 consecutive hours at a Hooters. And people from his tree would just come on through, have 1 beers with Gru, tell stories. I'm sure Gru, based off his email history, had some inappropriate things to be said around. But Gru was in Denver, man. He was hanging out with Shawn. I just saw it on Twitter. He was there in the last 3 days.
He's making all the rounds right now. The whole Barstool thing has been good for him. I don't know.
Killing it, man.
He's still in like litigation against the NFL too, trying to win that thing?
He'll probably win it.
Really?
I'm guessing.
Or is the NFL finally going to go, let's settle this thing? We're just going to settle outside.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He'll win it, ultimately.
Win it to the point where he has a future in the National Football League once again as a coach or an executive, or win it to the point where he goes, I never need to go back. Right? He's probably already at that point in his monetary future of like he's already made enough money between coaching and TV that he doesn't ever have to go back. But, winning a lawsuit against the NFL probably doesn't hurt the piggy bank.
It doesn't hurt. I think Gruden's doing pretty well right now. It's pretty good. And yes, yesterday he was in Denver. He was at the facility hanging out, talking ball, throwing some chalk.
Isn't it amazing looking back on just those tight ends and kind of thinking back to the 2009 Saints team? As Coach Sanford shows me pictures of Gruden and Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper.
He's hanging out with Hufanga and Greenlaw. Greenlaw looking like he is in full practice attire, which is a good thing.
Are you putting Greenlaw out there week 1? Yes. I've seen a lot of people, like when you and I talked about it yesterday, and I was nervous about it. A lot of texts came through going, I don't need to see Dre Greenlaw until week 4. That was a lot of the reaction from the fan base was treat him with kid gloves at the beginning of the season, just like you did during training camp. But you say otherwise, Coach.
It's been a long time, man. I mean, how long has it been since you and I were sitting there and we saw Dre Greenlaw just pull up a little bit lame? It wasn't, rush an ambulance onto the field because he blew up his leg. It was a tweak. And that was, Raj, that's got to be 5 weeks ago, doesn't it? That's a long time for a soft tissue. That is, if you're not fully healed at this point from that soft tissue, then you might have something that's more of a potentially career-ending injury. After 5 weeks? Because he did practice, Raj, after that. We saw him practice in the waning weeks of open training camp. And he looked fine. He's got to play, man. It's freaking season. It's time to play. I mean, every single one of these games is going to count.
I'm cool with
every single one.
I'm cool with easing you in against Tennessee because I think that Tennessee is so bad. So unbelievably bad. I'm cool with you easing him in, playing him at 50% of the snaps that you would normally get. But you go on the road to Indy, a game that I still believe Denver, like if you're not 2-0 after Indy, you've made a big mistake somewhere. That's a much harder game now that Daniel Jones is the quarterback.
You're right. And if anybody wants to look at the first 2 games and say, Automatic wins.
The first one's an automatic win.
Raj, there's no such thing as a pure automatic win in the National Football League.
The number one defense in the world against a rookie quarterback should be it's the largest spread in the NFL this week.
Yeah, but let's talk about how big the spread is. It's the largest one in the NFL. College spreads are like 37 and a half.
Yeah, it's college.
What? Okay.
It's vastly different. It's an 8.5 point spread. Which
8.5 point spread.
That's gigantic in NFL terms.
If you have a tipped ball that gets picked in return for a touchdown, all of a sudden all bets are off. That's how football works, man. Any given Sunday, if you're in the NFL. Any given Saturday, college football, or in the MAC, it could be any given Tuesday afternoon.
Jarrett Stidham
on the
cover
Ocho.
8.5 against Tennessee. Come on.
All right, then go ahead and throw the Raj
Name
curse
a
out
player
there.
on that roster that scares you.
Throw the Raj curse out there.
Name one player on Tennessee that scares you. Does Calvin Ridley make you quake in your boots?
You want to know who scares me? The tomb of the unknown soldier. You just never know in the NFL. You never know who's going to come out of nowhere and be the guy. How many times that happened? Last year, was anybody mortified about Jaden Daniels when the season started? You weren't saying that Jaden Daniels was going to be leading the Washington Manders, the team that Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl made fun of for the greater part of 2022 to the early part of 24.
Yeah, but Terry,
the freaking Manders.
Where's the Terry McLaurin?
Terry McLaurin wasn't Terry McLaurin until he was Terry McLaurin because Jaden Daniels came out of nowhere and was the guy.
Where's the Brian Robinson Jr.?
He's in San Francisco, isn't he?
Well, last year, Brian Robinson
is he in San
was in
Francisco?
Washington. He's in San Francisco now. He's the backup. But show me the Brian Robinson Jr. on Tennessee.
Tony Pollard, man. Renaissance.
Okay. Maybe. Dude, I don't see it. I don't see it in Tennessee.
I'm not saying
Anthony Simons, that's the only guy that scares me.
I'm not saying the Titans are going to beat the Broncos.
Indy, you can make me be very uncomfortable about Indianapolis. Jonathan Taylor is a bona fide stud.
What was the genesis of this conversation? Do you need Dre Greenlaw? And the answer is yes, because he is one of your more highly compensated, experienced veteran players. If you save him for later down the road, then you might stub your toe on the path to getting him into an actual NFL contest. Every game's got to be treated as if it's a must-win game. And believe me when I say it, every single winnable game for the Denver Broncos needs to be treated like a must-win game.
These games last year were not a problem for them. Games against crap opponents last year, when the Broncos were, can we agree that the Broncos were a worse team last year than we expect them to be on Sunday?
Yeah, I agree.
These games were not a problem
Well,
for
let
them.
me ask you this. Do you remember the Colts game last year?
I do.
Did it feel uncomfortable in certain parts of it?
It was. Like, until Jonathan Taylor drops the football.
Correct.
Then, yeah.
Do you remember the Browns game? Did that feel uncomfortable for a good chunk of it?
Yeah. For a chunk of it, sure.
And those are, as Raj calls them, craptastic teams.
They are craptastic teams.
You won them. You won those ball games.
Yeah, because the defense was so damn good. And the defense is even better this year.
What if the other team doesn't throw the ball to your nickel in your corner in open space for a touchdown, or Nick Bonito on a throwback screen? Dude, the NFL, man, every game is so hard to win. And as a Broncos fan, you've got to enjoy it. You got to enjoy every single game that you get to watch, and got to enjoy every win, because it's the National Football League and winning really hard.
Rookie quarterbacks making their debuts on the road. This from Nick Kosmider of The Athletic.
Did he just text you and say Sanford's a moron, or did you?
17-49 dating back to the 2000 season.
And there's 17 wins in there.
Okay.
You know what I'm playing right now? The bit that I'm partaking in?
My bit, just because you haven't done it means you can't?
No, it's the bit of extremely paranoid football coach. We lead the world in paranoia.
You know what's happening right now? You've been spending too much time with Andy Lindahl. That's what's happening right now.
You know what's happened to me in the last 2-3 years?
I've started coaching football again.
I'm coaching again, and now I'm a freaking mess.
I don't know, like UMBC can win a March Madness game against the number one seeded Virginia Hoos. Like, I get it. It can happen. I'm very confident that Denver is going to walk in and hammer Tennessee at home.
What if Cam Ward plays like somebody who was the first pick overall in the draft?
Yeah, it gets a little sketchier. A little bit, sure. Yes, there's always a possibility. I get it. I'm very confident in them against Tennessee, which means for me, you can ease Dre as I fall over myself, Dre Greenlaw back into it.
You want to know why you just stuttered on Dre Greenlaw's name?
Because I'm not committed to it?
No, because you just got a little paranoid yourself. I'm in your head, Raj. I'm in your kitchen.
I'm not letting you and Andy and your coach paranoia seep into week 1. You want to talk to me about week 2 at Lucas Oil? Sure. I'll be paranoid about that. The Titans? Get out of here.
Let me hear from you. 303-504-0925 on the Shot Mazda text line. Is there any reason to be worried about game 1 against the Titans?
We're split down the middle on the Shop Mazda text line 303-504-0925 in terms of should you be scared of the Tennessee Titans or should you be overconfident like me?
My favorite is from Matt on the Shop Mazda text line. Love you, coach. Broncos by 20 on Sunday.
I also love this one. Raj is dumb.
That's a good one.
That's a really solid one.
I agree with that. That's a really smart text.
I don't know. If I get overconfident about something, it is bound to go horribly wrong. So I understand people going like, Raj, shut your mouth. Like a lot of people did yesterday when I tweeted out, I have a really good feeling about like the Avs this year. I've got like a cup tingle about them.
Ooh.
But I also thought
Why
that
do you
like
do this
maybe
yourself,
I can
man?
give the Raj curse out too early and then the magic like wears off by the time it actually means something.
Are you sure?
I'm just throwing things at the wall. It is a power, it is a sorcery that I don't yet fully understand.
No, you don't.
And I'm only able to harness it if I try things. It just might mean the death of your favorite sports team.
The Raj curse did work. The intentional reverse Raj curse worked to prevent the Chiefs from winning a Super Bowl.
It did.
That was good. That was really good.
So are we learning that like I can't actually make something good happen for Colorado sports, but I can make bad things happen for others?
Correct. That's part of the power.
All right, that's
that you
part
harness.
of it. We are learning things as we move forward.
Can you actually put into existence the San Francisco Giants have no chance to ever make the postseason this year?
I'll think about it.
Okay.
You have to be nice to me. I'll think about it.
You know what that might actually entail? Them knocking the Mets out of a wild card spot.
See, then we're at odds.
Stop it.
Then we're butting heads like Raffy Devers and Kyle Freeland yesterday. You know what caught me off? It's going to take me so long for a dude that hasn't played a snap in the NFL for me to see Jahdae Barron in 23 rather than number 1 coming up on Sunday is going to throw my brain for a loop.
Wait. Say it again.
Jahdae Barron changed his number. Did you see this?
He's 23?
He's now 23. What he wore, I believe what he wore in college.
We're going to see a skinny Audric Estime playing nickel. Isn't that Estime's old number, 23?
Estime was 23.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
But he was 12 all preseason.
12, not number 1. Evan Ingram was 1.
But
he was 12 preseason.
He was
yes.
1. You're right. He was 1 at Texas, I believe, right?
I don't remember what he wore
I think
at Texas.
he was. I think you're right on that piece.
Not entirely sure what he wore. Did he wear like 7 at Texas maybe?
That sounds.
I don't know. What I know is that I got used to him in 12 and having to see him at 23 is going to throw me.
He wore 7.
He wore 7?
University of Texas.
Okay.
Now he's 23. He wore 12 during preseason. I thought he looked pretty sharp at 12. But 23 is a good defensive back number. What is
23 is going to be a tough number. I don't think it'll be a tough number to be the best Bronco in. It'll be a tough number to be the best Colorado sports player in. Milan Hajduk has a really good, solid hold on 23. Cup champion, Rocket Richard, retired jersey. Like, all you had to do in number 1 was, or number 12, who's the best 12? Fat? No, that would have been a tough one, too. Be better than Fat. 23 is not getting beat by Hajduk. You have to be so freaking good to get past Hajduk.
What jersey number is RJ Harvey wearing?
RJ Harvey was in 37 at
I believe
camp.
that changed.
Has he changed his number now?
I mean, 37, that's about as bad as it gets for a running back.
Come on. 37's a solid, like, you just made it to the league NHL player. I loved Chris Drury in 37.
Yeah.
I liked JT Confer in 37. Thank you. Rodney Harrison in 37 was good, but you're not a running back. Rodney Harrison was great.
It's a good safety number. It's a really good special teams try-hard guy number that runs down on kickoff. Does a really good job of vicing the ball carrier. I'm kind of surprised
Nathan says Jahdae Barron wore 23 for many years at Texas, and he wore 7 for 1 year. All right, so 23. You just go back to it. What are you lost in over there?
Just the new jersey numbers after it was all said and done.
Travis Hunter at 12. I get that, but I'm going professional sports here. I understand Travis Hunter at 12. Like, I totally get that. I understand. But I'm not going back to college sports. This is Pro sports numbers.
So weird there. The Denver Broncos official website still has Jahdae Barron listed at 12.
He's switching over to 23.
Yeah, I know that. Just interesting. It also, this is great. The actual like spreadsheet that they use for their active 53-man roster. I'm just looking. I'm just glossing over the numbers that people are wearing. It goes like, it's alphabetized. It goes Pat Bryant's 13, and then Jonathan Cooper. It just has nothing because it's 0. So,
it goes in as a null number
null.
On the Excel sheet. I love that. That's pretty good.
How dare you?
Everybody else has
just
a number.
Non-integer.
Yeah. Jonathan Cooper, what's your number?
He's a dash.
It's just null.
Hashtag null exclamation point. You suck at Excel.
That's so good.
Isn't it funny, man? Thinking back
That's where
to
you got on Excel, you got to put the quote on either side of the 0 so it shows up as an actual, or you got to change it to text instead of formula.
Going back to that conversation that we were having regarding the tight ends and what Evan Ingram can do and him being the X factor of like changing this offense. And you say, 3 years of like elite production, 100 receptions and 800 yards and 5+ touchdowns. You could be in the conversation of like, is Evan Ingram at 34, 35? If the Broncos get all the way, is he in a Hall of Fame conversation? Yeah, you would have to be unbelievable. He'd have to have his 3 best seasons of his career at ages 31, 32, and 33 consecutively without missing any games. Nuts to think back, man. Like, Sean Payton, when his teams go all the way, it is Sean Payton, draft and develop dudes. There are not a lot of guys that he brings in from other organizations that then start on all-pro trajectory. And I think that once you see this cycle of 2, 3, 4 full draft classes come to fruition, which again, I believe the Broncos are on a crash course for true Super Bowl contention either next year or the year after that, when you're still on the rookie cycle for Bo Nix. But what that also coincides with is 3, 4 full drafts of Sean Payton and his guys.
Okay, so let's have this quick conversation about Sean Payton's drafts. To me, and I guess that you don't have the final story, you don't have the last chapter written on the Sean Payton era of being highly involved in acquiring talent via the draft in Denver. You do have that in New Orleans. Do we think that Sean Payton, because it is teamed with a true professional in George Payton, is going to draft even better than he did at the New Orleans Saints?
You'd have to hope so. Like, how many Hall of Famers were on those? Think back to that 2009 Saints team. How many Hall of Famers are on that Saints team that are true Sean Payton draft and develop? Like, the only true Hall of Famer there is Drew Brees.
Yeah, and then we think latter years of Sean Payton drafting, Demario Davis is on most likely a collision course with the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Right, and Brees, obviously not a Saints draft guy. He's a San Diego Supercharger.
Drafted by Bobby Beathard. How about that for a name?
Like, Darren Sharper came in and had 2 really good final seasons with New Orleans, or 1 really good final season with the Saints, but he's not a Saints guy.
Is Sean Payton, with a nice little sprinkle of George Payton, better and more accurate as a drafter than he was with Mickey Loomis and the New Orleans Saints?
I think you have the ability to have more Hall of Fame worthy players with the Paytons together than you did in New Orleans. I believe that Sean Payton did more with less in New Orleans, and he's going to be able to see what you have when the deck is stacked.
Because this roster is largely built, not solely, but largely built through homegrown acquisition of talent over the last 4 years, which does include George Payton preceding Sean Payton. Nick Bonito, right in saying that? Nick Bonito is not a Sean Payton draft pick.
Correct.
Cortland Sutton is not a Sean Payton draft pick. I think Cortland Sutton was a George Payton draft pick.
He's
preceded him.
Dude, Cortland's been here for years. He's been here since 2018.
Nick Bonito, I was thinking PS2. PS2 is George Payton.
2021.
That's the first year of George Payton.
Bonito crosses over. Bonito is a Payton crossover. 23, 24, 25.
Yes. Bonito's
Was Benito 22 or 23?
22.
Okay, so not a crossover then.
Yep.
So you're looking at Mims, Sanders, Moss, Nix, Ellis, and then this year's draft in Barron and Harvey. Can you find me a Hall of Famer in those 3 drafts?
Bo Nix is probably your great white hope right now, for lack of a better term.
Jeez. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Exciting whites.
2 middle fingers.
Exciting whites.
It's an interesting situation with all of these players starting to hit their stride in the middle of Bo Nix and his rookie contract. I would have to think that, yes, Sean Payton is a better head coach because he is with George Payton. Now you have to live up to Mickey Loomis and Shawn having a Super Bowl ring.
Hot take. You asked the question of the 2024 draft class. Who has a chance to be a Hall of Famer?
Nix, Ellis, Franklin. That's basically it.
I'm really high on what I saw out of Jonah Ellis.
I mean, Hall of Famer's crazy.
It's going to be a double-digit sack guy this year.
Dude.
Go ahead.
Double digits for Jonah Ellis?
Can you record that, KJ, and just keep that right there?
If Jonah Ellis gets double digits, one of your other edge rushers is not playing a full season.
Jonah Ellis is the dude.
Cooper or Benito will not be playing a full season if Ellis gets double digits.
You ready for another
There's just
hot
not enough sacks to go around.
Jonah Ellis.
How many sacks are you taking away from Zach Allen?
Jonah Ellis fully healthy is a better edge rusher, pure edge rusher than Jonathan Cooper.
Whoa.
I didn't get the buzz there.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
Get the ding.
I do think you're incorrect there. I think you're jumping.
Jonah Ellis fan club president, right over here.
You're all about that.
I saw it before the injury last year, and I'm seeing it again. He stays healthy. That's any player. That guy's going to have a heck of a season this year. Just wait. It's good news for the Broncos.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. PhD coming up from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy on your drive home from 3 to 6 today. Can't wait to have some Hooters wings here in just a few minutes.
Hooters.
Text Hooters to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to enter to win a $200 gift card as well as a Hooters swag bag. Again, HOOTERS with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest headlines in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, start us off.
The Athletic released an article this morning about the NFL's hope-o-meter for each fan base. Right, exactly, Coach.
Oh, man, this is Moser's going to eat this thing up, isn't he?
He sure is, especially when he gets a hold of this this list here, because this is about the optimistic level for each fan base heading into the 2025 season. So the glazing goes from the media now to the fan base, and listed number one are the Denver Broncos, as Broncos country has a 99% optimism level heading into the 2025 season. Here's the reasoning behind the optimistic level from The Athletic. Quote, Nix is the fix, end quote. Earlier in the offseason, we talked about how much pressure could Bo Nix be under. How much pressure should Bo Nix be under is my question for you guys today.
It's real. You have built a nearly unrealistic level of expectation for this football team, Sean Peyton. 99%. The hopeometer. That's higher than the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles.
It's very difficult to repeat.
The Witch in Kansas City are at 93% as the 8th highest team. The expectations are sky high, and that's why I wanted everybody to know that game against the Tennessee Titans is not a complete guarantee, Raj.
It's a guarantee.
You whispered it, but everybody heard it, Raj.
They're not losing to Tennessee. The team is too good to lose to the worst team in the NFL. They're too good. I'm nervous about Indy. I'm terrified about LA. They're too good to lose to Tennessee and a rookie quarterback on the road.
You're part of this 99% problem.
I am part of the 99%. Sure. Yes.
I got 99 problems and Raj ain't one, so I don't know.
I don't know. Like, I'm very optimistic. Maybe the optimism in it being 99% optimistic and 1% pessimistic is based off of the last, 10 years prior to last season of crap.
There just needs to be some level of caution with the optimists.
Why? Why? This is the best part of the year.
Because
before every sports season, every fan should be as optimistic as I am about the Broncos going into week 1. And if they crush your hearts, that's just the way she goes. There is never a time more than 28 hours before the NFL season? 30 hours before the NFL season where you should be more optimistic. It should be right now. If they look like crap in week 1, my optimism meter, it diminishes. My goalposts move. I don't want to be around people that aren't optimistic about this team. You know who that person is? That person sucks. I don't want you at my house to watch the game on Sundays. I want blind optimism. And if they smack you over the head with the suck stick, then you deal with it.
Would you say that you're the type of hockey fan that just has blind optimism of the Colorado Avalanche on a nightly basis?
No, before the season I am.
Or are you the guy that when the game being played, we get texts on the Morning Sprint text thread about how awful everything is and the sky is falling with the Avs? That's how I feel, Raj, about the cautious.
Again,
tap the brakes.
Feel free to text me during the game while you're tapping the brakes. But beforehand, no, walk in expecting excellence. Once you have the data in front of you of the actual games, you can change your expectations. I will change my expectations.
How's Bo Nix going to play in game 1 against the Titans?
265 yards passing, 2 touchdowns through the air.
One on the ground?
One on the ground and 45 yards rushing.
No interceptions?
No interceptions. No turnovers.
All right, I'm good now.
I'm so bullish about week 1.
You talked me into being dumb optimist.
Thank you.
Dumb optimist.
Now, if I'm wrong, sure, that's going to suck. Will it change my optimism on their season if I'm wrong in week 1? Of course it will. But I'm not going to allow that to creep in prior to the game.
What happens if you lose week 1?
Allow yourself to feel joy. If you lose week 1, man, KJ's going to be able to play this whole segment back and make me look like an idiot. I'll have no one to blame but myself.
Wow. Can't lose week 1.
You can't. It's not. They're not going to do it.
Right?
They could lose week 2. They're not going to lose week 1. KJ, keep going. Yes, I'm part of the 99% optimistic people. Yes.
No, don't start counting.
Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com dropped an article earlier today about which playoff teams will make it back and which playoff teams will drop out. As far as the AFC West is concerned, he has the Chiefs winning the AFC West and the Chargers making it back, but the Broncos being the team that drops out. And he claims it's because the defense set the bar so high last year that he questions whether they can do it again. And that transitions to what exactly will the offense do. Quote, can the offense make up for any decline? Maybe. There were positives for Bo Nix last season, but the Broncos face one of the league's easier schedules of opposing defenses, and Nick's successes often align with the friendlier matchups on the docket. Coach Sean Peyton was careful to shield Nix from drop-back passing situations against tough competition, and with the great defense, Nix wasn't often asked to throw a ton from behind. When he was, including against the Bills and Ravens, the results weren't great, end quote. Do you guys agree or disagree?
The offense should help in terms of like if the defense slips back to the second or third or fourth or fifth best defense in the league. The offense should help, but I'm not relying upon the passing game to make up for that slippage. I have to rely on the running game. You have to expect that with a premium pick in the second round of RJ Harvey, grabbing one of the better veteran running backs off the market in J.K.
Having
Dobbins.
one of the more expensive and experienced offensive lines.
And highest rated.
It's had really good production, man.
Yeah, I look at that and I go, the slippage can be helped by the running game. If you are relying upon the passing game to help on that slippage, things might be able to go awry.
Another Wednesday hot take coming from me. The name that is going to be gushing out of the mouth of Broncos fans and media members alike after week 1, it's going to be J.K. Dobbins. He's going off, Raj.
Okay.
108-yard rusher.
Whoa! First time since who's our guy back in 2023, 2022? Not Melvin Gordon. Who was the last 100-yard rusher? Latavius Murray.
Yeah.
Last 100-yard rusher in a game.
Big tall runner.
All right. I'd like to see that.
J.K. Dobbins, 108, 2 teeters.
There's a lot of points on the board between what you and I just agreed on with Bo.
That's 4 touchdowns, right? You
5.
Said, 5.
We're at 5 touchdowns
35.
now. That's a lot of points.
Yeah, then you really cover the spread. Because that defense ain't giving up more than 20. I'll tell you that.
Are we finding another touchdown in here? Like, is there a defensive touchdown?
Sack fum.
Because we're currently at 3 for Bo, 2 in the air, 1 on the ground, and now we're adding 2 more in for J.K. Dobbins.
See, this is the problem with all of us in sports, man.
Before we get out of this,
I was
the
trying to
Broncos
be
gonna
the
have 65 points on the board.
I was the cautiously optimistic guy, maybe even a little bit of a paranoid,
Let my delusions bring you over to my side.
It is. We're all listening to this happen in real time.
I have said this so many times on this show. Part of sports, why it's so amazing and it grabs all of us, is delusional, unabated optimism at the beginning of a season. And again, I can say this because I grew up a New York Mets fan. Every single year, I think it's their year to do it. And then the first game happens, the first pitch happens, and I'm Stewie Griffin throwing my hat onto the ground and saying, we suck, it's all over. It's the same way with all the other sports.
Who's my guy that has the chew toy for Barstool? That's a Mets fan.
Frank the Tank.
Yeah, for you and Frank the Tank. You guys are similar. You guys watch Mets baseball in a very similar way. Kind of look the same, too.
Oh, come on!
Got some drool on your shirt from the chew toy, smacking around.
That was rude.
Sorry.
KJ?
No, don't start counting.
So Sean Payton was recently on Peter Schrager's podcast called The Schrager Hour, and he talked about his journey to almost becoming the Oakland Raiders head coach. Here's Sean Payton kind of giving us one of his funner story times that usually doesn't put us to sleep.
Bill comes to see me and he says, Al Davis wants to interview you for the head job. And he said, I'm going to be honest with you. I think he's going to want to hire you. And so I fly out to Oakland, spend 3 days with Mr. Davis, and then have a family vacation in Florida. He and I would speak nightly now about staff, and it became apparent to me that he was going to offer me this job. And
silver and black. This has got to be tantalizing.
I went to Joseph A. Bank and got my black suit with the silver tie. Thursday at Disney World, I get a call in the morning from Michael Lombardi, and he says, look, Al wants to speed this up. There was still 3 days left of this vacation. He said, well, you're going to have to call Al. And so we were at the Rainforest Cafe, and the family was having lunch. I walked outside under a giant mushroom.
Yep.
And I'll never forget it. I called Al Davis. I said, look, I made this commitment. You and I have talked about commitments. And he understood, went out and saw him for another 3 days. Bill's getting impatient. He just wants an answer.
Sure. He needs to hire a new OC if you leave.
And I understand it. Bill said to me, look, I know it's hard to turn down a job. He said, but you're going to have other opportunities. And when we hung up, 2 minutes later, the phone rang, and it was Jerry. And he asked me to come by the house. He sent a driver. And I think it was the same type of trip that Zim took. There's a moral to this story. If Jerry's the last guy you see, you're probably staying.
Tell that to Micah Parsons.
Billy, they didn't see each other enough.
Also, there's a couple of things. Crazy how close he got to being the Raiders head coach, and we'll get into that in a second.
What year was this?
The craziest thing that he said right there. Dude, you make $18 million a year,
Joseph
and you're
A.
getting
Bank?
your suits at Joseph A. Bank?
And eating at Rainforest Cafe?
Do not poo-poo the Rainforest Cafe.
Are they still going?
There's like 18 locations across the country. We used to have Rainforest Cafes here in Colorado. We do not have them anymore.
I went to one in the last 3 years.
There's one in Disney. A couple in Disney, I think, in Florida.
Yeah, where would I have gone to a Rainforest Cafe?
They have some in Arizona, Texas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan.
Minnesota. So it was
the Rainforest Cafe is dope. I miss the Rainforest Cafe.
Cheesecake Factory or Rainforest Cafe?
Rainforest Cafe.
I agree. You like when it's like it's time to monkey around and they do the
yeah. It's awesome, man. They've got all the noises.
Wait, is there a Rainforest Cafe in Cherry Creek?
No, I think it's gone.
Gone. Okay.
They used to have one. I thought at Park Meadows. They had one here in Colorado. It's gone now, but I thought they had one at Park Meadows. But no, there's no longer a Rainforest Cafe in Colorado. That is a great themed restaurant. We don't have enough themed restaurants anymore. You know what's another great one that I loved when I was a kid? Here in Colorado, Gunther Tootie's.
What?
Loved a Gunther Tootie's.
Never heard of it in my life.
It's like an old, like a diner feel.
Kind of Rubies?
Yeah, sure. You know, long,
I'll tell you what I
flowy
miss, man.
pink lady dresses.
I'm going to sound
big old milkshakes.
I'm going to sound so
jukeboxes.
So incredibly SoCal right now, bro. I used to love Rubies. Used to always be at the end of each of the beach cities' piers. And so my dad and I had a tradition every other week during the football season. My dad was coaching at USC, long hours. He would take either me or my sister, depending on the week. We would alternate. And we would choose breakfast of our choice with dad before he goes into work and he would drop us off at school. I always went to Ruby's and got a nice ham, egg, and cheese omelet at Ruby's at the end of the pier at the beach. And it was awesome.
There's not enough themed restaurants. Like Casa Bonita is like the only themed restaurant that we have still going here in Colorado. It's a good theme. South Park theme.
Yeah, Hard Rock Cafe, Gonzo.
What's going on? Where's all the novelty?
Planet Hollywood, Gonzo.
Sean Payton is a Raider.
I could see it.
Who's the head coach here if Sean Payton was a Raider already?
Ooh.
Do you think that they would have waited and still gone through these cycles of one and done, two and done coaches?
How about our guy at the Texans? Trying to blank on his name right now. DeMeco Ryan.
Oh, DeMeco Ryan, he was at the very, very top of Denver's list.
Right.
Denver was not at the top of his list. He chose Houston over Denver.
Family?
Yeah, I think his wife is like very firmly from there. Maybe he's got roots there too, but I remember his wife being part of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that was I don't think he'd be here. I think he'd be a Texans head coach. You might still be in that 1-2 year coaches thing waiting for Kyle Shanahan to get fired.
That's what I was going to say. In the absence of Sean Payton's presence here in Denver, does that open up a possible John Gruden-esque trade for Kyle Shanahan?
Might be asking for it. Do you have to take Brock Purdy too? I don't make that trade. They were hot after Harbaugh as well. Harbaugh could have been enticed to be here as well. I don't know. Possibilities. I'm happy he's not in Vegas. I'm happy he's here. Crazy division for head coaching. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at mountainhighappliance.com. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store. Locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. As a reminder, football season's here, and Hooters, Colorado is your game day headquarters. Check out their Pick 3 special. One app, one entree, and one drink, and it all starts at just $11.40. That it's $11.40. Wings, beer, game time fuel without breaking the bank. Hooters, Colorado. This is how you football. And if you want to win a $200 gift card and Hooters swag bag, all you got to do is text the word Hooters, HOOTERS, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck. You guys can enter once per day for a total of 5 entries into the drawing. Again, that is Hooters with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Wrapping things up here on the morning sprint, Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. We have a new AP Top 25 poll. Ohio State, the new number one team in the land, 55 votes to the Ohio State Buckeyes. Penn State still slots in at number 2.
Wow.
LSU moves up 6 spots from number 9.
Earned the right to be there.
Into the top 3. Georgia trails them at number 4. Miami moves from 10 to 5 thanks to their win over Notre Dame on Sunday evening. Oregon gets 1 first-place vote somehow. A little questionable.
Someone loves
the Ducks.
Just big Duck guy.
Oregon at number 6. Texas falls 6 spots from 1 to 7. Clemson falls 4 spots from number 4 to number 8. Notre Dame falls 3 spots from number 6 to number 9. So you have 3 straight 0-1 teams at 7, 8, and 9 between Texas, Clemson, and Notre Dame, respectively. And your top 10 is closed up by Lenoris Sellers and the Gamecocks of South Carolina.
They all look like a good football team.
I don't know if he looked like a Heisman candidate, though.
No.
I was expecting more from Lenoris Sellers.
It's a tough. I mean, it was a competitive, tough first game.
Yeah,
it wasn't one to
wasn't a cupcake.
To laugh at. Brent Pry, the former defense coordinator from Penn State, the head coach there at Virginia Tech, has a good defense.
Alabama tumbles 13 spots down to number 21. They're the only other 0-1 team that remains in the top 25. So your one-loss teams: number 21 Alabama, number 9 Notre Dame, number 8 Clemson, number 7 Texas.
So, how many teams is it? 7 total have a loss in the top 25. It was 4. Okay, 4. So 3 in the top 10.
3 in the top 10, 7, 8, and 9, and then number 21 Alabama, who slots right in between Mississippi at 20 and Tennessee at 22.
So basically, you ranked all but Mississippi State in the SEC. Is in the top 25. No, Kentucky's not in there.
Kentucky's not in there. No.
Vanderbilt is, right?
Vandy not in the top. Wait, are they? Do I see Vandy in the top 25? I don't see Vandy in the top 25.
Mizzou is.
Your SEC standings as of right now, let's see your currently ranked teams in the Southeastern Conference. Florida at number 13, Georgia at number 4, LSU at number 3, Oklahoma, Mississippi, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas A&M, Bama, Texas. Your unranked teams from the SEC are Vanderbilt, Missouri, Mississippi State, Kentucky, Auburn, Arkansas.
I believe that risers that are going to continue. Missouri, they look good in their opener. Big fan of them. I believe USC is going to end up having a good season. They're going to be better.
Auburn might be ranked by this time next week.
Yeah, Auburn played good ball. You know who's going to be a surprise out of the West Coast? After watching one game and seeing the big hefty lefty spinning the football around, and Jerome Sagapatolo-Lella. I'll work on his name. University of Cal, sturdy Golden Bears out of the Atlantic Coast Conference.
That's a gettable conference, man.
It is. Wide open.
You believe in Miami at number 5? You believe in Carson Beck?
They looked as complete as I've seen Miami
sure did.
Look. Carson Beck, man, I was so impressed with just his overall growth.
Because he was a guy who, prior to week 1, you went, there's a reason why he's bounced around. There's a reason why Georgia went, we don't need you anymore.
He still kind of has that long, laborious throwing process, and he's a bigger, not quite as insanely athletic as a lot of these other quarterbacks out there. He played within himself, man. And you know what I liked about even the post-game interview from Carson Beck? It's like, for once with him, one of the faces of the NIL quarterback.
I know he couldn't go back to Georgia, but like in the season last year, they were very clearly, we got our guy.
It just appeared to me like he's actually been humbled and grown because of some past failings. And it was cool.
Well, because of his breakup with the Cavender twin?
That's a part of his failings.
Probably
not doing better than a Cavender right now.
Do you believe Deion?
Maybe he is. He's in South Beach.
Do you believe Deion Sanders right now in saying that you will see Juju Lewis in week 2?
I do. You're playing Delaware. What's it going to tell? What is playing Delaware going to tell us about this football team?
It won't teach you anything. You could win 60-0, and I go,
here's what I want to see.
Who are you?
This new look CU Buffs physical outfit. Should be a 250-yard rushing game if that's who you really are. That's what I want to see. I want to see mollywop, physically mollywop an FCS opponent, and not even a great FCS opponent. This isn't the Delaware Blue Hens of 1998 to 2010 with Joe Flacco spinning the ball around. They're just an average to above average FCS team right now.
Some other news that we didn't get to in NFL notes. Bill Barnwell came out with his big NFL predictions. And while it has been weeks and weeks and weeks of national media being very high on the Broncos, ESPN's Barnwell, his pick for 2025, the Denver Broncos out of the playoffs. He talks about, yes, it's the league's best defense on a per-play basis from last year. He expects that to take a little bit of a step back. I disagree with him. I think last year's best defense got better this year through the draft and through free agency. You know, a lot has to be said with the health of Dre Greenlaw, something that we talked about constantly to start the show. The health of Talanoa Hufanga. Can he play a full season at the safety position this year, and whether or not Jahdae Barron is a true impact player, being either a backup corner or playing all of his snaps at nickel, which is what we expect this year. He's got them out simply because of, well, when they played good teams, they were not good against good teams. The only time that they had a solid game, they lost, and it was on the road in Kansas City. You were 1-7 against teams with a winning record prior to that final game of the season when you played against Kansas City, and they hardly had anyone on the field.
Yeah. Denver Broncos are making the postseason, Raj. The defense, like you said, is too good.
It's too good.
And Bo Nix is not the type of player that I see having a sophomore slump, because he's a prepared player, he's a serious player, and he has proven that he makes a mistake and learns from it. Doesn't make the same mistake twice. That's maturity. He's a mature player.
That's the one thing that I brought it up yesterday, the Cleveland experiment, right? Because Cleveland was coming off of a season in which they were expected to be the number one defense in the world. Myles Garrett is signed this huge deal, and it all went up into smoke. And it's because of the dysfunction on the offensive side, the dysfunction at quarterback, the historic dysfunction at quarterback from that franchise. Denver doesn't have that. Like, I'm not worried about Bo blowing up this year. Am I worried about him taking the next step from like a 15th ranked quarterback in the league into top 7, where then you get into conversations of like, oh, like Denver can win a Super Bowl this year? Because if he gets there, that's what that conversation morphs into. I don't think that's going to happen, but I don't believe he drops from, the 15th best quarterback in the league to the 25th. I think he's probably closer to top 10. And if you're that with I wouldn't even say the number one defense, a top 5 defense in the league this year. Dude, they're not missing the playoffs. They're too good. If you're healthy, they are too good. They're too well coached. And I believe that, the quarterback doesn't have sophomore slump written on him. He doesn't.
Shefty predicted 10 wins yet again for the Broncos.
That gets you in. That gets you in as a wild card. You do not win the division. It gets you in as a wild card.
Doesn't guarantee you that you get in, or does it?
It probably does. It got you in last year.
I got the Broncos. The over-under for me, barometer of success is 10.5 wins. 10.5 wins is setting the bar. Hit the over, wildly successful regular season. Hit the under, leaves a little to be desired.
Well, yeah, you probably need help along the way. You had to have won the proper games.
You got Hufanga, you got Greenlaw, you got Ingram, you got J.K. Dobbins, and you went out and drafted another piece to add to an already potent defense. 12 wins, man. That's very
12
attainable.
wins, you win the division.
It's attainable.
I'm really, really confident about 12 getting this division done, because I think the division's going to beat each other up.
It is. There's going to be some cannibalization, and don't for a second think that the Las Vegas Raiders won't play some role in cannibalizing this division.
You got a late game against Vegas this year too, man. Week 14 on the road.
I hope this NFC or AFC West comes down to the final week of the season. Wouldn't that be great?
You and the Chargers at home, week 18.
So good.
I'd prefer it come down to, like Christmas, and you beat Kansas City, and then you can kind of rest everyone week 18.
That'd be fun too.
I'd be cool with that. I'll take that.
I just like highly competitive contests.
But that's such a brutal turnaround, man. Like, you have a game against Jacksonville, you expect the Jags to be better this year, and you have a 4-day turnaround to go on the road to Arrowhead, likely when Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are starting to peak. I know their schedule isn't like a murderer's row. It's way harder than it was last year, but that Week 17 matchup is brutal on short rest.
For all of our Shot Mazda texters, we're on a wacky Wednesday. I want to hear it. 303-504-0925. How many wins will the Broncos have in 2025?
We will get into all of that tomorrow, courtesy of our full NFL season preview and predictions. We'll do that at 10:20. Again, football season's here. Hooters Colorado is your game day headquarters. Check out the Pick 3 special. 1 app, 1 entree, and 1 drink starting at $11.40. Wings, beer, game time fuel without breaking the bank. Hooters Colorado is how you football. And if you want to win a $200 gift card and a Hooters swag bag, text that word Hooters, HOOTERS, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck for Coach, for KJ. I'm Raj. We're going to go eat some wings, maybe have 1 beers.
Not me.
Well, I don't have to coach children, so I'm going to have 1 beers. Talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
Look at the guys out there hustling Hooters.
Working it.
Working the Hooters.
Who's working the hardest?
Oh, Raj, for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Got a baby in like 2 days?
Oh, yeah.
Working hard?
Hooters came in to bring us some food and shooting a little video out there with Raj and Coacher and a couple lovely ladies and a hell of a display. There's no way they're going to eat all that food.
Oh, it'll get eaten, buddy.
You think that'll be gone?
Yeah, I'd put money on it.
Before we get a shot?
I don't know. What day is today? Sales end today?
Tyler, today is Wing Wednesday.
Wing Wednesday.
All you can eat wings for $16.59 per person. Okay.
That's a pretty good deal.
$16.59 per person, all the wings you can eat? It's all right.
I could do some damage with that.
Way to go, Hooters. There you go. Scotty, you okay? You good? You taking care of business there?
Just wonderful, man. Just wonderful.
You doing all right?
Yep. Playing the world.
Yeah?
How about you?
Figuring out everything?
Almost. I've done more business today than you could shake.
What do you got going on?
I'm trying to get my house painted. Had to go to my back doctor. Stop by. There's this foot guy I've been trying to get into, and I realized his office was the same building. So I hooked up over there and talked to them. Then I realized I had to get gas.
Yeah.
And I went, across the street. And I went, it's an old Sinclair. Well, my grandfather worked at Sinclair, which was eventually bought by Atlanta Ricksfield, Arco. And it reminded me of a story that he goes, he just retired. He goes, hey, let me show you. And he worked there 35, 40 years.
Uh-huh.
He goes, let me show what they got me. I said, great. Came out and he showed me a gold watch. He goes, 40 years of your life, they give you a watch.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
And I'm sitting there thinking, so now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, why and that was back in the day, do it all the time, right? I'm thinking, why not a set of golf clubs? Because when you retire, and he's probably in his 60s, mid to late 60s.
That'd be a good gift.
But why a watch? Because now you don't have to keep time anymore. You're on your own time.
Right.
You're on retired people time.
Yeah.
So then I got that, and then I got back, and so then one of the house painters got a hold of me, and then this right here, and then
jeez.
Yeah, so it's
hell of a day.
Busy already. It's not even,
By the way, your hair is doing some weird things right
and
now.
you know what? I took a shower this morning, and I didn't comb it or anything. And I feel like I'm going without
go for it.
Without the mousse. I got a little what's that?
I like it. You got a little Back to the Future vibe going on.
Or the Dasher diners and cars and trucks.
Guy Ferrari.
I got a little Guy Ferrari.
Go for it. Keep it going.
And honestly, I didn't even think about it until I looked in the picture there, and it's
a little something.
Yeah.
A little different.
I had a stressful morning, too. I had to golf.
You played golf.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was great. We're out at Arrowhead. Revitalize Health doing a tournament for veterans so that they can provide some free services for them. Good deal. They do some awesome stuff.
Very nice.
It was nice. I had not played golf in a long time.
Yeah.
I played shockingly well for everything but the chips. The drives, money.
Yeah.
Approach shots, money.
Yeah.
75 yards and in, not so money.
It's kind of like your life, though.
Yeah.
Oh, how's that?
Well, when it's the little touch stuff.
Break it down for me.
You struggle a little bit. When it's the big boom, boom, I could use the bull.
I'm more of like an in and out guy.
When you're When you're the bull, you can be the bull. You're good at the
I'm good at being the bull.
But the soft touch?
I got a tender heart, Scott.
Tender heart, yeah, well, got to put it in practice.
Jeez. Okay. Not even sure what that means.
Dude, well, look at my hair.
I know.
Oh, the wife got a new golf club, speaking of Tyler playing golf today.
She got new golf clubs?
She got a new golf club.
Who bought her that golf club?
Oh, it was.
That sounds like a wedge.
It was ordered and not talked about, and then it came in, and she, with this sheepy smile, showed me this 44-inch club.
Driver?
Nope. It's a Happy Gilmore
putter.
New putter.
Yeah, they're selling those like crazy right now.
Yeah.
What do you mean a Happy Gilmore? Shaped like a hockey stick?
It looks like a hockey stick.
No, it's literally a hockey stick. It's a gold hockey stick.
Looks like a hockey stick.
That you legit would use on a course?
Yeah,
you
can
could.
use it. It's like a real putter.
Okay.
It's made by Odyssey, I think.
Yeah.
And what was the reason she had to have that?
You know, we can walk through
Stop asking. Yeah,
we can
really
walk through
seriously.
my garage and my basement, and we could and the two spare bedrooms, and we could ask that question about
a lot of things.
10,000 items.
Okay. Hockey stick putter.
$180.
It doesn't look like that.
That's what it cost you, Scott. If you didn't know, now you know.
Yeah, but that's not the real Happy Gilmore. This has got the Subway logo on it.
I know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying it's more than $180?
I'm sure.
you.
I haven't looked.
Wow.
I haven't looked, but I'm sure it is.
You want to break down this mouse pad?
That'd be a Hooters mouse pad. Comfortable for your wrist. And other things.
I wonder if she gets a percentage of that.
Cassidy. That's Cassidy.
There you go, Cassidy. Way to go.
Represents?
Well, I guess
fantastic.
Guess I might as well use it.
Did I tell you it's Wing Wednesday?
This is unbelievable.
All you can eat wings for $16.59 per person.
What is going on here? This mouse pad is ridiculous.
Did you guys watch the Rockies at all?
I watched the 5,000 clips that you sent us.
Oh, I'm sorry to bug you. It's not often that we have a full-out, bench clearing fracas.
At game 155 or something like that. 156.
Nah, yeah, no. Well, I mean, it's ish. They've got 23 games left.
So 150.
How's my math? I don't know.
159. Game 159.
It's up there.
I mean, think about that. I can I say what you sent? I didn't see it. I'm going to waste my time watching that. But what I saw of that, good. I'm all right with Kyle Freeland.
Are you really?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Like I guess.
Serious?
Okay, here. I can't take this both ways because here's my take on this thing. I think it's soft as hell that Kyle Freeland gets all bent out of shape. The dudes. He wasn't even staring down Kyle. He was staring down his home run. Okay, right. He was admiring his work. I just hit a hell of a dinger. I'm going to stare at that thing, right? And just like Scott does every weekend. And so this guy's staring at that thing, not staring at Freeland. Freeland gets upset. Now, here's where I can kind of have it both ways with you. Baseball needs all the bat flips. Baseball needs all of the stare downs. Baseball needs all of the taunting. And so if I like the batters taunting, if I enjoy that, in theory, I should have no problem with the pitcher biting back, right? Having a little fight out there. But come on, it is soft as hell that he got that bent out of shape for a dude staring down.
How about the base runner getting that soft as hell? He's got to come in the diamond and charge him. He could have just let him talk trash, and he could have talked trash all the way around and been over.
Okay, fine.
So how about a bigger guy being soft?
No.
By one stick and stones may break my bone, but words will never hurt me.
Once somebody starts yapping at you, you got to yap back.
Well, you can yap back, but keep running the bases.
By the way, what happens if he doesn't finish running the bases? Because that did kind of happen.
Well, listen, I have
getting
a
some
problem.
weird
I will
stuff
say
there.
this, though. Would you rather him talk trash? Because the guy's still in the box.
He doesn't even look at Freeland. He doesn't even make eye contact with him.
He said, take your base, run. Don't need to stare. I'm okay with that.
Nah, that's soft. You don't like the dude staring down your home run?
How about the guys coming in and pushing? Would you rather him sit there and talk trash to the guy staring at his home run or plunking the next guy right in the ribcage?
Admittedly, I'm trying to have it both ways on this because I enjoy the fight, but it's soft that Freeland got that bent out of shape.
Here's Logan Webb from the Giants about Freeland.
Kind of just the general feeling of watching all of that go on.
I mean, surprised it hasn't happened before with that guy. So, just kind of runs his mouth a lot of times, and Rafi got him good. So, whatever.
Kyle's been out of shape that he took too long to get to first base.
I thought it was ridiculous by Freeland.
5 seconds before we I have no. It might be ridiculous. I don't disagree with that. It's first inning, right?
8th pitch.
Yeah. So it's the first inning. Who cares?
Freeland had 0-2, and then Devers fouled off like 3 in a row, and then Freeland was just like, "Well, I'm tired of trying, and here's just here's a meatball over the middle." And Devers did what he did because Freeland can't pitch.
By the way, Freeland, if you're going to start a fight. That's my biggest pet peeve with baseball.
He didn't start the fight. He was talking trash. Some guy came out.
Oh, he started the fight. Of course he started the fight.
He started the fight.
Talk about soft.
Nah, he started the fight.
Talk about soft.
Who started the fight?
The guy that came in off the bench and pushed him in the back.
He was the third.
That's where it started.
He was the third man in the fight.
You got 2 grown-ass men yelling at each other over the fence, and their neighbors. Let them yell.
They're not very friendly neighbors.
That's fair. Chapman,
they're yelling at each
you're
other.
talking about Chapman. He did get thrown out.
Yeah, and Chapman comes out here and blindsides Freeland.
And so did Adames, who had a bug up his butt. He got thrown out, too. He came out pretty aggressive. But Freeland's got to be, guys, I mean, give me a break. I mean, you got to have You know, Freeland makes $16 million a year.
Well, good for him.
He's got a player. He's got. Oh yeah, the money actually does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. You get paid.
If he's making $750,000, that's okay if he did that.
Wait. What does the money have to do with this?
You have a deeper responsibility to your team.
To what?
To not be to not get thrown out of the game.
You have a deeper responsibility than the dude making league minimum? That's some BS.
No.
That's a terrible team.
No.
If you're telling me the dude that's making league minimum doesn't have as much of a responsibility, that's some BS.
He does not. They don't have as much invested in him.
When you're taking the
that's
mound,
a bad team.
You're taking the mound, and you got that uniform on. You all have responsibility.
Hell yeah, you're
no
all
kidding.
the same.
I didn't say you're definitely not the same. If you were the same, they would pay you the same. Why do they pay guys different amounts of money? I'm sorry.
Do you think that I got treated any differently once we were in the middle of a game? Hell no. I mean, me as a league minimum guy, I didn't get treated any differently. I didn't get any free outs because I was making less money than Trent Williams.
I didn't say you got free outs. You have a bigger responsibility to the team if the team invests more money into you. There's no doubt about it. I know you guys disagree with me. You guys,
you say there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. You got two athletes telling you there's a doubt about it.
You hate when I bring up money with things.
Here's why I hate your argument, though.
Okay.
Because to me, if you're playing, I don't care if you make $300,000 or you make $35 million. If you're dogging it and playing bush league, and I'll let you call that bush league, I have no problem with that. It don't matter. Bush league is bush league. Don't have a dollar price on it. If you want to say now as a starting pitcher, you can't be getting kicked out. The bullpen's already been wasted for the last 4 or 5 nights. So I grant you that. Although Cincinnati came in and did okay, right?
He was okay.
I mean,
he wasn't great.
For him, okay.
For a sense of
how much does he make?
Well, he makes like $15-16 million too.
There you go. So,
and he got benched.
All I know is if you're a turd, you're a turd, and it don't matter the dollar value.
Do you think Kyle
you're
Freeland
the
is a
highest paid
turd?
guy here. Think about that.
I'm not even close to that.
You should
not
be the turd that you are sometimes.
Not even close, my friend.
You should not be.
I wish.
You should not.
I
be a
wish
turd.
that was the case. No, I mean you have a responsibility to whoever you are for whoever's paying you, but you're one of the guys. There's 4 guys that are starting pitchers. 4 dudes. You owe your organization and your teammates more than 8 pitches and losing your cool because you can't pitch.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that either. But Devers could have just talked back and just keep running. He's going to get tough up. He did the somebody's in front of me now. I'll even get tougher.
Yeah.
Run the bases. Let him talk. It's been going on for a million years in sports. That's okay. But then it gets escalated. Now, if he doesn't say anything, doesn't get escalated, I agree with that. But Devers could have just kept rocking too.
Yeah.
Kyle Freeland, shut up. Devers, keep running. How's that?
Call me old school. You don't like dudes flipping bats, staring it down. Don't give up home runs.
And here's another reason I was excited about it. You know what I'm excited about it?
What?
Because it's game 159 and you act like you gave a damn.
Who acted like they gave a damn?
Anybody who went out there to protect their teammate.
Guess what? Nobody went out to protect Freeland.
Well, then
one guy did.
Then you got Goodman.
Kyle Farmer.
Goodman was out there.
Goodman.
The catcher.
Goodman did nothing. Watch it again. There's only one guy. There's only one guy who helps out Freeman. Watch Kyle Farmer. Gone. Bomb. 2-0. Rockies awful in the first inning.
Good crowd though.
Yeah. Yapping.
Just keep going. Keep going. Now somebody
There's Farmer playing first base. He's yelling at him. Farmer comes in after he pushes him. But that's it.
There's good one.
What do you mean? The whole team's in there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
What do you mean
10, 11,
nobody
12,
came? The entire team's there.
13's coming.
Yeah, they're all just kind of hanging out. By the way,
what a baseball
all right.
Nobody came.
What do you think happened to Devers the rest of the game? Think somebody threw at him to answer it?
Because they shouldn't. And I know that's old school law.
Okay. I'm telling you, I don't think anybody was going to protect Freeland, nor will anybody protect him today, because I think his teammates are sick of his crap.
Oh, my God.
Okay. What's Kyle Freeland's record this year? Well, what is he doing? Well, what are they doing? I think this
is there multiple pitchers that are doing great this year?
No. Well, the Tanner Gordon's doing well.
And
one guy,
3-2, 5-4.
He's like 5-6, 5-5, something like that.
And that's great.
You asked me who's doing well. I gave you one guy.
I said great. Who's doing great?
Well, for Rockies, that is great.
Oh, okay, good point on that one. I liked it to show a little fight. I'm okay. Kyle Freeland may be a D-bag. That's okay. What did they say all the time? Shanahan said he can't win the league. You can't win a championship with a lot of choir boys.
No.
Right? So give me a bag.
So that's Bill McCartney that.
I wish he was playing better, pitching better. I'm with you on that. I think that whole roster, you go up and down that roster, if you want to now throw the dollars in, there's a whole lot of money they've wasted as far as production versus value.
Scott, you got to admit, though, that was soft.
I thought it was one of the more. I thought it was one of the more pathetic moments of the
there's
year.
no other way to describe it other than being soft. He was so bent out of shape that he gave up a home run.
Have you ever
that the dude
got
stared it
emotionally
down.
involved with whatever, and you said, "Why did I get that emotional?"
Yeah, and it was probably a soft reaction.
Well, that or an emotional reaction. Soft means a different word for me and you. Soft means you ain't. Soft means you don't want to get punched in the face.
Soft means I was embarrassed.
Soft doesn't look
soft,
like
soft means I was embarrassed.
I agree with Tyler.
I don't know. Soft means you're embarrassed. Everybody's embarrassed.
Well, that's what that was.
He was embarrassed.
He was embarrassed.
That right there is like a guy who's fought with his wife all day. His kids have been acting up. His team sucks. He hasn't pitched worth crap. And a guy bombed it and then stared at it, and it just was the straw on the camel. And I'm gonna tell you, I'll go with you if you want to call him soft. That's fine. Devers was soft too.
I disagree.
Run around the base.
Devers hit the home run.
I disagree.
Go run around the base then.
He didn't start the yapping.
He got talked to, and
he actually was running the bases.
Wait, what? He stopped at first base.
He was until Freeland started yapping.
He touched home eventually. It was pretty funny, actually, because they had the whole thing. And I was like, there was a guy on first base. I'm like, did Devers cross in front of the guy? Because that would actually be illegal. But it was just such a cluster. Once they get everything organized, they just had everybody going around.
We got to go to break, but I'll ask one quick baseball question. So now they got a stupid rule in Major League Baseball. The pitcher comes in, has to pitch 3 batters?
Yeah.
What if you come in, Devers comes up, he's the first batter, you come in just for this, and you plunk him, you get ejected. Why?
You can get ejected, though, at any time.
Can't you have to face 3 batters?
No, not if you get ejected.
So we have asterisks on the rules.
Oh.
Well, I mean, that was only the second batter of the game. Like, they didn't say, Freeland, you get to face one more guy, and then now you're tossed.
I will say that was an overreaction and very emotional from Freeland. If he wanted to just say something, stay on the mound and talk stuff, okay, fine. Which I think every pitcher does.
Freeland actually said that the reason he had the issue was that it was early in the game and felt disrespected. You want to hear a little Kyle Freeland?
Yeah,
I got a little bit of him, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just, found it extremely disrespectful to, show me up like that in the first inning after hitting a home run, standing there watching it, taking your sweet time getting down to first base. I've been in this league for quite some time, and I know he is as well. I just find that extremely disrespectful and felt that I needed to let him know about that.
Were you surprised that?
God.
I'm so sorry. The dude hit a really cool home run.
I had to let him know about it. Just strike him out, dude. You had him 0-2. Fouled off 3 balls. Have a pitch. It was a soft moment by Freeland. The Rockies did not have Freeland's back. There was no retribution going on.
I enjoyed the whole thing, though.
Hunter Goodman was the only guy that had a good game yesterday. He had 4 RBI.
He's probably had the best season of anybody. He was an all-star.
There's a couple of good guys, but yeah, I mean, Hunter Goodman's been fantastic. But there's you know what? I agree with you on this. Everything's bad. And this might be the straw that broke the camel's back on this pathetic season. It was their 100th loss of the year. Warren Schaefer didn't even know it. He had to be told after the game by a media person, well, how do you 100 losses? He goes, it was? Okay. All right, coach. 2.0, brother.
All I know is I talked to Dante Bichette one time, and he did that exact same thing to Nolan Ryan in a spring game.
Did he?
Did that same thing.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't do that to Nolan.
Yeah. He said, because he didn't he start with Milwaukee, and I think he was with the Rangers, and I don't know if he spent most of the time in the minors that year, but he hit a home run off him in spring training. Came up, it was a year later, he said, I made the bigs, I'm playing.
Yeah.
First time I faced Nolan Ryan, he hits me right in the rib.
Yeah.
And he did, I don't know if he remember, I don't remember exactly, something like the Ryan said, you run when you hit a home run. Or something like that. But it was a year later.
Well, if we're going old school and respect and the whole thing, that's more the way to handle it. You don't yip at him.
So you wait till Devers comes back around.
That's right.
Hit him in the 4th inning.
Or the next guy comes up and you plunk the next guy. You hit the next guy and send a message and you stare down the Astros or the Giants bench. I don't know. You know what? Just strike him out. Get it out. Don't be such a pathetic bunch of losers.
Oh, my God. Weren't they great just 7 days ago?
Oh, the roller coaster has been. It's been a fun ride with DMac.
That'll be your podcast when you do the
do you remember how bad we were
DMac's
fighting
happy
it?
roller coaster.
What can I tell you?
That'd be a great podcast.
I tell you what's going on when it's going on, and right now it's pathetic. Nobody really cares. Nobody on the team really cared that much about Freeland doing what he did. There was no response to it afterwards. There was no fight in the team. It was pathetic. It was pathetic.
Look at that stat right there, not to change subject. Joe Flacco, 20th different week 1 starting quarterback for the Browns since 1999. So in 26 seasons, they've had 20 different starting quarterbacks to start the season. That's a bad franchise.
Oh, they're terrible.
And you know what that is? That's historic.
By the way, Sanford had a question for you. Did he tell you?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. It's about, there was another moment of baseball that was pretty funny yesterday, actually. And he had a question for you. If there's, it's like when there's bad blood between teammates.
Okay.
What will one teammate do to another teammate? And
that was a fun situation. I saw that.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
That was good. All right, we'll get to that coming up. On the text line, DMac flip-flops on the Rockies more than J-Lo does on husbands. I don't think I'm flip-flopping on the Rockies. I think I'm telling you the way it is when it is. They were playing great for a while after the break, but not now.
Your new Instagram page, The Real J-Lo.
The Real J-Lo. There was another incident in baseball. We'll get to the Broncos. CU's been kind of fun today, by the way. More people.
What happened today?
Well, it's just hearing different people's opinions on the whole Prime stuff. We're lucky. We got to it right off the bat. It happened during the show.
Yeah.
So, but just to hear sort of everybody's take on Prime. I don't think Prime's got a lot of supporters on that. I'll get to that in a second. But Sanford had a question for you on his show today.
Okay.
So Framber Valdez and Cesar Salazar, battery mates on the Astros. Bases are loaded against the Yankees, and Salazar, they're mixed up with their pitches, and they're like, "Hey, back off!" Like the catcher's telling the pitcher, "Just step off." And Valdez doesn't, and Trent Grisham unloads a oppo grand slam. Obviously not good, right? I mean, that's terrible. And the catcher's waving at you to, step off.
A little Bull Durham type thing. This fastball inside. Thank me when you
gone. Grand slam. All right. Next batter's up. First pitch, fine. Second pitch. It's so obvious that Valdez, it's like a slider's called, and he just drills a fastball right into his catcher's chest.
I think it was the opposite. Whatever that pitch was, it had some serious movement on it. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It wasn't. They were not on the same page.
He did not throw the pitch. Whatever it was supposed to be in the location it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
He mixed up his catcher on purpose and drills him in the chest.
Shows zero remorse. Just turns around, still pissed off.
It's pretty funny to watch.
What'd they say about it afterwards?
They said they kissed and made up and everything's fine.
Well, you see the catcher take off his mask. He looks over the dugout like, really? Really? This is what we're doing right now?
Yeah.
So was that soft?
Yeah. I've never really seen it before. But the question that Sanford had is hanging your teammates out to dry if you're pissed at one of them. And he was asked about offensive linemen. He said, well, we should ask Polumbus. So here I am. I'm asking you. If you were pissed at RG3, would you just olay that block? And
hell no.
No, they just wouldn't pick
No,
him up.
but there is a funny story that Scott's on right there that I don't know if I've ever actually shared this publicly or not. It might make me look bad. I don't know. No, of course you're never, ever, ever going to put your own job at risk. That's the problem with football. People always assume those offensive linemen hate their quarterback. Yeah, because I want to have 3 sacks on my resume and I want to get cut tomorrow. And I want to make sure that the rest of the league thinks that I suck at football, right? Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter how much you dislike the human being that might be behind you. I still want to make a lot of money. In order for me to make a lot of money, I have to be good at my job, okay? So those sorts of things do not happen. But there was one time out in Washington, and this was pretty crazy because none of us had any clue that we were doing this. It just sort of happened as a cohesive group. So somebody writes an article one day, and they're like, it's like the orangestickyfingers.com of the Redskins, one of those blogger websites. And one of these dudes writes some article about how the offensive line is not helping up RG3 after he gets hit or after he gets sacked. And now keep in mind, this was an extremely toxic season. Season. Offensive line, quarterback, we were not on the same page. It was I've never been a part of anything like it. I don't know how to say it. And I every time I say this, I always preface it with RG3 and I are good. We're good.
Well, he came, didn't he apologize back to the whole team 3 or 4 years ago?
Down the road, he went out of his way to make amends. He was a child. He didn't handle things well, and he went out of his way to make amends. So we're good, right? But at the time, we weren't. At the time, the whole O-line was not. And so some dude writes an article that the O-line is not helping their quarterback up. And we're all like, oh, BS. But somehow this catches some steam. And so somebody asks about it, and we're all like, no freaking way. That's not happening. We're not doing that. And then the same dude actually puts the homework into it. And all of a sudden he goes back and he finds the last 15 times that Robert got hit.
That's awesome.
And lo and behold, every single one of us is just staring at this dude on the ground, and we don't extend our arm to help him up. Every single one of us. And it was like 15 straight hits. And it was like consecutive. Boom, 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 boom. And we're making eye contact with the dude, just looking at him like, that's on you, buddy. Like that ain't on me. That's on you. And get your ass up because you're making us all look bad right now.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
So internally, it just happened. We weren't doing it intentionally. It was not a discussion. Nobody even knew we were doing it until somebody found the evidence of it. And lo and behold, it happened.
But it wasn't discussed. It wasn't like,
no,
we're not helping this jerk up. I mean, this was Dalton Reisner and Brett Rippon yelling about Russell Wilson back in the day.
Yeah.
Sort of.
No. Well, maybe. Yeah.
No?
Maybe a little bit.
I thought that was the sort of the fundamentals of that argument. No? Did I get that wrong?
I don't remember, I guess.
Nobody was helping Russ up. And Rippon goes over and confronts him about that. And then Dalton Reisner shoves Rippon. And
Got you. I do remember the incident. I just don't remember what the precursor was.
Was that the last year Dalton Reisner was here?
Mm-hmm. And Rippon.
Yeah.
And they're both still in the league, too.
Dalton just signed with another team. He signed
with
Bengals, yeah. Just signed with the Bengals.
You probably will.
Justin Simmons still unemployed?
Think so.
Golly. I think Rippon's even with the team.
Thought so, too.
I thought he was a third stringer someplace. That's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense when you say because it's on you. Why would you put yourself at harm?
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to give up a sack. Like that's gonna affect my future.
Yeah, basketball.
But maybe a sack was given up that we didn't think was actually our fault, and then maybe that causes some hard feelings.
Yeah.
Basketball never happened team-wide conspiracy. If you had an issue with the dude, you confront it in practice, and then depending on the team you're on, there might be a fight, and then you're done.
How could you even hang a guy out to dry in basketball aside from, I guess,
not
passing him the ball?
You can go back to the Michael Jordan All-Star game, right? Was that in somewhere in Chicago or someplace? And basically Isaiah Magic said, we're going to ice this guy out, and they never passed it to him.
You could do that.
You can do that. But, I mean, again, if you miss him too many times wide open, especially if he's your best player on your team, you ain't around very long. That ain't happened very long. So, yeah, ours, we just fight.
Or if you're on the Warriors, you just punch the hell out of each other.
But you'd fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's more common. You don't see.
Oh, practice fights happen all the time.
By the way, in that fight you're talking about Golden State, who punched who?
Draymond punched Poole, right?
Yeah. Where's Poole? It's not like his third team.
Washington. I don't know. Where is he?
He was in Washington for a while. He was somewhere. Was he with Houston? Then went to Washington. Where's Draymond?
Yeah.
Sometimes guys need punched.
It's true. It is true.
There's a bumper sticker right there.
I know.
Sometimes guys need punched.
Sometimes guys need punched.
We have another hipster pick for the Broncos, by the way. Very hip. Actually, somebody
Emmanuel Sanders, Cortland Sutton fought each other.
Yeah, they sure did. That was about sticking up for Garrett Bowles. It wasn't? Oh, what was it about? What was it about?
I tell him during break.
Yep.
But it wasn't about sticking up for Garrett Bowles. Okay.
Nothing. I don't know where you got that. Nothing to do with Garrett Bowles.
Because of what I was told and what I saw on the field.
I know from direct sources what the exact fight was about. Nothing to do with that.
Could it possibly be Garrett Bowles or whatever was going on? Was the straw that broke the cat?
Nothing to do with Garrett Bowles.
Well, I mean, I was there watching it. It's okay. I know the sequence when it happened.
You're gonna have to take my word for this. I'll tell you during the break.
All right.
I'll tell you during the break.
I'm just saying, could it possibly be the straw that broke a camel's back? Like there was something between them. It wasn't that. It just happened. Okay. All right.
DMac, trust me when I've got the direct source.
All right.
And you know what? And I don't know what he's going to say, but I'll bet you 90% of what I think he's going to say, I know.
I bet you can figure it out.
Well,
I think we're all basically trying to figure it out now.
I live in the same building with Emmanuel.
You did? Wait, what?
Yeah, I live in the same building.
You did?
In the tech center.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Should we just let people guess on the text line?
No, I mean, I'm not trying to do a bad radio thing here, but there's some things that you don't bring on air, and I'm not gonna. This has never been aired out, and I'm not gonna be the one that puts it in the public.
All right. You want to hear Manti Te'o support the Broncos? Actually, there was somebody that picked against the Broncos today. Did you see that? One guy.
One
guy.
What does that mean? Pick against them.
The one big ESPN guy.
Yeah. All right, I'll put it all together, and you can tell us off the air what that.
Get excited.
Was. All right. But yeah, we'll hear.
Only if you can promise to keep your mouth shut on it. Can you promise?
Sure.
Can you promise?
Sure.
Because we've done this before, and I always get nervous when I tell you things.
All right. I promise. PhD 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford, the best car dealership in Colorado with the best inventory and the best prices. Guys, I've been a customer since my rookie year, and relationships matter to me in life. You'll probably become a customer for life after you buy your first car from Phil Long Ford. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already there. And you're already going to get the best price over at Phil Long Ford. That's it. Simple as that. One-stop shopping, easy, smooth experience. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Check them out at phillongford.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
I got a high-placed baseball muggle. Says he likes what Freeland did.
What does that mean? Someone in the organization?
Were you talking about me or somebody else?
Does that mean someone in the organization? High placed?
No, it's a muggle. I don't want to say the name because but like I like the fact he said something. He was getting shown up big time. So baseball is filled with all these
unwritten rules.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's any sport that has more unwritten rules than baseball. Apparently.
As we found out the other day, tennis has got quite a few of them.
Apparently, didn't know
Speaking
that
of unwritten rules, we had Jim Leland. Talk about a loser of a coach when he was here.
There you go.
And he was on. And I don't know.
You're not a fan of Jim?
No, I was excited when they signed him, but when you find out he didn't even rent a place and he lived in the clubhouse all year, because he knew he wouldn't long live, and he quit on the team.
Oh, he was a total loser when he was here.
He completely was a joke.
Yeah.
We had him on the show, and Dave asked him a question. Said, the unwritten rule in baseball is blah, 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 blah. And it was something that everybody knows unwritten. He goes, unwritten? I never heard of that rule. Show me where it's written down. He goes, well, Jim, it's unwritten. He goes, that's that. And he just starts going off about unwritten rules. And I'm like, dude, what a turd. And he quit. Talk about
he was a turd.
If you're getting on this team for quitting on the Rockies now, and you can almost never that it's good, but you see, their situation they're in. Jim Leland quit in June. He didn't give a damn after June.
Yeah, I guess that's the biggest beef I had with Freeland. And to me, just you obviously don't want to be there. You don't want to be there.
I'm sure there's a lot of guys that don't want to be there.
I'm positive you're right about that at this time of year, yeah. But like the time for them to care and try a little bit, it's come and gone. It's September. It's just pack
You're
it
going to
up.
walk into 3 wins.
You're going to walk into 3 wins. Yeah, but there's no way.
I still want to come down to 182.
I know, but you'd have to be.
That place will be sold out.
Well, the last 3 games are in San Francisco.
Oh.
That could be kind of interesting, actually.
If you only got 2 wins going into that series, you might want to watch.
I'd like to see Kyle Freeland on the mound in that series. That might be interesting. But it won't even get there. They'll win 3 games somehow, some way. Although when you watch them play these days, it's like, I don't even know how. I do find it funny that, like, Nate Kreckman goes to 1 game, and it's the game the Rockies actually win. I mean, talk about bad luck.
Maybe we buy him a 10-game package, and they have 10 games. He goes at the end of the season, and then they can get to 50.
Perfect.
When I watch them play like that yesterday, I really do wonder how they're going to win another game this entire year. I really do wonder about that. But whatever. Who cares? Stupid Rockies. Well, can you tell I'm down on them right here?
Yeah. Well, no, you're on the roller coaster. The roller coaster's in the valley.
Well, it's over though. You're gonna win 3 games by hook or by crook, but you're gonna have plenty of numbers that show you are the worst team of all time, aside from wins and losses.
No, you're in the burnt ex-girlfriend phase. That's where you are right now.
Yeah.
You're the angry ex-girlfriend.
The amount of runs they give up in the first inning is staggering. Their plus minus run differential is just, it's just mind blowing. They're setting all sorts of major league records, and they did lose 100 games for the 3rd year in a row. Can you believe up until 3 years ago, they had never lost 100 games? As bad as the Rockies had been, they had never lost 100 games.
Now they've done it 3 years in a row.
Yeah, now it doesn't even sound bad.
Right. Well, now, this is going to be epic, whatever they put together here. So, just another pathetic moment in a pathetic season.
How many do they have to win to not be the 2nd worst team or the 3rd worst team?
That's a great question. I don't know.
That's
a great question. That's a great question. I do not know. 41.
So we're not the worst team, but we are the 2nd worst team in the history.
Well,
of
certainly
baseball.
42 would make you the 2nd worst team.
Yeah.
That's a great. I don't know. That's a really good question. We can do some research on it, I suppose. They'll be historically one of the worst teams ever.
Right.
Not just this year.
And already will be it will be the worst Rockies team ever. So we already got that.
Right.
Yeah.
It'll be their worst team ever. It'll be one of the worst teams ever. And what do we got here? Excuse me. What do you put in front of us, Dan? I don't even know.
The law.
Hold on. What is the modern era? Is that 1900 or what's modern era?
1901 is the modern, but you really got to look into when they played 162 games. So it looks like 162, 43. The
41 and 43 is second.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, 41's the worst since they went to 162.
47 Baltimore.
So to be just look at the 162 games. So, yeah. So it goes 41 White Sox last year, 2003 Tigers, 43, and then 2018 Orioles, 47. By the way, you see 161 there. There is a possibility the Rockies don't even get to 162 games.
Oh, so there's a big drop-off. That's interesting. So they could easily have the fourth worst record of all time.
Easily.
Because it's 40, 41. Well, 1962 doesn't count. My bad. It's 41, 43, and then it goes to 54. Is that what you just said?
47, then 54.
Yeah, so they're
is there 47 in there?
It would be a miracle for them not to be the fourth worst team of all time.
Yeah.
And win 47 games.
They get to 47 would be difficult, by
they're
the
on
way.
39.
Yeah, to get to 48 wins, good luck. They'll probably scratch out 6 wins, something boring like that. Who knows, though? I mean, I don't even care. I thought yesterday was pathetic. I thought it was. But, whatever. Warren Schaefer was pissed off, too. Because it just screws him. It screws him for trying to do his job. He's fighting for his job.
Or a job, anyway.
Now I'm going to put in Sensatella? He sucks. I mean, there is part of me that does feel bad for Warren Schaefer. There is part of me that feels bad
but
for him.
never from Sparky.
Bud?
Yeah.
No, he sucked.
When did he become Sparky?
I
thought that was Stidham.
You think what, Warren Schaefer is Sparky?
No, I was giving you Bud as Sparky.
They all suck. It's such a loser organization right now. So that's the truth on that. Turn to the Broncos. Expectations are high. By the way, the depth chart came out. Do you care about the depth chart?
Not unless there's something unique.
Jahdae Barron was not the starting nickel.
That's not a surprise, right?
You tell me.
Not if you're out of training camp. I mean, if you're out of training camp, it was pretty clear that he was not the starter.
They got Mims as the number 2 receiver.
I mean, I guess in theory, it's a storyline. You did draft him in the first round. First rounders generally start. But that's why we talked about it. That's why the second that he was drafted, so many of us, I know myself, I think DMac was in the same area of, wow, that was such a luxury selection. It just felt unnecessary, right? And now this is the definition of a luxury pick. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing because you're going to give him time to marinate.
And what was he, 21?
I don't know.
Was the pick 21?
Oh, 20,
21, somewhere in there?
20, I think.
20? So you got to look at 21 through 32 and see what happens to those guys.
Yeah.
Right, 21 to 32. How does any of those guys pop this year as rookies? And Jahdae sits back and doesn't really play much, except maybe some special teams, gunner position, some, I don't know. So watch those guys say, hey, listen, you could have had an impact guy right away, whatever position, right?
It's a little surprising, isn't it? Just a pinch, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Who knows what the reps are going to be out on the field?
Yeah, well, when we drafted him, I was like, hey, I don't know how he's going to do this because Riley Moss is really good at football. But if you're going to draft this dude in the first round, he probably should be a starting outside corner.
Yeah.
Because that's the value of where you selected him. So I didn't think he was going to be able to beat him out, but it felt like that's why you drafted dude at number 20.
Did you see Judkins is going to get signed? He is. They just are like, oh, you're going to get a 2 or 3 game suspension, and because there was word about him like going back into college.
Really?
Yeah, but he's going to. I'm just thinking of these guys who were drafted that the Broncos could have got. I really don't have a problem
the one
with
to keep an eye on there, Scott's going to be Omari Hampton.
Oh yeah,
that's going to be the one that you're like, okay, went to a team that we think knows how to run the football. Harbaugh loves running the ball. Chargers, and we needed a running back. We passed on it.
Well, I did a fancy draft yesterday, and you go through the top, blah, blah, blah. And I think Hampton was only like maybe 2 places from your second round pick ahead of him.
I actually really don't see, outside of Omari Hampton, the remainder of the picks in the first round, I really don't see anybody that would have made sense for the Broncos.
Well, Golden, receiver.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you could have taken a receiver. Well, that was that was after us.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got two guys, right?
No,
I mean, do you see any others?
You'd have to go to the second round.
Right.
Yep. Not left in the first round. You'd have to go in the second round.
So it's really just those two guys.
I guess you're right, yeah. But if you go to the second round, there's a couple of guys that are like, you could have, here, keep going down, Dan. Well, there's Judkins. There's Henderson. There's your two running backs. And there's Burton, your other wide receiver. And then you kind of went on tight end Palooza after that. There was a couple of guys. There's Ferguson from Colorado. It's Arroyo. I mean, these guys would have been maybe stretches in the first round, but
yeah,
they were within your reach.
You took kind of a stretch, didn't you? Although, stretch.
No, Barron
stretch
dropped.
from your need part.
From your need part, yeah, but you just went best player available that dropped, which they've done several times. Sometimes been okay, sometimes not so much. But it's not like it's the first time the Broncos ever done that. But Barron starts off behind McMillan. We'll see on Sunday. We'll see.
McMillan's a nice player, though.
We'll hear, there is somebody who's not picking the Broncos to do well. Then there's a very fashionable IPA hipster pick.
Right.
And we'll get to all of it coming up here on PhD. Bill Barnwell came out in ESPN today and was like, Broncos aren't making the playoffs. I'm like, oh.
And he's got the Chiefs winning it and the Chargers too.
Yeah. His reasoning that the Broncos weren't going to make the playoffs was they weren't good in close games last year. And then Bo Nix will have a regression.
Did he have stats to back that up? I'm curious what that meant.
Not really.
I honestly don't remember off the top of my head how many
He said
close games
they were 1-6 in games decided by 7 points or less. He said in all reality, late touchdowns made those 7 points or less games.
Okay.
And they didn't beat upper echelon teams. Or maybe it was 1-7 against upper echelon teams, the only one being against the Chiefs that last game of the year.
Well, that was the story last year, right? Like if you wanted to be a believer, hey, we made the playoffs. If you didn't believe what your eyes were seeing, you only beat bad football teams.
Yeah, I'll read you his last paragraph here. The Broncos went 1-7 against teams with a winning record before they beat the JV Chiefs.
Yeah.
Fair. They'll face a tougher schedule in 2025. Maybe, but they only have the 15th hardest schedule in the NFL this year, by the way. So
as of now, we'll see what that looks like.
Okay,
but, yeah.
but by those sort of metrics, right now, to start the season, 15th hardest schedule. So not killer by that metric. They went 1-6 in games decided by 7 points or less, including a loss that should have been a statement win over the Chiefs. True. They got 2 people fired. Well, one person quit, and then Cotwick got zinged later. Although most of those narrow games look closer because of late scores by Denver that didn't matter. If you think Nix takes the next step, the Broncos should be ahead of the Chargers. I am not as confident, which is why the Broncos narrowly miss out on my bracket.
Well, narrowly, so he didn't crush him.
Well, no, I mean, it says they go backwards, though.
At least he hasn't entered the official groupthink of national media that's going on right now.
That's for sure. Everybody else has the Broncos. Just here's Manti Te'o. Remember Manti?
Yeah, how did Manti Te'o get on TV?
He's doing like NFL Network, I think.
There he is.
For the first time
What do you got?
in 10 years, the Denver Broncos are your AFC West champs. Shawn Peyton will lead the Denver Broncos and that nasty defense to the AFC West championship the first time in 10 years.
Just makes me want to say Talanoa Hufanga.
Is there a
Very excited
singular
on that show.
Is there a singular injury that could happen on defense that would change your opinion of the defense?
Nope.
If Greenlaw plays in only a quarter of the games, I'll be worried.
I think I'd be more worried if we lost one of our pass rushers. Now, we do have an elite secondary, which is going to help with that.
You're not worried about if Surtain went down?
Well, I mean, of course I am. But we do have a lot of corners.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not worried about it. I'm not. If you're just talking about one injury?
Yeah.
None.
I mean, because we've had a lot of years where it's been like, all right, that Vaughn's out. We're done. The season's over. I mean, I tend to agree with you. I do. I mean,
one injury? Just one?
I'd be worried if Nick or Jonathan Cooper were out, but I think you could still probably get by because the secondary is so good.
Here's Chris Long talking about the Broncos secondary.
Allen and Benito headline the front, but JFM, Cooper, Jones, they can all really play. And so, like, I got respect for the whole group. I would just say this. There should be 4 with double digits on this defensive line. I would give back money to play in front of a secondary like this. Seriously, I would have played for free. I played for free one year. Wasn't making that much money, played for free. I would have played for free and made on a paycheck that was like 3x that to play in front of this secondary. I mean, I'd be taking these motherfuckers out to dinner. I'd be cooking for them like CJ Stroud. I'd be like, all right, it's quesadillas again, fellas. It's quesadilla night.
Dude, well, I mean,
that's funny.
That was the 2015 team, right? It's like a tomato, tomato, potato, potato. What came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, the pass rush, or was it the secondary? What made what so great that year? If I had to argue one over the other, I would argue the pass rush that year actually made the secondary better than the secondary made the pass rush. But I mean, golly, dude, it's one or the other. But when you could pair a pass rush with the secondary, that's when you've got a chance for a special year.
And that's what they could be this year.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. Listen, covering that team, I know they got the no-fly zone, and Chris Harris did a good job promoting him. Talib, everybody loved. I think everybody sleeps on Stewart and what was the other safety?
T.J. Ward.
Ward and Stewart, who I thought were phenomenal tandem. We don't talk enough about them because
they were old school thumpers.
Because I think Talib and Harris took all the air, took the wind. Their nickelback who went and took big money and played at Houston.
Bradley Roby.
Roby had a fabulous year in the slot. He was fabulous that year. But man, that pass rush. I mean, they're taking out DeMarcus and putting in Ray, right? They're taking out what's the name of bringing in Shaq Barrett. And they're letting them go whole series with backup pass rushers.
Yeah.
Vaughn and those guys stayed fresh almost every single game.
Yeah.
That team right there, and I don't know where they were statistically. I'd love to see it. And I know we sleep on the Orange Crush, and they only played, I think, 14 games back then. I think one year they allowed 10 points a game or something, which is just absolutely stupid. But that defense, I think people slept on that defense all year. They were phenomenal. This defense could be the same thing, and that'll keep you in games. Remember, Manning had an off year that year, and they still won 12 games. I think they won 12 games. Are you all? And then you all win 12 games that year.
Sounds right.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And he had an off year, so you don't need Bo Nix to be Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. He can't be stupid with the ball and have jump his interceptions up tenfold or something like that. Dude, this defense has a chance to be that good, man. I'm telling you.
Dude.
Telling you. I'm not sold on the offense. As soon as Sean Payton gives up that pass call or that play calling, I don't know if it's Shawn or Shermer's calling the offense right now. I'm telling you.
It's preseason. It was preseason.
Oh, my God.
No, nobody's calling anything complex in the preseason.
Okay.
They're going to get turnovers. They're going to wear teams down. They're going to blow teams out. They're going to blow out Tennessee. Blowout. Are you guys feeling that yet or not?
No.
No, I don't. Not like you. I mean, what did you predict? Like 30 to 6?
30 to 6.
I don't know if this offense could put 30 points up.
Oh yeah, they did all preseason.
I think you can win by 2 touchdowns.
They did. Look at what they scored all preseason. It was like 27, 30, 29. I mean, it was
the starters played
6 series. It was
16 snaps.
Well, Bo got like 2 touchdowns out of
one
touchdown. No, he had another touchdown, didn't he?
No.
Just had 1 touchdown. He only had 6 series.
16 plays.
What's that? 16 total plays?
Yeah.
He had more than 16 total plays.
I thought I read the other day 16 plays.
No.
Starters got
He had 6 series. You're going to have more than 16 plays in 6 series.
He had 3 and out like 3 times.
And that's
he
9.
definitely had more than 16, but
26 snaps in.
Maybe. I mean, that sounds a little bit more doable. The Tyler's right. They barely played.
I am worried because the offense was bad to start last year too. I just wish that they wouldn't have to kickstart this offense. Now, I thought they were rolling by the end of the year. I thought they were a machine by the end of the year. I need last third of the season, not first third of the season, to come out this year.
They
29 snaps.
29 snaps.
10 points?
Nah, 13 points.
Against San Francisco, he had 3 drives, 18 snaps, 6 of 11, 31 yards, no touchdowns.
Got a field goal.
Okay. Cardinals did not play.
Right.
And then in the Saints game,
3 and out.
He had 3 drives with the starters, 8 of 15. First drive was 3 and out. Yep. Followed by an 11-play drive and a 77-yard touchdown drive. And that was like a 43-yard throw to Cortland, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Which was the best throw of the training camp. That was awesome.
He completed 10 of 14 in that game for 110 yards and a touchdown. So 1 tutty.
1 tutty, 1 field goal. They scored 2 out of 6 drives. They're going to be better. They're going to get defense is going to get turnovers. It's a rookie quarterback. Listen, you couldn't ask for a better way to start. You couldn't ask for an easier runway for the beginning of the season.
So, what's their record after 4 games?
3-1. They're gonna beat. They're gonna beat.
You know
Indy
what?
too.
I'm not saying we have to go game by game, but now that we've seen preseason, we probably should reevaluate our predictions. We probably should redo it to some degree because now that we know some information, beat the Titans, beat the Colts. Ooh, Chargers, Bengals. Ooh,
just give me your wins.
I'm thinking. I guess I'm going to go 2-2.
They're going to lose to the Chargers and Cincinnati.
And then you got the Eagles.
Well, that sucks. That means they're going to be 2-3.
Yeah. But then you get the Jets. Then you get the Giants.
In England. Giants at home. Dallas at home. I mean, you keep going. I think they'll lose to the Chargers, and that will be a signature game against Cincinnati. That'll be a big one.
Chargers game's on the road, so
doesn't look good. Cincinnati will be like, what's this team? What are we doing here? That'll be a cool one. Philadelphia, I have no hopes for. The Jets in England, I don't know. I guess you should win. Who knows?
Should probably.
I guess. Giants at home, you should win.
You
Dallas
should
at
win,
home, you
but
should
again,
win.
you're coming all the way from England to play home, right?
At Houston might be a playoff preview. Vegas at home.
Your Barnwell has Houston missing the postseason too.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Who's he got winning the division then? Jacksonville?
Maybe. All I know is he had Houston missing the playoffs.
Well, I mean, that's a soft-ass division, man. Like, who else you got?
Colts.
All right. Daniel Jones, huh? Career resurgence? I don't know, man. I got wins against Tennessee, Indy, Chargers lost, Cincy, big win, Philly lost, Jets win, Giants win, Dallas win.
Ooh.
At Houston, I'll say a loss there. Vegas at home win. Kansas City at home win. Bye week at Washington loss, at Raiders loss. Green Bay at home loss. Jacksonville win at home. At Kansas City, and then Chargers at home.
I got it. Just real quick, doing it just super quick. I got them 8-8 going into the final game of the season.
Yikes, that sucks. Well, that is out of the playoffs then.
Not necessarily.
9-8 is going to make the playoffs?
Well, it depends if the AFC West cannibalizes itself a little bit. You can't be swept in the AFC West, and you have to sweep one team.
I'll give you 2 games that you need to win if you want to be a playoff team.
All right.
You need to beat the Commanders, and you need to beat the Packers. If you could win those 2 games, you'll be a playoff team.
Well, they were a playoff team last year and lost to all the playoff teams, though. I mean, they went 1-6 against, or rather 1-7 against teams with winning records. I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of ways you get into it. But the one game that nobody should be sweating is home against Tennessee.
Agreed.
I mean, come on, man. Let's be real here.
Or on the road versus the Colts. You got to handle your business the first 2 weeks of the season.
Right? I mean, what do you want to win on the road? At least half of your games, correct?
You got to win at home and split on the road.
All right. So what are the road games that look kind of juicy? At Indy.
Indianapolis.
Technically, the Jets in England is a road game.
Well, I would give both the Chargers and the Raiders kind of juicy road games. Those ain't going to be easy.
You got to find your win somewhere. Who are they?
Commanders is a juicy road game.
Well, that would be unbelievable. That'd be incredible to win that game.
Well, give me wins. How many wins? Just pick on this from what they were last year. How many wins just beating non-winning teams? How many wins will you get just beating non-winning teams from a year ago? Tennessee, Indy, there's 2.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Jets, Giants, Dallas.
3, 4, 5.
Was Dallas a winning team last year? I don't know.
I don't think so. 5.
Raiders.
6, 7. Counting just sweeping them.
And Jags.
Jacksonville.
8. Yeah, so I mean, if you want to beat the playoffs,
you got to find 2 wins.
You got to win 2 really tough games. Right. That's what it's going to come down to. Because, like Scott just pointed out there, all right, let's handle the business against teams you're supposed to. Now we got to find a couple teams that are going to be tough.
All right, we're going to have our guy Jeff Legwold from the Broncos. Sean Payton talks around 2:15 or so today. We'll cover parts of that live, and then the CU stuff that became a little bit more of a story with Deion and his timeouts. Details about that coming up. All right, we're going to mix things around just a little bit today because Jeff Legwall will join us at 1:45. Broncos underway, so if you got a no-dumb question, we'll get to that in about 8 minutes. 303-504-0925. Remember Adam Rank? And everybody hated him?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's picking the Broncos to beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Well, there you go. I never heard of him.
Oh, my God. He's just one of them dudes.
Is he the dude that was on the Blitz and they said never again?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Not sure.
I feel like he is.
He's one of these dudes who was like a very well-known anti-Denver guy. And now he's picking the Broncos to beat the Eagles. This is like we're sipping that IPA. We're doing the hipster picks.
Did you guys realize we had a game on Friday also?
No.
A football game, yeah.
Yeah.
In Brazil.
Yeah.
Jeez.
We got games Thursday, Friday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Like we're rolling, man. We are here
All
tomorrow.
right here. On
Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And Sunday night?
Yeah. Wow. It's here. It's here.
Dan, I got to show you
tomorrow.
my fantasy team.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it.
I can't wait, Scott.
Thank you. Okay, I got no dumb question.
If DMac still talks Rockies once the season actually begins,
don't
now we're really going to have problems.
Dude, don't worry about it. Unless they fight or do something. I wasn't even going to talk about, I didn't tell you anything about the game. If they do something stupid like fight on the 8th pitch, yeah, we'll bring them up. But don't worry about it. I'm pissed at them.
Okay, you coached your little baseball teams. You've coached high school stuff. Well,
Go ahead.
You weren't
coaching.
coaching.
But anytime you put little in front of something, it's demeaning.
Smaller kids. You weren't coaching college kids or AAA. You weren't coaching at AAA.
I was not coaching at AAA.
You had a club team. Is that better?
But I have a high school coach too.
Okay,
but go ahead.
A high school coach.
Whatever.
They're kids.
Where'd you coach high school? In Smokey?
I did. Summer league stuff.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay, but you say little.
Well, can I say something? I'm 65. A 16-year-old is little to me.
All right. Go ahead. I coached.
I'm also 16.
I coached. Tyler coached.
All high school.
Coached.
Right? I heard this. I was listening to a podcast today.
Wow.
I heard a podcast today, and it really struck me because it took me back to my coaching. I still got a young kid. You got young kids. How do you teach, as a coach or a dad, your kids to focus on the long game and not the short game? And I'm not talking golf.
That's hard. It's really hard because everybody wants to win, and taking the time to teach fundamentals and truly breed a long-term successful athlete. I struggled with it, and I coached youth football last year also, so I've done high school and I coached the little kids, and with the little kids, I did catch myself in a game or two, kind of rigging it up a little bit, trying to win the game. And then afterwards I felt stupid. Why did I do that? Really, we should have spent the whole week not worried about what they're doing, just developing these young kids, right? So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question other than just acknowledging the challenge of it. The kids want to win, parents want to win, everybody wants to win, right?
But there's two ways to look at it, and you're looking at it from the physical fundamental side.
Yeah.
I think that's great. But then also there's also an emotional, mental side of the long game versus the short game.
Okay.
Also,
okay.
I have an answer for you.
But I watched listened to a great podcast today, and I was getting my back stretched out, and I said, "Wow, that's if a kid can understand the long game over the short game. Think how much troubles and valleys they would travel." Or they wouldn't travel in if they could get and be taught and understand the long game.
Mm.
I had coached for years until another coach showed me how to do this.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And I felt so...
And can you relate it to life also?
Yeah. Yes. And I felt so dumb because it was so obvious. And I could not believe I didn't think of it in the first place. And you have to establish a system of play that makes sense and is fair and stick to it no matter what. The end. And most coaches don't do that because you just want to win.
But again, that's fundamental. That you're talking fundamentals.
But because this coach, John Corton, I'll never forget it. Smartest thing I've ever seen in baseball.
Well, you're actually talking more about game time, right? I think I was more talking about the practice week, the process of it, right? I think I'm not.
It
trying
all
to speak
tied.
for
It
you,
all tied into the same thing. He established what they were going to do, how they were going to do it, and then he kept it fair the entire time. Period. The end. And it didn't matter. And we lost probably some games because of it. And the fundamental in baseball, at least the functionality of the game, is he batted a lineup, and then wherever the lineup ended at one game, he just started it at the next game. And he would, jumble it up before every game and every tournament.
How old are kids?
Oh, this was a 15U high school team, which was all Division I guys. It was by far my son's best team he's ever been on.
Can I tell you, that's really challenging coaching kids in football, because if you truly try to go by that simple philosophy, you're going to put kids in dangerous situations that they're just going to flat out fail or be in danger.
Well, football.
He didn't have the kids, like, he didn't have a first baseman play catcher.
Well, I understand.
It wasn't like that. It was just like, here's how we're going to do it, and we stuck to it the entire season.
Yeah.
That's it. Most coaches and youth, whatever, they jerry-rig stuff just to win.
As I told you, I watched this podcast today, and the podcast just hit me and went, wow, this is so right on. Not only talk about sports, and I think this guy was an outdoorsman hunter, but he's also a jiu-jitsu guy. But and the one other guy says, when you get older and you look back, if you don't love what you're doing, then you probably don't love the process. You got to love the process of what you're doing, and that goes back. Now you can go back into coaching, doing other stuff. And I'm into youth soccer now, right? My daughter plays soccer. But the coach did something this weekend, and I listened to this podcast today. Then all of a sudden it kind of hit me, and now what you just said, right? Like, my daughter's comfortable in one position. She really likes it. She stresses out, which you can appreciate, when they have her play a different possession or position. They're 11. Right? I'm trying to get over, why are you stressing out? In fact, I played, don't worry, be happy for the other day. But he said something, and I thought, oh, this is it. This is what we're talking about as far as long game. He said, listen, I'm going to put kids are going to play in every single position.
Okay.
They're going to learn every single, and I'm thinking,
That's awesome.
And it's tougher to do football.
Certain sports you can pull it off.
Yeah. In soccer, I think you can pull it off. And I said, guys, I think, because it hit me today, listen to the podcast, I think that's brilliant. Because the long game is you're going to know every skill. You're going to know how tough it is for the goalie or the defenders to play.
You know what that is? That's the parent that says you're going to play every sport. You're not just going to specialize in this sport at a young age, because when you play every sport, you are going to use athletic movements that you didn't use previously. They are different. All of a sudden, your body's going to respond. You're going to be put in stressful positions, and you never would be put in those positions if you specialized in a singular sport.
Yeah, but I thought from a coach's standpoint, 11.
Oh, dude.
Is there anything better than that?
We're in a championship game at 11. Kid drops a pop-up in center field. We lose the game. Championship game. Bummer. And one of the dads comes up to me, who was a coach too, but he wasn't one of my coaches at the time. And he goes, well, Timmy's an infielder. I go, he's 11, dude. He dropped a pop-up in center field. It sucks. I'm sorry he dropped it. I wish we won the game. But here's 11. Here's a dad. Here's a 40-year-old dad saying, well, Timmy's an infielder. That's why he dropped the fly ball. Timmy's 11, bro. Like, who knows what Timmy's going to be? I don't know what Timmy's going to be.
The best big picture I think I did, and once again, all this has been going through my mind the last 24 hours, was I demanded kids, young, 11, 12, 13, do you get on the left-hand side with a layup coming, shoot it left-handed.
Yeah.
I don't care if you hit it underneath the rubber or you throw it over the backboard, because eventually when you get older and you're in high school, you're going to be able to make that. And then I stretch it further. And you're this person right here passing the ball. This person can't make a layup and you don't pass it? No. Because eventually when you get to high school or beyond, if you get there, that person you pass is going to be able to make that shot. So get used to making the right play. And I thought I look back because I'm sitting there thinking I failed at everything I've done coaching-wise and parent-wise. I'm thinking, okay, then that's big picture. That's more of the big picture than small. Right? I mean, make the right play, and eventually you're going to grow into it. But I thought this was great when I heard this podcast and I heard the coach talk yesterday. So the kids are going to play every position. They're going to learn every single position.
Yeah.
And I think at 11, that's great.
Well, we did that too. And it's part of it too is because in baseball, you want everybody to play, so you don't want too many kids on your team. So we had a slogan, everybody's a pitcher. And we taught everybody how to pitch. Now, some kids are better than others, dependence on the game and everything, but we literally taught everybody how to pitch. Now, you did have to pitch under a certain amount of pressure to get in the game. There was you have to throw 9 strikes before you throw 6 balls, something like that.
I taught every kid how to make one-on-one moves on the floor and one-on-one moves in the post.
There you go.
I taught everyone how to know, you didn't know them all. And then, you know what? They're more similar than you think.
I heard some interesting debates about CU today. You know, we got the CU stuff right off the bat. Have you guys changed your mind on Deion and the timeouts at all from yesterday?
No.
Everybody the same? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I heard Vic say this morning, if the game was lost in the first quarter when they didn't capitalize on the turnovers.
I agree with that, actually.
Okay. They did.
No, let me be clear, though. Like, when I say that I agree with that, that doesn't forgive Deion for not calling a timeout. They're both true, right? But when you don't capitalize on 3 turnovers, that game's over right then and there.
They did blow a 29-point lead against Sanford in Deion's first season, though, right? That did happen, though, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're going to say the game should have been over in the first quarter, well, what about a couple years ago when you blew a 29-point lead? So I
mean, you can always find anomalies to the rule, but generally speaking, if you get a gift of 3 turnovers in the first quarter, if you handle your business, that game's over right then and there.
I would say.
Are there anomalies? Yeah, of course.
You didn't necessarily blow the game, because you still had an opportunity late. What you did was you didn't help your opportunity. I don't know if you blew it, but you didn't help yourself out.
Well,
you got to come up with 17
You
points.
had a chance to more or less put your foot on their throat in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, which is big in college football sometimes.
Correct.
But as you said, there's also, Nuggets gave away 20-point lead in the second half against Minnesota in a Game 7 at home. Those things happen.
I think there's definitely things that impact a game earlier in the game, all sorts of things. But at the end of the day, did you have a chance to win at the end of the game? And to me, that's always more important than whatever else happened in the game. Because who knows what's going to happen? What if CU did score 21 points? It's 21-0. Is Georgia Tech going to stop running the ball?
Probably. It would be different. I'm not saying they're going to stop running it, but I bet it looks radically different, yes. When you're down by 21 points, that's usually when the game plan goes out the window.
All right. If it wasn't for the fact that a prime coach team blew a 29-point lead to Sanford, I would tend to agree with you. But I did see that happen.
That's an anomaly, though. You got to acknowledge that. You've watched thousands of football games, and 9 out of 10 times, if you capitalize on 3 turnovers in a scoring position, it's game, a set, match.
So it was interesting.
Or at the very least, to what your words, you get up 21-0 first quarter. You're now at least making them think about getting out of the running game, where obviously running 320 yards, they're probably a little more comfortable in that position.
Boys, game plan's out the window when you're down by 3 scores.
Kaner was emotional. Brett Kane, very emotional.
I was listening to that today.
Did that strike you? How emotional he was?
Like at 9:30, yeah.
He was pissed at Prime.
Well, I didn't hear that part. I heard about that. He said, and I agreed with Vic. He said, "Listen, Georgia Tech was better." And I think what Kane was trying to say that he missed on, that I thought, but you should be in the same boat with them, and because you play at home, you should win that game.
Well, I agree with Brett. Okay, Georgia Tech's better. They're not a ranked opponent.
Yeah, they won a game. So when you win a game, you're better. That day.
They're an ACC team. I get it. There's some good ACC teams, and I get it. They took Georgia to 8 overtimes or whatever last year. But really, seriously, do you view Georgia Tech as that much better than CU?
No, I don't. And even after the game, I don't feel that way. As bad as the defense was, if we just had a resemblance of an offense, we win that game. If we capitalize on 2 of the 3, yet alone 3 out of the 3 turnovers, you probably win that game.
If you score 2 touchdowns of the 3, then that long 45-yard run at the end ties the game.
Exactly.
It doesn't cost you the game.
Yeah, and really, at the end of the game, CU was not driving to win. They were driving to tie. And, I guess you could go for 2 if you want to and try to win the game.
What do you think Prime would have done? I was thinking about that. What do you think he would have tried to do?
He wouldn't have had a decision. That's all Shermer.
I guess when based off the feel of the game, I probably would have gone for 2. I'm not always that way, but when you feel like the game has been just a little bit out of reach the entire time, all right, let's finish the sucker off.
I don't know what Prime would have done. It's a fun question, though.
I don't think he'd have made the decision.
What do you mean?
I think he's standing there, and when
he's making that decision.
The offensive team comes over and talks. I think Shermer's already deciding what's going to happen.
No, come on.
From up in the booth?
I thought he was down the field.
No, Shermer's not decided if they're going for 2. I mean, he'll give you the play.
I get it with Shermer, though. You're out on Shermer. You never like Shermer. It's fine.
I wasn't in when they brought him in.
No, I know. Delaware, though. Oh, by the way, I got something a little bit wrong on my.
Delaware throws it all over the field.
Their starter was Zach Marker. He got hurt. The guy they put in was Nick Minucci. Minucci.
Great name.
Who threw 36 times and ran 9 times. So this guy goes as the backup.
Throws 36 times.
And runs 9 times. So he goes from a backup role to like doing everything. But I mean, come on, guys. Delaware. The backup quarterback for Nick Minucci.
56-14.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And if it ain't, then you may have a long season.
It's got to feel like it's not a football game. Like, I don't know what that means, but you can't ever feel like it's in question.
So, like, 28-20.
That's a football game.
35-17. That was the Blue Hens against.
That's okay.
That's okay?
That's
18?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Who has a bigger spread in the final score? The Delaware CU game or the Broncos Tennessee game?
Delaware CU.
Oh, I would certainly hope and pray it's Delaware CU.
Well, let's get to Jeff Legwall coming up next to talk about it.
Well, it's the schedule, it's the sense of urgency. Ultimately, it's the preparation, the details in this game plan, in the team we're playing, everything from hydration to recovery during the week, so that they're at their best, peak performance on Sunday, sleep included, all of that. Those are, and that really isn't even discussing the football scheme.
Jeff Legwell joins us, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. Leggy, what can you tell us about practice today?
I can tell you they're underway. How about that? Regular season is a go. But they're in pads, so he at least wants their attention to start this first week. So, pretty routine Wednesday underway.
Hold on one second,
Mike again. Sorry, Jeff. We've been talking about it on the show, and we were talking about they did well against teams they should have beat last year, struggled against kind of playoff winning teams, so on and so forth. How do you turn that around? What would you say the key for them to now be able to beat good teams? And you got like Washington and Philadelphia and Cincinnati. You got some good teams on this, Kansas City, Chargers. How do they turn that around? What's the one piece of the recipe they need to change from last year to beat good teams, beat playoff teams this year?
Scotty, I think when I talk to people around the league about what they think of the Broncos, I think the questions people have are, how much offensively are they going to challenge people? Sean Peyton keeps saying the run game's going to be better, and that he likes where they're at in the passing game. But, other than the backups, Jarrett Stidham and, Sam Ehlinger, backups on backups in the preseason, we haven't seen much of that explosiveness or even mild explosiveness, I guess I would say. So I think that's the question people have in the league. And if you're going to challenge the teams with the best quarterbacks, at some point you're going to have a response offensively, no matter how good your defense is. Your defense can score some points, sure, but you got to have an offensive response at some point, and I think that's what people want to see if this team is truly going to be built to get deep into the playoffs. I mean, you're going to have to go the long way every time on offense.
Jeff, what do you know about the limited snap count Dre Greenlaw is going to be on? And do you have any concern based on – I mean, it feels like that injury was a long time ago. So is there any concern that we're still dealing with it?
Yeah. I've said until I see him a full go in full gear, in a game, I'm going to reserve judgment as to where he is health-wise, because he hasn't participated fully for a long time, and I doubt today he'll be sort of listed as a full participant. So, I just think, Tyler, until I see it in a game, I have questions. So, yes.
Yeah, it just feels a little bit like I get the bubble wrap deal. I get we're not going to play him in preseason. But, man, limited snap count with the regular seasons here, like, to me, that's a pretty good indicator that he's not healthy.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that, from talking to the folks I know at the 49ers when we were out there, they knew this would be, or they felt like this would be an issue if they re-signed him. Now, that said, they really wanted to re-sign him really badly, so I don't even want to imply they wanted to let him go, because they didn't, but they felt like this could be an issue, and it has been here, and until he plays 40 snaps in a game, it's an issue here. So I think that's where they're at. I think they've prepped, Sternad probably would be the guy next to Singleton if Greenlaw doesn't go. So, I think they're prepped to do it if they have to, because they probably feel like at some point in a game early on in the season, they're going to have to do it.
Is there an injury on the defense that, besides Greenlaw, and he was the guy I said I'm most worried about, But is there another guy that you look at this defense and say, okay, you cannot lose this guy. It changes everything about you?
Well, I always start with Surtain and all things defensively for them. I think that's one that would be tough for them to overcome for too long. And I think if the nickel corners were injured, we saw what it looked like when they weren't as deep last year and Riley Moss got hurt. We saw what those games looked like. We saw what it looked like Moss's first game back in Cincinnati when he wasn't quite all the way back. We saw what that looked like. So I think too many injuries in the secondary would be, in today's league, would be really hard to deal with, because that's hard to cover up in some fashion. And especially if, the league's best defensive player, or one of, on the shortest of lists, Surtain missed any significant time.
New coach, new GM, new quarterback, new everything there in Tennessee. What do you see so far there with the Titans, Jeff?
Well, I looked at all of Cam Ward's preseason snaps, and I charted it, looked at it a few times. They've tried. It's clear to me they tried to make him as comfortable as possible to get him on the field as quickly as possible. He was in the gun almost exclusively. I think he had 7 snaps under center in all of preseason. And I think, knowing Brian Callahan from when he was here, I think in a perfect world, they'd like Ward under center a little more to open up some play action things and use some of his mobility and some of the zone scheme things. But he was in the gun an awful lot in the preseason when I looked at it, an awful lot of 3 wide sets, open formations. So they're obviously trying to replicate what he was comfortable with doing in college. They didn't always protect it well. So I think if you're the Broncos, you're certainly looking at that, and they tried to give him some outlets in the passing game with Lockett and Ridley. So they do have guys who can get open if you're not careful. But I didn't see a ton of team speed, and I didn't see a lot of diversity in the passing game, and an awful lot of reliance on Ward moving around and sort of making a play late in the down.
You look at this season, get back to playoffs, that's something they haven't done in 10 years or so. How important are these first 2, 3, 4, 5 games of the year?
I think if you're really going to be a factor in a rugged AFC, if you're the Broncos, you got to leave London in good shape. So that's mid-October. So I think the start's, real important. And I think the schedule's pretty back heavy with, some of the heavyweights waiting. If you start with the Philly and then, play Philly, go to London, come back, no bye, you got to come back from London in pretty good shape, I think, if you're really going to compete in the division.
Do you do predictions? You got a season-long prediction?
I don't really do those, Tyler, but I think they could finish with 10 wins again and be better and not make the playoffs the way the AFC is this year. So
you think 11 is the magic number?
I think 10 minimum for sure, and 11 might take 11 in the AFC this year.
Jahdae Barron is backing up McMillan on the depth chart. What's your take on that?
I don't buy it. I mean, they haven't practiced that way when I stood out there. So
okay.
I guess, they certainly can play whoever they want to, but they have not practiced that way. So that would surprise me, and I'd fully admit being surprised.
We saw kind of when the first unit was in there, kind of heavy reliance on Cortland Sutton. I think we all agree that's kind of Bo's will be right now.
Yep.
We liked what Franklin did. We've thought, and I think Tyler talked about, we haven't seen a whole lot of special packages from Mims in the preseason. Who do you think that guy, though, that second guy that will step up, and all of a sudden by week 8, 9, 10, you're going, okay, we got a legit 2 here?
Well, it may not be what people want to hear, Scotty, but I think the 2 is Evan Ingram. I think that's how it's going to look when the targets are – when we're looking back on targets and all of it, especially third down, second and long. I think there's going to be an awful lot of Evan Ingram. And, it's interesting how they practice with him. When the receivers go to individual, Evan Ingram goes with them. So he's the only tight end with the wide receivers when they're doing their individual work. So, I'm only half joking when people ask me who's WR2 and I say Evan Ingram, because I think that's how they're going to play him.
All right, Jeff, we'll get in there and listen to those pearls of wisdom from
Hey, hold on, one more real quick.
Sean Payton.
Sorry. J.K. Dobbins is listed as the starter. What do you think that rotation looks like early on?
I think like it did in the preseason, Tyler. I think they'd really like Harvey to be the early down. Doesn't mean Dobbins would never play on first down or never play on second down, but I think they'd like Harvey to be the early down guy and Dobbins to be in there when they go three wide and open the formation up, because he makes good choices in protection and then gets himself into the route if he can't find work, as it were, and protection. So he knows when to leave, and I think that's important. And so I think it will look a lot like it did in practice. We didn't see Dobbins in the preseason games, but in practice it was probably a 60-40 split with Harvey getting a lot of the run snaps. But that said, if Harvey isn't decisive and he's a little too, trying to find the home run on every carry, I could see Dobbins getting a little more work just because he is a veteran, he's decisive, and he knows exactly how the coaches want them to run. They want those guys to put their foot in the ground and get to the line of scrimmage. And sometimes Harvey, for all his talent and speed, he makes himself into a 4-6 back because he's a little too, waiting a little too long, trying to make everything a 15-yard run. And I think if that happens too much, we could see Dobbins more.
I appreciate it, Jeff, and we will talk to you next week. Thank you, Jeff.
You bet, fellas.
Jeff Legwall, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW Local 68, start with a job, end with a career. The big question of the day is next. All right, a little game here. Who did it better? I'm going to play you the Giants' call of the fight from Freeland and Devers, and then the Rockies. So let's see who did it the right way or did it better. Here we go. Let's start with the Giants.
To win tonight, and they'll be above 500. They're 5 games out of the final wild card spot. Devers skies one to right. Way up there. And gone. Another one for Rafi Devers. And Kyle Freeland, the benches are clearing. Devers is trying to round the bases. Freeland was unhappy, and now we got punches being thrown. Oh, my goodness. I mean, Devers still hasn't rounded the bases.
No, he's in the mix. He left the base paths. This is now pushing out towards second base.
Oh, man. Even Logan Webb is out there. Freeland did not like Devers admiring that one.
Okay, there's the Giants call. Here's Drew in the call.
Hey, that's why he got paid. #1 in the sport. This ball is in the air to deep right field, and he's done it again. First inning home run last night for Devers. Freeland, Devers. Freeland took exception to Devers, and we're going to have both benches empty. And now Kyle Farmer's getting in there. Oh, the Matt Chapman postcard. We haven't seen one of these in a long time involving the Rockies. And you know what a fiery competitor Freeland is. He's a pro. And he's like, all right, I know you're good, but you don't have to sit there and dance going up the first base line.
I like Drew's call. I'm going to side with Drew on that one.
Neither one of them sounded particularly exciting, to be honest.
I was with Drew when we talked about it at the beginning.
Yeah. I like they said that Farmer's getting in there. Hastings wants a piece. You know, like let's call the fights a little bit.
Now Hastings wants a piece.
Let's get a little excitement going.
Still no better when you describe the fight. What was it, Haynes?
Mike Haynes. Oh, my God.
Was he not the king of the fight call on the radio?
No offense against Moser and Connor, who both do a great job, but
Mike Haynes called a fight.
Nobody wanted blood more than Mike Haynes.
Beautiful.
You know what? That's a great take right there. That is a great take right there.
He loved it. If you got the Sakic fight there, Dan, it's the best example. And not only did Mike love calling fights, period, but when Joe fought, which was so unusual, it was just like
what, twice in his career, maybe?
Yeah, listen to how Mike sank his teeth into this classic one here.
Grab a hold of each other. Gilmore's dropped the glove. Glory trying to get him. So is Lemieux. The Avalanche have made it a 2-1 game on a goal by Super Joe. Now Gilmore and Joe Sakic start shoving each other. Sakic has not had a face. Sakic with a fight right by Sakic. He knocks down the helmet. Up and go. Another right by Sakic. Another right by Sakic. Another right by Sakic. He just beat up Doug Gilmore. Super Joe just scored a goal, and then he beat up Doug Gilmore. How do you like them apples, Gilmore? Joe Sakic and Doug Gilmore dropping the gloves, and Joe Sakic won that fight in a heads-up fight. He won that fight.
And another right from Sakic. And another right from Sakic.
I got to. Did Goodwill Hunting come out like 3 months before that fight or something?
I don't know. Right?
How you like them apples, Gilmore? At least Drew tried to get it. Like Farmer's in for a piece,
Yeah.
Well, to be fair to Drew, I mean, the baseball fight, it's a little bit slower to get rolling.
Yeah, but I could tell Drew was a little bit ready for it. The Giants guys are kind of like, hey. Drew was ready for it. Drew was ready to call, some specific punches.
I mean, has there ever actually, oh my gosh, if we looked at the last 50 baseball fights, how many times did anything actually happen?
The greatest one I've ever seen, and they end up having 3 bench clearings in an inning, maybe.
Yeah.
And it was at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. It was the Braves Padres. And it was freaking awesome. I mean, they're dudes coming in from everywhere going blows. I mean, it was unbelievable. There's a great fight with Don Zimmer What was Pedro?
That wasn't a great fight. Well, yes, I know it exactly.
Well, great
what
in the sense that also the old man
Pedro threw him
down, right?
That was great.
What was the Red Sox one where he fought the first base coach from the Yankees or something?
Well, that's
what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, another one was Alex Rodriguez against Jason Varitek was great. That was there has to be a sense of real rivalry there.
Or at least great punches.
But you're right.
There's Nolan Ryan and what was the White Sox guy that charged him?
Gosh darn it. I know exactly.
Big guy.
Well, Nolan got him in a headlock and just started
pounding.
Atomic noogie. No, but you're right. The vast majority of baseball fights are two big blobs coming at you.
Yeah.
I saw one of the great Nolan Ryan, and I'm a giant fan of Nolan Ryan, and it was a hard shot at him, got the glove, flipped up, hit him in the face, boom, 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 play happened. I'm not sure if they got the guy out or not. Nolan gets back to mount, and his face is where the ball hit him in the mouth. He's bleeding down there. He's got blood all over his shirt, and he just takes the ball, gets on the mound. He's got blood all over. I go,
let's go.
That's to me, that's Nolan Ryan right there.
I always love watching the pitchers and bullpen catcher run out from the bullpen, and they're slowly jogging out there because they know they got to, but they really don't want to run that far.
No, of course not.
Somebody talked about that recently in a video I saw. It said, listen, when you're out in the bullpen, by the time, or even if you're playing center field or something, by the time you get in there, it's over.
What's the point? You know, it's funny. Baseball has to be the only sport, though, where you don't face any fine or penalty for leaving the bench for a fight.
That's interesting. Is that right?
Well, think about it. I mean, hockey, you can't leave the bench. Basketball, you definitely can't leave the bench area.
I didn't know that.
You can't do it in football. You can't jump out on the field if you're on the sideline.
Oh, you're definitely right. I guess I just didn't know that there was no fine for leaving the bench.
No, baseball's just like, come on, everybody. Hey, bullpen, you're invited. Let's go.
Cool.
It is pretty crazy, right? Like, that is a weird rule.
You know what would be better in baseball if we could start a tradition? When the benches go and from the outfield bullpens, they ought to meet each other in center field.
Yeah, have their own little fight.
They don't need to go all the way to the infield. They ought to just turn around, kind of like Anchorman. They ought to turn around and gather right at center field and see if we can get something going.
That'd be good. That'd be great.
You know, in baseball, you kind of have to allow it, though. You kind of have to allow it. You know why? Because you'd have 9 guys against 1, theoretically.
Well, that's true.
So you kind of you can't really stop it. That would be kind of funny, though. 9 guys against 1. Good luck. Yeah. Let's see how that goes. Not going to be great. You know, I've had a couple people now reach out to me and be like, at least the Rockies showed some spirit.
That's the way I looked at it.
All right. Okay.
You don't want to go down that road, though. You don't.
I guess. All right. I'll go with you, I guess. I mean,
Come on. Hey, it's warm over here.
Yeah. I don't know.
We bathe in the pool of our enemy's blood.
I thought it was just another pathetic moment for a pathetic team. But.
Can I be honest? I'm actually surprised that pitchers are still offended by these things. I am. I'm being dead serious. I get it. This used to be socially unacceptable.
Yeah.
You used to not be able to bat flip. You used to be able to not take your time.
Yeah.
But those days are long gone, man. I mean, it's a part of the game now. So like Kyle Freeland was almost acting like he knows what he did and he did something wrong.
Yeah.
Really? Really?
You.
Because it's a part of the game now. And I think fans actually like the bat flips.
Oh, how do you not? Boy, Kyle Freeland would have a hard time facing the Savannah Bananas. Yeah, yes, Tyler. Of course they like the bat flips. They like to be entertained. They like home runs.
Why are pitchers still offended by this?
Because
why aren't the pitchers, if they are, why aren't the pitchers allowed to be nasty?
Can you imagine?
You can.
Can you imagine the mentality of a pitcher in the NFL every time somebody's doing a sack dance? Like I'm an offensive lineman and Von Miller's doing a sack dance over my head. How dare you, Von, do a sack dance?
Listen, I remember when the sack exchange kind of started with the Jets, and you were like when it happened against your team, you were like, really?
You know, it'd be great is if offensive linemen just started celebrating after great blocks.
I started doing that the Super Bowl year during one-on-ones because you're going to lose 9 out of 10 as an offensive lineman.
So when you get one,
and I was so sick of watching the entire defense celebrate every win. Like, you're supposed to freaking win this. It's not a big deal that you won. Congratulations. Vaughn's doing Dancing with the Stars. I started doing a little Irish jig that year every time I won a one-on-one.
Did you really?
I did.
Seriously?
I'm dead serious.
That's
awesome.
awesome.
I asked the guys about it.
That's
what
awesome.
I think is hilarious is during COVID they had the cameras in the corner and the big TV screen. And the guys would always run to get on the TV camera down the end. Well, those are all gone now.
They still do it.
But everybody still runs down the corner that. And I'm like, why?
Who knows? Have fun. Listen, I have no problems with celebrating and having fun in sports. I have no problems with it whatsoever. And if you don't like it, stop it. And I do think it would be hysterical if more offensive linemen did celebrations after really
after
good
a pancake or something. Yeah. We would get, you know what the irony of it is? We would get a flag.
You would.
If we celebrated, we absolutely would get a flag.
You would.
Here's a funny thing, and I don't like when the defensive back makes a play, and half the times it's a bad throw. You'll see a defensive back
incomplete
be behind the guy, and the quarterback just leads it too far, and it's incomplete.
Yeah.
He's celebrating. I'm like, dog, first of all, you're lucky.
Or you're trailing by 20 points, and you do the incomplete.
Well, then you're like, B, your job's to break up, Pat. So you're celebrating doing your job. I mean, should DMac, and it'd be rare, should he celebrate every time he hits a break on time?
That would be a miracle.
That'd be incredible.
It might be worth celebrating.
I'll tell you what I would do if I was Warren Schaefer tonight. And I might do this anyways because the Rockies are so bad in the first inning. I'd put in a pitcher that I wouldn't care gets kicked out of the game. I put in one of the relievers to start the game. Just drill Devers. Just drill him.
Well, that would go contrary to his whole take after the game. He was acting like he was mad at Kyle.
Yeah, because Kyle's a starter and he needs to go 5 or 6 innings. But if you just put in like Vodnik, we're going to put in a guy who throws 100 miles an hour for the first inning.
You paying my fine?
Sure. I'll take you. We're good.
All right.
Let's go.
You know why I think baseball is starting to suck? The pitcher goes 5 innings and they think they've done a great job.
Tell me about it. It's pathetic.
It's pathetic.
And like that should be the minimum.
Yeah.
That should be the bare minimum.
You struggled and you at least got us through
like
5.
They want like a gold star and a cookie if they go 5 innings.
Yeah, 5 innings.
I'm with you all the way on that. It's pathetic.
I absolutely hate that.
I do too.
I read an article the other day of some baseball. Yeah, Zozo had a great start. He went 5 innings and gave up 2 runs. I'm like,
pathetic.
That's pathetic.
Pathetic. Totally agree. If you're not mentally ready to go 7 innings minimum, what are you doing out there? But you're right. You get like a gold star if you go 5. No, I was Schaefer. You want some spirit? You want a little fight? Put in the guy who throws 100 miles an hour. Be like, you got 1 inning. Have fun. Do what you got to do. Let's see how that goes.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, let's go. You want to show that you care? You want to show you support your teammate? Yeah. Put in a pitcher you don't care that gets thrown out of the game.
Well, have a guy that throws 100 but doesn't know where it's going.
Well, that's basically the Rockies relievers anyways. Let's football goes next.
Whoa!
Do this little radio show. Do this, got this little, Dan's got a little bit he does here, Tyler.
Sean Payton's got a little quarterback he drafted.
A little thing here. Thanks to Mountain High Appliance. You can find him at mountainhighappliance.com. Let's football go, Dan Tanner.
All right, let's hear from Drew Brees. Fellas, he's been making the rounds. He's doing some sort of blood drive, which is great, but he's been all over the place and talking a lot about the relationship between Sean Payton and Bo Nix. And Drew gets into how simple the offense was when he got into his first year in New Orleans with Sean Payton. And then by year 14, 15, how complex their play calling became. He gets into that a little bit here.
Big, strong athlete, obviously great with the short intermediate passing game, very accurate, gets the ball out of his hands quickly, but can really push the ball down the field as well. And I think in his second year now, he's developed a comfort level with, I think, the complexity of the Sean Payton offense. I mean, look, Shawn will make it as complicated as you can handle, right? I mean, that's basically the way I would equate it. Shawn has all of his assistants that he had with the Saints. It's Joe Lombardi, it's Pete Carmichael, it's Zach Strief, it's all these guys that, have been in that system now for almost 20 years. I mean, legitimately. So think about the institutional knowledge and from where it started to where it is now. And now Bo Nix is coming and trying to learn this new language and get caught up. But gradually over time, I think he'll take more and more responsibility, within the framework of the offense. And I mean, sky's the limit for a guy like that.
Tyler, did you notice that with quarterbacks you played with where year over year the offense would get more complex? And what do you think specifically Shawn and Bo will do this year that was a little bit more complex than we saw last year?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it's things that are going to be really difficult for the naked eye to pick up on, right? Like, for the most part, the concepts stay the same. The bootlegs look the same. The play action passes look the same. It's really the concepts that come off the route tree, the double moves. It's the check with me's, the audibles at the line of scrimmage. It's the freedom that you provide your quarterback to make his own decisions. That's what I would say that you're really moving to the next level of an offense, because in theory, if you've got a quarterback that can see the defense, identify the defense pre-snap, well, you would like to think he could get you into a play that could be successful against that defense.
Is there another question there? You just asked Tyler.
No, I'm just curious if what we're expecting to see from Bo in year 2 with Shawn and how much more complex of an offense we're going to see this year.
Shawn said he's going to take the same plays and just process them quicker.
Okay.
Well,
a blowout first game?
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be a blowout. Hold on. Do you guys not where are you guys at here?
Solid win.
Solid win.
Solid win.
Okay.
You're playing a bad team. It's the first week of the season. Starters only got, what did I say, 29 snaps for Bo Nix? I think that's what we said earlier. I think it was 29, give or take. And there's probably still going to be some growing pains here. So I don't think it's going to look like what you think, DMac. I mean, 30-6 or whatever.
30-6.
That's a freaking beatdown of all beatdowns.
I think
you guys want to throw a score out at me?
I think you have more to lose in this game than to gain.
We got 2 more days.
Okay. All right. Do you need 2 more days to break down Tennessee?
Yeah.
Well, if I were going to pick today,
14 points or more.
I'm going to go 23-9.
23-9. So you think the offense gets hung up just a little bit?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's 14 points.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, you got 3 more points than I do, and I got them with 1 more touchdown than you do. That's it. It's not a big difference. 23-9 and 36 ain't that big of a deal. It's right there. It's on the same plane.
I am not sold and bought in yet on their offense.
Right.
That's my whole thing.
All right.
The defense is going to win games. If they get 3 field goals on them, then they probably even screwed up on one time.
I would agree with you. And I mean, I don't have Tennessee scoring a touchdown. Do you?
Probably
not unless it's absolutely late and it is 30.
Some sort of garbage.
30-6, and then
they'll probably score a touchdown.
Prevent touchdown.
All right. I mean, it's not like
it's a long game.
What do you have a blowout as? Like, what's your point differential?
14 points.
14 points is a blowout?
I'm not saying it's a blowout, but that's what my expectation is in this game.
All right, but just out of curiosity, what point differential do you consider a blowout?
More or less three scores.
3 scores to 17?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Dan, what's up next?
All right, fellas, this is a sad story that I have to pass along. In fact, we are attending a funeral right here on PhD because today marks the official death of commercial-free football.
The business folks handle the business.
Of course.
And I have no say over different elements that could or could not be in the show.
Okay.
And so I'll just tell you right now, when you see me come on the air here, we're going to hit the Octo Box. We've got 8 games in the early window, taking you around all the different cities. And then when we get into it, ladies and gentlemen, it's been more than 250 days since the first full NFL Sunday, but we are back. And 7 hours of red zone football starts now. I realize that might be a slight change to some of you, but that's what the catchphrase will be going forward.
Scott Hansen confirms that
That's
there
so
will
sad.
be commercials in red zone starting this season, guys. Scott,
Sucks.
Tyler, how much will this affect your day-to-day lives?
Not at all, because I won't ever watch it.
I'm hardly ever watching red zone.
It's devastating. These guys don't like red zone. They're not into it. But for those of us, Dan, you and I, who are into red zone, it's absolutely devastating.
My heart is broken.
It was one of the best things when Scott Hansen would announce and then remind commercial-free 7 hours, blah, 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 blah. Now we're going to see like Burger King commercials and stuff during red zone?
So 7 hours, that's usually 23 minutes of spots. So that's, 152? No, what's 172 minutes of spots in there in your 7 hours? Yeah. No.
See, I was kind of assuming that in year one they would kind of slow roll it. We'll do a bunch of sponsorships that we put over the screen. We'll say this next game is brought to you by Burger King.
Yeah.
You know, kind of slow roll.
On like a lower box.
Yeah.
No, we're just going to commercials.
They're just going to commercial. Huh?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. Well, welcome to ESPN.
Dan, what do you think? Because I know you're a big red zone guy.
I love red zone.
By the way, aren't you paying a subscription for this also?
Yes.
So you're
you
paying
are.
a subscription and you're getting commercials?
Well, that means they can just up the another $9 and you can get it without commercials.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think this is just the way it is. By the way, I saw Charles Barkley. He does not know what to expect with the basketball stuff either. That's going to ESPN. He's not very optimistic. He's lost a bunch of weight too, by the way, Chuck.
He's been taking those Olympic shots.
Well, he looks kind of like a weird alien right now, but I think it sucks. And that's, it was a pure thing that, whatever, man. What do we expect out of this life, Dan?
I don't even know like the logistics of how it can work because the whole point of red zone is that like they're
doesn't
always
stop.
in live action.
Right.
So are they going to have the feed still going and then just the commercials off to the side?
Hey, if you're mad at ESPN, don't be. Be mad at the owners who wanted to sell the NFL network so they can make money from this.
We're just going to miss it. That's all. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it as a fan. It's just not what it's going to be. That's all.
We're grieving, Scott.
It's a grieving process.
Yeah, whatever.
Next story.
Or have you ever been like a pirate site watching guy?
No.
Oh, that's another thing.
Yeah.
You want to tell that story?
Well, the biggest one in the world, Stream East, that just got shut down. So that's another RIP.
Yeah. By the way, I was curious
Don't
about
worry,
that.
there's 12 other alternatives.
I was curious about that today, Tyler. So I went there. It's still up.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, last story there, Nano.
All right, fellas. Jackson Dart will begin his rookie season as the Giants back up behind Russell Wilson and ahead of Jameis Winston. Obviously, the Giants open their season at Washington. So the Giants will travel to Denver to take on the Broncos in Week 7. Who do you guys think is the starting quarterback for the Giants come Week 7? Is it Russ, Jameis Winston, or Jackson Dart? Who would you like to see be the
Russ.
starter in that week?
Oh, Russ for sure, 100%.
It doesn't even feel like a storyline to me anymore. It feels like an eternity since Russ was a storyline here. I don't disagree with you. Like, I'd probably choose Russ also, but it really does not feel like a big deal.
It's not a big deal, but it's a better storyline than Jameis or Jackson Dart.
All right. Well, I mean, just looking at their schedule. Commanders, loss. Cowboys, they
Home
might
or
be able
away?
to win.
Home or away?
Away.
We'll say loss. Yeah.
Chiefs.
Loss.
Chargers.
Loss.
Okay, so they're 0-4.
Yep.
Jackson Dart starts.
Now they got the Saints. They should win.
Jackson
in
Dart
theory,
will
that
start at the Saints.
one. Maybe.
So they're probably 2-4.
Then they got the Eagles.
Oh, okay.
And now we got the Broncos.
So they're 2-5.
What was the 2? Oh, you gave them the Cowboys game?
Yeah.
Cowboys and Broncos, he said.
Cowboys and Broncos.
That's how you got 2 and 5.
No. I had another one in there.
Well, they got the Saints. That was the only one
Saints,
I had.
yeah. Who they got after the Saints?
Eagles.
Oh, that's a loss. Oh, hell. It probably won't be Russ at that point. He'll probably either be injured or yanked. His career will be over.
Yeah, no chance it's going to be Russ by then.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know, man. Isn't that what Russ does? He does hot starts?
Well, it's just a better story if it's Russ. I mean, that's it. But you're right. It's not that big of a deal.
It would be kind of fun to have Jackson Dart make his debut against us.
All right. I mean, it's not Russ, though. I mean, Russ
If
is...
they're 0-4,
Honestly,
Jackson Dart's your quarterback.
Jackson Dart would be more intriguing to me than Russ.
How do you think Russ will be received back here?
Yeah, like any other quarterback no one cares about anymore, except for the DMac clan.
The DMac clan?
Yeah.
Who's that?
The ones that are pillaging villages all over the countryside with their torches looking for Frankenstein's
I don't
monster.
necessarily agree with you, Scott, but I think you're going to be right because to me it just feels like an eternity. It feels like so much time has passed.
But except for the DMac
But I don't
clan.
think that fans feel that way about him. I do think the fans kind of root against him.
We are giving away free pitchforks this weekend, by the way.
Yeah, DMac's clan is still looking for Frankenstein's monster.
We have it circled like where we think it's Spirit of Halloween's opening up. We're going to take a peek at that real soon.
Hey, no dumb question concerning that game. Has Jameis Winston turned into the most beloved player in the NFL?
He might have.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Right?
Great teammate.
The warden came up to me in there and he goes, "Who's Jameis Winston?" I love him.
Everybody does. Rightfully so. He's a great teammate.
From stealing crab legs to the most beloved guy in the NFL.
Yep.
Deliver me, Lord, from these pick sixes. One of the greatest lines of all time after last year's Browns. Browns? Yeah. Browns, right?
Yep.
Forget how many teams he's played on at this point.
Russ does nothing for me anymore. Nothing.
Well, he doesn't live in your head, Tyler.
You used to accuse me of that.
Well, no, but it did that first year. But
You think Russ lives in anybody's head?
Oh, yes, I do.
Whose head does Russ live in?
Scott, they can't hear your eyes.
Well, get on Twitch. Yeah, I think he still lives in your head.
Oh my God! It feels like 1,000 years ago. I swear to God, he doesn't. I don't never think about Russell Wilson. Never. He's an afterthought.
Well, then we ought to cheer for the Giants and hope they're 4-2 when they come into Denver.
It would be a more
because then it would be Russ.
You got to understand. I'm a big storyline game for every game. So just Russ is a better story.
Why are you a big storyline guy when all you want to do is sit and watch the red zone?
Because you see all the stories. The whole.
You don't see stories.
No stories.
You see Dan Tanner scoring a touchdown from the 3-yard line.
You see Sports Center.
Oh, you understand what the stories are going into the game. You understand what it's all about. There's stories for every single game, dude.
Yeah, but you don't get it from the red zone.
Well,
you see 30-second clip.
You see the
You know what the red zone
result
is?
of the
red
story.
zone is TikTok for the NFL.
What's the story of the Colts game?
Which one? Against the Broncos?
Yeah.
The Daniel Jones, can he make a comeback?
Sure.
I guess.
I mean, it's Daniel. Listen, you can always just fall on quarterbacks because quarterback versus quarterback is always a good story. And, you know,
Man, do you think we can beat Justin Fields in London?
that's a good story.
No, it's not.
Darren Muji, the GM of the Jets, used to be the right-hand man of George Peyton. What's his team?
I think that
protege against the teacher.
I legit not trying to be a Richard here. I think that's only a storyline to you.
Well, all right. I mean, we keep going. You can go with the Justin Fields thing for sure.
Well, that's what I was
the redemption story of him. But I think Muji and what he's put together in the shadow of George Payton, I think is fascinating. Listen, it'll work itself out as the game goes. But that's the great thing about the NFL.
Oh, you're right. There are stories for every game. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Plus, coaches are stars in the NFL. Coaches are stars. So you can always get coach against coach.
Did you guys see the balloon archway that Bill Belichick did his post-game presser from?
That he did?
Yes.
No. But, you think he asked for it?
Oh, well, that's not what I was saying. I was just saying he had to do his presser from it.
It was humiliating.
It was like a high school prom balloon bouquet.
It was like Journey Under the Sea. Bill Belichick presents the game.
With Christopher Cross.
Dude, Tyler is right on this. It was like I'm sorry, what are we doing here? I've never seen anything like it.
Now, it'd be so much more fun if it was just a Belichick thing, but somebody on my Twitter found a bunch of Mac Brown pressers. Apparently, it's a UNC thing.
Oh,
it's
really?
actually not a Jordan Hudson thing, but it sure as hell felt like a Jordan Hudson thing.
It's a North Carolina thing.
I guess so, because
All
Mac
right.
Brown had it.
Okay.
But seeing Bill Belichick under these balloons after that blowout, oh my gosh, did that feel good?
That's how the mighty have fallen type.
Yeah.
Right there, because you ain't seen that in New England.
I've never seen it anywhere.
Just Bill Belichick under balloons. Belichick's doing. He's under balloons.
Now that's something Russ would do for his presser.
I heard that he's got 2 players on his team that might get drafted. That's it.
What size are his man boobs these days? I mean, those things are growing.
What is he doing? How long is he in it for?
How long is he in it for? He's 73 years old. How long could he be in it for?
I have no idea. You know, it's funny, with all the excitement that Prime had in his first year, I don't feel any of that with Belichick, do you?
I kind of thought it was going to be that way, to be honest. I did. I kind of thought it was going to have a similar effect.
And?
I agree.
It all feels just sad.
I think the storyline has become his girlfriend and not him changing a program.
Yes.
Clearly.
Well, they were doing camera shots of her like she was Taylor Swift.
All right.
For reals.
Well, she celebrated on the first drive.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. The team doesn't look to be very good, and I don't know. He's 73, you're right. How many years?
Oh, did you see Vrabel's shot at him?
No, what did he say?
He was doing some hit on, I think it was WEI or whatever the station is.
Yeah.
They were trying to give him a free out. They were asking him about Belichick's debut. And, Vrabel coached in college. They're like, you've coached in college. It probably takes some time to get these things together, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, I don't know. Urban Meyer won the first 12 games he coached. So at Ohio State, Urban Meyer won his first 12 games.
That's good. Deion, who has a better record this year, Belichick or Prime?
Sure hope Deion.
If it ain't CU, then they had a failing year.
That looked like a bad football team out there.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, CU got beat, but it didn't look like that.
What team looked better, CU or CSU?
I almost would go CSU just from the standpoint of less expectations, and I thought they showed themselves well. They weren't supposed to beat Washington.
I thought CSU looked like a much better team. But they don't play this year.
I know. Why?
I don't know.
Stupid.
Because you knew they were going to be a much better team.
We need to play Colorado State every single year. And I mean, I'm not that guy that's going to sit here and act like, yes, I do the big brother jokes. Yes, I have fun with making fun of CSU.
You know what?
But
honestly,
I look.
You make a good point. Let's drop CU to the Mountain West.
You're so funny.
Drop them to the Mountain West, and we'll get CU and Wyoming and CU and Air Force. CU.
Tyler's right, though. This is stupid. Like, the fact that they're getting ready to play Delaware, this should be CSU week right here,
Of course.
right now.
Yeah.
This should be it. We should be equally as excited about the CU, and then we'd be having fun, the whole thing. Delaware? I don't even know who CSU's playing this week. Do you guys, off the top of your head?
No.
Oh, they're playing UNC.
Okay.
Northern Colorado.
So they're playing.
Well, I can't
UNC
make fun of them.
and-
CU
and
did that.
CU's playing Delaware instead of each other.
Yeah. And then Colorado is playing Wyoming 2 weeks later.
They are.
So I guess we replace CSU with Wyoming.
It's weird. I don't understand college football sometimes when it's so. This is such a no-brainer, but it is what it is. PhD on 925. There's a curious story out there right now that Kawhi Leonard signed a $28 million endorsement deal for a no-show job with a fraudulent tree planting company funded by $50 million from Clippers owner Steve Ballmer. However, Mark Cuban is defending Steve Ballmer. He's saying they got scammed by some company called Aspiration. I don't know anything about it, but it's some sort of company.
Yeah.
He goes, they got scammed by Aspiration, along with many others. Crimes for which they pleaded guilty last week. Scammers do scammy things. They did a $300 million sponsorship deal with the Clippers in 2021. That's a huge deal. The better the team does, the more value the sponsorship has. So on one hand, you have Pablo Torres saying Ballmer was trying to be clever and circumvent the cap by throwing in all this money in a different way for Kawhi Leonard. And Mark Cuban's like, no, Ballmer's not an idiot like that. He got scammed like a lot of other people got scammed.
Yeah, so he's an idiot the different way. So what he's saying, he's not a cheater. He is an idiot.
Well,
I guess.
I mean, could it be as simple as two things are true? Yes, he was trying to circumvent the salary cap, and yes, they thought it was a legitimate business.
Well,
this is about to be a huge story, so we'll see.
How much money did Kawhi Leonard get out of that company?
$28 million is what it was supposed to be.
Yeah,
and it was a no-show job, meaning like he didn't have to do anything for it.
If he got $28 million, then they were probably trying to set it up as a scam.
Big story.
And if Mark Cuban comes in and says something, you usually know the opposite is true lately.
Yeah, I mean, it's a billionaire trying to stick up for another billionaire, so take everything with a grain of salt.
You surprised Mark Cuban ever sold that basketball team?
No.
He supposedly came out and said he regretted it after the Luka trade.
He seems like the type of dude that just had his whole DNA built in that thing.
I think he did it for a while and loved it. I know what you're saying. But I think after a while, guys like him or these other billionaires, they got other fish to fry. It's not about just one thing with these guys, in my opinion. So, and he still has a piece. He can still, go down there, but he doesn't have any big decision-making power.
He has no voice in it anymore. That's his problem. And I talked to some people that travel with the team. Part of his deal is he's not allowed to travel with the team ever again.
Hey,
well, not as much fun, is it?
You can own the team, at least a small percentage of it, but you are not allowed to hang out with us.
Well, you know what? You know why he can't? And why they have the right to tell him that? They gave him $4 billion for like 70% of the team, 75% of the team. Here's $4 billion. Here's 75% of the team. You're not allowed to fly anymore. I'm not even sure if he has the seats that are right down there by the bench. Maybe he does at home.
I think he does.
He might.
I think owners that are so rich they can buy a sport team just for fun are going to find out quickly that this isn't much fun. It's too many headaches.
I can't imagine anything much more fun. Once you get to that point where you're not worried about that, I think it'd be the most fun thing you possibly ever do.
I think there's a lot.
To me, when you're set up like a Pinners, yeah, there's a lot of headaches, and they're putting a lot of money into a lot of reverberation. And if they go with a new stadium, they're going to spend a lot of money. But your salary for your employees are basically paid for, except for your staff, which they're not afraid to spend money on that either.
Right.
And I don't even know what's the revenue of merch that goes to the owner.
Oh, I don't know the exact percentage. It just sure feels to me like rich people buy NFL teams, NBA teams when they're bored by their other businesses because they want to do something fun.
Well, I think if you do that for that reason only, I think you're going to be in for a rude awakening. I think the Walton Penner Group has succeeded because they have treated it like a business, like any other business they've owned.
Sure.
But if you're just doing it because, hey, this is going to be fun and I got a lot of money, then, I think there's too many headaches for it to not be treated like a real business. And frankly, these teams are so expensive. Who can afford to do that anyways?
A handful of people.
Yeah. I mean, nobody's buying these teams as a lark. They used to, though.
Well, there's very, very few holdovers of like the true family businesses. Very few.
Well, what are the Phipps? Was it like $30 million they sold? Or $36 million? What was it they sold the original thing to when they sold out. It wasn't like what it is now.
Oh, you're going for the Broncos.
Yeah.
Way back, the Phipps. Wow.
Well, I think they sold it. Then they sold Pat Bowlen the majority of the share for like 30-some million, or was it 100 million? Was it that much?
Pat, yeah, I mean, it took everything Pat had to buy it, too. He had to borrow big, not steal necessarily, but like his whole family came into it. The history of the Broncos is fascinating because it was about a baseball stadium. And the first owner only owned the team for like a year or so. Kind of went from there. But, I mean, we're every sports team. Like, we looked up the NHL. What was it, $1.8 billion for an NHL team?
There was actually quite a few that were under $1 billion, but they were all, like, the cheapest ones were like $930.
Here you go. You ready? You want a little history? So Phipps actually sold it to Edgar Kaiser.
Yeah, that's right. And then
Bolton, he sold it to Edgar Kaiser for $40 million.
Okay.
You know what the price it was in 1965 when the Phipps bought it?
Oh,
$1.5 million.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
So 65. How many of the Bears and the Browns and the teams like that? How much did they get into it for? Or was it? I guess the Bengals. They've been around for
all
a while.
those teams, same price probably, same-ish.
I mean, those guys buying those the guys in Kansas City because they came around in the '60s too.
Mm-hmm.
They bought that franchise for $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Sure, it's tempting now. That what would the Chiefs be worth right now? With Mahomes still in his prime, they're going to get $7 million.
Maybe probably not 7, but
Broncos are at 6.6. Chiefs can't be that far behind. I mean, it's Kansas City. It's not Denver. It's just everything's a little cheaper there. But I mean, it's got to be in that range.
Still an NFL franchise that's going to the
it's a lot. Whatever it is, it's a lot.
And they probably paid. What's the name of that family that owns that? They've been there since the start, right?
The Chiefs is
that's Pittsburgh. Clark Hunt.
Yeah, I think the Hunt family came out of Dallas and brought it from Dallas, right?
It was funny. I didn't know the Chiefs owners. Did you know this? They're the second wealthiest in the NFL. I saw that the other day. I was surprised by that because they are universally thought of by players, at least in that survey, as being kind of cheap. But I saw that, like, who's got the most money? Like, what team the Broncos are? The wealth of the Walton Penner Group is $77 billion. I mean, it's like first place by like
landslide.
Like, yeah, it's like kind of absurd.
Oh, you want to know in 1959 what the Hunt family?
I sure do.
Bought the Chiefs for Lamar Hunt, $25,000.
Wow.
$25,000 in 1959. Bought the Kansas City Chiefs for $25,000.
Pretty good return.
And the family still owns it.
Yep.
Well, that's going to be a capital gains, isn't it?
What's that, Andy? You surprised by something? Are you offended? Wow, Andy's.
It's a little weird.
Okay, all right.
Is it not?
You don't want anything to do with it.
No, I mean, hey, listen.
The Hooters mouse
in
pad.
real life, I'm all about it.
Oh, yeah,
that
yeah.
is a little weird.
That mouse pad's that's aggressive. That's very, very aggressive.
By the way, we're starting the first game Wednesday week. Sean Peyton presser, a smooth 45 minutes late. Just cruising into the season. A nice 45 minutes. So, Andy, it's up to you and Nate whether you want to chat about it, talk about it, whatever. But
well, I mean, come on. This week sucks. Last week sucks. There's nothing new happening. It's getting old.
What do you mean?
I need an NFL game. That's what I mean.
Well, we got Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday.
I'm tired. Now, college football was great last weekend. That was a lot of fun. The Rockies are only interesting when they're throwing punches at other people, and I just need a damn game played. I just want to see something real. We've not seen real all summer, really.
What's your take on the Rockies? You like that one?
Look, man. Nate's going to come in here and tell me I'm an idiot because this is just what we do. I come from, I think he's part of that generation, where if you're going to shove my guy, and I will get into all the reasons why Kyle probably didn't have a lot of passionate defenders in there.
He did not. It did not.
But if you're going to shove my guy, and we're all really guys, and we're all really a team, I've had to stand up for teammates that I don't like. You're not going to. What I don't like, here's what I don't like.
Did you get the vibe that Kyle's teammates really didn't support what he did?
Well, if Chapman's going to shove somebody, then I want it handled. I'll just put it to you that way.
I
know
agree.
it's not hockey, and I know it's not. But again, in my world, you shove my goalie, there's going to be a pile up in front of the net. You don't touch my goalie. You don't touch him in hockey. You don't touch him in lax. You don't. I told Scotty I was telling Nate yesterday, I'm a little annoyed if Joker's going to end up bloody because Czech guy wants to foul. And guess what? Send Scott Hastings out there, and I'm going to wear you all day.
Andy, I agree.
I got 9 fouls to give. I got a whole bench full of people. If you're gonna mess with my best player, I want at least some message sent that says we ain't doing that today.
I saw one guy, Kyle Farmer, and that was it.
Yes, because he's a vet. The other thing I thought was, are they all just kids and they're scared of the actual men on the Giants? I mean, they're a young squad. They're all AAAers. Let's be honest. Half these guys shouldn't be up here. So if you're afraid, I guess that's fine. But the dude shoved your pitcher. Wow. Now, Nate's going to come in here and say, look, don't suck and don't give up the home run. And I get all that, okay? And then we've got the Brandon Webb audio saying he runs his mouth too much.
Fine.
But all I've heard is you're a tight-knit team. Well, I'll tell you this.
I thought it was pathetic.
You don't touch one of my guys and call yourself a tight-knit team.
I said they should put in Vodnik to start the game today and just one guy, you don't care, and just throw heaters inside for one inning and see what you got.
Well, that was just it. You saw Devers, right? The kid Devers. He thought he was going to get hit. Drew made the comment. Houston was talking about it. They were like, his spikes aren't in that. Like, he was getting ready to get out of the way. He thought someone was coming.
Sensatella
Nothing happened.
Because Sensatella.
But you know what? See, that's just it, man. Is that I don't even really want you to. I don't need you throwing 90 at a guy's ribs. You all took the time to come out of the dugout and get together. Handle it right there. Handle it. And I'm not saying you had to go and deck a guy. But if your pitcher gets a two-hand shove, shouldn't Chapman get shoved bare minimum by somebody? That's all I'm asking.
Scott?
Well, you're talking to a guy who got paid to do it.
Yeah. I didn't got to play in that game. No, I'm with you. The wisest thing you said. Listen, I'm not like best friends with Bill Lambier, but my biggest find was going in and protecting Bill Lambier. So yeah, you don't have to like the guy to go in and protect him.
You're kind of talking about there's like a bunch of different things. Should Freeland have done it in the first place? No. I mean, he was
probably not.
Come on now. Strike the guy out. Then you go from there. And that's an interesting thing. If a teammate you don't like does something, how much do you stick up for him? And to me, when I watched that Rockies games, that's why I was kind of sickened by him yesterday. I didn't see a team bonded together from anything.
What did Clint Hurdle always saying? He's on the team. It's about the name on the front, not the name on the back. If we're both wearing the same name, and one of my guys gets shoved, I don't know. But see, that's always my thing. Just you got to take up for your guys. And frankly, I think sometimes I don't take up enough for McKinnon and McCarr, and I don't think anybody took up for Freeland. So now he can tell you that we'll talk about this at some point. Or Nate, did you see who's talking behind you? He just got there.
45 minutes late. He's there.
Oh man, what do you think was going on? Didn't we kind of have this happen last year though? I feel like this is early season Shawn.
Shawn takes forever to do everything. He takes it. I don't think it means a damn thing. I think he coaches slow. He explains a lot. He Shawn's plays.
Well, we saw in practice.
Yeah, I think he's just slow. That's it. I don't think it means a damn thing. Do you?
I think he's on Sean Payton time.
Yeah,
I think he's grinding a little bit. But again, I also think this is common for what he does.
It's just what he does.
So I think they all grind beginning. Because look, he's like a lot of us. This is why I told you I need to see a game. We can all feel good about something, right? We can all think what's going to happen. I had one of the guys I kind of talked to. I've got a circle of people I talk to when the games are done. I had one person tell me concern about Powers and concern about McGlinchey. And I've told you I've already had my own concerns about McGlinchey. So when Scotty keeps bringing up the O-line stuff, I just want to see it for real. I don't want any excuses. I think all of us as fans, don't we just get to the point where I'm to the point where I don't want to excuse away whatever was bad or have to temper whatever was good. I just want to see we're playing a game. We both care. We both threw them out there. Let's just get a damn result. I told Nate this week sucks. I just want to see some real damn football.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Is he yelled all week? Is he just yelling all week?
Yeah. I've yelled at him. It's only been 2 days. If you think about it, it's
That's
been
right,
2 days.
Monday off. That's right.
So I don't know. You're laughing. Go ahead and laugh.
I'm having a good time listening to you.
I'm just.
I thought it was
football.
soft. I thought it was like, yeah, it's let's get to the games.
Right.
Fine by
I
me.
miss them starting on Labor Day weekend. I said it to Nate last week. I
Yeah.
miss it. Can we go back to starting on Labor Day weekend? I had a 3-day weekend, 3 days off to watch all the games.
I mean,
I realize you're trying to stretch it to President's Day, but guess what? 18 games is barreling down the pike like a 18-wheeler with no brakes. So let's just start on Labor Day again, please.
When did they stop doing that?
Like years ago. I feel like ever since I got into the media, they've been doing it the week after Labor Day. I don't know why.
Labor Day, baby.
I mean, I do know why. They want to
maybe,
get to.
maybe you give it to the college football because it was a great college weekend. Got games on Sunday night for college.
Oh, it was a fantastic college weekend. But I'm an NFL first guy, and I need me some NFL. Because I'm tired of seeing again. Like, you don't even know what to ask me because we've already talked about everything on this damn roster that's been locked down since the time that we got done with the draft.
Yeah.
There hasn't even been like a position battle that was even mildly interesting.
You got to
Let's
score.
be honest.
You got to score for this game.
I heard you guys going back and forth about it. I feel like this is. I feel like Game 1, and someone told me this years ago, and I think it's coming true. Game 1 is almost an extension of preseason now. Since they went to the 17 games, it might have been my buddy Jeb Putz here that said Game 1 is now going to be your extension of preseason since they don't do too much. And so I feel like you don't like. I go to the Broncos last year. Their offense was weird in the first half. Kind of got a little bit like I wouldn't be surprised if this looks like in reverse the game last year to start the year where the Broncos play the role of the Seahawks. And we could see some sloppiness in the first half. They go in at halftime. They get a couple speeches. Everybody gets their poop in a group, and they come out and just handle business. And they win like 21-9 or 10 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I got 30-6.
You could be right.
You got them hanging 30?
See, from what we saw in the preseason, I just feel like that surprised me a
Unlike
bit.
CU, the Broncos will convert turnovers to points, in my opinion. They won't struggle in that department.
I got them 23-9.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at too. I'm thinking, believe it or not, like this is what's crazy. I think this game goes under the total, and I think the Broncos cover the big number.
What is the total?
8. What?
No,
what's
the point total?
I'm assuming it's 40, 41,
God,
somewhere in
under
there.
40, isn't it? You got a rookie quarterback going against one of the best defenses thought to be anyway. I would.
It is.
If that thing's at 40, I don't know how you don't hammer the under all day.
I'd hammer the under on that. Well, I got 36. So.
I don't think the Tennessee. I think the Tennessee offense. I mean, again,
wow,
it's going to
42 and a half.
Really?
It's higher. It's higher than I thought it was going to be at 42 and a half.
Open, kids.
No, I'd hang that under.
I mean, come on.
Well, listen. Do you think Tennessee will? Maybe they'll score a touchdown.
I think they'll look like Bo in the Broncos offense last year when a guy makes his very first start in the NFL going against. Look, Mike McDonald is considered to be one of the, and still is considered one of the best defensive coordinators in the league, and Bo had a rough day against him. If Cam Ward doesn't have a rough day against him, then we thought a lot of wrong things all during the offseason. So there you go.
I think that's a good point.
Rookie quarterbacks, number 1 overall picks, all that. There's not a good track record of what these guys tend to do in their first NFL game. I believe since 2000, only 2 number 1 picks have won their first start, and it was Caleb Williams last year and David Carr.
Yeah, the history ain't great.
That's it. Like, that's what you're talking about.
It might be the most winnable Broncos home opener ever.
All right, see, here's what scares me. See, now you got to take your little finger and tickle the chin of the fan in me and get me all bothered because we thought that about the Raiders the first year Shawn was here with Russell Wilson, and look how that thing went.
But I mean,
I know it's completely different, but unfortunately over the last 8 years, all I've seen is winnable openers kind of find a way to get screwed up.
You're talking about a 3-win team from last year with a rookie quarterback, a first-time coach, a rookie GM. They did make a bunch of moves on their offensive line, but, it's going to take some time to come together, don't you think?
Callahan, by the way, that's year 2 for him, right?
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I thought it was his first year.
Yeah, it is year 2.
He got saddled with Will Levis last year.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, from Nick Kosmiter, Dre Greenlaw working out on the side today. Are we worried about the availability?
A nice side of Greenlaw today.
Shawn already said he was going to be on a pitch count.
Yeah, he has said he wants to take it easy with him early on in the year.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but is there a chance where we get the old like the New Orleans game? He dresses up and then we don't see him.
Yes.
I've got that.
Possibly.
When it comes to Dre Greenlaw, I kind of got that pit in my stomach of just like, I don't know if this is going to work.
Well, and here's okay.
Really,
like
really
that.
good football player, but like since he's shown up, what's been the story on Dre Greenlaw? He's been hurt the whole time.
Yeah,
He had like
you're right.
6 good days. Remember, he was Mike Tyson.
And he looked great.
And it was
Yeah, he looked great.
Well, and you're not probably wanting to put him on that indie turf, right? I mean, I'd be a little worried about that indie turf if you're worried about muscle stuff. So
Yeah.
that could make even week 2 in.
By the way, if that's the game, that to me is the game that could go 30-9. That's the game where I think they just make Danny
Which one?
The Indy game.
Oh, that should be a blowout too.
I think Danny Dimes just does a bunch of stupid things with the football that day, and the Broncos they annihilate him.
When does he become Danny Woodpenny or something like that? I mean, come on. Danny's wooden nickel.
Danny Sawbuck.
You may have the easiest
Danny Pesos.
first 2 weeks of the Broncos season, arguably ever.
Which is why you cannot afford to screw it up.
Yeah,
and have
because
some
must
kind of
win.
hiccup.
You're
You
right.
know?
No, they're absolutely both must wins, and then the next 3 are tough.
I don't like all the travel. That's the only thing that bothers me about this. Like, again, the Chargers, you're at the Chargers, and then you're at Cincinnati comes here. Cincinnati's tough, man. It's a tough one. Joe Burrow should have been MVP, but you got no defense.
Yeah,
the good
they'll
news
score
is they
points.
decided they wouldn't fix that, and they at least have to come here this year. But, even like you go to Philly, the Jets game's weird because it's in England, and you guys are talking about the Giants game. The Giants game makes me nervous because you don't get any bye.
And guys,
you just come back and it's jet lag.
The thing that this defense, this is still like the thing they have to show me is can you beat elite quarterbacks?
That's a great, fair point.
You didn't last year.
Fair point.
You just Lamar got you.
Baltimore destroyed you.
Allen
you had no
got you.
answers for
That's why
Baltimore.
Barnwell has them missing the playoffs this year.
Burrow got you.
Burrow did get you. But at
Herbert-
least you kind of
Herbert
trade
got you
punches
twice.
there. Yeah.
You know?
And you were up on Herbert.
Right.
I still can't get over the Christmas game. The Christmas game upsets me.
Beat the good quarterbacks.
That LA game with the weird kick at halftime where Harbaugh did the free kick thing and got a chance to free kick it. And then they come back and you were winning that damn game.
My take on this team is I don't think we know anything definitively about them until after week 5. I think after the Chargers, Bengals, Eagles gauntlet, that's when we find out was there a next step forward, both for this defense and I think for this entire team? I just don't think there's a lot to learn in the Tennessee and Indianapolis games. I think they just set up too kindly. The Colts are an absolute freaking mess in week 2, and the Titans are, again, it's a rookie quarterback having to start his first game in Denver. You should win the game.
I'm kind of dying to know what you think about the Freeland thing. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, yeah, go ahead now. He already heard Johnny Hockey Goon, so go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't like it, don't hang an 83-mile-an-hour sweeper over the inside part of the plate.
It was 0-2, and he served up 3 foul balls in a row before he served it up over the plate.
That was a suck pitch. I mean, the thing got hit an absolute mile. And Devers pimped it. Guess what? It's 2025, Kyle Freeland. You don't get to red-ass everybody anymore. People are allowed to have fun at baseball games again. Thank God, quite frankly. And you get all big mad about it, and then, oh, by the way, you start screaming at the dude. The Giants come out and shove you around, and your teammates come out and just do a little tickle fight.
Yeah, well, but that's what I don't like. I don't hear how tight the team is when they just watched him get mosh pitted.
It's just a broken baseball team that was
look,
let us take loss number 100 with some dignity, and instead Kyle Freeland goes out there.
That's lost 300 in the last 3 years.
Warren Schaefer didn't realize it was loss 100 until after the game. A reporter asked him about loss 100. He goes, it was?
Well, it was kind of funny. Because I thought when Chapman shoved him, I was like, was that a coach? And then I was like, oh, maybe we'll see the Schaefer muscles come into play here. And instead, Schaefer just dug his guy out of the pile.
Instead, Schaefer came out and was just like, yeah, you hurt the club. Which, quite frankly,
He's
glad
not
he
wrong,
said it.
But
I was glad he said it.
Yeah,
knock it off with that crap.
But again, it just goes to show you the tight knit, the good, all that's just a bunch of crap. You need to flush the whole thing. Flush the floater after the year, and please let's move on.
Can you imagine being paid $16 million a year for your job, and you submarine your entire team like that?
8 pitches in.
I've told.
Make him pitch tonight.
Why not?
Make him start.
You could. I've told Nate one day I just want to get paid $1 million to go away. You know how good that'd be? You know, radio how often we're told to go away. You get nothing. You get a guy walking you to the door. One time, I want the fat 7-figure check to just not show back up at the old stomping
You know what's crazy?
ground.
So what does Sensatella make? So they go from Freeland, who makes $16 million. They put in Sensatella, who I think makes 12 to 14, something like that. He's in the bullpen now because he sucks.
Sensatella not sticking up for Freeland at all.
No, not throwing at anybody.
Although he stuck up for him last night by getting to the fifth in the very least.
Listen.
He at least did his job last night.
Listen.
He inevitably turned back into an Antonio Sensatella, but he bailed out the bullpen at least a little bit.
He did a little bit.
Kyle Freeland needs to not be on the Rockies anymore.
Oh, but he's got a $17 million player option to come back next year.
And for two, no, he's next year he's $16 million fully under contract. It's 27. Is when that kicks in, but for two reasons. Number one, the guy's broken. He's lost too much. He's been on the Rockies for too long. Nobody should have to pitch at Coors Field as long as Kyle Freeland has had to. So cut him loose just as a pity move for him. And then secondly, the other part why he shouldn't be on the Rockies anymore is he kind of sucks now. Let's be honest. Kyle Freeland hasn't been very good for years.
Nate and I, hey, longest running afternoon duo in sports because you guys pulled the switch after we existed for 3 months. That was our joke for 3 months. It was great. People were like, what are you talking about? We were like, Tom left. Tyler just got there. We're the longest running one by 3 months. By a summer, we got you.
We did.
But anyway, it was that summer of 2019 is why I bring it up. We started saying trade these guys. Every pitcher has a shelf life at Coors Field. You got your 2 playoff runs. They're high-value guys. Marquez and Freeland, you should have been dealing them. You should have got more prospects. You should have reloaded for the next era. That's what the Cubs have done. That's what all the teams, the Twins, the Astros, the teams that know that they got to be smart with their money, they know what the little shelf life is, and then they start bailing on guys when they know they're going to have the next young, cheap generation come in. This club never does that.
No, because Dick Monfort likes Kyle Freeland.
And loves Charlie Blackmon.
And that's reason enough to keep him on this club as long as he possibly has been. Yeah, just as a move of charity, to trade the guy this offseason so he doesn't have to be here anymore. He's lost too much, and also, again, he's just not particularly good anymore. He has not had a sub-5 ERA since 2022. Do you realize that? Just again, as an act of benevolence, let him go away. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Chad Brown coming up at 4 o'clock. Nick Kosmider at 5, doing a ton of football today on the show. Much more on this Rocky stuff. Plus, Andy, we got an NBA cheater in the dumbest way humanly possible that we got to dig into today on the show. So much to get to. Wednesday afternoon, Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio. Happy Wednesday. Broncos back to work. Sean Peyton talking to the media. Dre Greenlaw, Andy getting work off to the side today. Sean Peyton was asked about Dre Greenlaw. How did Sean Peyton respond to the bevy of Greenlaw questions today? Spring.
Any concern with Dre Greenlaw?
At this point forward, and I appreciate the question, at this point forward, I'm not going to talk one thing about player injuries. We'll report what we're required to report, but you'll never hear me talk about how I feel it's going or any of that. And then really there's no advantage for me to discuss it.
You got that?
Did Leggy follow up?
Yeah, but I have further questions. So that's the latest we've got on the Broncos injury report. Shawn won't talk about it. Sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Clip it, Spring. Yeah, he will not be talking about it. That's, man, don't you love when the regular season, when the calendar flips, Andy, and suddenly fun old Uncle Shawn, storytelling Shawn. Let me tell you, good old-fashioned. Let me spin a Bill Parcells yarn for you here today. That guy goes away. And
I have two middle fingers.
Yep. Irritable Shawn has arrived. You know what, Andy? That's how you know fall is here. Not that the leaves are changing color, not that the kids are back in school, but that Sean Peyton turns the a-hole up to 11. That's how we know it's autumn.
Yeah, it's the first week of the season, so
brutal.
Look, I'll be honest with you, though. And I know they know how. They're professionals. They get paid lots of money to do this job. If you're a coach, and we were talking about this with Gary Barnett about on the college level just last Friday when I was up in Boulder. I don't know how you get a good vibe for your team with the way things are handled now. You know what I mean? You don't tackle a lot during practice. You think you've got this figured out. You think you got that figured out. We're going to see a whole bunch of teams not have what they thought figured out come Sunday, come Thursday maybe, come Friday in São Paulo, Brazil, and then back again on Monday.
Yeah.
You know, I think every coach gets a little irritable because
it's warm-up time.
Yeah, well, and most of these folks, and even Shawn kind of participated in it this year for the first time. I guess he played Russ a bit. He didn't go full Russ the first year. But Shawn's been holding his guy because, again, we're in an era where you can't afford to lose people.
No, the salary cap restrictions are just, they make it too hard. Buffalo doesn't run Josh Allen out there, and why should they? They pay him $55 million bucks. You cannot afford to take that chance in a worthless, meaningless practice game. And that's one where you gotta trust your guys a little bit. Like, let's take that as a good sign. Bo Nix didn't have to play preseason game number 2. Does that not indicate a coaching staff that has a trust in the player to do what he has to do to prepare for the upcoming season?
Yeah, what if I would have kind of liked him to? How you feel about that?
Is that just because you are a preseason football addict?
No, I would have liked to have seen. Here's my thing. They finally got a little something going at the end of the San Francisco stint that they had in preseason game number 1. I would have liked to have just gone and play him again on, I would have done the wait and see as far as the Saints game for me. Mm-hmm. Now, look, I have to ask a couple people, why did Shawn do this? Go play the Saints, because we all know that normally Arizona was the team. I'll tell you this, I think Shawn made a really good decision to go and make sure his guys had to get up at 11 o'clock and had to get used to that schedule and had to go out there and play the odd time for those of us in the Mountain Time Zone. So I think it was really smart. But still, I would have liked to have seen, could they have picked up where they left off in that second preseason game? Now, again, it's all stupid because none of this matters, because we all know a game can be good in the first quarter and suck in the next 3. If Bill Belichick could have played a preseason game with Carolina, he'd have been golden, right?
Sure.
They got their one drive. Who cares about the rest? We didn't play the starters. He probably wishes that's what that was, but it wasn't. But anyway, I just would have liked to have seen him get a little, pick up where you left off, and then if you don't play the last game, whatever. I hate the preseason. I cannot wait till we do away with it. I really can't. I know that's going to shock you. Let's just get to the
I don't
damn
believe
18
you.
games.
You watch more preseason football
Yeah, you
than
know
anyone
what?
I know.
I watch Scrubs, Cheers, and How I Met Your Mother. I've seen all that crap too. I know how it's going to end. Rachel doesn't all of a sudden not go and find Ross at the end of Friends. Sorry to ruin it for you.
Spoiler alert. Jeez.
How I Met Your Mother didn't have one of the absolute worst endings ever and ruined the whole series in 5 minutes.
Wait.
Hey, this whole story we told you, doesn't matter. The one you thought she's going to end up with all along, that's the one.
Wait, did he not actually meet their mother at the end?
Oh, yeah, they met the mother, then the mother, died. The mother was in 5 episodes and then died of cancer so he could go back to the whore he met at the first one.
I've never watched this show. I didn't know if he actually met the mother or not.
You know what? Here's the comedy. There's just a general script to all comedy, a storyline.
Sure.
You got to have them. Everyone's single. Couple people find each other, and then they get married. And then once they get married, show's over. Okay? Show's over. You know who's home watching this? The married people. I know this part of the show. Give me the show that reminds me of The Single or something I'm not doing anymore. I don't need to see the married show. Oh, no, they can't sleep because of the baby. Yeah, they know. They're not sleeping, and they're looking for you to let them forget about it, you jackass. But now we got to marry everybody off and ruin every show. Marry them here and marry them there.
But it's so funny, the foibles of not being able to sleep. You get to relive it, Andy.
Sure, yeah. That's what I'm looking for, comedy. That's how you get the Masked Singer and John Elway trying to go out there and belt out, what was it, Achy Breaky Heart that he sang?
You need to try something new. You need a new show is what you need.
What I need is a football game. I need a football game. You're right. I need a new show.
You do.
And it's called the first show of the 2025-2026 NFL season. The show starts tomorrow, and I can't wait.
There you go. Season premiere tomorrow.
Because half these shows, you don't like giving you 6 months to go, that show kind of sucks. Hey, and some of the listeners to this show know exactly what we're talking about.
Been there a time or two, yes. Kyle Freeland. Red-ass
Freeland?
Kyle Freeland gets tossed last night. Spring, give us the audio of the incident. This is 8 pitches into the ball game last night.
That's how you get paid. That's why he got paid. Number 1 in the sport. This ball is in the air to deep right field, and he's done it again. First inning home run last night for Devers. Freeland and Devers. Freeland took exception to Devers, and we're going to have both benches empty. And now Kyle Farmer's getting in there.
Oh, the Matt Chapman push Kyle.
We haven't seen one of these in a long time involving the Rockies. And you know what a fiery competitor Freeland is. He's a pro. And he's like, all right, I know you're good, but you don't have to sit there and dance going up the first base line.
I mean,
and then it took, what was funny? The figuring out who was going to get tossed took 10 times longer than the fight itself.
10 minutes, by the way, and Devers just stood over it first.
Yeah.
And then while Senza's warming
Can
up,
I run?
He's just like, I suppose
Do I
shall.
get to cross home plate?
I suppose I shall now do my trot. By the way, Bennett Durando of the Denver Post, he was on the beat last night. He was filling in for Saunders. Apparently, Patrick had the night off. But here you go, Andy. Umpire Dan Bellino told a pool reporter that the crew discussed whether or not Devers should have been denied his home run for abandoning the bases to confront Freeland. Quote, "It's an interesting rule," Bellino said. "It's one of those you don't see hardly ever. We discussed it, but ultimately, because it was a dead ball situation, we did not deem it to be abandoning or anything like that," close quote.
And I don't think he abandoned, didn't he? He stayed in the base path and yelled at Freeland.
Right.
While it was Chapman that came over and gave him the shove, and then Adames chased him all over the yard.
Yeah, those dudes came in all hot.
Right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Devers, I think, probably knew. He was like, nah, I ain't leaving.
Yeah.
I got that home run. I'm staying on the path.
Devers was just like, if you don't like it, don't throw that thing right there.
Right.
Yes.
Don't hang it.
And he murdered it. Okay. I understand Kyle Freeland's mad. Okay, I understand it. Freeland has. Do you remember when he broke the light in the dugout? Like he's got a history of this. Okay, Kyle Freeland runs hot, which fine. Okay, but also like you already gave up the home run. The fire doesn't do you much good right there. Let's listen to Freeland after the game on his reaction and why he was so upset at Devers after the home run.
Yeah, I mean, I just, found it extremely disrespectful to, show me up like that in the first inning after hitting a home run, standing there watching it, taking your sweet time getting down to first base. Been in this league for quite some time, and I know he is as well. I just find that extremely disrespectful, and I felt that I needed to let him know about that. I was. Granted, I don't know why Chapman and Adames got ejected. I'm assuming it's because they came up and shoved me. Devers also shoved me. That's the spot that I don't understand why he wasn't ejected. But again, I was the one who instigated everything, and I understand why I was ejected. No, it was the pure disrespect of first inning home run, standing there watching it. Felt like it took 15 seconds for him to get to first base. I just said it again. I find that extremely disrespectful to show a pitcher up like that.
Yeah. He also said, I don't respect you doing that, coming into my ballpark and doing that to me.
Listen, you and I won't disagree here.
I don't disrespect you throwing that meatball over the inside part of the plate. How's that? I don't respect that pitch. You want to yell at somebody?
That.
Yell at yourself. Okay?
Don't do that.
Just an 83 mile an hour. It was BP for the guy.
Yeah, it was a BP pitch.
Honestly, like Andy, and here's the thing that's funny about it. Devers actually hit that ball so friggin' hard that he lost his balance and he kind of stumbled backwards. Like the momentum of his swing from swinging out of his shoes kind of caused him to like stumble a little bit backwards. And then I think he caught sight of the ball and was like, ooh, I got that one. And he admired it. Guess what? I would too.
Look, I'll give you, it was launched. It was absolutely launched.
And then he just, did he go slow? Sure. If you don't like it, Kyle Freeland, then number one, don't throw that pitch. And number two, again, if you really don't like it, then put it in his ribs the next time he comes up. Again, screaming at him and belly aching, and then forcing your teammates, whose wills are already broken from being on a 100-loss team and getting embarrassed and being the punchline of Major League Baseball all season long, and then they've got to go and stick up for you in that moment. I can understand why they went out there and gave you a tickle fight. Nobody's heart was in it, because guess what? Nobody's heart is in it. You're 39-100. You're 61 games below 500. There's no heart.
Yeah, listen, I get it, but a guy starts shoving your dude, at least somebody act like you care. Don't. Here's my thing.
That's just it, Andy. I don't think they do.
Okay, that's fine, but then quit shoveling the manure at me that this is a tight-knit team and, man, they're all for one and one for all and kumbaya and all the bad apples are out of. And look, maybe he's one of them. But I don't want to hear it anymore. Because, and you know why? Ultimately, you know why I don't want to hear it anymore? Because there is nothing on this team that should stay the same. They just hit loss 300 plus in the last 3 seasons. 3 straight 100-loss seasons.
It's pretty bad.
With no real hope of a whole new core in sight as far as I can see.
Yep.
Okay? So I don't want to hear, they're banded together and they're taking on the. No, they're not. You're right. It's broken. It showed itself again last night, and I'm over it.
And you know what I was happy to hear after the game? The reaction of Warren Schaefer after the ball game. Spring?
I can just tell you what I saw. I mean, I saw Free being, like you just said, you saw the same thing I did. He was upset that, that Devers stood there and watched it. I mean, happens a lot in today's game, but those things are subjective. A guy like Free's been pitching a long time. I think he felt disrespected, and he did what he did. And at the end of the day, I mean that when your starter doesn't get an out in the first inning and he's gone, and that hurts the ball club. And he knows that.
Great answer. Seriously, great answer. And I have not had a ton of good things to say about Warren Schaefer this year. But, Andy, if exactly what you just talked about right there, 3 consecutive 100-loss seasons, like if the I get it. This club's not going to get more talented overnight, but like if the culture and mentality of what is happening down there is going to change, it has to happen with stuff like that, where Warren Schaefer isn't backing up somebody that he knows is in the wrong. He's just like, hey, it happens a lot in today's game. You can't get yourself tossed out of the game after 8 pitches. That just hurts the ball club. You know what? I'm glad that he said that. I'm glad that he didn't give us Devers was disrespecting the game and disrespecting and all that nonsense that Kyle Freeland said right there. I think Warren Schaefer looks at it and goes, we got loss number 100 tonight, which apparently he didn't even know about, but he got it. And his response to it was, we can't have this. Throw a better pitch. Play better. Thank you. I'm glad that I loved that answer from Warren Schaefer last night. You cannot bow down to that kind of loser nonsense that's been happening over there. It has to change, and thank God somebody said that.
That's fine, and that's great. I don't disagree with you. Throw a better pitch. It is a new game. They've allowed the bat flips. They've allowed all that stuff. It's a new time. You're not playing in the era of Bob Gibson or Nolan Ryan where then you're going to go wear the next one or whatever. But, again.
And good.
If everybody's going to bother. But here's my thing. If you're all just going to watch your pitcher get mosh pitted, then don't come out of the dugout in the first place. Just stay where you're at. Just stay where you're at.
You gotta go.
No, what you got to do then is you're going to go and someone shove Chapman back at least. Oh, by the way, what was with the little guy? Did you see the little guy for the Giants? I couldn't tell if it was a bat boy or who it was. He had his knuckles up and he kept doing this. I'm trying to, his knuckles were above his head. It was like he was trying to swing down or like he was trying to whack-a-mole on someone. Or I'm trying to describe it as best I can for the driving audience there. But
was it Dusty Baker's kid?
No. No.
Get him out of here!
He's just, I don't know who this guy was, but it's like, what are you doing? I can't tell if you're trying to punch someone on top of the head. I can't tell if you're trying to stop something. Because you know what happens? Once everybody comes together, then I like to see all the outside stuff.
Andy,
see who does what.
You can get big mad at all the Rockies players all you want. I think they rolled their eyes at it.
All right, then don't go out there.
Just
show him he's on his own.
I legitimately think they looked at it and just went, "Oh God, there he goes again."
When has he done it though in the past or this year? You just think they're sick of him?
Let's listen to Logan Webb.
Go ahead.
Last night, here's Logan Webb of the Giants after the ball game.
I mean, surprised it hasn't happened before with that guy. So, just kind of runs his mouth a lot of times, and Rafi got him good. So, whatever.
We've all had the friend that runs their mouth too much.
Oh yeah. Look, we all know he burns hot. I get it.
And you know what you do is you stand there and make sure that his nose doesn't get broken, but generally you're just kind of like, God, do we have to do this again?
I get it. But don't run out there. Let him just see. You're all by yourself. I just thought all of it was I still think you go stick up for your teammate whether you like the guy or not. Because again, that's about being together. That's about being a team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Even when you know your guy's wrong.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
Even when you know your guy's a loser for getting himself tossed out of the game
and I'm not saying run
pitch
in there and throw the haymaker like a Rocky Superman punch at Chapman, but he didn't even get shoved. And then Damas, what was Herget, right? What?
Oh, Jimmy Herget?
Herget was like, hey now, let's all cooler heads prevail. Hey, stop. And look, Herget's skinny. That's, again, part of the problem. They've only got one guy who's like shaving regularly, if you will. I feel like they got one guy over 25, that's Farmer. And Farmer was in there taking on half the damn team by himself.
Yeah.
Because all the kids didn't apparently know what to do.
Yeah. Because I think they were looking at it and just going, oh, yeah, all right, fine. They wish they could be hitting home runs and pimping them right now and making Rafael Devers' salary. Yep, Rockies lose game number 100. They're 39-100. They are contractually obligated to play the last 23 games of the season, but these dudes are broken. And here's the funny thing about it, Andy. Like, even the good teams, that's something else that I think should get talked about. You see what happened last night? You did with Framber Valdez in Houston. Even the good teams at 140 games into a baseball season, they're all broken.
Weather sucks.
Oh,
I'm kind of over this.
It's a baseball season is such a mentally taxing, just freaking grind that these guys have to go through. Everybody's annoyed right now. at this time of the season, and especially if you're on the Rockies, you just want to get to your fishing trip.
Dude, I've seen a lot of stuff in baseball. I had never seen that.
No, that was a new one.
You plunk your catcher.
And it was just he made it so obvious.
Oh, he didn't hide it. But I didn't
he didn't even give the ooh. Like you'll see pitchers do that every now and then, and they'll be like ooh, and they're like clearly Valdez just turned right around and was just like, yeah, I did that.
So for those, we got to just fill everybody in real quick, some context. So Dallas Braden was breaking it down where the Astros, who was the pitcher?
Framber Valdez.
Okay, so Valdez and his catcher, I don't know what happened, but his catcher basically told him, what did he do? The call-off sign, right?
It was the batter prior to that. He told Valdez to step off the mound. They were crossed up with the pitch comm system, and I think Valdez was frustrated. They were playing the Yankees last night, and instead, Valdez basically told him to go F himself and threw the pitch nonetheless. It was a grand slam.
Yammed.
Yeah. It got
Devers.
Yeah. So Cesar Salazar, who was the catcher last night for the Astros, he then steps in. Obviously, what he did was the signal was for a breaking ball, and Valdez just threw a heater directly into his gut. And what crosses you up on that is you're expecting the pitch to break. Okay.
So he drops his glove.
Yeah.
And wears it right about the hip bone.
Right in the gut.
And Braden pointed out today that with PitchCom, there's no way anyone's that off.
Oh no, it was done intentionally.
Yeah.
And then by the way, they were in the manager's office after the game, spoke to the media afterwards. Valdez spoke to reporters through the interpreter. That's the pitcher. And as he put it, the pitch that Grisham hit for a grand slam was called by Salazar to be a curveball, but Valdez was having trouble hearing the pitch comm over the crowd noise. And so he threw a sinker, and then for the pitch that hit Salazar, Valdez just said he got crossed up but not on purpose, and he apologized to Salazar in the dugout.
Which is all a lie. He
Right.
clearly beamed his catcher with the pitch.
Yes.
He let him think I'm going to go ahead and throw because he's wearing the worst look on his face the entire outing.
I'll tell you this too, Rockies fans. The catcher blamed the cross-up on all the Yankees fans that were at the Astros game last night, making it difficult with the pitch comm.
Yeah. Hey, Cub fans got nothing on the Yankee fans and Houston Rockies fans.
Guess what? It happens everywhere, okay?
Yeah.
It even happens to the Houston Astros, who are actually a winning team. So, and again, that's a good team. And that stuff is happening right now. It shouldn't surprise you that the Rockies aren't exactly in lockstep. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on a Wednesday afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction, roller.bid. That is the website. Go check it out right now. They got a great auction up. Larkspur Outlet is auctioning off a great selection of merchandise. That's a home improvement store in Colorado Springs, clearing out excess inventory right now. I'm taking a look at this selection of cabinetry that they have for sale right now at Roller Auction. I'm looking at a bundle of 4 wall cabinets. $55. I mean, the kitchen cabinets, you put those in your garage and boom, fellas, you are organized. And that is a phenomenal deal for that much cabinet space. Go to Roller Auction's website, roller.bid, and check out this auction. Again, outfit the garage, or if you're looking at a remodel job, there are some great deals to be had. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That is roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right there, right now. You can win tickets from us right here at Altitude. Next giveaway, Avalanche tickets. So go to roller.bid/altitude, sign up. Oh, Andy, I got bad news from Latvia.
What is that?
Team Serbia takes their first L of Eurobasket 2025, falling to Turkey today in the final game of Group A play. Serbia will move on to the knockout stage, the round of 16, as the 2 seed out of Group A as Turkey wins Group A, and they will take on Finland next. So
Turkey.
Yeah, Jokic taking on Mikko Rantanen and the Finns coming up next here. But yes, they lost today to Alperen Şengün, Shane Larkin, and Team Turkey.
Now, hold on. You got to have 2 guys. You got to be a 2-guy guy.
2-guy guy?
You saw what your guy Valanciunas did today, didn't you, against Sweden?
He had a very good game.
18 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, 2 steals. He was a +9.
Yep.
That 18 came on 7 of 11 shooting. Lithuania beat Sweden 74-71.
What country?
My people. Wasn't it Sweden? Did I say wrong?
Lithuania.
Oh, Lithuania. Yeah, sorry. It was like Sweden.
Sweden. The Swedes.
The
yes.
Swedes.
Uh-huh.
You know where people like Gabe Landeskog come from?
Heard of
him.
Someday we're going to get over that joke.
How tall are
That
the
day is
Swedes?
Not today.
How tall are the tallest Swedes?
Now
I want to know.
Probably tall. I'm assuming the tallest of the
Do
tall.
they have basketball playing Swedes? I don't feel like we get a lot of Swedes playing basketball. They're all hockey players.
They're also really big into the biathlon. They're really good at that. The cross country skiing with the rifle.
And then they shoot targets.
Yes.
Okay.
They're very good at that.
Now I got to
let's
see the Sweden national team roster.
Okay, I'm taking a look at some of the all-time great Swedes. Oh, Jonas Jerebko. Remember him? He used to play with the Warriors. He's Swedish.
I remember Jonas.
There you go. That's pretty much all I got for you right there.
So you knew who he was?
Yes.
That's good.
I do remember
And of
Jonas
course his
Jerebko.
name is Jonas.
Uh-huh.
Like the Weezer song.
Yes.
Let's see here.
And Valanciunas, like that too.
All right, am I going to get one that has the sizes? Is this all going to be like in
Andy, I think Swedish people are, again, you're of Scandinavian blood. You're a giant human being. I think they're completely, perfectly good-sized people.
But
I think
Valanciunas is gigantic. You're not trotting out Andy to cover Valanciunas. You're not trotting out Landy for that matter, if I'm being honest with you.
Again,
hey, you got Valanciunas.
I'm assuming there's taller people than you in Sweden.
Yeah, I would hope.
They're out there somewhere.
I just want to see.
They're not the
Here we
Lollipop
go.
Guild, okay?
I know, but, you know.
It's not a bunch of Oompa Loompas running around in Sweden.
So, but see, all I get is weights. They're not giving me any sizes when I look at the Eurobasket site.
They were Vikings once upon a time.
Denzel Anderson's 204 pounds. Their heaviest player goes 217.
Is that kilograms or pounds?
I don't know.
Okay.
Matthias Markusson.
Magnus for Magnuson?
Here we go. Victor Godefors. Melvin Pantsar.
Wait, why is Shane Larkin on the Turkish national team?
There's a paycheck.
This is Barry's kid. Remember him? He played at Miami.
He likes turkey.
Yeah.
for Thanksgiving.
He's playing for the Atlanta Hawks for a while.
I don't know what to tell you.
Or if his mom is Turkish or something.
Money.
I don't recall Hall of Fame shortstop Barry Larkin being of Turkish descent. So I'm assuming it's something to do with his mom.
Or did he just get paid to be on the team?
Could have been that too. I don't know.
He played for one of the Turkish teams. Maybe he got citizenship.
Ah, okay. So he was playing overseas in Turkey. Because I was going to say he's not in the NBA anymore.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, all right. Fine by me. What do I care?
What do you think about Tobias Borg? Is that one? Is that a name that brings, fear to you? He's 6'1".
Borg?
Borg.
You know what would be a good nickname?
He's got a mean look.
Tobias Cy Borg.
Okay.
That's what I'd go with right there.
That's the middle name?
That's what I would do.
6'3". Now, hold on.
Uh-huh.
Melvin Pantsar is only 6'3".
Okay. So he's probably a guard.
Yeah, I'm going to go look at Victor Godefors.
Uh-huh.
You want a little Victor Godefors? I'm just telling you, this is not a tall team. So now, you know what's
Okay.
happening? I'm ruining my own vibe. I was all psyched for Valanciunas smoking it, but if you were playing amongst the Lollipop Guild, then it takes a little away.
So he did this to a team full of
Nobody
ninth
tall
graders.
enough. We got a 6'7" guy. He's 6'7", 201 centimeters.
Keep going.
No, wait, 200. Oh, no, he's 200 pounds. He's 91 kilograms.
This is Andy tries to Google
No, dude,
something.
here's what I'm telling you. They're skinny and they're not tall. So the hell with this Valanciunas game. Never mind. This is like preseason football. What's really happening?
We have got Chad Brown coming up here in just a moment. Chad Brown will weigh in on the clock management of Coach Prime. How is CU going to stop the run this season? Plus, looking ahead to Broncos Titans. That's all coming up with Chad Brown. That's next.
Just similar to what Pat was asking, obviously Shador's one of his specialties was the 2-minute drill during his time here. You guys thrived during that situation. What did you learn about the end of game situation from the offensive standpoint about what you guys can improve there going forward?
Okay, let's just get the cat out the bag. All right, first down, we throw a lateral pass, right? We lose 4 or 5 yards. Do you call timeout there? No, you're right there. You don't call timeout there. You got to go. You got to go. So you're running tempo, right? So the next play, you gain, I guess, 14 yards, whatever. Now you got third and 1, right? Do you call timeout there? 3rd and 1. You get the first down, the clock stops, correct?
I don't hear you.
So you get the first down, the clock stopped. Okay. He scrambled play. He ran out of bounds, the clock stopped, right? Now we throw the ball out the end zone. Clock stopped, right? So when was the time to call timeout?
I was just asking about this.
I'm just getting the elephant out the room, Garner. You know what you want to say. I'm just trying to help you help me.
Deion finishes the game with 2 timeouts in his pocket and defended and doubled down on his clock management at the end of the game. Joining us right now, we got him now. It is Chad Brown, who is with us here on a Wednesday afternoon. Normally we'll talk to Chad on Tuesdays, but, second show of the week. We'll move it all over. It's the holiday
week. Monday
week.
felt like a Tuesday. Tuesday felt like a Monday, so now today feels like, what the hell's today, Wednesday?
It's like garbage pickup.
It'll just be Sunday.
It gets pushed back one day. Chad, how you doing, man?
Chad was up there with me.
Yeah.
He was calling the game. He was doing the thing.
Yeah, I was doing the thing. Well, happy to be with you guys. Regardless of what day it is, sounds like Andy's still a bit confused, but I'm not confused. It's Wednesday. I'm here. Let's talk some ball.
All right. You know what? Let's dive into – I want to have the same conversation with you I had with Coach Barnett afterwards because, Coach was talking to us afterwards, and obviously you know Coach Barnett very well. He looks at the lens through the whole, or he looks at the game through the whole chess match. He was looking at the whole board. And yes, he was frustrated with the 2-minute, the way the last 2 minutes played out, but he also saw a number of other things that I think were higher up his list that he was frustrated with. But I did ask him because I asked him, what would you have done? And he went back and looked at the play-by-play so everything could sync up in his mind, right, Chad? Because sometimes you're calling a game and you're not totally watching the clock. Coach did tell me yesterday, he did say he isn't completely upset about not calling the timeout after that first play at the 107 mark because you want to try to keep the 2 timeouts for under 30 seconds or so. I'm paraphrasing there because you're hoping that you get going and you're going to need those timeouts as you get a little bit closer. He did say, I don't like how long it took to get that next play going.
Well, the gain of 11 on 2nd and 12, like you didn't get to stop the clock. That's a killer.
Well, and you got to get going. But Coach, and then he went out of bounds and something weird happened there. Like, do you remember what happened when the player went out of bounds, Chad, and then the clock started again, and it was almost like the CU sideline didn't pick up on it or something.
Salter scrambled and went out of bounds. He scrambled from the right side of the field all the way to the left sideline. So that's how we got out of bounds and stopped the clock. I wasn't aware that there was a clock issue with him getting out of bounds. But to go back to I think what your original question is that the right procedure that Coach Prime followed? I can see where you can quibble about first down, given that it was a negative play, given that you probably needed a chance to reset there. I would have called the timeout. I understand where Coach Barnett's coming from. Let's save those 2 for the last 30 seconds. I completely get that. But this is this quarterback's first time having a 2-minute drill at this level. And typically, when you have success on first down, then you're probably going to pick up the first down on second down, which will at least stop the clock a little bit there while they reset the chains. So because of the negative play, that changed everything for me. We got to call a timeout. Let's all come to the sideline. Let's all talk about this together and almost reset the series as if that first play didn't happen. That did not happen. And we ended up in a pressure situation with those last couple plays. Not enough time left on the clock, and we're forced to throw a Hail Mary from the opposite side of the 50. So, yes, this is not me revising history there. I can see where Coach Prime and Coach Barnett are coming from. I just would have called the timeout immediately after the negative play on first down.
And to be fair to the conversation, because I want to be fair to Gary or hear about it Sunday, he didn't say he wouldn't have done it. He just said he could see the scenario where you would try to save it. But, look, it went the way it went. And look, the thing that we're We're all worried about the 2. Why did they call the one on the punt return? You burned a timeout right there. You could have had all 3. I still don't even understand what was wrong with the punt return, and that's where you burned the first one.
Oh, and by the way, then there's the other problem of Georgia Tech ran the ball for 320 yards.
Oh, yeah.
And Chad, you made a living being a guy that stopped the run, okay? When you looked at Colorado defensively, first look at them in 2025, what are the issues right now that are plaguing Coach Livingston's defense?
Oh, man. The tackling was incredibly poor.
Yeah.
The ability to get off blocks was awful, particularly for those guys in the secondary. The stalk blocking job done by the Georgia Tech wide receivers and tight ends was phenomenal. But it was actually difficult to tell. Are they great at this, or are we just so bad at getting off blocks? So there's the run issues, which are, a number of them, tackling, getting off blocks. There seemed to be some uncertainty schematically. The inside linebackers, I'm not quite sure if they are truly ready to go with the Big 12 gauntlet that they're going to face this year. I thought of going into the game that this defensive line group was perhaps the best group on this football team. And they got completely ran through. And I also figured that, okay, Coach Prime is going to always have a number of guys in the secondary who can play. That was also not clear that that's the truth in that secondary room. So defensively, I've got question marks all abound. And then offensively, I guess we'll see Juju Lewis this week.
Yeah.
And the play calling left a bit to be desired. And when you've got a mismatch like Taylor, the running back who used to be a wide receiver, who suddenly in the third quarter had 3 catches, picked up either a first down or almost a first down in all 3 of those catches, and then you ignore him for the rest of the game when he was your best offensive mismatch that you had at your disposal and you went away from it. It just felt like an incredible oversight considering who your running back coach is. If I'm Marshall Faulk, I'm not sure if he was on the sideline or up in the booth, but you should be losing your blankety-blank ever-loving mind that we got a guy who does what I did for a living, get out of the backfield, catch passes, take advantage of safeties and linebackers, and pick up first downs, and we're not giving him the ball despite not much else working for us. It was a massive oversight in a play calling standpoint for me by not feeding Taylor the entire second half.
Well, you and I had a chance to chat in the press box before, we got the game going. How do they fix this quickly, Chad? I mean, I'd said to you what Coach Barnett had said to us about just it's tough to build teams. You've got guys that haven't played together. Coach Barnett, again, was talking about the run fits not being right in the defense and guys taking chances when they don't have basically anybody behind them, and you can't take that chance because we saw it over and over. If you miss the tackle or you get blocked out of the way, it's a wide open lane. How do they get this chemistry? How do they get this cohesion so quickly? Is it just simply you get to play Delaware and maybe that helps you iron some things out? Or
Delaware will give you a chance to iron some things out and to gain some confidence. But to your point, when you've got the number of transfers and number of new guys in your program, where is the connective tissue? Where is the glue? Where does the trust come from? If I'm a cornerback and I'm forced to make a tackle, I know all I got to do is make sure that guy goes inside of me because that safety or that outside linebacker is going to be there. But you don't trust that if you don't have the experience of that over and over and over and over again. So when you build through the portal, as the Buffs have done, as we watched what North Carolina put on the field on Monday night, I was at that game as well, you see the difficulty that comes up. There may be talent on the field, but the best teams that I was ever on were not the most talented teams. They were the teams that found the ways to play together. And how do we do that? Because I lived with these guys for 5 years. We went in the same dorms. We partied together. We worked out together. We cried together. We bled together on the football field. So that time together created an unspoken trust, a brotherhood, and an ability to go on the football field and know what that other guy was doing. How can these guys, and this is not an indictment on CU, this is just the teams all across college football who are choosing to build through the portal, how can you ever have that connective tissue without the guys having that kind of bond and time together?
Yeah, it's one of the many challenges that you're up against in college football. And again, you got to be able to go out and play well immediately, and you're expected to win right away. And that's a tough challenge. And in many ways, Chad, do you get the sense with this team? Like, we watched Belichick struggle the other night, obviously, against TCU. But in some ways, is this kind of like the real first year of the Deion Sanders era at Colorado where, he doesn't have the Louis anymore, where he's got to go and find these guys now, and he doesn't have a ton of familiarity with them, and he doesn't have Travis Hunter, and he doesn't have Shedeur? Like, isn't this kind of really where the rubber meets the road on what kind of football coach Deion Sanders is going to be?
Well, the last 2 years, it was quite easy when things went bad to us to go, all right, Shedeur, bail us out.
Sure.
Make a play. Travis, knock a ball out, force a fumble, win the game for us. Now you've got to build a team without your sons being in that locker room, and you've got to game plan without the luxury of having a guy, if it all breaks down, well, we'll just ask this guy to do it.
Yeah.
You don't have that anymore. So now we get the chance to see who you truly are as a football coach. And I want to believe, not just with my black and gold glasses that I look through life in, because I'm always going to look through life through CU glasses. Not just that, but because of Coach Prime's experience as a player on great teams, his experience as a coach. He's been through some of this before. So hopefully there's a good football coach underneath there, and we can stop trying to win press conference battles about proper timeout use and get these guys to understand alignment, assignment, and do your damn job, which is really about as simple as it comes. But that's what was some of part that was missing out there on Friday.
All right, you played for Coach Belichick. I mean, how does he handle this week? Chad, from the stories I've heard, it sounds like this would not have been an enjoyable week to be a professional football player in his locker room, but it's a new time. And frankly, we were talking about it in the baseball circles where Kyle Freeland gets upset about being shown up, and his manager, who's not from the old school, is from the new school, says, I don't care, you can't throw the pitch, and you can't get kicked out, and you can't act all big mad about this. Is Belichick got enough new school to deal with some of the new coaching it may require for these young men?
I'm not sure if he does, because beyond just the poor level of execution with the game plan, that North Carolina team was absolutely lifeless, incredibly lifeless. There was no passion, no energy. Outside that first drive where they got a little bit of a spark, they were lifeless the entire game. They were walking on and off the field. I was told in Pop Warner football, there's no walking on the football field. We at least jog from place to place. They were taking the field by walking on the field. So it was hard for me to relate to that team versus the teams that I was on in New England with Coach Belichick, because there were so many things that were counter to all the things that he preached. With 70 transfers into the program, 40 college transfers and 30 high school guys, 70 new guys in the program, 9 of the 11 starters on defense for North Carolina were new guys. So the same thing I just talked about for the Buffs applies even more to North Carolina. In New England, in my linebacker room alone, in year 15 of my career, I sit next to Junior Seau. I'm in year 15. Junior Seau is in year 18. We are also joined in this room by Mike Vrabel, who was in year 11, by the way. We were also joined by Teddy Bruschi, who was in year 11, by the way. We had Roosevelt Colvin, who was in year 10. We had Don Davis, who was in year 11. And that was just in the linebacker room alone. So with like over 100 years of, or dang near 100 years of NFL linebacker experience in the room, Bill could come to us on the sideline and say, hey, we're throwing this out of the game plan. Remember that blitz we ran back in May and during minicamp? That's what we're going to do. And we could go out there and execute it. With a bunch of 18 and 19-year-olds who are all new together and first saw each other 4 weeks ago at the first day of fall camp, he can't do that. So the genius of Belichick is so often the adjustment ability. And if you got guys who can't handle the regular game plan, how are they going to handle the adjustments?
Right.
So it was an awful performance, and it just further enhances the folks who want to look at Coach Belichick through the lens of, you ain't got Tom Brady, you suck. And while I understand where those folks are coming from, my heart of hearts still wants to say, he's the greatest football coach I've ever been around. But it's clear without Tom Brady, the results do suck.
Talking NFL and college football with Chad Brown on a Wednesday afternoon. Chad, here's the funny part, okay? As rough as it was for Belichick, as rough as it was for Deion in week one, I'm not sure any coach in the country is having a worse week than Kalen DeBoer. Okay? They're already doing the math on how to afford that buyout right now at Alabama. Does he have a shot to get this thing turned around, or is the aircraft carrier already set in its course? Is there any chance that Kalen DeBoer can right the ship at Alabama?
Actually, I think all three of these guys we're talking about can right their ships.
Yeah.
Is Coach Prime going to win the Big 12? Well, probably not. There's 8 or 9 teams up in contention, and the number of teams have played better early in the season than the Buffs had, so probably not winning the Big 12. For North Carolina in the ACC and Bill Belichick, clearly Clemson's a class of that conference, although Florida State may make some noise. And no one's expecting North Carolina to win that conference, but I think they will be better. They got Carolina, the 49ers, this week. So they'll have a chance, just like the Buffs will get healthy against Delaware. Tar Heels should get healthy against the 49ers of Carolina. And now going to Kalen DeBoer in Alabama, it's still a roster loaded with 4- and 5-star guys.
Yep.
But they had the same issue that I saw in North Carolina. They had guys who were jogging and walking on the field during football plays, things that it was never flown under Nick Saban. But Kalen DeBoer is a very good football coach, and he has proven this in multiple stops. So I expect Alabama to get this thing right. And I've got Alabama, Tennessee, and I got Alabama, LSU on my broadcasting schedule later this year. And so I expect both of those to be really good games because Alabama will hopefully rebound.
Wow, Alabama LSU could be the hot seat bowl if things don't now.
Right?
Chip Kelly.
Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly got off to a good start the other day, but both those coaches could be not enjoying that game if things don't go the right way by that one. That'll be fun.
This whole college football season is going to be fun. And I think this chaos that we've seen here in this first week and a half, 2 weeks of college football, in my mind, it's to be expected. 70 transfers, how do you expect to win with that? You're without the one player who has always been your quarterback under center the entire time you've been a head coach. Well, yeah, probably you're going to stumble a little bit there. And so for Texas and for Notre Dame, I'm not surprised. The cream of the crop will still rise to the top. The college football playoff is now like the NFL playoffs. You just got to get in. You just want to be hot at the end of the season and playing well at that time of the year. And there was not a college football coach in the country who knew what to expect from his team. We saw Ryan Day and Matt Patricia get the win. All-time great performance by Matt Patricia, but Ryan Day's offense was awful. One of the worst performances of his tenure as Ohio State's head coach, yet they still got the win. So it just speaks to the uneven nature of college football. Without the addition of preseason games, you don't know what your team is going to be like.
Chad Brown, everybody, talking college football on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Chad, excellent work, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Always good to talk to you, fellas.
All right, there he goes. That is Chad Brown with us right there.
Hey, by the way, did you see, speaking of Delaware?
Yeah. The Blue Hens?
Okay, there was a kid that apparently, he might have even been a pro player. I saw the tweet. He thought he built up his little college player in college football. I thought he committed to Michigan. Only to find out when they ran out, it was Delaware because the helmets kind of looked the same.
Wrong maize and blue.
He didn't notice the dove thing on the beginning or whatever. What was the front of the helmet of the Delaware helmet? It was, I don't know, man.
Yeah, the Buffs
At least you didn't do that in real life.
Buffs got to get it turned around as they take on Delaware this week. Good chance to get it right before they go to Houston coming up on the 12th of September. Again, it was the second down play. You lost, 23 seconds off the clock right there? That's a killer.
I know, man.
Inside the final minute.
It's an
absolute killer.
I want to make it clear. Gary didn't say he wouldn't have taken the timeout. He just said he could see the scenario where you were trying to save 2 for under 30.
Sean Peyton talking to the media today. He's irritable about one of his players' health statuses. Meanwhile, he's naming captains and what he is looking for in Bo Nix this year. We'll hear from Sean Peyton coming up next. All right, Andy, I got a full-on Bronco injury report. You ready for this?
Please.
It's brought to you by our friends at Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Nick Bonito, he's got a foot. He was full. Marvin Mims has a thigh. He was full. Alex Singleton has a thumb. He was full.
Oh, I've seen that thumb.
Nate Adkins did not practice today. We knew he wasn't playing this week anyway. But this is kind of the big one. Dre Greenlaw, quad, did not practice. Is this simply just going to be like we're already in veteran maintenance time with Dre Greenlaw to start out the season?
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's not ideal.
Because we kept getting told it was not a big deal.
Right.
And look, maybe Shawn believed it wasn't a big deal.
Well, he's been back on the practice field the last couple of weeks, and now it reverts.
Now we're back off to the side.
In the other direction.
Here's what you don't like. Not that I have to tell the fans this. Everybody knows that we were worried about the health. The reason why you're able to get Dre Greenlaw, and look, the Niners still made a run at him. Remember, we heard about John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan going down to Texas and trying to talk him out of his decision to come to Denver. But this is exactly what you were worried about. And so, no, it doesn't feel great to have this jump up week one before you played a real game. He didn't really even play all preseason in a game, right? He did not play in a game in preseason, did he?
Nope.
I don't believe he did.
Nope. Well, let me just read this. This is directly from Cosmiter's piece today. We'll talk to Nick Cosmiter today at 5 o'clock. He writes, Dre Greenlaw, who did not play a snap in preseason games and was rarely on the field during open camp practices, blew up the first run play he faced in a recent practice with a lightning-quick charge toward the line of scrimmage. I was out of practice last Wednesday. I saw him out there. He looked good. And now today he's not practicing. That's not great. Now we're going in the wrong direction. Sean Payton was asked today if he is concerned about the health of Dre Greenlaw, and this is where you know summer Sean Payton is officially dead.
Any concern with Dre Greenlaw?
At this point forward, and I appreciate the question, at this point forward, I'm not going to talk one thing about player injuries. We'll report what we're required to report, but you'll never hear me talk about how I feel it's going or any of that. And then really there's no advantage for me to discuss it.
Did he appreciate the question because it gave him an opportunity to scold everybody?
That is sort of his.
I appreciate the question, so I can lecture you.
You know what I appreciate the question is for him, I've learned over the last 3 years, that's serenity now! And then he calms himself. Because if you hear, he came in pretty, there was a bite. There was a snarl in the voice when he said, look, I'm not going to, and then he gave I appreciate the question to give himself a second to back off and calm down.
The Broncos named captains today, Andy.
Oh, I love a captain.
We've got, apparently there's 8 of them.
Good.
An octet of captains. Let's have Shawn tell us all about them, their captains.
We have named captains.
Get the list out.
Here are the 8 captains: Bo Nix, Cortland Sutton, Quinn Meinertz, DJ Jones, Pat Surtain, Talanoa Hufunga, Alex Singleton, Will Lutz. Those guys voted yesterday, had our captain's dinner last night, and they were announced last night.
Ooh, captain's dinner.
That's a lot of captains. Is that why they voted so many? Did the captains vote extra captains so more could be at dinner?
Did they get special hats?
No.
Why not? Why not?
No. What's it supposed to say, Captain? Then people confuse you. Are you running a ship? Is this what can I get a booze cruise from you? I mean, what are we doing?
That's kind of that's kind of what I was thinking.
And then
sort
you shorten it to Captain?
You know, like Gilligan's Island. One of
Is
those
that your
hats?
captain? Draft your captain. Here we go. Captain Stubing.
The captain in Tennille. One of those hats. Yes, Captain Stubing. He also had a nice hat.
Yeah.
What about a Cap'n Crunch? Well, he's a captain, not a cap-in, so he can't have a Cap'n Crunch hat.
Cap'n Crunch, though a good cereal, is kind of like Doritos, where you risk the cut of the mouth on the sharp edges of some of the cereal there.
Well, Andy,
that never was good. You could go with the peanut butter one. That was easier.
Andy, it's the land of the free because of the brave, okay?
The brave eat Cap'n Crunch. Did you ever do the fruity one?
Sean Payton I'm more of a straight capping guy. Just capping original is how I roll.
I don't believe you.
Sean Payton on what he likes about DJ Jones. I'm a big DJ Jones guy as well.
You're
What is
also
Sean
a
Payton?
peanut butter puffs guy. I know it.
Oh, peanut butter puffins. It's puffins.
What? No,
is the cereal.
peanut butter Captain Crunch.
No, peanut butter puffins is
All right,
the
let's
cereal.
talk about DJ Jones.
But let's seriously though, try those peanut butter puffins. They're
No, I
strong.
don't know. No. You can't make me.
This is how you end up watching every episode of Friends for the 17th time. Try something new in your life.
That's Scrubs. Friends, will they, won't they? I didn't give a damn for 4 years, and then they were still on, so I went back to it.
Take a recommendation for once, will you? A friendly suggestion.
Go to the local place out of town. You don't need to go to Chili's everywhere you go.
The Bloomin' Onion's the same in every damn city, okay? Try the local fare.
In no spot is the Bloomin' Onion a local delicacy. Have a lobster roll for the love of God. You're in New England.
Let's talk about DJ Jones. What do you like about him there, Shawn? He's a captain. Yes. What do we got?
Well, he's got a veteran presence. His experience, his football IQ is high for what he does. He comes to work. He's got a good sense of humor. He's coachable and reliable, dependable. All those traits that are important to have in this league.
Boy, the Crunchberry crew has really showed up large everywhere. Sorry, I didn't mean to not call them by the right deal. Crunchberries.
I wasn't
They're
a Crunchberry
awful.
guy.
Yeah, I'm with you. They suck.
Yeah. Just give me just a yellow kernel of Cap'n Crunch is all I need.
The biggest name calling thing will be over Crunchberries on our text line now. Let me have it. They suck.
We can just tear apart
Yeah.
Denver sports legend Kyle Freeland all day long. You besmirch
Yeah.
Crunchberries.
Now you've gone a step too far.
That's too much.
I shall not have you besmirch the Crunchberries. Listen, you know how you get talking about Captain Crunch? You talk about the damn captains, all right? This is where we're stuck with. I need an NFL game right bleeping now. I feel like Steve Martin at the rental counter in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and you're that lady just smiling your way through it. I got no car, and you screwed me. Just give me a football game. I don't care who the captains are. You know why I don't care who the captains are? I used to care. You know why I don't care? Did you? I know you didn't. Did you stumble across Hard Knocks like I did last night? My God, that thing has been boring this year. And of course we had to watch them vote the captains. Oh, what a shock. Josh Allen is captain. Did you really have to go hand out the pieces of paper for that?
Do you get like a bonus at all for being voted team captain?
I don't know. No. Josh looked annoyed by it, frankly. Then he had to go up and listen to Sean McDermott give the speech again. It was him and Deion Dawkins. I can't remember who I can't remember who the defensive guy was.
So really, all you've done is give these guys an extra meeting to go to every week.
They got to go to the captain's dinner.
Now they got to go. Yeah, that's what you win. You get to go have dinner with Sean Payton on your time off at the captain's dinner. That's what you wanted. You know what that is? It's the NFL version of the party planning committee. Nobody wants to be on it. It's just extra crap you got to do at work that nobody's paying you for.
Unless you're Angela in the office and you're all about the party planning committee. But yeah, you're right. I mean, no, it really doesn't. You get to make a speech. Is anybody into the speeches half the time? Like, I will throw it out there. How's Zach Allen not a captain?
Also,
see where I get thrown off by this. I'm really glad they got Hufanga, but he's a captain and Zach Allen isn't. What?
Apparently.
All right.
He wears a watch.
Sure. A watch?
Yeah.
That's what got it done?
Well, didn't you catch that story?
The guy knows what time it is?
That was a Scotty Gange special.
I didn't see that.
Oh, you didn't? You missed this.
Am I letting you down?
He wears a watch.
Okay.
It's a whole thing.
Okay.
It's like a Timex that apparently Troy Polamalu gave to him.
Okay.
And he wears it. He wears it at all times.
Yes.
And he puts tape over it. He wears it while he plays. It's taped up under his wrist. The watch. That's why he's a captain, Andy, because he's committed.
So his teammates know I can ask you what time it is.
Except he can't really see it because there's tape covering his watch because he's not supposed to be wearing it on an NFL field.
But he can tell you what time it is even though you all have phones. I wear a watch. You got a watch on?
I don't.
I'm captain of the show.
You are.
I'm captain of the show. I've got a watch.
Nobody gets text messages and tweets faster during the show than Andy does.
I've got a watch. You know what they did get? So Romy had tweeted this out.
The irony being that nobody looks at the clock less than you do.
Oh, no, I see it. I just don't feel governed by it. That's the problem. And thus why we have meetings. So my boss could say, you know that clock? You are governed by it.
You're governed.
Okay, so did you know you don't get this? So the captains may just get that little captain's hat that just says captain. Doesn't tell you of what. Do you realize that Pat Surtain gets to wear a golden NFL emblem on his jersey because he's DPOY?
I knew this.
How about that?
Yeah.
Now, see, that's cool.
He gets a special emblem that he gets to wear.
And it's right at the, what is that, the V of the neck on the jersey.
You know, Russell Wilson, he gets to wear that Walter Payton Man of the Year patch on his jersey, even though they found out that his charity didn't actually really give any money to the Seattle Children's Hospital. But he still gets the patch. Uh-huh.
Did they take the patch back?
No, he still has the patch. They did not come back and renege on his Walter Payton Man of the Year.
They did not rip the patch off?
No, he shame. Anyway,
good captain talk. And you know what's funny? I'm the one that brought it up to Nate.
Do you really? Are you honestly concerned that Zach Allen is not the captain of the Broncos?
Not. That's the point. I'll be honest with you. I'm not concerned about a damn thing till I watch a football game. This is all just nonsense talk. We've gone 2 weeks without anything new happening.
Also, if Will Lutz is...
He's a captain.
He's a captain. He's a special teams captain.
Yeah.
If Will Lutz misses a kick, then who goes and talks to him?
That's a good Crawshaw. Crawshank. Hey, get it together. No.
It's Will Lutz go up to Crawshaw and just be like, see that 39-yard punt? Kick it further. Please.
Hey, don't do that. Hey, mate.
You know what? It's something I realized about this show today.
Then I'm bitter.
I think Kyle Freeland's red ass is contagious.
It is.
I think we all got a case of it today.
You know what it is? You want to know what really did it to me as we blow past the clock again?
Yeah.
I had to hear PhD on my drive in for the 5th time this summer have the debate as DMac says he loves red zone and the other 2 guys said they hate it. And I'm like, see, this is the problem. We've had nothing really to talk about all summer. There's not a quarterback controversy. There's not a position battle worth noting. There was nothing. So we're here stuck talking for the 15th time about does red zone suck or not. But when we come back, you can tell everybody why it's finally going to suck.
Why are there commercials on red zone now? We'll discuss next. Cool. Kreckman and Lindahl. Rolling with you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
What is this? Is this the Skrillex Open, a Thursday night football or something? What are we doing?
You don't recognize the dun 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 dun?
Is this the damn Amazon Open?
Is this the Red Zone music?
Oh,
Yes.
I don't watch Red Zone.
So, by the way, one of my favorite things is just like turn on Red Zone at on a Tuesday at 10 a.m. because they blare NFL Films music on it when it's not actually Red Zone. It's pretty pumped up. It's ready to start your day.
It's like an XM channel for you.
It is. It's just streaming nothing but NFL Films music, which I love. Yeah, according to Scott Hansen, who goes on the McAfee show today, there's going to be commercials on Red Zone this year. Commercials on Red Zone. Andy, they come on every Sunday morning at 11 a.m., and the first thing that Scott Hansen says is, stay tuned for 7 hours of commercial-free football coverage. And now it has commercials. This was the whole hook the whole time. One of my favorite things about Red Zone was laughing anytime they got too far into a commercial. They'd get 3 seconds into another Jake from State Farm commercial, and then that somebody's getting yelled at back in the booth, and they flip out of it as quick as they possibly can. I always chuckle at that. That's just one of those little things that entertains me. Now we're going to get the full commercial.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't want the full commercial.
What are we doing?
You know what I do love whenever I would get the Sunday ticket? I used to laugh at whatever the local Applebee's was or something.
Oh, I tell you what, man, like NBA Game Pass, local commercials are so good.
Yeah, the businesses you don't have in your town. It's Crockett's. Come on in. Get yourself a big thing of cornbread.
What are we doing putting commercials in Red Zone? What are we doing?
Because nothing can be free anymore.
Nothing can be cool
All the
anymore.
Streaming stuff started, so if you paid a fee, you didn't have to watch commercials.
Commercial free. That's
and
what
then
they told us.
How the advertisers figured out, wait, they're on streaming and said, we'll offer you money to be on there. And they said, oh, really?
So now, if you purchase fat-free cream cheese, does it just come with extra Crisco? What are we doing here?
It's all the fat.
Okay. Sugar-free gum,
but
now
how
with
are they gonna
Oreo
do this?
chunks. What is happening?
But here's what I'm curious about. Because, again, if anybody has Red Zone, the whole point is to not miss game action.
That's it.
So are you going to just add a ninth box in the octo box? What's the 9 number? Are you going to have a ninth box running the commercial at the bottom?
Nano box?
Nano box?
With a commercial in the lower right corner?
Right. Then I'm supposed to pay attention to, and that's going to be the audio over the game audio?
Ooh,
or what?
I need to know what product to purchase right now.
Yeah.
There's plenty of it, okay? Everything. The Tush Push has a damn sponsor now. And I know, we're in radio, okay? We're in media. We sell everything.
And we love you, sponsors.
We do. You guys are the absolute
We
best.
need you. Red Zone doesn't.
Red Zone doesn't.
They're fine.
Yeah,
They're owned by the NFL. We need the money.
I love when the NFL Network is getting acquired by ESPN, and they're just we got to figure out ways to cut costs. Why? Wait, are you guys hard up?
Yeah.
Are you struggling, NFL? You seem like you're doing fine to me.
Yeah.
You're going to have commercials in Red Zone now. Scott Hansen, you know what you are? You're a liar. You're a promise breaker and a liar. And I don't trust you anymore. And you were one of America's most trustworthy people.
I love that you're blaming Scott Hansen. Like he went to some higher up because we need a few commercials.
It's honestly, now he gets to go to the bathroom. So that's good for Scott Hansen.
But technically he shouldn't because you're going to ruin what Red Zone is if all of a sudden we're watching a commercial. Listen, Red Zone gets a lot of, you go to the Red Zone and nothing cool happens. You can't go to commercial and the payoff happens in commercial.
What are you
going to do?
One of my other favorite Red Zone things is when you get a highlight and somebody scores a touchdown and then they flip back to the next game, but then you hear the announcer be like, let's go back to the studio. And there's Bill Cowher giving you the exact same highlight that you just saw 4 seconds ago.
It's so redundant. You're like, well, you didn't time that out.
I'm definitely telling on myself as a complete and total red zone addict right now for all of my favorite nuances of red zone that I get really, really excited about. And now you're going to put commercials in it.
Yeah.
You guys are ruining everything.
Somebody
Anyway.
says they get Canadian commercials in their center ice package. Now, see, that's funny when you're watching the out of town feed for the full game. That's fun. Cuban Benny likes seeing the out of town Ramos Law guy or whatever.
Oh, the out of town lawyers are great. The injury
you know
lawyers.
what I used to love was Culver's. I was like, what the hell is this Culver's thing? Now they're all over here. I'm like, wait a minute.
So I was watching the Northern Iowa Butler game.
Yeah.
On ESPN Plus. Because I got Northern Iowa on Saturday. And based on some of those commercials, I think I know why the Midwest has an obesity problem.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. They're like, hey, come on by. We've got a corn dog dipped in butter and fried. You'll love it.
And it's stuffed into an omelet.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hey, swing on by our fish fry along with the biggest piece of chocolate cake you ever had.
This is a huge disappointment. I'm disappointed in Red Zone. One of the things that I love the most in life is now getting destroyed. And I'm heartbroken. I'm crushed over it.
Are you going to pay for it still?
Well, it's on the cable package, and it's not going away. I don't know if you've heard, Andy, we've had issues with not having a la carte options on our regional sports packages. So it's there regardless. And I'm not going to boycott it. Can they at least picture the
That's what I'm asking.
game action in?
You will ruin what it is if you actually drop game action for a full screen commercial.
Right.
It's got to be just one of the boxes with that being the audio, right? I could still see the other games.
Because, they'll do that thing where they'll just be like, and now a word from DirecTV or whatever, and they go off to a commercial, but you can still see the game. Is that how they're going to do it?
Just enough with the damn Land Rover commercial and the dog with the ball, and he's driving through gigantic. I mean, what the hell house do you live in? You got a human-sized chess set?
Is that the one that they're playing too often in How I Met Your Mother?
I think that's one of the three in the Rockies.
Okay. Along with Charlie Blackmon and his banking.
Yeah, he's banking. There's that. And then Jack in the Box has always got something new.
Uh-huh.
Which is also do we even have Jack in the Box here?
Yeah, sure.
Do we?
I don't know.
You sure?
I don't know.
We don't have a Hardee's anymore. I know that.
I miss Hardee's. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. 5 big stories of the day from around the NFL. I miss Hardee's, and I miss my 7 commercial-free
What do you need,
hours
a Bob Evans?
of football.
What other Midwest thing are you pining for?
Heart disease. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl
White
Show.
Castle.
I am told, sliders.
A Wiener Schnitzel? What do you need?
Just keep it coming. Give me all the encased tubed meats. No wonder I have to go to a cardiologist. We'll take a break. When we return, Nick Kosmider. No, we're not doing the high five next. We're pushing that back today. Nick Kosmider. Wow. High maintenance Kosmider had to move to 5 o'clock apparently. Anyway.
Hey, Shawn showed up 45 minutes late for his thing. We're lucky he's coming on at all.
That's Sean Payton's fault. That's right. Uh-huh. Sean Payton probably likes having commercials in Red Zone. Keep it here. All right, let's talk to Nick Kosmider. He joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, let's start here. Dre Greenlaw did not practice today, as you wrote about in The Athletic for today. That Greenlaw has been impressive in the non-open to the public practices. And then today, in a really not open to the public or media practice, he did not practice. So what is going on? And we're asking this of you, not Sean Payton.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is we have pretty limited information, but when you kind of look back in totality of all that has been said by Sean Payton recently about Dre Greenlaw and about, kind of the maintenance that they are doing with veterans, I think the writing has sort of been on the wall that they are going to be taking it very easy with him heading into the start of the year. Now, we could end up finding out that he might just be one of those guys this year that doesn't practice a whole lot, given the maintenance plan for him. It's still kind of too early to know like what their big picture plan is. But, when he got to talking about pitch counts last week and, some of the careful ways that they're trying to deal with him, I don't necessarily think it's, super stunning to see that he wasn't out there practicing. Surely they've tried to have him trending toward more of an active role, but when you don't play in any preseason games or any of the joint practices and then are limited even in the rest of the team periods throughout camp, it's hard to sit here and say, hey, this guy's going to be a full participant in practice and ready to rock and roll week one. I just think that this is going to be something that we're monitoring more than probably just these next couple days.
All right, Nick, what are you expecting on Sunday?
Yeah,
after the full balance of the camp, and the offense being weird, are we going to break trends Sunday? Maybe I'll put it that way.
Yeah, look, again, everybody kind of views the preseason performances through a different lens. I think this is where they kind of have the ability, Sean Payton and his staff, to kind of really be building what they actually want into a game plan. And so I'm very eager to see specifically in these run games. I mean, it was another time up here today where an offensive lineman, Quinn Miners this time, is sort of waxing poetic about some of the offensive, the outside zone stuff that they've brought into the run game that we just haven't.
We haven't seen yet.
We have not seen it yet.
And really put his stamp on that. So again, I just think that we have to see it. I expect it. This is what I expect. I expect the defense to sort of understand that it has to kind of take the bull by the horns in this first game. I wrote about it the other day, just in terms of looking at some of the recent history and even extended history of quarterbacks on the road, if in their first ever NFL start. It is a bleak history, fellas, of guys who have succeeded. Ironically, Marcus Mariota, if his first road start had carried over to the rest of his career, he'd be in the Hall of Fame already. Was one of the very few guys that had that kind of start. The rest look a lot like what Bo Nix did last year in Seattle, where you are just kind of overwhelmed by just about everything because you've never seen it before. And so I think that they have to throw a lot of different looks at Cam Ward, get him uncomfortable, and let that be the way you sort of set the tone for the game.
Talking to Nick Kosmider, covering the Broncos for theathletic.com. Subscribe to The Athletic and get Nick's content basically daily over there at The Athletic. Nick, on the defensive side of the ball, what about Tennessee jumps out at you? Obviously besides Jeffrey Simmons right there in the middle, but what jumps out at you that could give this Denver offense, which is employing that wide zone run game really for the first time, but what could give them fits?
Well, yeah, I think it's just kind of that of what we just touched on of this is going to be a good test for the Broncos to really throw out some of these run concepts that they have tinkered with this offseason. And obviously, a good first look at what J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey are actually going to do for this run game, because you're facing a Tennessee, Titans team that you can kind of see the building blocks of what they're doing, where they're investing pretty heavily on both the offensive and defensive lines. They spent an early pick on Tavondre Sweat last year. You mentioned Simmons, who's one of the better interior defensive linemen in the league. Our old pal Draymond Jones out there on the edge signed a 1-year deal, I believe, with the Titans this offseason. So I think they're big. I just think that they are going to present a really good early challenge for the Broncos if they want to get out and establish what they've been working on with the run game.
All right. Who else? Who else is going to surprise you? Who else are you expecting? We've talked to you all summer about this. Who else are you expecting to emerge in the receiver group? If you had to put $1 down, this guy's going to be the guy we talk about outside of Cortland Sutton and Evan Ingram. Who's it going to be as far as receivers?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm just another thing. Like, I kind of have like this running list of like all these different questions that we have, need kind of answered, or at least curious to see what it's going to look like. And obviously Ingram is at the top of that list just because, again, another veteran who was, I don't want to say he was kid gloved throughout training camp, but again, not fully thrown into the mix of what they're doing, or certainly, they were holding back some of what I think will ultimately find its way into the game plan. Sean Peyton talked today about, having that kind of tight end, really makes game planning, a little bit more fun, a little bit more, versatile in terms of the things you can do. So he is one. And then Troy Franklin, I just want to see if the thing that stood out to me most about him in camp, it's not necessarily like the fact that he would get open downfield or that his hands, looked a little bit better than they did the previous off season. I think it was just the fact that he was so consistent. He might have been their most, consistent everyday showing up offensive player, or at least among a few in that group. And so does that, let's see that carry over into the season, because he had such a good preseason. He had such a good camp. And again, the consistency part of it was what made it stand out. You just didn't go a day without kind of saying, oh, there goes Troy Franklin again. So can we see that, translate right away, to the regular season?
It's Broncos beat man Nick Kosmider. Nick, since the Micah Parsons news and the new contract with Green Bay last week, how many text messages, phone calls, etc. have you shot out about Nick Bonito and where we're at on all that right now?
Yeah, like that is kind of what you're trying to dig on, right? Of like what this ultimately means for where they're at. Again, I kind of think that if they were to have come to a deal, you typically, and just the way the Broncos have done business in the past, you typically want to have that done, either the weekend before you start your first week of game prep, or very early in that week of game prep. And obviously we've now passed those thresholds, and Nick Bonito still doesn't have a new contract. Makes you think that they're probably going to go into the season with this. We saw them do this last year with Jonathan Cooper, who was also, on the last year of his deal. Obviously, Bonito's in a little bit of a different stratosphere based on the season that he had last year. But that was sort of how they handled a guy in a similar contract situation a year ago. And you can even throw Garrett Bowles into that mix, who signed his contract late in the year. So, we're just going to have to see how it goes. But the same thing remains true for Nick Bonito, is like, it just keeps getting better to be a pass rusher, even one who hasn't signed his contract yet, because the numbers keep going up. And if he comes out of the gate and he sacks Cam Ward 3 times or, twice on Sunday, then, that number is only going to continue to climb.
All right, Nate has picked the Broncos to win the division. He also let us know that your bold prediction in The Athletic was also the Broncos to win the division. Now, Nate thinks it's because the Chiefs cannot continue to win one-score games at the pace that they have. What is your reasoning, the foundation of your reasoning for the Broncos winning the division this year?
Yeah, I think some of it is a come back to earth effect for the
Chiefs.
Now, the thing is, they were so good in one-score games that even like a regression to the mean could still leave them with 12 wins this year. Like that's kind of the close game luck that they had, and that's obviously just the institutional knowledge of how to play in those kind of games is a huge factor. And the Broncos are still kind of learning that. I just think that the Broncos have a more talented roster. I just think it starts there. I think this defense really doesn't have any holes. Now, I know Kansas City has an excellent defense, an excellent defensive play caller. It's not as if they are, have weaknesses on that side of the ball for that team either. But I just think the Broncos more talented defensively. And then again, just some of what they've added offensively have a chance to take an offense that was already, kind of middle of the pack to improve in some key areas. One of them being, I just think that Bo Nix is going to be a lot better this year against pressure. And a lot of that is just like, that's what that's what quarterbacks do in their second year. Like if you look at the list of players who are at the bottom of the league in terms of efficiency metrics against a pass rush, it's almost always populated by rookies. Like it's the hardest transition to make because it's such a different ecosystem than you have in college, so many more responsibilities for addressing it than you have in college, and rookies struggle in that regard. I think he's going to be a lot better there, which will make them better on third down in the red zone. And I think those are some of the big reasons I point to say, like, this is why I think it's their year to be able to eke that out.
Knicks should be better against pressure. What should we look for, and what should we expect to see as sort of the next biggest thing that Sean Payton is willing to trust Bo with and sort of heap onto his plate?
Yeah, like he's mentioned cadence a couple times this offseason. So, like, you know, and part of it too is like the play calling chain is moving quicker. Like that's one thing you've heard from teammates, from the coaching staff, is that they're getting in there. The play is already being called. Bo Nix is walking into the huddle. That's giving him more free time to ping one or two guys on just subtle little reminders that can be the difference between a play working and having some sort of disaster befall the play. Like it's those little micro adjustments that are really the key in between plays. And I think they're just a little bit more equipped to handle those kind of things. That's one thing that's been somewhat tangible. You know, but again, can they be more effective? Can they get them in, you know, second and third and short and mediums more often because they run the football better? Like that is another huge part of this equation. But if they can do that, I think he's equipped to make kind of a natural jump in those key areas. He might not necessarily put up the same touchdown numbers or yardage numbers, but if he can be better on third down and in the red zone, it's going to result in a more effective offense overall. And so I think that's kind of where the aim is.
Have a more effective offense. We would all appreciate it. That's Nick Kosmider, everybody. Subscribe to The Athletic. Read Nick's coverage. He is out there every single day, cranking it out, doing excellent work for you. Nick, thank you as always.
All right, fellas. Thanks a lot. Talk to you soon.
All right, Nick Kosmider with us on a Wednesday, joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. We'll hit the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Latest from the Broncos, including the injury report and the captains being named today. Plus, Andy, we have a tale of shady NIL deals coming to pro sports. We'll tell you about that next. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Plus, Andy, I have got news regarding last night's Rockies-Giants fracas to get to here in just a moment. But let's do football news first. Mark Springer.
All right, it is time for the high five, and we start with the injury report for Broncos Titans. It's sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. For the Titans, cornerback L'Jarius Sneed was limited in practice with a knee injury. One of their backup safeties, Kevin Winston Jr., limited with a hamstring injury. And their starting left tackle, Dan Moore, did not practice with an ankle injury. Of note for the Broncos, linebacker Dre Greenlaw did not practice with the quad injury. Sean Peyton was asked about it today.
Talk one thing about player injuries. We'll report what we're required to report, but you'll never hear me talk about how I feel it's going or any of that. And then really there's no advantage for me to discuss it.
You got
there
that?
it is.
There it is. Officially, regular season, grumpy Shawn is upon us. Good to have him back, quite frankly.
Yeah, it got a little wild getting story time and talking about the, who was it, the grandfather of the Walmart folks flying in his copter, landing in a field, surprise visits and all that.
Gabby Uncle Shawn is nice for a while. Let's get to real football.
Let's do it.
Let's get to a world where Sean Payton's hypertension is creeping up on him in the middle of a press conference. That's the Sean Payton I want. That's how you know real football is here.
That means it's about to count.
Let's do this. Absolutely. If you're the Tennessee Titans and you have a rookie quarterback, do you want your starting left tackle missing practice on a Wednesday?
You don't.
Not an ideal situation. Lloyd Cushenberry, by the way, former Broncos center, is starting in the middle of that offensive line for the Tennessee Titans. J.C. Latham out there at right tackle, number 7 overall pick in the draft, I believe J.C. Latham was a year ago. So, yeah, there you go. Cam Ward, obviously the receivers, Calvin Ridley and Tyler Lockett, the two veterans that are a part of that group. Tony Pollard, the former Dallas Cowboy, he's a good back. You've got that going for you. Perfectly cromulent back. Well put.
Cody Barton's one of their linebackers. Remember him from last year?
Cody Barton is a Bronco, is a Titan. Former Bronco. Draymond Jones is now a Titan. L'Jarius Sneed, last of the Kansas City Chiefs, as Spring brought up in the injury report there. He was limited today in practice. They're going to Sneed him out there against these Broncos receivers. So,
Look at that.
There it is. Slid that right on in there. But that's the latest of what's going on with the Broncos and Titans injury report, brought to you by our friends at Ramos Law. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, the Broncos named 8 captains today. They are Cortland Sutton, Pat Surtain, Quinn Miners, Talanoa Hufanga, DJ Jones, Will Lutz, and, of course, Sean's boy, Bo Nix.
Congratulations to Bo Nix being named Broncos team captain. Here's the quarterback in year number 2. Andy, Bo Nix, okay? I asked this question of Nick Kosmider earlier. I ask it of you right now. All right? Last season, Sean Payton did a very good job of giving Bo Nix the easy buttons as much as he possibly could, especially when the team was trailing. He didn't make him sit back in the pocket and try and diagnose too much, because that's a tough situation for a young quarterback to have to deal with. Eventually, he's going to have to be a quarterback that can make those kind of throws and bring a team back. But what's the thing that you were looking for from Shawn to put on Bo's plate this year of like, okay, here's the next order that has to be fulfilled?
I just want to make sure. I just want to see more consistency picking up first downs. Let's just start there.
Okay.
Is that easy enough?
Okay. In what way?
Well, I don't want. We saw it early part of camp, and then I think camp went a little haywire. It felt like about halfway through, and I don't know why. Maybe they were just trying to get some install in. I don't know what it is, but I saw a Bo Nix that wasn't just always throwing it out of bounds, wasn't always just throwing the check down. Like that, if I had a big disappointment in San Fran, remember he went in the very first set of plays, trying to go deep, had to hit the check down.
Yeah.
Now look, it's Bo Nix that's going to get the blame for that. Did you give him an option out? Did you give him something in the middle? Let's just set up some more outs to make sure that you can. It's not just like either feast or famine on some of these plays, because that's what they feel like. It's either hit the big shot that he's obviously waiting to try to take, or let me check it down to the back. I'm hoping Evan Ingram and some of the things we saw out of Pat Bryant and even Trent Sherfield at points, hitting stuff in the middle routes, that 10-yard range, 15-yard range with them. I hope some of that shows itself, because that'll be growth in the offense. That'll keep them on the field. And then if they're consistently letting this defense rest, they're going to be a problem for other teams, period.
I agree. One of the big things I want to see is just more consistency in the intermediate routes, and not there just was it became far too common of just like, well, dump the ball off to the back and a gain of 3 and a loss of 1. Like that became far too commonplace last year. That's where you have to hope that actually having a legitimate pass catching threat as a tight end is going to change things for this offense, and I hope it does. It was a weird camp in that regard, that like the first week it was just like, wow, Nix to Ingram again. It was very commonplace, and then it went away. And what I have to wonder was, well, did it go away because Shawn said, all right, that's there. Let's work on some other stuff. And I'll tell you this, he struggled. He struggled throwing the intermediate stuff to wide receivers during this training camp. So does that now reappear with Evan Ingram reemerging as an option? I hope that that's the case. But that's one of the biggest things that I want to see, is just like, okay, let me see that 12-yard connection and not everything just being, 6 air yards or fewer on it the way it was a season ago.
All right, you're big on time to
throw.
Time to throw and how quickly they get the ball out.
Yeah.
What's the happy medium? So, because I feel sometimes Bo last year did dump the ball down for the sake of like preserving the 3-second rule, if you will, that it feels like he was under. Get that thing out of there.
Yeah,
protect our offensive lines, that sort of thing.
And I don't know if this is necessarily something that Shawn can do for him. I think this is more just something where like we need to see Bo grow as a quarterback. He's very good at throwing the football on the move. He's really good at it. For whatever reason, he's not great at it in scramble situations. He's excellent in design rollout situations, but when he has got to move, when he is flushed, and look, he can mitigate some of that with his ability to be able to make plays with his feet, but it's like, okay, now, like, how cohesive can the offense be when things break down that isn't just Bo scrambling and putting himself in harm's way, but his ability to be able to get the ball into the hands of one of his playmakers. And that to me is just kind of something that he's going to have to do.
Well, and they're going to have to play jazz with him too.
Yeah.
I mean, Cortland Sutton seems to find a way to get somewhere when the play breaks down like you talked about. It'd be good to see the other guys get involved as well.
More football news, Spring.
High five. All right, now let's hear from one of my boys, Aaron Rodgers. So he will make his Steelers debut.
Now, hold on.
Yeah.
In the last 2 days, we've had Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson
Those
as
are
your
my
guys?
dude.
What is going on?
Love those guys.
All right, it's good.
It's two of my faves.
Okay.
Probably my two favorite quarterbacks.
You like bathrooms and dark cabins.
Yeah. So Aaron Rodgers will make his Steelers debut in MetLife against the Jets. That is great schedule making by the NFL. Today, Aaron Rodgers talking to the media. He was asked this.
Aaron, is there anything more for you opening up against the Jets at all, or is this just like another regular season game?
Yeah, it's week 1.
Yeah, don't give him that out. Just simply say to him, hey, how do you feel about playing the Jets here?
Who do you think he's going to get more spicy for, the Jets or the Packers? They're both on the schedule, and I think they're both on the schedule in the first 5 or 6 weeks.
I'll say
Russ.
Jets. I will say Jets.
He's got some big-time bitterness towards the Jets, doesn't he?
It's the more fresh wound.
There's at least some nostalgia with the Packers.
There's nostalgia. There's good memories, and also like they did to him what he did with Favre. Like so it's not as though it was unprecedented. He may have been bitter about it, but it's not as though it was unprecedented. I mean, Brick Johnson walking through the locker room telling you suck. That's going to make you want to get back at the Jets a little bit.
Firing your buddy.
Right. Canning Nathaniel. Besmirching the proud name of Nathaniel Hackett.
No more free gold member viewings and quarterback meetings.
Does he have a job right now, by the way?
Hackett
Isn't
is
he
a
like
defensive assistant, defensive
analyst.
Analyst for Green Bay.
For the Packers.
He and LaFleur
To give them
are
an
tight.
offensive perspective.
Yes, on
That's what they sold us.
Basically, he's supposed to be. I've heard of them doing this before, where the offensive guy comes in and tells you where the leaks in your defense is. Here's what I'm attacking.
Yeah.
Does that guy know? That's a question.
Is that just an email that he sends every week that they instantly delete?
Is that where who's the who is?
I got the Hackett email. We got to put him in the payroll.
Who's their
Click.
DC right now?
I don't know.
Yeah, good question.
Does the DC send him an email saying, "Hey Nathaniel, what about this coverage? Would you attack?" And he sends back Goldmember going, "I love Gold."
Jeff Haley.
Jeff Halfley.
Yeah,
Halfley.
I missed the F.
Should we do know your defensive coordinators?
Oh, God.
Because clearly we don't. Go ahead. We need stuff for tomorrow and Friday.
Dean Pease. Where's he at?
Dean Pease. It's either Baltimore or New England. I feel like that guy won't leave the East. He's like, I've got a very specific work area.
What's Steve Wilkes doing right
Yeah.
now?
Yeah.
All right, Andy. Let's start. Fun one. Indianapolis Colts.
Oh,
Name
we're
that
doing it
defensive
right
coordinator.
now?
Let's
I
just
wasn't
do
ready
it.
for that.
Let's
I
go.
got no idea.
You weren't going to be ready for it if we were doing it tomorrow. Indianapolis Colts, Week 2 opponent.
No idea.
I don't know.
Big name, Lou Anarumo.
Bengals guy.
the old Bengals coordinator.
Yeah, that's right. Big Lou is now working for the
Big Lou. He's just like you.
Indianapolis Colts. Chicago Bears. Name that defensive coordinator.
Oh, yeah. Coming on in there. No idea.
Former Broncos assistant, former Saints head coach Dennis Allen.
Dennis Allen.
We're looking for Dennis
Come
Allen
on down.
on that one. Here we go. Oh, let's just stay right in the neighborhood. New Orleans Saints. Name that defensive coordinator.
Oh, we just saw these guys.
You sure
I
did.
still don't know.
Former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley.
Right. Brandon Staley. How did I forget that?
Yep. Know some guys.
Because that was wild. Remember, the head coach used to be Staley's OC.
Yep.
So he did him a solid. The old quarterback, I'm forgetting his name.
Kellen Moore.
Yeah, Kellen Moore.
That's right.
Did him a solid and hired him back.
Last one, Los Angeles Rams. Hint. Good nepotism case here. Know your Rams DC. We're looking for Chris Shula.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, name a Shula.
Your nepotism, I'm like, did he hire like Wade Phillips' kid or something?
I'm sure Chris Shula is a perfectly
I don't
good
know that I
football
know
coach.
many DCs. I know Spags.
Sure.
Heck, I got to be honest, I don't know who Harbaugh's is. I know Pete Carroll.
Which Harbaugh?
Sorry, our
Specify your
Jim
Harbaugh, please.
I don't know either. Harbaugh's DC.
Zach Orr is the defensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens.
He replaced McDonald, who went to be the head coach.
Jesse Minter, former Michigan DC. Jesse Minter is the Chargers DC. There you go. Know some defensive coordinators. The answer: we didn't know any. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Speaking of defense, Micah Parsons. He has a back injury. And
You know who's not happy about that? Jeff Halfley.
Yes. You know why? He's the Packers defensive coordinator.
That's right.
So Micah Parsons was limited in Packers practice today. Matt LaFleur was asked if he expects Micah Parsons to play Sunday against the Lions.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we're still he's doing everything in his power. He's rehabbing hard. We've got to get through a couple practices to see how he responds, to see how he does, but certainly hopeful.
Is this a sign that Matt LaFleur is in a better mood now that his answer wasn't, I appreciate the question, but shut up?
That's it.
I guess I don't love back injuries for players, though. I'm still a little. I'd love to know the lineage of how this all happened. I want to know the lore, as my daughter would say.
That's a stance somebody had to take, Andy. You're anti-back injury.
Yeah, I know. That's a hot take.
Somebody had to do it.
Sports radio,
and you did it.
Now I'm curious. How much did the Packers know about this back injury? Did you know? Now every time I watch the guy practice on video, it looks like the back's not bugging him in the least. So I don't know if it's a big deal or not. But I just don't know that I would be psyched about giving up 2 firsts, Kenny Clark, and $47 million for find out the guy's got a back injury that may require an epidural all year. By the way, I sent it to Spring. Didn't I send it? I don't know if I sent it to Nate. They did the Dumb and Dumber episode where Jim Carrey, somebody made a meme and would put on captions underneath of each of the Dallas players in this one, where Jim Carrey's telling Jeff Daniels about how he sold Petey to the blind kid. And Kenny Clark was Petey.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. By the way, you know who the Lions defensive coordinator is? Who replaced Aaron Glenn?
I don't know.
We're looking for Kelvin Shepard.
All the guys I seem to know went and took jobs.
Shepard. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, Robert Kraft, Patriots owner, talking ahead of the Patriots home opener against the Raiders. He talked to WBZ News there in Boston. Robert Kraft was asked, does he plan to build a Bill Belichick statue at Gillette Stadium? Here's Robert Kraft.
It's always, when that great 20-year era ended, it was always my intention to commission a statue for both Tommy and Bill when their respective careers were over, playing and coaching. And when Bill's coaching career ends, we look forward to sitting down with him and having a statue made to be right next to Tommy.
Okay, does Jordan get in there? Is she part of the statue? Does it tell you who he likes more, that one's Tommy and the other's Bill?
No kidding.
Not
right?
going Billy.
He's not Billy.
Never heard anyone else call him Tommy Brady.
Tommy and Bill.
Bill.
Yes. It's the Brady statue giving Belichick the finger.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, there
I
you
like
go.
that. They already revealed the Brady statue, right?
By the way, give me the New England Patriots defensive coordinator, Andy.
I don't know.
Terrell Williams.
Sure. His name's Mike Vrabel. He coaches the team.
That's well put right there. Former Lions D-line coach, Terrell Williams. Or maybe it's Terrell. I'm not exactly sure.
That's what's up.
Know your defensive
Know
coordinators.
your white receivers.
Ooh.
What team does Braxton Berrios play for? You know that?
Ooh, Braxton Berrios.
There's a good cromulent name. He's been a Dolphin. He's been a Jet.
Wasn't he a Panther for a while?
He was a Panther.
Sure.
Could have been a Niner.
Know your white receivers.
Where is he right now?
Out of
I'll
Minnesota,
give you a
right?
hint. He's on the Broncos' schedule.
Chargers.
Texans.
Okay. Well, you know who's got to get ready for him then? Vance Joseph, Broncos defensive coordinator. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Well, guys, it's time to tell you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Vic wants the buffs to pounce. He wants you to be ready to pounce. You know, get ready to pounce. You've got good testosterone levels. You got energy. You're getting gains in the gym. You're getting good sleep at night. You wake up ready to attack the day, not wanting to nap halfway through. You don't have the brain fog. You're not dealing with depression or any sexual side effects. All these can be signs of low T if you're not getting these kind of things, if you're not having the good workout in the gym, or you're maybe not putting on the gains like you used to. So if you want to talk about low T, go on over to the experts over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can help you. You know, it's as early as your mid-30s, guys can start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. And by the time you hit your 40s and 50s, well, that's when you're probably really feeling it if you're like most men. You want to take a quiz? You can do that. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, 10-question quiz, yes or no answers, takes 2 minutes. It's the low T quiz. Look for that on their website. They'll draw your blood when you go in for your first appointment and have your results within 30 minutes. Then you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider who will review the results with you and discuss your options, and you can make the decision together whether to start on testosterone or not. The cost of the appointment's $99. Does include the medical consult, the T and the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. You want to get back those higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better and waking up and feeling refreshed, and also having the desire to have a little nightlife the way you once did? Go on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got 5 great locations. We're highlighting the one in Castle Rock because it's under new management. It's got a whole redone kind of situation going on. So get in there, see the good people out in Castle Rock. Let them help you. Also in Fort Collins, the Springs, North and Central Denver. Give them a call, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, do you know who is the longest tenured defensive coordinator in the NFL?
Longest tenured, is it Spags?
It is Spags. Yeah, since 2019, he has been the defensive coordinator of the Kansas City Chiefs. So technically, he is the longest tenured, although I guess we could quibble a little bit. Like Todd Bowles, does he still have the defensive coordinator title with the Buccaneers?
It's a great call.
Despite being the head coach?
He's a lot like...
Because he was the DC under Arians.
He was. feel like he's probably still doing that, right?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, Vic was basically the guy here when he was coaching.
After that, the next longest tenure, there's two of them, Terrell Austin in Pittsburgh and Patrick Graham with the Raiders.
Okay. Interesting.
And they've been there since 2022. Not a lot of Dick LeBeaus out there anymore.
No, remember, LeBeau, although it feels like Spags is going that way too, LeBeau took one shot at coaching that I remember with the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
That didn't go well, and he just went back and was like, nope, I'm just going to be a DC.
Giants third baseman Matt Chapman has been suspended 1 game by Major League Baseball for pushing Kyle Freeland during a benches clearing incident Tuesday night. Chapman has also been fined an undisclosed amount. He is appealing the suspension. He is eligible to play tonight. Freeland, along with Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, and Chapman, all were fined for the incident. So Kyle Freeland will have to pay a fine for getting mad that somebody hit a home run off him last night.
All right, we see any beanball action tonight, do you think, or is this a done deal? Since they barely cared last night.
Right. Well, let's put it this way.
Sensa, to be fair to him, I think was probably issued warnings when Devers came up.
Well, I mean, this is just it. Like, the umpires are going to issue a warning right away tonight anyway, or at least it's going to be in the back of their mind. If German Marquez goes out and plunks somebody in the first inning, he's going to get tossed. Is Warren Schaefer going to be happy about that? No, your bullpen already got wrung out last night.
Yeah,
you got to take the L on this one if you're the Rockies.
Well, you know what's funny? You know there's history between these two teams.
Well, of course. You know, going back to, funny business with the baseballs.
Exactly,
and
calling out the humidor. And,
binoculars and
right.
or signs getting stolen. Like, yeah, this used to be like a really fun rivalry before the Rockies were essentially a AAA team playing Major League Baseball.
Right.
I mean, nobody takes them seriously anymore.
I'm with you.
It's you go back to Bryce Harper calling them a loser bleeping organization, and that's the way that people in baseball view these guys.
Not arguing it.
Yeah.
That's why I just wonder, does it get... I don't think we get anything tonight. I think they just try to play a game. Clearly, from what we saw, and we've talked about it before,
yeah.
The Rockies are, what is it, a 30-man, 40-man roster now? How many call-ups did they get? Because we're in September now.
Yeah, they called up.
Whoever's there,
honestly,
every guy on that team just wants this done.
What's the difference?
They want it to be done. They want to go to Mexico. They want to forget this season ever happened.
Okay, so the story out of the NBA today is too good. And shout out to Pablo Torre doing the heavy lifting on his podcast. Andy, Kawhi Leonard allegedly received a lucrative no-work contract from a now bankrupt environmental company with direct ties to the LA Clippers and owner Steve Ballmer so that he could be paid more money without it counting against the NBA salary cap, according to accusations made by former employees of the firm to the podcast.
Well, there you go.
Uh-huh. Yes, so according to the report, which was released this morning, 7 anonymous former employees for San Francisco-based Aspiration, an environmental startup company partly funded by $50 million investment from Steve Ballmer, owner of the Clippers, said the 4-year, $28 million endorsement given to Kawhi Leonard received in 2022 was for a no-show job intended to circumvent the NBA salary cap. That's right. Kawhi Leonard got a $28 million no-show job, essentially from his owner. Yeah, I would say that's against the rules.
That is classic NIL, though, right?
The
only thing that would have been better is if he showed up at a car dealership to autograph a few things and called it good.
But he didn't even do that.
Bounced. I know.
That's just
didn't
it.
Even plant his tree.
I mean, first off, yes, this is one way to avoid going into the second apron. So I guess we give Steve Ballmer a little bit of credit for a little bit of creativity, but this is wild. He gives the guy like a sketchy off-the-books NIL deal to endorse this environmental company. By the way, he just didn't do it. The only record of it that can be found was a tweet from the Clippers official account a couple of years ago on Kawhi Leonard's birthday that had the company tagged in the tweet.
Said something like, retweet this and we'll plant a tree.
Right.
Say happy birthday to Kawhi.
That's all that could be found. And also, like, there's a lot of funny stuff in this story. For example, this company, Aspiration, they paid a lot of very famous people. It's supposed to be like a carbon offset thing Robert Downey Jr., Drake, Cindy Crawford, Leonardo DiCaprio, they all were on the payroll. They all managed to either make an appearance or post something or partake in an advertisement or something. Kawhi Leonard apparently couldn't be bothered to do it.
They gave an overpaid effort at least.
Yes. This is what's wild about this story is like, okay, and when you read this story, and there's a great report on it in The Athletic, all of the lengths that they went to have Steve Ballmer funding this company, allegedly funding this company. By the way, the Clippers, for what it's worth, have denied all of this in a statement that was put out today, and that Mr. Ballmer is ready to assist law enforcement in any way that he can. But like, you read through this stuff, and it's like, God, you guys went through so much trouble. Why didn't you just drop off a suitcase full of cash at his house?
Sure. Here's your quiet money. Tell me the Swiss bank account to wire it to.
It's harder to trace.
Yeah. Just go Jason Bourne on this thing.
I mean, honestly, like, they made this thing like kind of obvious. Also, how about Steve Ballmer saving the NBA from Donald Sterling, and now they got themselves in this mess?
What are they going to do? What are they going to do? You think they'll probably just take some picks away? And you also said you're not so sure that other owners haven't tried the same.
Per Section 3 of Article 13, which details the penalties within the section of the CBA that covers salary cap circumvention, here's what we're talking about, Andy. This is for a first-time offender. A potential fine of up to $7.5 million. I think Ballmer can do that. The direct forfeiture of draft picks. The voiding of the player's contract or any renegotiation, extension, or amendment of the contract. A fine of up to $350,000 for the player. Again, he got $28 million. A suspension for up to 1 year for any team personnel found to have willfully engaged in such violation. So, I mean, they're going to tell Ballmer he can't go. The voiding of any transaction or agreement found to have violated league rules. Okay.
You know what I'd do? Put him in the second apron.
Just plunk him right there and put those restrictions on him.
Because apparently, you draft picks and everything else, clearly owners don't want the second apron. We've seen it all this summer too. They're figuring out we need to get out of the second apron, including the team here wanted out of the second apron.
You know the funniest part of all this?
Put him in the second apron.
They've gone to all this trouble. They still haven't won crap. All of that Ballmer standing up there, it's pretty cool thing, going nuts, and they still haven't won anything.